In the Kyushu world, there are many strong people. Within Kyushu, the human race refines their chi and fights to turn life and death. The strong flick their fingers to cover the sky and shatter the void. A mortal has a tempered body and has thousands of kilograms of strength, which can drive mountains. In addition to Kyushu, there are thousands of worlds that are inclusive and mysterious. One of the 9 states, Lingzhou Wasteland, Shenwuzong. In the martial arts field, thousands of martial artists are practicing in actual combat. Between their fists and feet, their energy is vertical and horizontal, rolling the wind and tearing the airflow. There is a martial arts practice outside, but it has attracted many disciples. Lin Chen, who was knocked to the ground, was numb all over, his eyes rolled white, and his body twitched for a while. He opened his mouth and exhaled a cloud of white smoke. A woman who dares to touch Liao Jianhua's eldest brother, who doesn't know what to do with life and death, is Miss Chinger something you can think of as a rubbish? The tiger-backed, strong man standing on the ring flicked his nails and sneered disdainfully. The host has successfully passed through and started to load the Tiandao. Genus system, 2%, 4%. When the indifferent electronic sound rang, it awakened Lin Chen's consciousness. What exactly is going on? There was a tearing pain in the chest, blood wasting, and several ribs were broken. When Lin Chen opened his eyes, suddenly, a lot of memories emerged in his mind, such as Daigou's empowerment, Kyushu in the world, human race refining chi, Shenwu sect, outer sect disciple. Lin Chen. Body tempering realm, chi refining realm, psychic realm, battle soul realm. Earth demon realm, this is a fantasy world, I actually crossed it? In a short while, Lin Chen finished merging the memories that emerged in his mind. The original owner of the body that he passed through was a disciple of the outer sect of the Shenwu sect, with the same name and surname as himself, also called Lin Chen. Lin Chen and his adopted daughter, Su Qinger, have been childhood friends since childhood. After the two became partners, they worshipped the outer sect of the Shenwu sect together. But less than a year after joining the sect, Su Qinger was charming and outstanding, and gradually distanced herself from Lin Chen. She took the initiative to approach the elite disciple of the inner sect of the Shenwu sect, Liao Jianhua, and finally became his concubine at the end of her flattery. Liao Jianhua is a true disciple of the Shenwu sect. His status is higher than that of ordinary inner sect disciples, and his future is boundless. With his identity and means, killing a Lin Chen is as simple as killing an ant. When the vigorous Lin Chen came to seek justice, he was stopped by the disciples of the outer sect, beside Liao Jianhua, and wanted to use the opportunity of the competition to seriously injure and kill Lin Chen. Brother, you have to do dog licking after being green. After licking the dog until the end, you have nothing. That's all, since you and I are both called Lin Chen, I will transmigrate into your body again, your hatred, I will report it for you. Lin Chen, who has completely sorted out his memory, has a pale and young face that outlines a cold sneer. Hey, this kid doesn't seem to be dead yet. Seeing that Lin Chen seemed to have a reaction, the spectating disciples outside the arena muttered curiously. Ignoring the gazes around him, Lin Chen all of a sudden noticed that there were some radiant balls of light scattered around the feet of the disciples of the outer sect. Some of these light balls are blue, red, green, egg-sized, thumb-sized, and varying color and size. But more attribute light balls are outside the arena where many disciples of The outer sect compete. Every time the disciples on the stage fight, they will drop an indeterminate number of attribute light balls of different colors. What are these things? Lin Chen curiously grabbed the 3 red light balls beside him. The light trembled and immediately melted into his body. A comfortable and soft warm current swirled on his chest, and Lin Chen's injury miraculously recovered. While the injury was recovering, a screen bar popped up in front of Lin Chen's eyes. Obtained 7 points of qi and blood energy, and the injury has been cured. The Tiandao pickup system is loaded. This system is created by millions of single-player kings, and the single-player kings are friendly reminders. Pretending to be cool for a while, always pretending to be cool all the time. Host, Lin Chen. Cultivation, Body Tempering Realm Triple. Ultimate Strength, 4,000 kilograms, approximately equal to 1 tiger force. Blood Energy, 7 points. Cultivation Essence, 0 points. Mental Strength, 0 points. Mindfulness, none. Combat Skill, none. Elemental Essence, 0 points. The red ball I just picked up can actually restore my injury and increase the strength of the meat shell. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and a carp stood up straight, and immediately got up, aiming at a green light ball and a white light ball beside him, and grabbed it. The host has obtained a complete yellow level intermediate movement. Technique, Breeze and Dust. The host obtains 25 points of cultivation essence. Gongfa essence can be used to practice combat skills or mind tricks. 2 system light screens popped up one after another, which made Lin Chen even more excited. He completely ignored the surprised and puzzled eyes of the people around him, and picked up the ground for a while. Through the reactions of others, Lin Chen knew that only he could see these magical light balls. The host gains 23 points of blood energy. It is automatically absorbed. Tempering the body. The host obtains 28 points of cultivation essence. The host gets 25 ignition essence. The host has obtained an advanced yellow level combat skill, Split Wind Legs. Seeing Lin Chen bent down and groped as if he was crazy, the naked and strong man on the ring narrowed his eyes, and his murderous intention suddenly appeared. The instruction he received this time was to kill Lin Chen. As the master behind him, killing a disciple of the outer sect was just a trivial matter. Lin Chen, since you're fine, let's keep fighting. The naked and strong man attacked. His fist was like a giant hammer, and he slammed into Lin Chen's back angrily. The power of a punch, the airflow collapses, and the air disintegrates and explodes. Tear. Lin Chen turned around suddenly, his legs were like whips, and he kicked violently on the thick arm. A kick broke my elbow. Everyone clearly heard the crisp sound of the strong man's bones cracking, and the onlookers watching the play shuddered. No, Lin Chen's leg strength seems to be more than 3 tiger strength. I remember that he was only at the 3rd level of body tempering realm. Where did such a strong flesh shell strength come from? Several disciples gasped coldly. Tiger power is the calculation unit of the body quenching state. 1 tiger power is equal to 4,500 kilograms, which is equivalent to the strength of a fierce tiger. 3 tiger strength can only be tempered at the 5th level of the body tempering realm. When he kicked off the opponent's elbow, 2 red light balls fell out of the strong man's elbow, which was caught by Lin Chen and absorbed into his body. The host gains 100 qi and blood energy. Oh? The value of the attribute ball that falls out from hitting someone is even higher. Lin Chen licked his lips, and after absorbing 100 points of qi and blood Energy again, his strength soared by several thousand kilograms. The realm has reached the 5th level of body quenching. Shuaihu, I haven't asked you to settle the account yet, but you came here to find death yourself. Lin Chen moved his lower body, and crackling bones exploded all over his body, blasting a wave of air and heat. He sneered at Shuaihu with a hint of murderous intent. The latter's body trembled, and there was a sense of oppression in the face of a humanoid beast. Damn, does this kid still hide his strength? Shuaihu secretly screamed that it was not good, and saw Lin Chen's position run over a wave of air. Lin Chen's whole body was like a swift cheetah, attacking Shuaihu in a straight line. He raised his hand and clenched his fist, and he gathered his strength and slammed it out violently. The domineering style of boxing forced Shuaihu to panic. He waved the only arm he could use to barely resist, and even stepped back. He was still pressed by Lin Chen and punched several times. At the same time as each punch hits violently, it is dropping colorful attribute light balls, and Lin Chen accepts it all. System, I want to learn to split wind legs. Consume 120 points of cultivation technique essence and begin to inherit the wind-splitting legs for the host. A brand new memory emerged in his mind. Lin Chen was almost a fusion of lightning, flint, and flint, using the energy of his whole body. His legs turned into blades, and he kicked out diagonally, even though the whistling sound of breaking wind sounded. Bang! The thunderous explosion exploded, and the strength of Lin Chen's leg soared to 8 tiger strength, and he kicked Shuaihu's sternum in front of him. After killing Shuaihu, Lin Chen's heart was filled with excitement and joy. His soul and the original Lin Chen's body sensory memory are all fused. Happiness, kindness, and hatred are the essence of this world, but Lin Chen's first murder has no other emotions other than fun. In this world, your means are not ruthless enough, not sharp enough, and you only deserve to be killed. The dead, Shuaihu burst out more than a dozen attribute light balls, and Lin Chen strode up to pick them all up. Shuaihu, who was at the 5th level of the quenching body, actually died. That move just now seems to be a split wind leg, right? The strength has reached 8 tiger strength. But he also provokes Liao Jianhua, so he must die. Some onlookers stepped back, not daring to approach Lin Chen, whose murderousness was beginning to show. Lin Chen held a large number of attribute light balls in his hand, and as he continued to absorb them, his strength and cultivation level suddenly skyrocketed. The host has obtained 80 points of qi and blood energy, and is absorbing it. The host obtains 40 points of martial art essence. The host obtains 37 ignition essence. The host obtained the top-level combat skill, Starfire Spear. Seeing Lin Chen madly scratching at the ground of the martial arts training ground, his body-quenching realm became stronger and stronger. Seeing that he was about to break through to the 6th level of body tempering realm, countless disciples of the outer sect were stunned and their scalps were numb. It's like seeing a ghost. What kind of cultivation method is this, Nima? I have heard of breakthroughs in epiphany, breakthroughs in absorbing natural materials and treasures, and breakthroughs in self-mutilation cultivation, but I have never seen one who can break through cultivation by just scratching at the air. The disciples did not understand what this operation was. He ignored the shocked and stunned gazes around him, because Lin Chen offended Liao Jianhua. No one dared to approach him. Lin Chen has been picking up light balls of various attributes in the entire Weizong training ground. Host, Lin Chen. Cultivation, 8th layer of body tempering realm. Ultimate strength, 22 tiger strength. Blood energy, 782 points. Cultivation Technique Essence, 491 points. Mental Strength, 0 points. Mindfulness, none. Learn Combat Skills, Split Wind Legs, Breeze on Dust. Possess a combat skill, Starfire Marksmanship. Fire Energy, 185 points. Water, Gold, Wood, and Earth Energies, none. Seeing that series of rich values, Lin Chen couldn't help laughing wildly. Cool. Just don't be too cool. Killing people is so arrogant and kind. But if you offend senior brother Jianhua, there will be no good end. If the villain is successful, you have to die here today. Under the setting sun, 2 men in blue clothes came from the martial arts training ground on the mountainside of the red-dyed god Wuzong, walking like dragons and tigers, unleashing violent murderous aura. The two showed a retreat to surround Lin Chen on the left and right, and their true identity made many disciples horrified. It's Yu Ling and Xia Fei, the former top 100 disciples of the outer sect. These two people's body-quenching cultivation base has reached the 8th realm. With 18 and 19 tiger strength, they can capture a leopard and tear a tiger with their bare hands. Their fists can open mountains, and they are domineering and mighty. This kid is a bit of a ghost. Even I can't detect his depth. No wonder some people say that Shuehu died at the hands of this kid. It seems true. Let's go together. Don't make junior sister Su Qing'er angry. The knife-brow man, Yuling, said gloomily. That Xia Fei bent down on the ground, like a savvy cheetah about to pounce. Lin Chen's flesh shell realm is already at the 8th level of body quenching realm, and warriors of the same level may not be able to see through his true heritage. Oh, do you think two people can win? Lin Chen shook his head and laughed, and when he stepped out gently, the afterimage passed by. What a fast speed. Could this kid still be able to cultivate his body technique and combat skills in the body-tempering realm? Yuling exclaimed in his heart, just as he was about to defend. Lin Chen attacked Xia Fei. Fei, be careful, this kid is going after you. Yuling Shen drank, and Xia Fei's violent face showed a trace of disdain and ridicule. You are over your own power. Do you think you can be defiant with a little speed? Xia Fei's palm is bent like an eagle's claws, emitting blood, and it protrudes like lightning. Blood eagle claw. Bang! The fists and claws intersected, and Lin Chen's fist was scratched with several bloodstains, but the strong energy still shook Xia Fei back several steps, and 2 red light balls fell out, which were caught by him quietly. The host gains 83 points of blood energy. Lin Chen was excited, but Xia Fei showed shock. This kid's strength has reached 22 tiger strength, and he can face him head to head without using his combat skills. Huh. When Lin Chen's retreating figure stabilized, he turned again, and the figure was cut away like the wind, twice as fast as before. What, can it be faster? Before he could finish speaking, Lin Chen swept his wind-splitting leg in reverse, kicked his neck off and twisted it out, and died on the spot. 2 strokes. In just 2 moves, the top 100 elite disciples of the outer sect of the Shenwu sect died in the hands of Lin Chen. This scene shocked all the disciples of the Weizong who were stranded in the martial arts field. If Lin Chen defeated Shuehu just to hide his strength, then killing Xia Fei with 2 moves is really perverted. Lin Chen is only 16 years old, and Xia Fei only climbed to the top 100 disciples of the outer sect at the age of 20. This is no longer possible to cultivate successfully by relying only on the resources of the lower level outer sect disciples, and the fundamental talent is also essential. On the dead Xia Fei's body, in addition to 4 light spheres of different colors. There was also a purple light group suspended. Inside the light group was a lavender wooden box. Lin Chen grabbed it without hesitation. The host obtains a purple wood treasure chest. There was no time to pay attention to the contents of the treasure box. Lin Chen's body turned into a hurricane, and his pace was like a breeze, light and fast, swept in the direction of the cold. Killing one is killing, killing two is also killing. Since the enemy will not let me go, how can I pity others? A savage domineering momentum rolled out, and Lin Chen turned sharply. Unstoppable, if Panlong was born. Damn, this kid hides so deeply. I'm not his opponent. Having seen Lin Chen's speed, Yulong was so frightened that he was sweating coldly. He was a disciple of the top 100 outer sects. Starfall 19. The strength of the tiger was so powerful that the fist turned into a falling meteor, and it collided with Lin Chen's wind-splitting legs. Boom. The airwaves that collided between the two sides exploded like an explosion. And a 100-meter gale was rolled up, the ground cracked lightly, and an arm flew out and fell with blood. Lin Chen took a few steps back, and when he stood still, Yulong was already holding his broken arm and fled quickly with Lin Chen's inertia to repel him. Did you run away? But it doesn't matter. I have gained enough today. It will be a long time in Japan. In less than a month, I will fight back to Shenhuazong in person. Destroy that thief Liao Jianhua. Looking around the scene, Lin Chen picked up 2 egg-sized red light balls under the broken arm, and another Aoki treasure chest that fell out. Immediately, he ran all the way. No one dared to stop Lin Chen. He left the martial arts field on the mountainside alone. The matter of killing the 2 disciples of the 2 outer sects by himself will inevitably be exposed. If Liao Jianhua knows, killing himself is just a matter of words. It is an unwise choice to stay in Shenhuazong right now. Lin Chen has to choose another faster and more extreme route to become stronger. Shenhuazong is located in the Qingsha mountain range. As long as he enters the mountain range, no one can find him. At night, Qingsha Mountains, Hongfeng Forest. Lin Chen sat cross-legged on the trunk of an ancient pine tree. He communicated with the system and opened the purple wood treasure chest he had obtained earlier. Open the purple wood treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the first-order low-level weapon, the silver line dragon spear. A silver-white long spear with shining silver light fell in front of Lin Chen. It was more than half a zhang long. The whole body was carved with silver white lines like a dragon. The spear tip was sharp and cold. Silver line dragon spear? Exactly. System, I want to learn the Starfire spear technique. The host learns the top combat skill, Starfire spear technique of the yellow rank, which consumes 230 points of martial art spirit and 70 points of ignition energy. Before 10 breaths had passed, Lin Chen successfully inherited the Starfire spear, and played the silver line dragon spear with one hand. Lin Chen absorbed more than 1,000 points of qi and blood energy, and the quenching state officially entered the 9th realm, with a limit of 40 tiger powers. 1 tiger force is equivalent to 4,500 kilograms of force, which is about 4.5 tons of force. If this is placed on the earth, 40 tiger power is equivalent to 180 tons of power. Lin Chen can sink a small ship with a few punches, which is completely monster-level power. But on this continent of Kyushu, everything seems to be extremely tough. Even a piece of blue and white stone requires a tonnage of strength to break open. So these 40 tiger strengths are not worthy of Lin Chen's pride. 40 tiger strength, theoretically it should be the 9th level of body quenching, but I still stay in the 8th level. Is this the stronger the foundation is laid in the ancient books? Lin Chen looked around himself, and then connected to the system to open another Aoki treasure chest. Open the Aoki treasure chest, and the host will obtain the semi-finished treasure popular shoes, and the speed of movement increases by 30%. A pair of exquisite blue-patterned soft leather shoes appeared in front of Lin Chen. When he saw the effect, his eyes immediately lit up. With the popular shoes in hand, he also has a little more self-preservation in this dangerous mountain range. In the body-quenching territory, almost no one can capture his movements. There are many beasts in the Qingsha Mountains, and danger and opportunity coexist. If I encounter 2 second-order beasts, I will have to rest. Wearing fashion shoes, Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and a dark red attribute light ball flashed on a slope 100 meters away. Armed with a silver-lined dragon spear, Lin Chen jumped from the tree trunk to the ground. Leaping over, carefully bent over to pick up the dark red light ball. The host gains 80 blood energy of the beast. This dark red ball of light was dropped by a beast. Lin Chen looked forward and saw that there were actually quite a few of these dark red light balls. In addition, there are many attribute light balls scattered all over the place. He was overjoyed and picked it up all the way. This is much more than the attribute light balls of Shen Wuzong's martial arts field. 65 points of qi and blood energy, 15 points of spirit energy, 50 points of wood type energy, 30 points of fire type energy. Lin Chen walked and picked it up in the direction of the dark red light ball. As soon as he arrived at Hongfeng Forest, Lin Chen picked up 17 dark red light balls and got 970 qi and blood energy. Along the final direction of those dark red light balls, he found a mysterious cave standing under the cliff. This cave is full of weeds, and it exudes the stench of some carrion, and ordinary people will not find it here at all. If Lin Chen hadn't seen the light of the attribute light ball, it would have been difficult for him to see the entrance to this weird cave. The cave exudes an ancient vicious aura, like an ancient alien beast lurking. The most important thing is that Lin Chen saw Li's strong and bright blue light inside. This light is exactly the same as the attribute light ball he picked up earlier. But the brightness is more than 10 times stronger. There is a treasure inside. Almost a subconscious reaction, Lin Chen rubbed his hands excitedly. Even though the cave exudes a terrifying and ferocious aura, Lin Chen still does not intend to give up easily. His intuition tells him that the hidden opportunities in the cave are unimaginable. With a flip of his palm, Lin Chen clenched a few pieces of gravel. His energy exploded, and he suddenly flew away angrily, shooting into the dark cave. The gravel was shot into the cave, but there was no response at all. Could it be that the beast inside went out? Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and he approached cautiously. Walking into the cave, there seems to be a unique cave inside, with water curtains flying, and the surrounding is vast, building a nest. And the faint blue light that Lin Chen saw was behind the water curtain. Sneaking into the water curtain, Lin Chen found a goose-egg-sized ball of light with a faint cyan attribute spinning all over his body. Inside the sphere of light, there is a cyan phantom like a dragon looming around it. Picking up the blue light ball, a light screen popped up in front of Lin Chen's eyes. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 points of ancient Qinglong bloodline energy. Qinglong blood? Lin Chen opened his mouth slightly, and the faint blue light ball trembled and merged into his left arm. I saw that a faint cyan scale pattern appeared on Lin Chen's left arm. Boom. A domineering aura like the roar of an ancient beast was transmitted from Lin Chen's left arm. He could feel the qi and blood power contained in his left arm skyrocketing. This azure dragon bloodline can actually increase my power for a short time? Lin Chen was overjoyed. As long as he mobilized a trace of Qinglong blood in his arm, there would be boundless power pouring out. Boom. Before he could feel the violent vibration from the outside world, Lin Chen was shocked. Could it be that the owner of this lair has returned? The breeze stepped on the dust, Lin Chen rushed out of the cave, and the aftermath of the battle shook from the lake outside the Hongfeng forest. Go and see. Eyes narrowed, Lin Chen's body was like a gust of wind, and he stepped out 100 meters away in a few flashes. Red Peak Forest, Silent Lake. A giant anaconda with a cyan unicorn on its head and 7 figures fought. Fiercely, the airwaves exploded, and the lake water was startled with layers of rippling water. The brilliance flashed vertically, the light of the knife was like a continuous line, the sharp edge slashed on the surface of the scales of the green anaconda, and shot out the cyan beast blood. The stinging pain made the green anaconda roar non-stop, and the thick giant tail swept up. Not good. Junior sistering air, be careful. The young man in white, who was fighting the green anaconda, exclaimed, and the suddenly violent green anaconda shot at another woman at a very fast speed. The latter couldn't resist, and her eyes trembled. Seeing the giant tail of the green anaconda smashed over, she seemed to have foreseen the scene of Xiangxiu's death. The giant tail took the photo, and the other people were pale, but when they didn't notice the bloody scene, they were instantly sluggish. Yueying's delicate body trembled slightly, but she was closing her eyes and waiting for her death, but she suddenly found that she was hugged by a pair of powerful arms, and the man's masculine breath rushed towards her face. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the young man was wearing a green shirt, with a confident smile on the corner of his mouth. "Miss, are you all right?" Lin Chen smiled casually, and the 2 blue attribute light balls he picked up earlier were quietly absorbed by him. The host gains 150 points of water essence and 80 points of battle spirit essence. Thank you. What's your name? A disciple of the outer sect. When Lin Chen put down Yueying, her pretty face was slightly red, but when she saw Lin Chen's clothes, she was shocked. The speed just now, even the top 10 disciples of the outer sect she knew might not be able to show it. Senior sister, let's deal with the enemy in front of you first. Lin Chen smiled casually, and turned his eyes to the big guy in the lake in front of him. This green anaconda more than 10 meters high should be the owner of the cave that he found earlier, the magic green anaconda. This kind of fierce beast contains a very faint trace of the ancient Qinglong bloodline, far exceeding the beasts of the same level. Just a first-order vicious beast can compete with the 7 master disciples of the inner sect in the Qi refining realm. Is this kid from a foreign sect? The speed just now was a bit interesting. A brawny man in black armor glanced at Lin Chen, TSK, admiringly. The young man in white was burning with jealousy, but he still couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. Could this be a dark horse other than the top 10 disciples of the outer sect? The previous speed has obviously reached the level of Qi refining realm. Now is not the time to be distracted, this big guy is provoked. Another valiant short-haired woman scolded coldly, and the knife in her hand opened a snow-white battle aura that was more than 3 meters long. The other people immediately focused their attention, ignoring Lin Chen, and shot again. Junior brother, this devil green anaconda is fierce and domineering, you should step back. Wang stood with her sword, and her graceful and exquisite figure stood in front of Lin Chen. Even if her speed was outstanding, she still did not think that Lin Chen could join the battle in their circle. Lin Chen smiled and shook his head, and stepped aside wisely. He naturally knew that the 7 were the inner disciples of the Shenwu sect, but this demon green anaconda was not easy to deal with. This kind of fierce beast contains the blood of ancient alien beasts, has a certain intelligence, and will never take risks easily. Since it dares to fight 7 people here, it proves that it is not afraid of the strength of 7 people. There are a lot of attribute light balls left behind by the 7 inner sect disciples after the battle. 150 points of blood energy, 120 points of battle energy, 155 points of water energy, 142 points of martial arts, 12 points of spiritual power. The quality of the attribute light balls nearby is extremely high, and even the very rare spiritual attribute light balls have them, which makes Lin Chen have the urge to laugh. With so many attribute light balls, he doesn't have to worry about not being able to enter the chi refining realm in a short period of time. Where is this kid messing around? Wang, why don't you ask for help with this kid? His skills should be able to share the burden of fighting for us. The strong man in black armor inadvertently glanced at Lin Chen in the battle, and he kept bending over and groping nearby, shouting to Wang in astonishment and doubt. He is in the quenching state, and getting involved in this battle is a death sentence. The sword reversed 3 auras and shook off the attack of the demon green anaconda, Wang said without turning her head. Why is this crap so hard? The black-armored man held a giant black iron hammer in his hand, his arm was numb, and he used his combat skills to smash the head of the demon green anaconda 3 times, but it did not cause any substantial damage except for a little irritation. It always has a limit, we all stick to it. The young man in white approached Wang and shouted in a deep voice. Lin Chen on the other side has picked up hundreds of attribute light balls, and the harvest is simply explosive. Host, Lin Chen. Cultivation, 9th layer of body tempering realm. Ultimate strength, 90 tiger strength. Blood energy, 2,966 points. Cultivation essence, 873 points. Mental strength, 52 points. Mindfulness, none. Learning combat skills, split wind legs, perfect level, breeze treading dust. Perfect level, starfire spear technique, perfect level. Possess a treasure, popular shoes. The essence of fighting spirit, 772 points. Possess bloodline, Qinglong bloodline, 10 points. Energy of each element, fire, 205 points. Water system, 880 points. Gold, 129 points. Wood, 894 points. Earth system, 791 points. After absorbing 2,000 points of chi and blood energy, there are still 1,800 points left. I finally entered the 9th level of the quenching body. It's time to kill this big guy and get more Qinglong blood. Lin Chen's imposing manner was violent, and when he turned to look at the demon green anaconda, there was a kind of ruthlessness in his eyes that he was not afraid of wearing shoes with bare feet. With a flick of his shoulders, the bones in the flesh broke out with all his might, like a ferocious azure dragon about to be born. The magic green anaconda's intelligence is different from that of ordinary ferocious beasts. If Lin Chen joins the battle and shows a threat to its combat power, then it is likely to flee immediately. Lin Chen must find an opportunity for a fatal blow and let it escape. No chance. Although the demon green anaconda is strong, if I urge the Qinglong blood in my left arm, coupled with my marksmanship, it may not be able to burst out. With the power to threaten it, let's fight. He suppressed his breath extremely low, hid in the jungle, and carefully observed the battle of the 7 people and 1 boa, like a lone wolf lurking in the dark, ready to strike a fatal blow. Huh? What is that? In Lin Chen's eyes, there was a sharp and insightful light, and he immediately locked a tiny crack under the head of the marching anaconda. The scales there have a tendency to crack openly. In the cracks, there are already signs of skin opening and fleshy cracks. This is estimated to be left by the previous battle of the 7 people. But at the moment, the 7 disciples of the inner sect are constantly being repelled by the Mo Qinggong, and they are not distracted at all, and they have not found the hidden wound at all. It's there. Lin Chen suddenly clenched the silver thread dragon spear, and danced upside down, like a roaring dragon, being held in the palm of Lin Chen's hand. Roar! The marching anaconda jumped out of the lake, the giant tail swept away, the fierce and domineering power shook back the 2 inner disciples, and opened its bloody mouth to slaughter the young man in white and Wang. Just as the 2 were gnashing their teeth and preparing to fight to the death, an afterimage passed by like a wind and suddenly leaped. Blue Dragon Bloodline. Possession. Lin Chen's hands clenched the gun body, the blue dragon tattoo on his left arm shone with dim light, and a fierce and majestic breath was released from his left arm. At this moment, the power of Lin Chen's left arm is rising steadily. 150, 200, 240, 290 tiger power. At this moment, the strength of Lin Chen's left arm alone exceeds 290 tiger strength. Mo Qinggong suddenly felt a dangerous murderous intention, and when he looked up, Lin Chen's figure fell, like a meteor. Starfire marksmanship, meteor fall. The power of domineering and fierce is rushing and whistling, and the power of more than 300 tigers is concentrated at one point, turning the silver line dragon spear into an arc of falling meteors. 300 tiger strength, in terms of destructive power alone, it is no less than the full strength strike of the 4th and 5th stages of Qi refining realm. Puff! The sharp point of the spear pierced the crack under the demon green anaconda's head, tore the scales, penetrated the flesh and blood, and exploded. The blood flowers in the sky, blooming in the air. The huge head of the demon green anaconda was penetrated by Lin Chen until it broke and rolled to the ground. Lin Chen fell to the ground, covered in blood, but the coldness and suffocation between his brows made him look like a demon from hell, giving the 7 inner sect disciples a sense of sight that was even more terrifying than the demon blue anaconda. The throbbing blood in the body made Lin Chen's face slightly pale. His cultivation base is too poor, and the meat shell foundation has not yet reached the point of casual use in terms of the burden caused by the Qinglong bloodline. It seems that this trick can only be used as a trump card. If you use it a second time, you might run out of qi and blood and faint. Lin Chen clutched his chest and smiled bitterly in his heart. The 7 disciples of the inner sect were shocked and stunned in place. Yingsu lightly covered her red lips, and she was shocked and speechless. This Weizong disciple actually killed the demon green anaconda with just one move? He seems to be in the realm of body tempering. The power of that blow just now was at least 300 tiger powers. What kind of freak is he, my mother? When I cultivated to the 9th level of body quenching, I could only play 55 tiger power. This kid is too scary. The broken demon green anaconda head dropped a large number of dark red attribute light balls, and 3 dark cyan attribute light balls. And its fallen corpse, and a mysterious black iron treasure chest that exudes a blurred light. Lin Chen was too busy to pick up all the attribute light balls, and the light screen of the system jumped out. The host obtains a black iron treasure chest, 35 points of Qinglong blood, 55 points of spiritual power, 6,959 points of qi and blood energy, and 1632 points of water energy. Seeing Lin Chen bent over and touched the corpse and ground of the demon green anaconda, he was very happy, and the 7 disciples of the inner sect were even more puzzled. This demon green anaconda is full of treasures, why does this kid want nothing, just grab the air and the corpse for a while? Open the black iron treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special secret method True Water returning Yuan Ju. This secret method is of water attribute. After system identification, it can be used at least in the Qi refinement realm, and it can consume battle Qi to quickly recover and heal one's own injuries. The light screen popped up by the system made Lin Chen's mouth slightly open. This time he really found a treasure. When Lin Chen had just picked up all the attribute light balls and was still in ecstasy, Qing Yan, the woman with short hair with a saber, asked, "My name is Qing Yan, I dare to ask this junior brother, your name?" Her tone was gentle and respectful, and she obviously did not treat him as an ordinary disciple of the outer sect. Lin Chen, a disciple of the Xiaowai sect, sees senior sister Qing Yan. Lin Chen was neither humble nor arrogant, he smiled. Absorbing the attribute light ball secretly, while recovering his body, his strength rises again. Good boy, there is a set. You can even kill the demon green anaconda by leaps and bounds. The rule between us is that whoever strikes the last blow will choose the corpse material of this demon green anaconda first. You choose first. The strong man in black armor grinned, but a veto came from behind him. No, I can't let this kid choose first. If we hadn't fought hard before, how could he, a disciple of the outer sect, be qualified to be equal to us and face off against the demon green anaconda? At this time, the young man in white stood in front of Lin Chen with a look of disdain, and looked down at him condescendingly. Boy, figure out your identity, you are just a disciple of the outer sect. Even if you are lucky enough to slaughter the demon green anaconda, you are just a garbage-tempered body. The young man in white is not afraid of Lin Chen. He is the 5th level Qi refining realm. He thinks that Lin Chen's previous blow to kill the demon green anaconda was just a coincidence. The secret technique of his 300 tiger power burst is strong, but it must be difficult to use the second time in a short period of time, and if it is not a melee hit, there is no need to worry. When I recover, it is just a body quenching state, lift it up. The hand can kill him. Feeling ruthless in his heart, a sly smile appeared on the face of the young man in white. Go away. For the sake of saving junior sister Ing senior brother, I don't care about you. The two of us don't agree. A waste of a foreign sect in the body quenching realm has no qualifications to share the treasures of foreign beasts like the demon green anaconda with us. After the young man in white, another pair of twin disciples stood up and glanced at Lin Chen disdainfully. Seeing that the young man in white did not give Lin Chen any face at all, Yueying's pretty face couldn't help but change slightly. Nizong's Qi-refining senior brother, right? He's very domineering. Seeing you grow up like this, it's really a pity not to play basketball. The corner of Lin Chen's mouth evoked a cruel sneer. Originally, he didn't plan to share anything with this demon green anaconda. but now he has changed his mind. The silver line dragon spear was held in his hand like lightning. Lin Chen threw it angrily, and the spear tip turned into lightning strikes. Everyone was shocked. The young man in white did not expect that Lin Chen would do it directly. Looking for death. 3 flower sword chi art. The long sword from his waist was drawn out. The young man in white drew his sword up, pulled out a silver-white sword flower from the tip of the sword, and bounced the flying dragon spear thrown by Lin Chen. Boom! At the moment when the flying dragon spear was thrown, a vicious aura like a fierce dragon rushed toward the face, making the young man in white look pale. In fright. The Qinglong bloodline is liberated. Lin Chen raised his left arm high, and a few light blue scales appeared on his wrist, and the blue veins were exposed, as if transformed into a blue dragon arm. Lin Chen's fist was like a hammer, smashing into the chest of the young man in white angrily. The disintegrating air flow shows the terrifying power of this punch, which is in no way inferior to some purifying realm attacks. With the sword in front of him, the young man in white was still blasted out by Lin Chen, as if a kite with a broken string fell to the ground. The 6 disciples of the inner sect could clearly hear the sound of his bones breaking. After absorbing the Qinglong bloodline I can roughly control the power output when the bloodline is activated. I already have a sign that my arm is transformed into a green dragon arm, such as being able to get more Qinglong bloodline attribute light balls. I don't know if I will turn into a humanoid blue dragon. Lin Chen shook his hand, his eyes full of bloodthirsty excitement. He walked over and picked up the 5 attribute light balls dropped by the young man in white. The host obtains 200 points of fighting spirit essence, 41 points of mental power, 704 points of blood energy, 277 points of martial arts essence, and 79 points of gold energy. Anyone who doesn't agree, stand up. Patting his shoulder, Lin Chen's domineering side leaked, and announced in a cold voice. Domineering, cruel, cruel. The 6 disciples of the inner sect were all shocked and sluggish. A small disciple of the outer sect could have such fighting strength and courage, and he would attack the disciples of the inner sect if they disagreed. You don't agree? Staring at the twin disciples, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and sneered. You. The 2 dared not to speak out, but Lin Chen's decisive killing completely shocked them. Forget it, there are still a few days left for the ranking competition of the disciples of the inner sect. There is no need to conflict with this kid. The 2 thought in their hearts, and immediately stepped aside while alerting Lin Chen. The strong man in black armor hurriedly helped the young man in white, and a trace of fear appeared on the latter's painful face. If there is a next time, I will kill you directly. Lin Chen glanced at the young man in white indifferently. Killing him here would cause unnecessary trouble, but the punch just now was enough to keep him in bed for more than 2 months, and his cultivation was still difficult to advance. After finishing speaking, Lin Chen turned around and picked up the silver line dragon spear, slapped a layer of scales on the head of the marching anaconda, and left on his shoulders. Looking at the back of Lin Chen's departure, Yue was grateful and in awe, while Qingyan's beautiful eyes flashed with a different kind of splendor, and secretly exclaimed, if this little junior brother becomes a disciple of the inner sect, he will definitely become an overlord. The chi and blood energy obtained after killing the demon green anaconda has already made Lin Chen's flesh shell power rise like a broken bamboo, and he is already qualified to attack the purifying realm. The body-quenching realm is just laying the foundation, and the human races. Qi refining realm is the beginning of cultivation. After tempering the flesh shell body to achieve sufficient strength, he begins to perceive the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and incorporates the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into his dantian, and cultivates into his own original battle energy. The firmer the foundation laid in the tempered body, the higher the chance of hitting the Qi refining realm. The tens of thousands of disciples of the outer sect of the Shenwu sect have truly broken through the Qi refining realm, and only a few hundred have passed the examination to become the disciples of the inner sect. Once the strength of cultivating the flesh shell in the body-quenching state is not enough, or the body-quenching state is not enough, and you miss the best age for cultivating battle Qi, then it will be difficult to enter the Qi refining state again in your life, and you are destined to be only mortals. I have obtained more than 900 points of the essence of battle Qi, and the strength of the flesh shell is still rising. I should find a place to retreat and attack the Qi refining realm. Lin Chen put on the green anaconda scale skin washed with water, and picked up the attribute light balls scattered on the ground along the way. The scale skin of the demon green anaconda is tough and unyielding, and it has a good defensive ability, which is one of the most important parts of the demon green anaconda. Just as Lin Chen was alerting the surroundings and picking up the attribute light ball in the Hongfeng forest, there was a sudden vibration of the ground, shaking in the distance. Bang! 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 The vibration is very stable, not an ordinary earthquake. Moo! A long howl like a sonic wave came, the blood and heat waves rolled in, and a behemoth, nearly 100 meters high, appeared several kilometers away from Lin Chen, causing him to take a deep breath. Is it the Baoshan giant elephant? The Baoshan giant elephant is an extremely rare beast. Rather than calling it a ferocious beast, it is better to call it a treasure beast. They are gentle in nature, but they also possess incomparably powerful defensive capabilities and physical advantages, and they have a sense of treasure detection. This precious beast only eats top-level medicinal materials and treasures from heaven and earth, and has a natural sense of treasure hunting. In every mountain range, there may be 1 or 2 Baoshan giant elephants. They are full of treasures, but they are also very difficult to kill. They have defensive and destructive powers that surpass most of the beasts. In front of him, Lin Chen, the giant elephant of Baoshan Mountain, is at least the second-order peak. The cultivation base is already at the level of the 9th level of the psychic realm, and a warrior of the same level may not even be able to break its defense. The whole body of the giant elephant is bronze, releasing the ancient sense of oppression. Even Lin Chen didn't care too much, so he immediately stepped aside, even if the Baoshan giant elephant was not as violent and ferocious as other beasts. He could be smashed into pieces with a single stroke of its tail. The earth shook and the ground shuddered. Lin Chen hid at the back of the high mountain, and he breathed a sigh of relief only after the 30-foot-tall Baoshan giant elephant gradually moved away. It's a pity, if my strength is enough, maybe I can follow this giant elephant of Baoshan to find the treasures of heaven and earth, and take the opportunity to make a fortune. Lin Chen shook his head and regretted that he was still too weak now. My strength has reached 117 tiger strength, and my realm has reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the body-quenching realm. After calming down, Lin Chen was about to find a safe place to attack the Qi refining realm, but the dazzling light, several kilometers away, caught Lin Chen's attention. A large number of extremely high-quality attribute light balls are piled up together, and Lin Chen is dazzled. The light emitted by these attribute light balls is higher than the quality dropped by the disciples of the inner sect. Is it from the Baoshan giant elephant? Lin Chen jumped up excitedly, ecstatic. The breeze spread out, turning into an afterimage and swept away. However, when Lin Chen approached those attribute light balls, the corners of his mouth twitched wildly. These dazzling attribute light balls are all piled up on a pile of dark blue feces. The Baoshan giant elephant devoured all the top heaven and earth treasures. Even the excrement it excreted was still the energy residue of many heaven and earth treasures. Damn it. Fighting. Martial artist cultivates fighting spirit, which one is not walking on the tip of the knife, compared to those who are born and die. This is nothing. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, pinched his nose and bent over to pick up these extremely high-quality attribute light balls. The host gains 894 points of qi and blood energy, 465 points of wood energy, and 289 points of combat skill essence. At first Lin Chen was a little resistant, but he was quickly overwhelmed by the huge surprise. Qi and blood energy is not only applicable to the body-quenching realm. After entering the qi refining realm, it is the right way for the human race to cultivate battle qi, but the stronger the qi and blood, the stronger its own body refining strength will be, and there is no upper limit. The feces left by the Baoshan giant elephant are more than one lump. Lin Chen can't wait for it to pull a few more lumps. The attribute light spheres on it are all treasures. It scared me to death. I didn't expect to meet the Baoshan giant elephant in the Qingsha Mountains. At this moment, a few figures gradually appeared in the Hongfeng forest. They were the 7 previous disciples of the inner sect. There were still lingering fears left on their faces, but when they looked forward, they couldn't help but stay in place. They actually saw Lin Chen madly scratching at the dung of the Baoshan giant elephant. Damn it, ruthless man, you're actually touching shit? Could it be that junior brother Lin Chen was stupid by tempering the flesh shell in the body? Tempering realm? This guy may be mentally ill. How did he touch that excrement? Qing Yan said with a frown. Lin Chen, who had not cared about a few people, recklessly picked up the attribute light ball, and even picked up a black iron treasure chest. Open the black iron treasure chest, and the host obtains the green level intermediate level alchemy fingerprint heavenly spirit transformation pill. It turned out to be an alchemy handprint? Medicine pills are a valuable resource for the cultivation of the human race. In the mainland of Kyushu, and the people who make medicine pills are alchemists who are born with spiritual power that is different from ordinary people, and who can practice the extremely difficult alchemy fingerprints. The preciousness of each scroll of alchemy handprints is the lifeblood of the alchemist, more precious than the medicinal formula of medicinal herbs. Ha ha ha. Cool, cool. Lin Chen couldn't help laughing up to the sky. This green level alchemy handprint is precious enough to be compared to a large city. Even the alchemy handprints recorded by the sect of Shenwuzong are only the top of the yellow rank, and the alchemy handprints of the green rank exist. However, in this scene of Lin Chen's mad laugh, he saw several disciples of the inner sect with stunned faces, and they were stunned when they looked at each other. Isn't this kid crazy? How can he laugh so happily while holding a lump of feces? Are you still screaming? It's not too sick. As long as I break through the qi refining realm, I can also try to become a refining pharmacist. Cool. Lin Chen suppressed the ecstasy in his heart, bent down again to pick up a few attribute light balls, and turned back all the way to the area where the Baoshan giant elephant had previously passed. Crazy, it must be crazy, let's not mess with this madman. In a few days, it will be the NEI zone ranking competition. I don't want to be targeted by this madman. Let's pretend we didn't see it. The giant man in black armor carried the young man in white on his back and wiped his sweat. Hey, a good boy, why is he crazy? Qing Yan sighed with great regret. On the other side, Lin Chen touched and picked it up, and took all the attribute light balls left by the Baoshan giant elephant. Immediately, he turned back the same way, took a shower, and returned to the lair of the demon green anaconda, because in this dangerous Qingsha mountains, only there is suitable for him to retreat and attack the Qi refining realm. Inside the demon green anaconda's lair, the water curtain moves. Lin Chen sat on a piece of dry bluestone and turned on the system. Host, Lin Chen. Cultivation, the pinnacle of the 9th level of body quenching. Ultimate strength, 185 tiger strength. Blood energy, 12,561 points. Gongfa essence, 1,992 points. Mental strength, 172 points. Mindfulness, none. Learning combat skills, split wind legs, perfect level, breeze treading dust. Perfect level, starfire spear technique, perfect level. Possessed items, popular shoes, heavenly spirit transformation pill, true. Water returning Yuanjue. The essence of fighting spirit, 1,228 points. Possessed bloodline, Qinglong bloodline, 45 points. The energy of each element, fire 785 points. Water system, 1,545 points. Gold, 1,027 points. Wood, 1,452 points. Earth system, 1,041 points. Lin Chen concentrated on diving to a state of meditation, and his flesh shell body began to fall into a strange state of vibration, as if it was connected to this world. Faintly, Lin Chen felt that there were some faint white mists floating in the air, and his body was instinctively craving for these white mists. Is this the spiritual energy that pervades the heavens and the earth? Come here for me. Lin Chen's imposing manner was shocked, and there was a muffled bone explosion all over his body, and the entire flesh shell turned into a vortex with super suction, and the aura of heaven and earth in the surrounding 10-foot space was incorporated into his dantian. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth entered the body, and Lin Chen forcibly suppressed them into his dantian. All the flesh shell forces were like volcanoes that erupted in unison, conveying a mighty and terrifying aura, suppressing the ingested spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The stronger the foundation of the body tempering realm, the easier it is to hit the Qi refining realm. Lin Chen has 185 tiger strength in the 9th layer of the body tempering realm, not to mention the Shenwu sect. Even if it is placed in some real ancient sects, it is still a genius. One row up. Under Lin Chen's suppression, all the auras of heaven and earth were properly compressed into auras, and they were brought into the dantian through the meridians. The moment Lin Chen began to temper his original battle spirit, the 1279 points of battle spirit essence in his system began to automatically transform into his battle spirit cultivation base, which resulted in an unprecedented breakthrough speed. 2 hours later, Lin Chen, who was sitting cross-legged on the bluestone, suddenly opened his eyes. Chi. 2 substantial Qi glows turned into thumb-sized pieces and shot out, slashing a wall in the cave, leaving a half-meter-long crack. In Lin Chen's dantian, a white sea of Qi was suspended, circulating continuously. His aura was more than 5 times more arrogant than before. This time, the Introduction of Heaven and Earth aura transforms the body into battle aura. And his pure power surpasses 925 tiger power. No matter how strong the body quenching state is, he is nothing but a reckless man. However, if the chi refining realm cultivates battle chi and quenches the body, but the power of the flesh shell itself can crush the body tempering realm, let alone the ability to release the battle chi to fight, the martial artist's all-round abilities will undergo qualitative transformation. The chi refining realm has been completed. Practice the alchemy handprint. The host cultivates the heavenly spirit transformation pill, consuming 1,000 points of martial art essence and all spiritual power, and is merging. For the host cultivates true water returning Yuan Ju, consumes 992 points of cultivation technique essence, and 1545 points of water energy. For 3 days in a row, Lin Chen had been cultivating the handprints of pills, and in the lair of the matching anaconda, there were a lot of medicinal herbs for him to squander and practice, to his heart's content. The alchemy fingerprints and combat skills of the Kyushu continent are divided into 6 levels and 4 levels: yellow level, green level, blue level, purple level, and orange level. The complexity of the green level alchemy fingerprints, if there is no systematic help, with his own qualifications, I am afraid that he will not be able to become an alchemist in his entire life. On the 4th day, until all the medicinal materials in the demon green anaconda's nest were exhausted, Lin Chen just finished the alchemy practice in this retreat. Tomorrow is the ranking match for the disciples of the inner sect. It's time to get everything back. A cold light flashed across Lin Chen's eyes, like a swift cheetah. His body tore apart an afterimage and disappeared. In the inner sect area of Shenwuzong, a towering mountain is surrounded by clouds and fog, like a fairyland. A canyon has been opened up in the mountain, and the disciples of Shenwu sect are sitting on both sides. Today is the biennial ranking competition of the disciples of the inner sect, and it will be the biggest event of the inner sect. In the center of the canyon, there are more than a dozen arenas of several acres in size. Right in front of the arena, dozens of young men and women with great momentum entered the arena one by one. It's the top 50 disciples of the inner sect. I'm optimistic about senior sister Zero in this ranking competition. Her set of palms can shatter mountains. Her aura alone can knock back more than a dozen of our chi refining sect disciples. Cut, senior brother Tang Feng has a sword in hand. He was in the top 10 last time he participated in the ranking competition. I think he is in the top 3 this time. Senior brother Xing Yunhai has been in the first place for 2 years. I wonder if there are disciples of the inner sect who can shake his position. Speaking of swordsmanship, I am still optimistic about Liao Jianhua. Although this person is rebellious, his aptitude is unbelievable. He was able to fight the elders for dozens of rounds without defeat half a year ago. Obviously, he already has the level of the top 10 in the inner sect. I heard that he is also practicing medicine. He is really a monster. People are more popular than people. On both sides of the canyon, the disciples of the outer sect who were watching the ranking competition were discussing excitedly. At the lowest level of the canyon, the disciples of the inner sect who participated in the ranking competition sat in the designated positions. Boom! At the entrance of the entrance, a gust of wind blew up. The entrants were young people in their 20s, white clothes with swords, sword eyebrows, and star eyes, cold and arrogant. The screams of the female disciples. Jianhua, you are here. A young woman sitting in a specific seat stood up with joy, her face was full of moon, her pretty eyes were like water, and there was a charming temperament hidden under her seemingly gentle appearance. Well, Chiner, thank you for the medicinal herbs you picked for me this time. And let me go further. Liao Jianhua arrived at his own specific seat, hugged Su Chiner, and if no one else was wanton kneading the latter's delicate body, he smiled evilly. Hey, Liao Jianhua, I heard that your little beauty is a disciple of a foreign sect, and Lin Chen's old friend is very good. That one named Lin Chen is not easy now. He seriously injured Sun Chongyan with one punch, and you might be in big trouble now. The strong man in black armor in the back seat of Liao Jianhua laughed. Strangely, Su Qing'er and Liao Jianhua's arms changed slightly, but quickly recovered and giggled. Lin Chen's son is just an abandoned baby adopted by my uncle, a complete mortal. Even if it is a little adventure, how can it be compared with my Jianhua? Su Qing'er covered her mouth and chuckled, her tone did not hide her disgust. For Lin Chen, it's just a piece of trash with a little chance. If he dares to appear, this young master only needs a sword. This time, the first place in the inner sect is none other than me. Liao Jianhua said, casually disdainfully. Is that Liao Jianhua? Lin Chen walked past the back row of the auditorium on both sides, and when he saw Liao Jianhua entering the venue, his eyes narrowed, and murderous intent flashed by. Then, Lin Chen picked up an attribute light ball around him and absorbed it into his body. He looked around and found that except for the disciples in the qi refining realm, there were no attribute light balls around the disciples in the tempering realm. It seems that if the cultivation base is too weaker than me or too strong, there will be no attribute light ball. Looking at the elders and the sect master of Shenwu sect on the high platform, there was no attribute light ball around them, and Lin Chen knew it. Lin Chen, who was standing still, leisurely and calmly, picked up the attribute light balls in the auditorium on both sides, ready to go. Is this the Liao Jianhua that Elder Luke carefully cultivated? Well, he is a good seedling with excellent body skills and a sharp-edged sword intent. Sitting outside the mountainside table at the end of the canyon, a man in singing nodded in approval. Hee, sect master, this time Jianhua may bring you a surprise. A white-haired old man next to him stroked his beard and smiled, looking very proud. Then let Benzong see what cards this little guy has. The sect master of Shenwu sect chuckled and shook his head, then stood up. Inner sect ranking tournament now officially begins. This sect is not too much nonsense. All the inner sect disciples will draw lots to compete, and all the disciples will have a challenge to the inner sect disciples in the ranking competition. The audience was boiling, and many disciples of the inner sect were gearing up for battle, with great fighting spirit. The top 50 disciples of the inner sect enter the lottery. An elder walked out slowly holding the lottery box and announced loudly. All 50 disciples of the inner sect came out collectively, drew lots one by one, and then came to the arena number that they had drawn. Wow! At this moment, the audience was in an uproar. In the number 7 arena, there is a young man in silver robe standing with a single sword, tiger eyes, and sword eyebrows, domineering and ruthless. The first place in the inner sect, Xing Yunhai. His opponent turned out to be Liao Jianhua, who was born out of nowhere. The best dark horse is the strongest against Nizong. Two high-profile Nizong masters actually met in the first round. Senior brother Xing Yunhai is already at the 8th level of qi refining, so Liao Jianhua, who is only at the 5th level, shouldn't be his opponent. Right? Many disciples of the inner sect swallowed their saliva. This battle is simply eye-popping. Xing Yunhai jumped into the ring, Liao Jianhua rose into the air, and the two entered the arena. No matter what number one you are, this young master can break through all tricks with one sword. Liao Jianhua held his sword and said calmly against the wind, "Let's see the real chapter." Xing Yunhai was neither salty nor bland, and suddenly drew his sword. Even the elders were very concerned about this battle, and it was simply a top 10 level duel that was staged ahead of schedule. The knife is out, and the edge of the day is like a vertical and horizontal arena. Xing Yunhai held the sword in both hands, and the force of the sword was like a violent wave, which swept the entire arena into a storm. Konglan shocking knife. The rolling giant waves slashed out a white light that was several meters long, killing the sky. The lethality of this knife is not trivial, even in the face of the demon green anaconda encountered by Lin Chen before. It is entirely possible to repel it head-on. A shot is a killer move. Xing Yunhai did not underestimate Liao Jianhua at all. Cloud Thunder Sword Technique. The sword protruded like a dragon, and the sword glow of the fighting spirit pierced through Xing Yunhai's white glow hidden under the force of the sword. Green level combat skills. The two of them used green level combat skills. From the very beginning, a group of unranked inner sect disciples shouted enthusiastically. Swords, lights, swords, and shadows, dancing incessantly. The fighting experience of the two is tricky and ruthless. The collision between the eyes, neck, heart, and the tip of the blade is full of murderous intent. The figures are crisscrossed, and the two of them are among the best in the inner sect. Except for a small number of people, many disciples can only see two afterimages whistling. The battles staged in other arenas are far less intense than this one, and everyone held their breaths and dared not miss any detail. Squinting his eyes slightly, Lin Chen practiced the alchemy handprint, and after absorbing the spiritual energy attribute light ball, his perception was several times different from that of a martial artist of the same level, and Liao Jianhua's movements were all under his eyes. His sword skills are very high, but it's not that I don't have a chance to defeat him. The corner of his mouth raised a confident smile. When everyone was paying attention to the battle, he had walked into the inner sect disciple area and picked up a lot of attribute light balls. Ring number 7. Lay meteor kill. 3000 sea knives. When the battle was in full swing, the shadow of the sword in the sky collided with the rainbow-like lightning sword light, and the entire arena shuddered. The tip of the sword flashing with lightning, as if it had been poised for a long time, seemed to be unloading, but in fact the edge was hidden. The sword edge suddenly shook, and again 3 sturdy arms swept towards Xing Yunhai. What? Xing Yunhai's complexion changed slightly, and his body was spinning in the sky. He was able to dodge this backhand blow, and then Liao Jianhua's sword chi edge was raging like a pear blossom in a torrential rain. Brush, brush, brush. The wind roared, and light bloodstains appeared on Xing Yunhai's body one after another. Boom. The sword light flipped, and a mighty and unparalleled strength came from the sword's edge, and a sword bombarded Xing Yunhai. Pfft. Blood splattered in the sky. Xing Yunhai was blown away by a sword, like a broken kite, fell to the ground, blood stained his chest. Many outer sect disciples stood up one after another. Is it going to be a big upset today? Your swordsmanship has reached the realm of transformation? There was blood in the corner of Xing Yunhai's mouth, and he lost his voice in Disbelief. Transformation is the ultimate in combat skill cultivation. Combat skills move at will, send at will, and receive at will. In this state of unity between man and nature, not even the elders of the Shenwu sect have reached this state. You are just an extension of a common man, and this young master is a real genius. I will give you a chance to get off the ring by yourself, or this young master will destroy you on the spot. Liao Jianhua pointed his sword sharply at Xing Yunhai, with a terrifying confidence and disdain on his brows. He didn't take him seriously at all. I admit defeat. Xing Yunhai gritted his teeth fiercely, and lowered his head extremely unwillingly. In terms of combat skills, he believes that even if he is inferior to Liao Jianhua, he will not be too far behind, but if the opponent's swordsmanship reaches the realm of transformation, then he has absolutely no possibility of victory. Brother Xing Yunhai actually lost? Many disciples of the inner sect in the battle all looked sideways, and it seemed that Xing Yunhai, the strongest of the inner sect, had lost to Liao Jianhua, who was only ranked 42 years ago. Ha ha ha, good. The swordsmanship of Hua Jing, since my 40+ generations of disciples of Shenwu sect, have never been able to comprehend the swordsmanship of Hua Jing in their early 20s. This Liao Jianhua is indeed the first genius of Shenwuzong. What? The sect master of Shenwu sect stroked his beard and laughed, admiring Liao Jianhua very much, and the elders immediately flattered and congratulated him. Clap clap clap. Just as everyone was still in shock, crisp and leisurely applause resounded throughout the audience. What a realm transformation swordsmanship! I wonder if Liao Dadian would be interested in a game with me? Everyone looked at it in response, and a black-shirted boy walked slowly to the rest area of the disciples of the inner sect, and the corner of his mouth outlined a sinister and confident smile. Little guy, who are you? The referee elder asked suspiciously. He did not have this number of inner sect disciple in his mind. Outer sect disciple, Lin Chen. Neither humble nor arrogant, Lin Chen smiled and clapped his fists. Outer disciple? Not only the referee elders, but also the tens of thousands of disciples outside the field were stunned. Lin Chen? It's actually him, and he has entered the qi refining realm? Su Qing'er's tender body trembled. She was in shock. She stood up and stared at his back. A disciple of the outer sect wants to challenge Liao Jianhua, who just defeated the strongest of the inner sect? Lin Chen boy, are you serious? The referee elder frowned and questioned his tone. Although it did not violate the rules, this kind of behavior is undoubtedly courting death. Is he that Lin Chen? Haha, I remember this stuff. It is said that when Su Qing'er found Liao Jianhua, he went to Nizong with tears and sweat, which made me laugh too. Death. I remember that if senior brother Liao Jianhua hadn't gone out to retreat, he could have been slapped to death with a slap, ha ha ha. It's probably breaking a pot, hitting a stone with an egg, it's very funny. Outside the field, the disciples of the Weizong burst into laughter, and even Liao Jianhua shook his head and laughed. I'm wondering if you're crazy. You don't even have the right to touch this young master's heel. Or this woman is really so important to you. Liao Jianhua raised his eyebrows and looked at Su Qing'er and Lin Chen playfully. If you don't get down on your knees and call Grandpa now, maybe I'll be merciful and tell you how she feels in bed, ha ha ha. Liao Jianhua was full of rage and laughed loudly. Lin Chen was calm, he smiled leisurely. It's not what it used to be. This kind of stuff is in my eyes now, and it's not even worthy to carry my shoes. Of course, and you, Liao Jianhua. There was a murderous aura under his childish face. I will abuse your mother so much that you don't even know it. Liao Jianhua's muscles trembled violently, but he didn't smile. It seems that you sincerely want to die, and this young master will fulfill. You. Come up and lead to death. Boom. The sword energy is vertical and horizontal. Liao Jianhua draws the sword, and the edge points directly at Lin Chen. Seeing that the two were ready to kill, the referee elder already knew the wishes of both parties and declared the verdict loudly. Lin Chen, the disciple of the outer sect, challenges Liao Jianhua, the disciple of the inner sect. Even the referee favored Liao Jianhua and changed the rules to life and death. With a kick of the soles of his feet, Lin Chen jumped onto the ring, and the blood in his whole body was boiling and burning. It seems that the instinct of this body is screaming at Lin Chen, and this person must be killed. Anyone can ignore it, but only Liao Jianhua is the source of the resentment and hatred of Lin Chen's original body, and he is the one who will kill him. Interesting, let's take a look at this Lin Chen again, maybe he is another genius of my Shenwu sect. The sect master of Shenwu sect was on the high platform and looked at Lin Chen with great interest. The sect master is joking, the mantis arm is just a car. The elder who personally trained Liao Jianhua pouted in disdain. Above the ring, Lin Chen held a gun, and Liao Jianhua stood with a sword. Let you see such wild dogs, this young master's true strength. The sword was like a cracking wind, when Liao Jianhua came out of the sword. The sword's edge moved, the sword light danced, and it turned into an afterimage of an evil dragon, occupying the entire ring. Die. Evil dragon sword art. The tip of the sword stabbed, the evil dragon roared, and Liao Jianhua showed a more terrifying swordsmanship than Zhang Yunhai's battle. The wind was blowing, and the robes were rolled up. Lin Chen's whole body was full of vigor and blood, and he suddenly drew his gun, turning into a little starlight that condensed into a meteor and crashed into the sword light and evil dragon head-on. Boom. Chi-chi. The violent and unparalleled power strangled together through the tip of the spear and the sword light, causing the ring to break apart. This wild dog actually took over my evil dragon sword art? Liao Jianhua couldn't believe it. He waved a 3-foot green front with his wrist, the evil dragon swept its tail, the offensive turned sharply, and counterattacked Lin Chen's left side. Lin Chen danced the dragon spear, volleyed up and spun, the spear tip smashed down angrily. The blue dragon tattoo on the left arm flickers slightly, adding another point to its strength. Bang! The spear smashed the evil dragon, and the two sides retreated 3 steps in a row, but Liao Jianhua's pace was even heavier. After picking up the attribute light balls in the auditorium on both sides, Lin Chen's pure strength of the flesh is about 1032 tiger strength. With pure power alone, you can easily knock out the 4th and 5th levels of the Qi refining realm. Although entering the Qi refining realm, the fighting Qi will refine the body of the warrior, but it usually only increases between 100 and 200 tiger strengths. Like Lin Chen, those with over 1000 tiger strengths are simply humanoid beasts. What a powerful pure power, he is several times stronger than when he killed the demon green anaconda that day. Qing Yan, who had never participated in the competition outside the field, was surprised and her eyes were full of curiosity. This wild dog is quite capable, but it can't capsize the ship in the sewer. The situation suddenly rose, and Liao Jianhua flashed by like a streamer. Clang! The spear turned like a dragon and stabbed him behind him in the air, so shocked that Liao Jianhua hurriedly put up his sword to block it, and received Lin Chen's fierce and savage power from the front, his arms numb from the shock. An attribute light ball fell out of his left arm. Lin Chen picked it up with one hand, absorbed it into his body, and the system light screen appeared. The host obtains 588 points of the essence of the practice. This guy is full of treasures. Lin Chen, who was burning with fighting spirit, licked his lips, and cooperated with Fingxing shoes to perform breeze and dust, and the speed was extended to the extreme. He saw through my actions? Without even time to breathe, Liao Jianhua held the sword in his backhand and instantly fought with Lin Chen. The confrontation between the two far exceeded the previous battle of Zheng Yunhai. There were cracks all over the arena, and the fighting spirit exploded. One after another. All the disciples were dazzled, and it was the first time that they saw Liao Jianhua's true strength. It turns out that he still has reservations. If he did his best in the previous battle, I would definitely lose in 20 rounds. Zheng Yunhai shook his head and smiled bitterly, but the surrounding disciples of the inner sect were even more horrified, because Lin Chen was able to match Liao Jianhua with the strength of the first level of Qi refining realm. The host obtains 966 points of Qi and blood energy, 334 points of martial art energy, 172 points of gold energy, 65 points of spiritual power. Lin Chen became more and more brave in battle, and any attribute light balls that fell on Liao Jianhua were all collected according to the order, and the attack momentum became more and more fierce. Like a ferocious beast, every time Liao Jianhua wanted to get rid of Lin Chen, he would have predicted his actions in advance, blocked his actions, and forced himself to fight him close quarters. And close combat is the field that Lin Chen, who has a strong meat shell, is best at, and it makes Liao Jianhua have the urge to vomit blood. He was suppressed in melee combat. Many high-level swordsmanships are too late to display. There is a feeling of power that cannot be used. The reason why Lin Chen was able to predict Liao Jianhua's actions was because his mental power was not inferior to the opponent at all, or even better. His mental power is so powerful that he can keenly detect every detail of Liao Jianhua's movements and predict his actions in advance. Bang! The fierce battle was interrupted by an explosion. Lin Chen's silver line dragon spear was cut off by Liao Jianhua's sword. The latter's swordsmanship was tricky, and immediately followed the second sword and slashed at Lin Chen's shoulder. The violent and ferocious power surged in his left arm, and the moment Lin Chen was slashed by Liao Jianhua on the shoulder, he suddenly slapped Liao Jianhua's chest hard. Puff! Liao Jianhua vomited blood, Lin Chen's shoulders bleed, and the two sides took a dozen steps back. The scale skin of the marching anaconda protected Lin Chen, and the sword suffered no skin trauma, but Liao Jianhua was different. I am afraid that even several ribs would have to be broken. The moment Lin Chen shot Liao Jianhua, a light green treasure box flew out, was caught by Lin Chen, and opened directly. The host opens the black iron treasure chest and obtains the green level advanced swordsmanship, thousands of thunders and thousands of June swords. Green level advanced combat skills. The rank of this swordsmanship found even. Lin Chen looked at it. System, I want to learn this sword technique. The host learns thousands of thunder swords and consumes 2,585 points of martial arts spirit. This advanced green-level swordsmanship consumed all of Lin Chen's skills in one breath, and new memories poured into Lin Chen's mind. Now that you have no weapons, let's see how you, a wild dog, can stop this. Young master's lore swordsmanship. In addition to vomiting blood, Liao Jianhua showed a cruel smile. The sword in his hand was held high to the sky, and the thunder light condensed from the battle gas surrounded the sword edge. Boom! The thunder slashed down, tearing apart the entire arena. The momentum was so strong that even the elders looked at it. This is at least a high-level green-level swordsmanship. It seems that Liao Jianhua has great opportunities. I don't have many kinds of combat skills of this level. Not only does he possess, but he can also cultivate to the transformation realm. A genius. The sect master of Shenwuzong exclaimed, the number of winners and losses has not yet been determined. But what happened next surprised them even more. I saw a playful smile on the corner of Lin Chen's mouth. Swordsmanship? I can too. Sword come. With a move of the palm, a sword on the waist of a disciple outside the field flew to Lin Chen without control, and was held in his hand. With a sword in hand, Lin Chen is like a peerless swordsman standing on the peak, cold and arrogant. On the 3-foot green front in his hand, a dazzling thunder light jumped, and the lightning flashed into the sky. It was actually a swordsmanship that was in the same vein as Liao Jianhua, and it was also cultivated to the transformation level. At this moment, the expressions of everyone in the audience were very wonderful. No one expected this scene, the realm-level swordsmanship versus the realm-level swordsmanship, and the two sides are still practicing the same swordsmanship. How is that possible? This young master's 10,000 thunder and 10,000 swordsmanship was obtained from the remains of a sitting swordsman. Even Elder Qi doesn't know how he obtained it. Liao Jianhua was shocked, and the intuition of the crisis in the dark told him that Lin Chen had a big secret and he must die. Although I don't know where you strayed to learn swordsmanship, but with your rubbish cultivation base of the first level of Qi refinement, you don't even have a mind, you dare to fight with me in sword skills and court death. The murderous intention was suddenly revealed. Liao Jianhua suddenly snorted coldly, and the sword was slashed out diagonally. The fighting spirit in his dantian disappeared very quickly. Lin Chen drained all his fighting spirit and swung a sword. 2 lightning swords collided, illuminating a dazzling thunder light. Kakak Qi. The sword glow shattered, and Lin Chen's fighting spirit was still a bit weaker. He was defeated only by weakening half of Liao Jianhua's power. However, Lin Chen did not advance, but retreated. The afterimage was like a knife, and he rushed towards the 1,000 thunder and 1,000-ton sword that was smashed over. Qinglong blood, 50% power, possessed. The blue light of the left arm disappeared, the dragon scales rolled, and the low roar shattered the roar of the ancient dragon race, and the tiger strength soared to more than 3,000 tiger strength. Lin Chen raised his left arm and slapped the thunder light sword light with his palm. Boom! The terrifying power exploded the waves of the weather, and smashed the sword light from the flying slash. What? Break through the advanced green-level swordsmanship with one hand? Many elders stood up suddenly, staring at Lin Chen's figure as if they had seen a ghost. He actually broke through my 1,000 thunder sword. Liao Jianhua's face was as pale as death. Before he could react, Lin Chen turned into an afterimage, and the moment he smashed the sword light, he rushed towards Liao Jianhua. With 5 fingers grabbing, Lin Chen's palm grabbed Liao Jianhua's face, pressed his head and smashed it straight to the ground. The expressions of some of the inner sect disciples changed drastically, but they never expected that Lin Chen would kill him. If this hit is real, Liao Jianhua's head is estimated to burst on the spot. At the critical moment, a ghostly figure appeared beside the two, grabbed Lin Chen's arm and Liao Jianhua's shoulder, and forcibly separated the two. Okay, the outcome is already divided, let's stop. The person who shot is the suzerain of the Shenwu sect. Lin Chen frowned, he wanted to directly end Liao Jianhua, but he was interrupted. The suzerain of Shenwuzong is at least at the level of Battle Soul Realm. Even if I unleash all the power of Qinglong's arm, it is impossible to kill Liao Jianhua in front of him. That's all, let's find a second chance. With flickering eyes, Lin Chen quickly put away his killing intent, causing the sect master to look sideways slightly. This child is at a young age and is free to let go of his murderous intentions. Such people are often very terrifying existences. Many of the disciples in the audience were not relieved. The first disciple of the outer sect not only defeated the strongest Liao Jianhua of the inner sect, but also forced even the sect master to stop him personally. The boy's shot is not serious. In order to win, he can only go all out. I hope the sect master will forgive me. Lin Chen clenched his fists at the sect master with a calm demeanor. Sect master, this son can't stay. He was obviously going to kill Jianhua just now, and let the old man kill him with his own hands. Liao Jianhua's master, Elder Qi, rode the wind and stared at Lin Chen coldly. If I had suffered that sword before, I would have definitely died. Only if he killed me, without me killing him, Elder Qi would have a fair life. Lin Chen sneered, neither salty nor bland, and did not intend to give face to the other party at all. Joke. You know that Jianhua's talent is so high, how can you be compared to a rubbish foreign disciple with a little brute force? Elder Qi helped Liao Jianhua up and looked at him coldly. Talent? I only know that he is a defeated dog. How can he talk about talent? There are only winners and losers in this world. If it wasn't for the suzerain, he would be just a lump of meat now. Lin Chen was tit for tat, and dared to talk to Elder Qi like this, and some of the inner sect disciples were sweating. Elder Qi was about to have a seizure, but Liao Jianhua, who had just lifted him up, said hoarsely and maliciously. Lin Chen, you are just a little brute force. In addition to swordsmanship, this young master is also an honorable alchemist. Why do you sit on an equal footing with this young master? Sect master, Jianhua implores sect master to kill this kid. The sect master of Shenwu sect glanced at him and said indifferently, Liao Jianhua, it's not your turn to point fingers when this sect does things. Liao Jianhua was stagnant, and resentfully suppressed his murderous intention. And his murderous intention to the suzerain flashed by. Ha ha ha, refining pharmacist, isn't it amazing? It's just refining medicine, I can do it too. Lin Chen's words were astonishing, and his words caused 1,000 waves. Is he actually a pharmacist? You can make medicine? The sect master looked at Lin Chen in surprise, and he nodded calmly. Alchemist, this is one of the rarest and noblest professions in the Kyushu continent. The conditions for becoming a pharmacist are extremely harsh. Coupled with the scarcity of alchemy handprints, pharmacists are simply impossible to pick out. Shenwuzong has accumulated hundreds of years, and now there are only 2 alchemists, including Liao Jianhua, that is the third. These days, any cat or dog dares to claim to be a pharmacist. Elder Qi sneered, obviously not taking Lin Chen seriously. If you don't agree, let's move on to the second round and speak based on the refining skills of both sides. However, my request for this round is life and death. The loser is not qualified to survive. Dare to take it. Lin Chen's face was stern, and the sentence of life and death shocked all the disciples. Could it be that he can still make medicine? It's impossible. He didn't even have many opportunities to see the treasures of heaven and earth since he was a child. How could he be able to make pills? Su Qing'er couldn't believe it. The two grew up, she had seen what kind of stuff Lin Chen was. How could he be a pharmacist? Humph, how could this young master be afraid of you, a wild dog? I really think it's great to have a little brute force. Refining medicine and martial arts are two different things. Liao Jianhua sneered, and patted the dust on his shoulder, as if he had found his home again, despising Lin Chen's disdainful words. Since it's a comparison, then 2 days later, the alchemy will be tested here, and the suzerain will personally preside over the witness. Lin Chen versus Liao Jianhua. The alchemy and medicinal materials are determined by the sect, and the one with the highest quality will win. Life and death, the losers. Life is handed over to the winner. Elder Qi rushed to speak in front of the sect master, and then looked at Lin Chen. Well, it's all right. A move in Lin Chen's heart. This old guy must want to make a fool of himself. But, why should he be afraid of him? No problem, I hope you don't regret it when the time comes. As soon as this statement came out, the audience was shocked. A disciple of the outer sect, who was born out of nowhere, not only defeated Liao Jianhua, the most powerful new sect of the inner sect, but was even better than trying medicine? The sect master looked at the two with great interest, and then returned to the high platform after instructing Lin Chen. Lin Chen jumped off the ring without turning his head. When he walked to the rest passage, he saw Su Qing'er standing in that direction. Suddenly, Su Qing'er saw Lin Chen's indifferent eyes sharp as a knife, and her delicate body trembled. She felt unfamiliarity and hostility in Lin Chen like never before. The previous Lin Chen would never treat himself like this, as if the Lin Chen in front of him was a completely different stranger. When the two passed by, Lin Chen's indifferent and cold self-talk came into Su Qing'er's ears. Good birds choose wood to perch on. If you want to leave, I won't blame you. It's just that you chose the wrong way. The so-called genius you chose, I will trample him under my feet just like before. And you, just a sad woman not worth mentioning. At the end of the conversation, Lin Chen never looked at Su Qing'er directly. From the beginning to the end. She was pale and pursed her red lips, wondering what she was thinking about. The NEI Zone ranking tournament did not end until the next morning. After the previous battle between Lin Chen and Liao Jianhua, the battles of the other elite brothers were wonderful, but they were still much worse than the previous two. And what more people are looking forward to is the unprecedented battle of medicine refining in the history of Shenwuzong. In the simple dormitory of the disciples of the outer sect, Lin Chen sat down with his knees crossed and opened the status bar of the system. Host, Lin Chen. Cultivation, Qi Refining Realm First Layer. Ultimate Strength, 1253 Tiger Power. Blood Energy, 55,884 points. Cultivation Technique Essence, 552 points. The Essence of Fighting Spirit, 15,465 points. Mental Power, 1799 points. Mindfulness, none. Learning Combat Skills, Split Wind Legs, Perfect Level, Breeze Treading Dust. Perfect Level, Starfire Spear Technique, Perfect Level, 10,000. Thunder Swordsmanship, Perfect Level. Possessed Items, Recipes, Popular Shoes, Heavenly Spirit Transformation Pill. True Water Returning Yuan, 10%. Possessed Bloodline, Qinglong Bloodline, 45 points. The Energy of each element, Fire 2995 points, Earth 1871 points, wood 2242 points, gold 3156 points, water 2462 points. After Lin Chen made sure that no one around him was monitoring him, he swallowed a qi-boosting pill and started the true water returning Yuan Ju. His injury quickly recovered. The speed at which this true water returning Yuan Ju recovers from injuries is not trivial. I'm afraid its value is much more precious than my heavenly spirit transformation pill handprint. Lin Chen's injury recovered in a blink of an eye, and the healing effect of the true water returning Yuan Ju was excellent. Lin Chen never dared to run such miraculous secrets in public. This time, the essence of fighting spirit is enough for me to break through another realm and practice first. Lin Chen took a deep breath and quickly absorbed all the battle chi attribute light ball stored in the system space. The sea of chi in his dantian trembled and began to evolve into a second-tier trend. In a blink of an eye, 2 days passed. In a blink of an eye, Lin Chen stepped into the second stage of qi refining, and practiced the true water returning Yuan Ju. Early morning, NEI zone ranking venue. This time, as before, it was almost filled with disciples of the entire Shenwu sect, and no one wanted to miss this unprecedented battle of medicine refining. Today, one of the two geniuses who rose against the sky in the Shenwu sect will fall here. In the number 7 arena, 2 jade platforms are filled with 7 or 8 kinds of rare medicinal materials, an ancient bronze alchemy furnace, and a roll of elixirs wrapped in sapphire. Liao Jianhua's body is straight, standing against the wind, unruly, completely arrogant and condescending. Because of his talent in refining medicine, he even surpassed his talent in swordsmanship. Lin Chen was calm and stepped onto the ring slowly. Today's medicine refining test is to refine the second-order low-level medicinal herbs of my god Wuzong, the virtual spirit pill. Compare by quality. If the quality is evenly divided, the winner will be determined by the refining time. The refining time limit is 3 days. Elder Qi personally presided over this medicine refining competition, and announced the audience in the center of the arena. Now, the competition begins. As soon as the name of the 3-character void spirit pill came out, it immediately aroused heated discussions among many disciples. Even the expressions of the elders changed slightly. In the Kyushu continent, medicinal pills are extremely precious resources. Even the lowest-level first-order medicinal pills require at least the strength of qi refining realm to take them. The body-quenching state is unable to truly refine the energy contained in a medicinal pill. The disciples of the body-quenching state are only equipped to use the dregs discarded after the failure of alchemy for cultivation. The second-order medicinal herbs are already the field that the powerhouse is in. The psychic realm need, which makes it clear that Lin Chen will lose. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. Although he couldn't see it on the bright side, his mental perception was very sharp, and he could identify the aroma and energy fluctuations of the medicinal herbs. All the medicinal herbs prepared for him in this competition were inferior. This old dog wants to smack me, and the second-order medicinal herbs are also given to me with these inferior medicinal materials. It is clear that he wants to fuck me. Seeing through Elder Qi's real conspiracy, Lin Chen's mouth twitched into a sneer. Liao Jianhua on the other side had already picked up the pill to stimulate his mental power to read. He was full of energy and in high spirits, apparently taking some kind of elixir to temporarily enhance his mental power. In this way, the pill furnace should not be used anymore. I only have the opportunity of 3 medicinal materials, so I can't take risks rashly. Lin Chen glanced at the alchemy furnace, and he no longer had expectations for this thing. As of now, he can only alchemy with empty hands. Spreading out the pill recipe, Lin Chen released his spiritual power into the pill recipe and read the contents. Before a moment, Liao Jianhua had finished reading the prescription of the void spirit pill, and his expression obviously knew the content of the competition in advance. Liao Jianhua quickly grabbed a handful of medicinal materials and started refining. His face is cold and arrogant, and his attitude is calm. Obviously he is a master-like frame, for fingers are connected, and when he activates the alchemy mudra, it attracts many eyes. Throwing a green spirit jade vine into the alchemy furnace, the 8 fingers of both hands change rapidly, and Liao Jianhua, finally, controls the refining of the green spirit jade vine. Huangjia Advanced Alchemy Handprint Ba Duan Jinsho, very fast. This is the second-ranked alchemy handprint in our Shenwu sect, right? Senior brother Liao Jianhua is only in his early 20s, but he has such a talent. He's already much better than the 2 alchemy elders. Seeing the use of Liao Jianhua's alchemy mudra, many disciples could only look up in amazement. On the other side, Lin Chen spent twice as much time as Liao Jianhua to read the complete volume of pill recipes. He also grabbed the first medicinal material, Qingling Jade Vine, with 10 fingers on both hands, and a pure white fighting spirit accompanied his spirit. The force poured out and wrapped the Qingling Jade Vine. Seeing this scene, many disciples were stunned. What the hell is this Lin Chen doing? He started to use the alchemy handprint without using the alchemy furnace? Su Qing'er's eyes stared at Lin Chen. She never believed that a common man would suddenly change into a noble pharmacist. Fingertips swiped rapidly, and along with Lin Chen's handprints and changes in mental power, the impurities of Qingling Jade Vine began to be initially removed. Ignoring the gazes around him, Lin Chen also began to enter the process of alchemy, concentrating on it. How is this possible? This son is actually a pharmacist, and he doesn't look like a newcomer at all. The alchemy handprint used is not anyone in the sect. Several elders of Shen Wuzong nodded and praised Lin Chen with admiration, but Elder Qi's expression became a little gloomy. For today, he specially treasured himself for many years, and used it on Liao Jianhua. In less than an hour, the two put in the second medicinal material at the same time. Then Lin Chen, a disciple of the foreign sect, actually caught up with senior brother Liao Jianhua. Don't be a disciple of a foreign sect. He has already defeated Liao Jianhua. In terms of combat power, what we really need to discuss is that he is the strongest existence among the disciples of the Shenwu sect today. Being able to match the speed of Liao Jianhua without using an alchemy furnace, this son's alchemy handprint is at least the top of the yellow rank. No, it is very likely to be a green rank. Some disciples and elders were shocked in the dark. At this moment, no one dared to underestimate Lin Chen's strength and potential. Everyone can see that it is obvious that Lin Chen is better, because he did not even use the alchemy furnace. Under such circumstances, he could chase Liao Jianhua. His alchemy fingerprints and alchemy talent are definitely not inferior to Liao Jianhua. The actual situation is even worse than this, because the medicinal materials that are going to be given to Lin Chen are more than twice as rough as those of Liao Jianhua. Chi. After the 4th hour passed, Lin Chen and Liao Jianhua made mistakes in refining the 4th medicinal material, and the refining failed. Liao Jianhua's refining efficiency of the virtual spirit pill is less than 30%. Even if he takes the top-grade pill to temporarily increase his mental power, the success rate is not more than 60% at most. Liao Jianhua took a deep breath, and then quickly regrouped, throwing in a treasure of heaven and earth again, and refining it again. Lin Chen also discovered the difficulty of this medicinal pill, frowned slightly, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Compared to Liao Jianhua, who had prepared in advance, this was the first time Lin Chen had come into contact with second-order pill recipes, and the difficulty was more severe. In addition, he can't use the alchemy furnace, which consumes more mental power than Liao Jianhua. Just when Lin Chen was about to start the second herbal medicine and made a desperate attempt, he looked in the direction of Liao Jianhua, but his eyes suddenly lit up. Around Liao Jianhua's side, the ground was actually covered with attribute light balls. These attribute light balls are all spiritual energy attribute light balls. There is no way out of the mountains and rivers, and there is another village in the dark and bright. Just when Lin Chen was about to prepare for a desperate fight, he actually let him see the spiritual energy attribute light balls all over the ground. Damn, don't be too cool. Lin Chen, whose eyes were shining, suddenly stopped what he was doing and walked in the direction of Liao Jianhua. What does he want? Could it be that if he failed to refine the medicine once, he was going to break the pot? The elders were very puzzled. Just when Elder Qi was about to scold Lin Chen, he was stopped by the suzerain of Shenwu sect. This son doesn't have any murderous intentions. He shouldn't be breaking the rules. Let's see. Everyone watched Lin Chen approach Liao Jianhua, and even Liao Jianhua himself was wary of him and scolded. What are you doing near this young master? Do you want to break the rules? Lin Chen smiled. You refine your medicine, I walk away, and I didn't break the rules. After finishing speaking, Lin Chen bent down and picked up a light ball of spiritual energy, and the system popped up a light screen. The host gains 93 mental power. Lin Chen picked up the attribute light balls around Liao Jianhua one after another. There were 6 in total, all of them were high-quality spiritual power attribute light balls. Lin Chen picked up 573 mental power in one breath. The mental exhaustion caused by the previous medicine refining has now completely recovered, and the mental power is even higher. Mom, it turns out that when the pharmacist was refining medicine, so many spiritual light balls could be dropped next to it. Lin Chen simply sat on the ground and looked at Liao Jianhua with a smile. What is this for? The elders and the disciples who were watching were stunned. Are their feelings about to give up on themselves? But looking at Lin Chen's face, he smiled like a rose. It doesn't look like she's giving up on herself at all. Well, isn't this Lin Chen's brain not good? Why is he staring at Liao Jianhua while practicing medicine? Does he want to steal Liao Jianhua's medicine refining skills? Impossible. Alchemists use different alchemy techniques when refining medicinal pills, and their control of mental power is even more completely different. How can you learn this secretly? Even the 2 alchemy elders didn't see what Lin Chen wanted to do. Although Liao Jianhua was unhappy that Lin Chen stayed by his side, being able to let him waste time would only make his alchemy success more likely. Elder Qi's eyes indicated that 2 elders at the 9th level of Qi refining were standing beside the arena. If Lin Chen had any abnormal behavior in violation of regulations, they would immediately rush to stop it. However, Lin Chen was not as everyone thought. He just stayed beside Liao Jianhua with a smile on his face, standing up from time to time, bending over and grabbing a hand in the air. Other than that, there was no other violation at all. This scene made Qingyan and Wang, as well as the disciples of the outer sect who were in the martial arts training ground that day, strangely think of Lin Chen's all kinds of things. Time passed, and after a day and a night, Liao Jianhua finally began to condense the young pill in the third refining after 2 failures. At this point, it is less than a day before the end of the competition. Just when some people began to return disappointed, as if foreseeing the outcome, Lin Chen finally stood up, and he returned to his refining table. Is this kid finally going to start refining medicine? But his time has not allowed him to make any mistakes. If he fails, Liao Jianhua will definitely win this match. The 2 elders of the alchemists narrowed their eyes, and the sect masters of the Xinwu sect all cast their eyes with interest. Grabbing the first herb, Lin Chen's mouth showed a confident smile. I got 1369 mental power attributes, it's worth it for me to stay for a day. And a night, it's up to me next. 10 fingers clasped together, Lin Chen formed a seal, and the majestic spiritual force wrapped the first medicinal herb with the circulating fighting spirit. Then, Lin Chen grabbed another handful of mysterious chalcedony and mixed them together. The impurities of the 2 heavenly materials and earthly treasures were transformed into gray air currents, which were removed at the same time. Compared with the previous medicine, refining speed more than doubled. Lin Chen's mental power has broken through, and he is more handy in using the green-level intermediate alchemy fingerprints. He actually refines 2 medicinal materials at the same time without an alchemy furnace? Green-level alchemy handprint. What this son is using is definitely the green-level alchemy handprint. The 2 elders were shocked and lost their voices, and there was a trace of greed in their frantic eyes. Damn, is this guy looking down on me these days? It's only now starting to refine. Liao Jianhua's eyes flashed with jealousy and resentment. Lin Chen completely ignored the gazes around him, his fingertips turned rapidly, and he manipulated a trace of fighting spirit to pierce the second order medicinal herb sunflower spirit grass in front of him like the tip of a needle. Abandoning a part of the medicinal material itself will lead to insufficient energy and failure to refine the medicine. The sect master of Xinwu sect caught the details of Lin Chen and was puzzled. Boom. Holding the essence energy liquid for refining medicinal herbs in one hand, Lin Chen slapped the medicine table and put a sunflower spirit grass into the refining again. This time, as before, Lin Chen also removed part of the sunflower spirit grass, and merged the essence of the 2 medicinal materials into one. The participating pill recipes cannot be faked, but the medicinal materials can be manipulated. In order to keep Liao Jianhua at an absolute advantage, the medicinal materials distributed to Lin Chen are all defective, and the refining efficiency is extremely low. And even if the refining is successful, the quality of its medicinal pills is definitely not comparable to Liao Jianhua. He actually used 2 medicinal materials to refine the void spirit pill. The 2 alchemy elders looked at each other, and both could see each other's shock. However, using 2 medicinal materials to refine one medicinal pill requires a very delicate control of the melting steps, and only those with extraordinary spiritual power can do it. Seeing that Lin Chen used all the medicinal materials in one breath, even the layman in the audience could see what Lin Chen was doing, and many disciples of the outer sect stood up and shouted excitedly. If Lin Chen surpassed Liao Jianhua in refining medicine, it would completely symbolize the counterattack of their outer sect disciples. This kind of Exciting thing made countless outer sect disciples cast their fiery and excited eyes. Time passed by, and Lin Chen, who had beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, was concentrating on controlling all the energies to merge into one. Boom! A refreshing wind and wave swept the audience with a strong medicinal fragrance, and the two of them turned into pills at the same time. It's not that easy to win this young master. Liao Jianhua's face was full of unruly confidence. The two pale cyan medicinal pills were suspended and formed. Based on the energy fluctuations, the two sides were evenly divided, and even the sect master of the Shenwu sect could not see the difference. Lin Chen's two herbs were merged into one, and he was on par with Liao Jianhua. Obviously, the herbs he used were not only inferior, but also the best of the best. It turned out that this kid really succeeded in refining. However, at least not the worst result, I can at least draw a tie with Jianhua alone. Elder Qi looked at Lin Chen with a flash of killing intent. It seems to be a tie? Either way, both of them are the top geniuses of my divine martial sect. Losing one is a huge loss, even if it's a tie. When no one could see the difference between the winner and the loser, Lin Chen held the light blue void spirit pill in one hand, and laughter spread throughout the audience. The good show has just begun, please watch it. Lin Chen spread out his palm, and a blue light flashed in his palm. The majestic and pure energy fluctuations rolled up like a hurricane and directly overwhelmed Liao Jianhua. What? Liao Jianhua and Elder Qi were shocked and lost their voices. The most important difference between the green level alchemy fingerprint and the yellow level alchemy fingerprint is not only the speed of alchemy, but, more importantly, the unique value it contains. Each green level alchemy handprint has its own unique benefits. And Lin Chen's Heavenly Spirit Transformation Pill is to extract a trace of heaven and earth aura in the refining medicine and integrate it into his own spiritual power, thereby stimulating the spirituality and potential of the medicinal material, making it exceed the energy of the original medicinal material by more than 40%. At this moment, the audience is boiling. The dramatic appearance of the scene was extremely reversed, and the quality of Lin Chen's imaginary pill far surpassed that of Liao Jianhua. Lin Chen! Lin Chen! Lin Chen! All the disciples of the outer sect were shouting Lin Chen's name. Today will be the moment when the representatives of the disciples of the outer sect will surpass the disciples of the inner sect in an all-round way. How is it possible? How is it possible? The master said that I am an unparalleled genius in refining medicine. How could I lose to this wild dog that climbed up from the outer sect? Liao Jianhua's face was pale, and he muttered to himself in despair. When some people's extremely proud capital is broken, they will become extremely vulnerable. Su Qing'er stared at Lin Chen, who was cheered by the attention of everyone. The back of the young man seemed calm and calm, without any pride, calm, full of mysterious colors. If only I didn't covet Liao Jianhua's potential. Su Qing'er, who was infinitely bitter in her heart, finally couldn't help sobbing in a low voice. Lin Chen, who is enjoying all the attention at this moment, is not so proud of it. At the moment when the quality of the void spirit pill is revealed, the murderous intention is suddenly revealed. The liberation of the Qinglong bloodline, 70% of the power. The entire arena instantly fell into the endless vortex of evil spirits and the roar of angry dragons. Lin Chen's figure turned into an afterimage, his left arm was covered with light blue dragon scales, and he slapped a palm, crushing the air to explode. And the airflow collapsed. The cheers from the audience stopped abruptly. No one expected that Lin Chen would suddenly take action. When everyone reacted, Lin Chen was only a few meters away from Liao Jianhua. Even Elder Qi didn't have time to stop him. Liao Jianhua, who was on the verge of collapse, had just reacted, and the azure-scaled palm with more than 4,000 tiger strength violently beat his Tianling cover. Bang! The dull loud noise rang out. Lin Chen smashed Liao Jianhua's body with one palm. The latter did not even let out a cry. The flesh and bones of the whole body were instantly crushed to the ground, turning into a pool of blood. The moment Liao Jianhua died, Lin Chen's body trembled unconsciously, as if certain restraints and knots in his heart were untied, and his heart became more rounded. The dead Liao Jianhua dropped 6 attribute light balls and a light cyan treasure chest, and Lin Chen caught it. The host gets 5,442 points of qi and blood energy, 584 points of spiritual power, 2,344 points of battle qi essence, 3,044 points of martial arts essence, and a black iron treasure chest. The host opens the black iron treasure chest and obtains the green level intermediate movement technique wind, thunder, and fire. After killing Liao Jianhua, Lin Chen immediately refined his attribute light ball. The breath all over his body roared, and the sea of war energy in his dantian trembled slightly, and it was about to split again. At the same time, he was fully focused on the battle, absorbing the energy of qi and blood to continuously strengthen the power of Qinglong's arm. Warning. Elder Qi's counterattack. The audience fell into a brief silence, and many disciples were shocked by Lin Chen's decisive aura. After 2 breaths, a roar like a mourning concubine came. You bastard! How dare you kill Jianhua? I killed you! Elder Qi fell into madness, and his fighting spirit was surging. He was about to kill Lin Chen when he put a palm on Elder Qi's body. Elder Qi, do you want to treat the sect's words as nothing? The indifferent voice of the sovereign made Elder Qi instantly wake up from his madness. Sect Master, Jianhua is the peerless genius of my sect, so let this kid give it too. But this sect gave you a chance, didn't it? Besides, now we have a better talent than Liao Jianhua. The sect master interrupted Elder Qi's unwilling debate, and his calm voice contained undeniable majesty. This, then, it's all up to the sovereign to decide. Elder Qi gritted his teeth fiercely, glanced at Lin Chen viciously, and left with a flick of his sleeves. Although Elder Qi's status is high, the sect master is the only warrior in the divine martial sect, and his voice is countless times heavier than anyone else. Haha, Lin Chen killed Liao Jianhua as a result of the betting game. Today, this sect personally announced that Lin Chen was promoted from the disciple of the outer sect to the strongest of the inner sect. There must be no mistake. The sect master waved his hand, and when he announced the result, Lin Chen was secretly relieved. Regarding Liao Jianhua's death, the sect master did not even blink an eyelid, revealing his heroic essence. Lin Chen, you come to Qingyun Temple with this sect, and this sect has something to talk to you about. The sect master named Lin Chen, and many disciples from the inner sect cast envious eyes. To be favored by the sect master, this is a great opportunity to soar to the sky in the Shenwu sect. Lin Chenli's heart skipped a beat, and nodded calmly. Looking at Lin Chen's back following the suzerain's departure, the disciples gradually left the scene without a word. Shenwuzong, Qingyu Temple. It is located on a cloudy mountain peak in the very center of the mountain range. All the elders retreated, leaving only Lin Chen and the sect master. Lin Chen, come with this sect. The sect master took Lin Chen out of the hall and walked on the top of the mountain. Lin Chen had doubts in his heart, but he didn't dare to be careless and followed the sect master all the way. As the two moved forward, Lin Chen felt that there seemed to be some magical power on the top of the mountain that was restricting the movements of him and the sect master. Walking is getting more and more difficult, and it seems that he is walking with hundreds of thousands of pounds under his feet, as if there is an invisible force blocking Lin Chen's progress. Breath to walk. The last two stood under a 500-step altar. When he saw the altar, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Each floor of the stairs under the altar is filled with a large number of attribute light spheres, and there are at least hundreds of them. There are 3 more floating treasure chests. Damn, so many attribute light balls. If I pick them all up, the strength can be doubled again. Licking his lips, Lin Chen was ecstatic. This is an altar that has existed since the foundation of my Shenwu sect. In the next dozen generations of disciples, no one has been able to climb it, and we have no way of knowing what exists on it. You are the most outstanding disciple of Shenwu sect today. So I want you to try it. This altar is only accessible to the younger generation, not us old guys. The sect master turned his head and smiled at Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded and agreed without hesitation. Okay, then I'll try. No matter what treasures are on it, this dazzling attribute light ball alone is worth Lin Chen's journey. He lifted his foot to the first step, and the surging pressure suppressed every pore in his body, but Lin Chen, who had 1,000 tiger strength, didn't feel too much pressure, and bent down to pick up more than a dozen in a row. An attribute light sphere. Then, in the second, third, and fourth order, Lin Chen did not hesitate to stoop and pick up in front of the sect master. The host obtains 5,422 points of qi and blood energy, 754 points of water energy, 578 points of battle qi essence, 972 points of kung fu essence, 355 points of spiritual power. The host opens the black iron treasure chest and obtains the green level top combat skill 4 demon fighting king seal. Simply cool. If it wasn't for the sect master here, Lin Chen would have cracked his mouth with laughter. He was madly picking up attribute light balls all the way, completely ignoring the pressure from this altar. Tier 80, Tier 100, Tier 150, getting higher and higher. How can this kid's strength soar so fast? Could it be that he has seen through the secrets and opportunities of this altar? Even the sect master was stunned when he watched his soaring aura. Lin Chen's pure power and battle aura broke through at the same time. Fighting Qi has entered the third stage of Qi refining realm, and the pure strength of the meat shell has exceeded 1900 tiger strength. Lin Chen rushed all the way up to the 400th level and won another cyan black iron treasure chest. The host opens the black iron treasure chest and gets the 3rd tier intermediate war gun, 7-star soul reaver gun, and comes with a green tier top level soul capture gun. The reward of the 2nd black iron treasure chest is even richer, making Lin Chen's pupils tremble. When he reached level 460, Lin Chen caught the last treasure chest. This treasure chest is completely different from the previous ones. It is pitch black, unpretentious, and permeated with an ancient atmosphere. What a magical treasure box. What kind of treasure is in it? Before Lin Chen opened it, a light screen popped up in the system. The host opens the ancient treasure chest, obtains the fragments of the ancient mind method, the intermediate level of green, Chaos 5 spirit art. The treasure he got this time made Lin Chen take a deep breath. Youth Intermediate. And it is the rarest and most precious mind Dharma. Secrets. My mother, this time I really picked up a lot of hair. Lin Chen's heart trembled, and he walked towards the altar on the top of the mountain again. The closer to the top, the higher the quality of the attribute light balls and treasures Lin Chen obtained. These are most likely left by the top disciples of the previous Shenwu sect, or the chance that the ancestors of the Shenwu sect stayed here. When he reached the 493rd level, there was no attribute light ball left, and the pressure Lin Chen was under also reached a terrifying level. It can't be finished like this, the Qinglong bloodline will be liberated, 70% of the power. Boom. The terrifying and ferocious aura burst out. Lin Chen reached out and grabbed the 497th step with a palm, and used the power of the Qinglong arm to push himself up. The ancient altar exudes the unchanging breath of eternity. Lin Chen fell on it, panting, and it takes a huge effort to move a finger. Lin Chen was lying on the ground recovering his strength, and in the middle of the altar, an unprecedented attribute light ball was suspended. It is the size of a fist, and the ancient rune, like a tadpole, is twisting in the attribute light ball, which is disillusioning, releasing a gray light that only Lin Chen can see. All the pressure from the altar comes from this attribute light ball. What kind of attributes are there? Lin Chen has never seen this kind of attribute light ball, which is somewhat similar to the Qinglong bloodline attribute light ball obtained earlier, both of which exude a unique light. After resting for a quarter of an hour, Lin Chen got up with difficulty. Although he walked slowly, he was barely able to move. He slowly approached the attribute light ball, and finally grabbed it in his palm. Congratulations to the host, get the slow characteristic rune level. Level 1. Characteristic rune, what attribute is this? Lin Chen looked confused, he turned on the system. Host, Lin Chen. Cultivation, Qi Refinement Stage 3. Ultimate Strength, 2179 Tiger Power. Blood Energy, 105,884 points. The Essence of Fighting Spirit, 42,465 points. Mental Strength, 4,209 points. Cultivation Technique Essence, 20,386 points. Mindfulness, none. Learn the exercises, 10,000 Thunders and 1,000 June Swordsmanship. Perfect Level, Heavenly Spirit Transformation Pill Ju, True Water Returning. Yuan Ju, 10%. Possessed Items, Recipes, Popular Shoes, 7-star Soul Snatching Spear. Soul Souling Spear Spectrum, 4 King's Seals of Fighting Demons, and 5 Spirits of Chaos. Possess Bloodline, Qinglong Bloodline, 45 points. Trait Rune, Slow Rune Level 1, 500 Rune Power. The energy of each element, Fire 8268 points, Earth 6471 points, Wood 6325 points, Gold 7266 points, Water 8432 points. The system prompts the host that the characteristic rune is one of the host's attributes and abilities, and has a unique and exclusive ability that can be attached to the host's combat aura attack or used alone. Slow Rune, when using the slow rune, it can cause some strong people or a specified range of space to fall into a slow state. The system's explanation made Lin Chen open his mouth. The power of this characteristic rune is estimated to be terrifying. At a critical moment, a move that makes the enemy slow down is enough to affect the outcome of the outcome. This harvest has at least doubled my strength. Lin Chen simply sat cross-legged on the altar, who knows if the sect master will turn his face on the spot, turning the attributes he just obtained into combat power is the most important thing. System, I want to practice the Chaos 5 Spirit Art. The host cultivates the Chaos 5 Spirit Art, which consumes 13,000 points of soul essence and 3,000 points of gold, wood, water, fire, and soil energy. The brand new cultivation memories of Daigou's empowerment poured into Lin Chen's mind, and the sea of qi in his dantian began to turbulently transform and expand, becoming several times larger than the original. C. 5 spirits of chaos art, 5 attributes can be cultivated: battle qi, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The more elemental energy absorbed, the stronger the battle qi attribute. Lin Chen opened his eyes, an orange-red flame of war was burning in his palm, and then transformed into a golden lotus, which was lifelike. My fighting spirit has attributes, and the power of my combat skills will be multiplied several times. Combined with my flesh shell strength, the combat power will be improved by unknown means. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and the increase brought by the blue-level mentality can already be described as terrifying. Lin Chen did not use any combat skills, but only used a simple combat attack. June Sword. If this formidable power is blessed on the top green-level combat skills that are several times stronger than those of the advanced green level, Lin Chen's combat power will increase by more than 10 times. Lin Chen continued to sit cross-legged on the altar. The disappearance of the slow rune made the pressure here begin to diminish, and he must hurry up. System, I want to practice the 3 green-level combat skills of Soul Reaper Gun Manual, for demons fighting seals, and wind, thunder, and fire. Steps. The system prompts the host that the martial art essence is not enough to fully cultivate the 3 designated combat skills. One of the combat skills cannot be cultivated to perfection in the Soul Reaper Spear Manual or the 4 King's Seal of the Fighting Demon. Please choose the host. Isn't there enough soul and soul? Then learn the soul-snatching spear first, and you can have as much proficiency as the 4 kings of fighting demons. Below the altar, the sect master saw that Lin Chen had been on the altar for a long time without any movement. Is there any danger up there? Did something happen to this kid? The sect master frowned, but suddenly found that the pressure on the altar began to slowly decrease. Huh? The ban on the altar begins to gradually disintegrate. Seeing this, the sect master was about to wait for the ban on the altar to be lifted and rushed up to see Lin Chen's situation when his figure finally appeared on the steps. Taking a leap in the air, Lin Chen's body was like a gust of wind, and he returned to the sect master in a blink of an eye. Well, are you all right? Did you find anything or treasure on it? The sect master asked with rare excitement, but Lin Chen shook his head slightly, reporting to the sect master, there is nothing on the altar. When I climbed up, I was suppressed by the pressure and couldn't move, but for some reason, it was about a quarter of an hour later. Gradually disappeared, and I came down. How is this possible without treasures? The sect master's eyes instantly became sharp, and he was about to see through the secrets of Lin Chen's whole body. But Lin Chen's whole body was empty, and there was indeed no place to hide things. He read it at a glance. As his former disciple of the outer sect, he obviously had not yet achieved the foundation of possessing a nailing ring. Strictly speaking, there is really nothing on the altar. In fact, only Lin Chen can see and get the characteristic rune. Facing the eyes of the sect master, Lin Chen was neither humble nor arrogant, and even had a taste of not being afraid of the other party at all. This kid can keep calm under the eyes of this sect. Unlike before, he has transformed again. The sect master was shocked, and then he asked seriously, then why did you break through in succession when you went up? I don't know, I just feel that there is an energy injected into my body, guiding me to climb up the altar, and I don't remember anything else. Lin Chen shrugged, he had already planned to forcibly fool around. With his current strength, if the sect master really attacks him, he may not be afraid of the other party. Taking a deep look at Lin Chen, the sect master returned to his usual calm demeanor and nodded. Well, maybe you have a relationship with my Shenwu sect. This is the opportunity for your ancestors to guide you, so you can keep it. After the conversation changed, the sect master continued. Lin Chen, how do you think my god Wuzong treats you? Lin Chen was startled, and then said seriously. The disciple is an abandoned baby adopted by the steward Su of the outer sect. To me, the Shenwu sect is like a big family. Lin Chen sneered in his heart, the big family sucks. If it weren't for Lao Su's strength, he would have died in a corner, and no one would collect the corpse. Well, you have this heart, and this sect is very satisfied. However, since you think that the Shenwu sect is your family, you should also contribute to this family, right? The sovereign's kind expression made Lin Chen's heart tighten suddenly. If you can transcribe a copy of your green-level alchemy handprint and keep it in the Shenwu sect, your contribution and reform to the entire Shenwu sect will be unprecedented. If you contribute the alchemy handprint, the sect will also reward you with a naive ring, and there are all kinds of exotic treasures in the warehouse in the sect, and the sect can let you take them away. How about it? Sure enough, this old fox was still thinking about his alchemy fingerprints. Lin Chen unconsciously stepped back slightly, alert in his heart. Do you want to fight, or say Xian Shui and Wei Snake? Okay, it is also the disciples' wish to be able to contribute to Shen Wuzong. Lin Chen planned to make a fool of himself first, and now conflict with him, which would do more harm than good to himself. The sect master was immediately overjoyed. Okay, good. I really didn't see the wrong person, good disciple, you should accept this spiritual ring first. If you want to choose the secrets of the sect or all kinds of exotic treasures, please inform the sect. Sect master, it's better to hit the sun if you choose a day. The disciple wants to go now. Oh? Good. This sect will take you to the treasure pavilion in the sect. The sect master took Lin Chen to several places where the most treasures were stored in the Shenwu sect. Lin Chengwang picked up hundreds of attribute light balls along the way. Print. He selected a large number of heaven and earth treasures for use in alchemy, and also selected several high-level green-level combat skills, all of which were treasures in the collection of Shen Wuzong. Afterwards, Lin Chen was arranged in a secret room. 2 days later. Shen Wuzong, a secret room outside Qingyun Hall. Lin Chen pretended to be transcribing the alchemy fingerprints, but in fact he was cultivating secretly. To put me under house arrest, they really treat me as an idiot. Lin Chen sneered in his heart. The alchemy handprint is not a low-level combat skill that can be recorded with pen and ink. It requires mental power to record the formula and handprint of the alchemy handprint, as well as a series of information such as mental power manipulation. With Lin Chen's spiritual power, it takes more than 4 years to record a green-level alchemy handprint. In other words, Lin Chen will be imprisoned by Shen Wuzong for more than 4 years. The value of the green-level intermediate-level alchemy fingerprints cannot be exchanged for the entire Shenwu sect. This is also the reason why the highest alchemy handprint of Shen Wuzong is only the yellow rank. Lin Chen is someone who is waiting to die. He is absorbing the last batch of the essence of battle qi. The qi si in his dantian is gradually turbulent and split, and the fourth qi si begins to emerge. After a short while, Lin Chen officially stepped into the fourth stage of qi refining realm. He turned on the system. Host, Lin Chen. Cultivation, qi refining realm 4th layer. Ultimate strength, 2509 tiger power. Blood energy, 135,884 points. The essence of fighting spirit, 54,253 points. Mental strength, 4,854 points. Cultivation technique essence, 3,153 points. Mind, Chaos 5 Spirit Art, 8%. Learn the exercises, 10,000 Thunder Sword Technique, Heavenly Spirit. Transformation Pill, True Water Returning Yuan Ju, 10%, Soul Seizing Spear. Manual, and the Seal of the 4 Kings of Fighting Demons. Possess items, recipes, popular shoes, 7-star Soul Snatching Gun. Possess Bloodline, Qinglong Bloodline, 45 points. Trait Rune, Slow Rune Level 1, 500 Rune Power. The energy of each element, Fire 12451 points, Earth 11771 points, Wood 10225 points, Gold 10489 points, Water 10568 points. As my pure power grows, the power increase brought by the liberation of my Azure Dragon bloodline will also be stronger. And the more elemental energy attribute light spheres I collect, the more certain the growth my mind will bring. Yes. Time to leave Shen Wuzong. Lin Chen called out the 7-star Soul Reaper gun from the system. The gun was slender and inlaid with 7 bright star jades at the front and back, and the spear tip was dark blue. Except for the treasures obtained from the treasure chest, Lin Chen's system cannot store his other items. Lin Chen pushed open the door of the secret room, and there were 2 elders in the psychic realm guarding the door. Oh? Lin Chen, why did you come out? When the 2 elders were wondering, Lin Chen showed murderous intent. The Qinglong bloodline is liberated. Bang bang. The 2 explosions caused the sky to smell strongly of blood, and the slaughter began to permeate the entire Shenwu sect. Lin Chen escaped. What? Isn't the sect master trying to cultivate him? Why did he escape? The sect master has an order to capture Lin Chen alive. Shen Wuzong, on the mountainside. Many Shenwu sect disciples saw a large number of elders, dispatched one after another, and couldn't help but be surprised and puzzled. What was the situation? Brush. An afterimage rushed down the mountainside, and 3 sword beams stabbed and slashed across the sky in front of the afterimage. The afterimage paused, leaped into the sky, and when it landed, all the nearby disciples could clearly see that it was Lin Chen. Traitor Lin Chen, who dares to attack the elder guards, how can you be worthy of the sect master's cultivation of you? The 3 elders of the psychic realm spread out their movements and scolded them sharply. Cultivation of your Malar Gobi. Don't you just miss my alchemy handprint? Want to imprison me for 4 years with a little medicinal herbs, rob me of my alchemy handprint? A bunch of shameless old dogs, leave today, and those who stand in my way die. Putting his hands together, a fiery and violent energy crystal light handprint shone up, and Lin Chen slapped the 3 psychic elders with one palm. Demon Fire King Seal. Zhang Su's huge handprint of fighting energy entrained a rolling heat wave and ran over it head-on. The 3 elders were shocked. How could this kid be able to display such terrifying combat skills? Bang! The energy fingerprint exploded a huge pit several meters tall, and the scorched black soil dropped the figures of 3 elders who were blown away. All the disciples were stunned, and the 3 elders at the first level of the psychic realm were actually repelled by Lin Chen. Several high-quality attribute light balls flew out of the elder's body. Lin Chen leaped into the air, took it, and was about to escape. Lin Chen, Ben Zong thought you were a smart person. Like a ghost, a figure emerged from the top of the attic on the mountainside. It was the sect master of Shenwu sect. He looked down at Lin Chen condescendingly, and his brows were full of confidence and arrogance in control of the overall situation. Take off your pants and fart yourself, isn't it too much trouble, sect master? If you want my alchemy handprint, come and get it. Lin Chen raised his middle finger and smiled. In the dark, the Qinglong blood is being mobilized. The battle soul realm is not comparable to the psychic realm. It is difficult for Lin Chen to shake the battle soul realm head-on with any means of attack. Now, the only chance is to be surprised. Demon Fire King Seal. Lin Chen threw out another palm with all his strength, and his momentum was even stronger. The red energy handprint was shot upside down, like 1,000 horses galloping. This move is at least a top-level green-level combat skill. Even my sect has never owned such top-quality secrets. It seems that you have a lot of secrets. Leave it on, Lin Chen. The sect master sneered, waved his sleeve robe lightly, and several white oars cut like a blade, easily tearing Lin Chen's seal of the demon fighting Fire King. At this time, slow rune. The slow rune is activated, the remaining rune energy, 450 points. A gray-white talisman exploded out of thin air, filled with ancient and obscure runes, containing infinite mysteries, covering the several feet of space near the sect master of Shenwu sect. His attacks and even his actions became extremely slow. What is this? The face of the sect master of Shenwuzong, which has always been light and cloudy, appeared shocked and terrified for the first time. Tear. The airflow collapsed and hissed, and Lin Chen's figure invaded like a blazing fire. Before the other party could react, his entire arm was covered with light cyan dragon scales, and his fingertips changed into dragon-shaped claws. The liberation of the Qinglong bloodline, 10% of the power. The ferocious and violent power is like an angry dragon roaring, and the light of the ancient dragons glows in every dragon scale. Lin Chen slaps the chest of the sect master of Shenwuzong angrily with a palm. Boom! The hurricane blew up, sweeping the entire mountainside, and airwaves blasted into the void. Pfft! The sect master of Shenwuzong vomited blood and retreated violently. The sound of bone cracking came from his chest, and the whole person was blasted to a distance of 1,000 meters like a cannonball. The power of Lin Chen's palm reached 18,000 tiger power. As strong as the powerhouse in the early stage of the battle soul realm. If there is no defensive means to resist, this level of power is enough to seriously injure the opponent. Sect master flew with a palm, and 2 attribute light balls fell from his body, and Lin Chen took it. The host obtains 13,235 points of fighting spirit essence and 968 points of spiritual power. After landing, Lin Chen's face was as pale as paper. He randomly stuffed a few Huiyuan entrances, started the true water returning Yuan Jua, immediately turned around and unfolded his movements, and quickly fled down the mountain. There were many disciples and elders on the scene, but no one dared to stop him. Thousands of disciples were shocked and froze in place. The 25th generation suzerain of Shenwuzong, Su Qingfeng, a generation of strong warriors, was actually repelled by Lin Chen, who was less than 17 years old. I don't know who is in the crowd, and there is a slightly air-conditioned muttering. Is this guy still human? Lin Chen ran all the way, and after going down the mountain, he ran directly into the Qingxia Mountains. Entering the mountains, it is almost Lin Chen's home, like a dragon returning to the sea, roaming to the fullest. There are a lot of qi and blood attribute light balls here, and Lin Chen can use them to recover from injuries and improve combat resources. Leaving this time, if I encounter Shenwuzong again in the future, the young master can shoot them to death with a flip of his hand, which is not a cause for concern. After Lin Chen picked up an attribute light ball, he sneered in his heart. Without strength, everywhere is a lamb to be slaughtered. It's not a solution for me to rush around like this now. It's better to go to a place where the strong gather to collect better attribute light balls. After making up his mind, Lin Chen walked all the way, picking up the attribute light balls scattered in the mountains. What makes Lin Chen curious is that Shenwuzong didn't send a master to hunt him down. Like Elder Qi, he hated him to the bone, and his strength was at the 8th level of psychic realm. Lin Chen didn't know, the day after he left Shenwuzong, inside the hall. Two delicate and graceful figures stand in the center of the hall. The blue-clothed woman's eyes are like autumn water, her delicate green earrings reveal her delicate white skin, her dark eyebrows are like ink paintings of distant mountains, her oval face is full of fish and geese, and her mouth is like a crescent moon. A quirky smile rose slightly. The other, with blue silk reaching the waist, a pair of beautiful purple gem-like eyes swirling with an ethereal and dusty elegance, as if just staring into her eyes would bring peace to the mind. She wears a purple veil and cannot see her true face. But with the almost perfect body proportions, it is hard to imagine how extraordinary the true face of the deity is. More importantly, there is a supreme dignity in this woman's bones. This is not an artificial gesture, but the temperament from the deeper is drawn out. 2. What do you mean? Why are you destroying my sect? The sect master of Shenwu sect, Su Qingfeng, clutched his blood-stained abdomen and roared extremely unwillingly and resentfully. He was actually abolished by those two mysterious girls before? And only between raising hands. We have received reports from the people nearby that you wantonly insulted the common people, raised taxes, and made life difficult for the people thousands of miles away. Such a sect is nothing but a scourge. The girl in Singi smiled and said, "This is called acting for the sky. Understand? Within a day, the sect will be disbanded, otherwise, all the elders of the sect will end up the same as you." At this moment, the woman with the purple veil spoke up. Su Qingfeng gritted his teeth fiercely, his eyes were cracked. His generation of suzerain masters were actually broken in the hands of several juniors one after another, and even his cultivation base was abolished. Lin Chen. If it wasn't for you, the little beast, who injured Ben's sect would not have been powerless to resist. Su Qingfeng let out a mournful cry and screamed up to the sky. He actually took out a small knife in his arms, pierced his heart straight, and committed suicide on the spot. Sister, did he commit suicide? The girl in green clothes looked at the elegant woman suspiciously. If you do a lot of injustice, you will kill yourself. They oppress countless civilians, and they should be rewarded for this. But in the hall, there was a faint echo of a light woman's muttering. Who is Lin Chen? 5 days later, Lin Chen traveled thousands of miles every day, left the Qingxiao Mountains, and officially entered the Qingyang Mountains. There are more than 10,000 ancient mountain ranges in the wasteland of Lingzhou. In some of the ancient mountains, there are terrifying scenes of a large number of ancient relics walking everywhere. The number of beasts in the Qingyang Mountains far exceeds that of the Qingxia Mountains. In addition, there is an ancient city that has remained unchanged for thousands of years. This ancient city has settled in many cults since ancient times, making the crisis in the Qingyang Mountains even more dangerous. But for Lin Chen, he stayed here but picked up a large number of attribute light balls, and the obtained qi and blood energy increased the pure power of the meat shell to 3,600 tiger power. The pure power of 3,600 tiger power is enough to shake the psychic realm. Fighting qi cultivation base, Lin Chen is making rapid progress, stepping into the 5th stage, only one step away from the 6th stage of qi refining realm. The moonlight is slightly cool, the periphery of the Qingyang Mountains. Lin Chen had just dealt with a second-order peak netherflame leopard, and was planning to have a barbecue tonight. The bonfire had just been set up, but in the distance, there were screams of women and the lewd laughter of wretched men. You, don't hurt senior sister. I'm going to call someone. Hey, you scream, no one will come to save you if you scream. Lin Chen's head is full of black lines. How old is it? Why do people still say the lines of such a second-rate cheap film? Lin Chen, who was about to ignore it, suddenly saw the source of the scream, emitting a light similar to an attribute light ball. Huh? There is a baby. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and he jumped up. Go to the source of the light. Half Moon Valley, under the moonlight, a group of figures in blood surrounded the 4 graceful figures. The woman in the sword-wielding dress at the head turned red at the corners of her mouth, her long snow-white legs were lightly wrapped in jade gauze and soft silk, and her face was cold and noble, but at the moment her breath was weak and she was seriously injured. The 3 young girls behind them shivered like frightened little white rabbits. Wonderful, wonderful. With this figure, I didn't expect to catch a woman from Yangtze here. Young master, I can be romantic again for a while, ha ha ha. A young figure in red came out of the figure in blood. His face was pale, his pupils were filled with blood, and he smiled wickedly. If you dare to touch senior sister Han's hair, our senior sister will definitely not spare you. Behind the woman in the long skirt, a girl in white rushed out, with tears flashing, her white teeth nibbled, and she stood in front of the sword-wielding woman. I caught you all. How would your senior sister know that it was my blood sect? Who did a good thing? Hey, what a little lowly, my brother will love you. Later. The young man in red looked at the little girl and laughed lewdly. Qing Yun, I will cover you later, and you will leave with your little sister. The woman in the long skirt looked at Death and said coldly. The expressions of the 2 women in the back changed slightly, but senior sister Han Yin, you will. I can't handle so much anymore, everyone will die if you hesitate any longer. The woman in the long dress, when Han Yin was about to fight to the death, the young man's laughter was heard not far away. Tonight's night is very good, and I can't help but feel that you are wearing yellow scrolls at night, and you will have a good new year. You are free from cold and hunger, and you are full of energy. Garbage is like ape, garbage. Drinking. Moon falls. On the slope of Banue Valley, a dashing and leisurely figure of a young man appeared, interrupting the imminent atmosphere. "What kind of shit are you talking about? Where did you come from? Get out of the way, and dare to meddle in the business of my blood clan, die." The young man in red casually glanced at Lin Chen and waved his hand disdainfully. In the air, the sound of wind and thunder whistled faintly, and there were flaming steps. When we said goodbye, Lin Chen was already in the middle of the two sides. "If you don't understand, just read the first word of what you just said together and read it again." Lin Chen raised his eyebrows and joked. "The first word? You were yellow scrolls at night, and wait for a good year to celebrate. All are protected from cold and hunger, because of the majesty of Qi. Garbage is like ape, rubbish drinks water under the moon. You are all rubbish?" One of the two old men beside the young man in red reacted immediately. "Master, this kid is scolding us. Damn, there are still people in the Qingyang Mountains who dare to trouble my blood clan, courting death. Kill this kid first." The young man in red scolded furiously, and 15 people in blood swarmed around him. "Come on." Taking advantage of the opportunity, everyone's attention was on Lin Chen. Han Yen suddenly scolded, and sent a palm away from his little junior sister and two junior sisters, and then stood with Lin Chen back to back. "This young hero, the grace of saving life is unforgettable. You also go. Quickly, I will cover you." Before the woman could finish her words, the starlight flashed coldly, and the 7-star soul destroyer gun was held by Lin Chen. The rain of guns steals the soul. The 7-star soul-snatching gun flashed a series of afterimages from Lin Chen's hands. The sky is full of endless starlight azure gun shadows, like a violent storm, instantly piercing through all the blood-clothed people rushing up. All the blood-clothed people's battle aura defenses were pierced in an instant, and they couldn't rest their eyes. Stacks of attribute light balls fell from the air and rolled onto the ground. "What?" Han Yanqian's eyes trembled slightly, and her icy cheeks were stunned. 15 elite killers above the 8th level of Qi refining realm were only among this young man's move. Not good. This son's strength is terrifying. Young master, quickly withdraw. The linen-clad old man next to the red-clothed youth changed his demeanor slightly, pulling the former to withdraw quickly. "It's not that easy to run." The soul requisition spear spun around. Lin Chen liberated 30% of the Qinglong bloodline, and threw the soul requisition spear angrily with his left arm, shooting out like an arrow from a string. The tip of the spear was like a falling meteor, and it flashed past. The old man in linen sent the red youth back, and quickly turned around in the air. The pale green war aura swept through the majestic energy and shook Lin Chen's soul-snatching spear back. "Young master, run, I'll stop this kid." One after another flames came quietly, and Lin Chen's figure appeared in front of the sackclothed old man like a ghost, and the palm of his hand flashed with a fiery fighting spirit that almost turned into reality. Demon Fire King Seal. The vast and majestic fighting spirit was shot like an angry wave, and the old man in linen was even more astonished. With Lin Chen's strength, he was able to display such terrifying combat skills one after another. Thousands of splitting wind palms. Comparing combat skills with me? Fighting the demon earth seal. This. Xiao Xiao Rao. Forgive you, you, Domajin meteorite. The old man in linen was slapped into minced meat by Lin Chen's series of 3 tricks and the 4 king seals, a dignified master of the 4th level of psychic realm, but in Lin Chen's hands, it was too late to even beg for mercy. when he saw the young sect master of the blood sect and his personal steward being thrown in front of him by Lin Chen like throwing garbage, Han Yan's red lips couldn't help but open slightly. Lin Chen's eyes fell on the crystal pendant hanging on Han Yan's chest, and he sighed sincerely. Really big. Han Yan was stunned for a moment, then Xia Fei sipped her cheeks in shame and anger. Have you seen enough? Seeing the beauty's shyness and anger, Lin Chen shook his head and laughed, pointed at the former's pendant and smiled. I'm sorry, this girl, I'm talking about the pendant you're wearing. Han Yan then realized that she had misunderstood, and her cheeks were blushing. Charmingly, she took off the crystal pendant on her chest, and turned her face away. This is a relic left to me by my mother. If the young man wants it, Han Yan can give it to you. The grace of saving life is unforgettable. Lin Chen took the pendant, and only he could see that the blue crystal inside the pendant was spinning in a tribute light ball. The palm rested on the pendant crystal, and the attribute light ball inside was sucked away by Lin Chen. The host gains 1000 rune energy. The attribute light ball in this crystal pendant turns out to be the rune energy that can supplement Lin Chen's characteristic rune. Can't I use a wave of slow runes arbitrarily now? Hey, it's not a loss, it's not a loss. Lin Chen, who was secretly delighted in his heart, returned the crystal pendant to Han Yan, and said in a righteous manner, the girl is joking. How can I take away the things left behind by others? And I ask the girl to take it back. I just love peace, I don't want anyone to be bullied. The corners of the mouths of the two tied up beside him twitched. How could there be such a shameless person? The person who killed their blood clan just now. This kid didn't even blink an eye. The benefactor is really a role model for my generation, and Han Yan admires it. Dare to ask the name of the benefactor? Unknown Junior, Lin Chen. Lin Chen waved his hand while picking up the attribute light ball that fell on the ground. At the moment when all the attribute light balls on the scene were picked up by Lin Chen, his cultivation base completely stepped into the peak of the 6th level of Qi refining realm, and the pure power of the absorption of Qi and blood energy climbed even more than 3,955 tiger power. After the psychic realm elder of the blood sect was killed by Lin Chen in 3 moves, he dropped a purple-black iron treasure chest, which Lin Chen picked up and opened curiously. The host has obtained one of the fragments of the mysterious exercise, Tai Sure Bible. Note, this exercise system cannot identify specific grades, and it is a spiritual practice secret. The host needs to collect the other 4 Tai Sure Bibles in order to cultivate. Lin Chen was stunned. This turned out to be a spiritual practice secret book. And the system still couldn't identify the specific rank? Lin Chen Xiaoxia, what should the two of them do? Han Yan pressed his sword against the neck of the blood-robed youth, and asked, with his silver teeth nibble, if you dare to touch young Master Qin's hair, the entire blood sect in Shuiyang City outside the mountains will come out and hunt you down forever. The old servant of the blood-clothed youth shouted hoarsely, moving out of his own forces to intimidate Lin Chen. Oh? The entire blood sect will be dispatched? Lin Chen's eyes lit up and came to the two of them. Seeing that he heard the reaction of his own sect, Master Qin regained his confidence and sneered arrogantly. That's right, if this young master dies, the entire blood sect, from my father to the 4 elders, will all be dispatched. My blood sect has 2 powerhouses in the battle soul realm. Lin Chen Xiaoxia, why don't we just let them go? The power of the blood sect is no trivial matter. The Qingyang Mountains are the main venue for their criminals, and we can't fight them. Han Yan covered her wound and approached Lin Chen to persuade in a low voice. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen walked towards the two of them with a smile like a rose. Putting his hand on young Master Qin's shoulder, he said in a deep voice, "Master Qin, you must not lie to me." Pfft. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Chen slapped young Master Qin's dantian with a palm, shattering his anger and causing him to roll on the spot. Han Yan was so shocked that her face turned pale, and her cheeks were pale. You abolished young Master Qin?" The old servant looked at Lin Chen in disbelief, and he said with a smile, "Hurry up and bring him back to call people. You must call everyone in the blood sect. Remember, there must be a lot of people. I will be waiting for you. Here. I want to single out your blood sect alone." Seeing the smiling face of the young man, the old servant's mouth was open. Enough to lay down an egg. Crazy. Crazy crazy. A kid who has not reached the 6th level of Qi refining realm dare to clamor for one person to single out the entire blood clan? Regardless of whether it was 3, 7 or 21, the old servant picked up Master Qin, who was crying in pain, and hurriedly ran away. Seeing this, Han Yan wanted to catch up and ended up losing the two of them, so as to avoid future troubles, but found that her injuries were too severe, and she could no longer develop her movements. "Girl, don't move if you're hurt." The light-hearted Lin Chen stuffed an elixir into Han Yan, and even ran a ray of true water returning Yuan art into her body to help her stabilize her injury. "Lin Chen Xiaoxia, why do you want to abolish that young Master Qin? You will bring your own calamity like this." No, I have to contact my junior sisters and the others as soon as possible, and call me in the door, eh? Lin Chen. "Xiaoxia, what are you doing?" Han Yan didn't take it to heart when he saw that Lin Chen set up a bonfire with ease, taking out the nether flame leopard's leg meat from the previous hunt and starting to roast it. Lin Chen chuckled and waved his hand. "It's also a scourge to keep that kind of person. Don't worry, Miss Han Yan, as many as they come, the handsome man will kill as much as you want. If you're afraid, you can go first." Just as Han Yan was about to speak again, a group of slender figures appeared in the valley. "Han Yan, are you all right?" "Senior sister Han Yan, woohoo, I thought you were gone." Han Yan's fellow students from Yangxiamen arrived, and Han Yan was overjoyed. Blood Sun City, Blood Sect Headquarters. Today is the day when the Blood Sect expands its forces and unites with many cult forces to form an alliance. Black Demon Gate, Dark Soul Sect. The two major forces gathered at the Blood Sect headquarters and were discussing the alliance. The hall of the headquarters, a group of figures with a strong breath are sitting in the hall. Sect Master, Sect Master. Something happened to the young master. Something major happened. While the powerhouses of the three major forces were still discussing the alliance, an old servant rushed into the hall, panting. "Huh? It's the youngest Yong, didn't you see that I was talking to the two major sects? What are you doing here? What happened to the bastard?" The sect master of the blood sect was a middle-aged man in his 40s, with eagle eyes and a face, and he was not angry or arrogant. Sitting at the head of the hall, he asked indifferently. "Young master has been abolished. Even more than a dozen killers of my blood clan and elder Tongshan were killed." Bang! The monstrous blood blasted the violent hurricane, and the blood sect master shattered the beams and floors in the hall, cracking every inch. "My son was abolished? What the hell is going on? Is there anyone in Shuiyang?" City, who dares to touch my Qin Sha's son? Sect Master is a young man at the 5th level of Qi refining realm. His origins are unknown, and his strength is no trivial matter. Elder Tong Xian also died in his hands in several rounds. The old servant briefly explained the situation at that time, and the expressions of the cultists from the 3 major sects on the scene all changed drastically. Damn, one person dares to threaten to single out our entire blood clan. Is this kid going to turn the world upside down? The muscles on his face trembled fiercely, and the blood sect master said coldly, everyone, there is an emergency today, about the alliance, we will talk about it on another day. When the sect goes first, we will meet this arrogant unknown junior. Hey, there is a good show to watch, let's go and see. The suzerain of the Dark Soul sect, an old man in silver robes, laughed strangely. Perhaps some major disciples came out to practice, I don't know how high the sky is, there is no good fruit to get involved with the blood sect. The head of the Black Demon sect, an evil man in his 30s, licked his lips. Call everyone in my blood sect, those who are above the Qi refining realm, and enter the Qingyang Mountains with me. I want to see where the ignorant juniors dare to come out and seek death. The entire Blood Sun City was surging in an instant. What? He abolished the young sect master of the blood sect and put him back. Banyugu, more than 20 female disciples of Yangxiamen, looked at Lin Chen, who was gobbling down the barbecue in shock. With the heritage of the blood sect, even the general battle spirit realm dare not provoke. This young man is afraid that he is crazy? The sect master and great elder of the blood sect are strong in the battle soul realm, and there are several other elders in the spiritual realm that are extremely powerful. There is almost no force in this area that can compete against them alone. Lin Chen Xiaoxia, you saved Han Yan and the others, I thank you very much. But now is not the time to eat. The head of Yangxiamen, Xia Ningyue, a beautiful woman in Xingyi in her 30s, said in a sincere and anxious tone. I never do anything I am not sure about, don't worry, I will have nothing to do. After wiping his mouth a few times, Lin Chen grinned, smiling indifferently, and even started a song. This sect master, what should we do? Han Yan's injury was half recovered, and he looked at him and asked anxiously. There's nothing to do. Although Yangxiamen, are an unknown faction, the grace of dripping water will definitely be reciprocated by a spring, let alone a life-saving grace. We must stay here to help young Master Lin Chen. Xia Ningyue's eyes were firm, and the female disciples looked at each other, also conveying a rock-solid belief. Your Excellency has abolished my beloved son, and you can still eat barbecue and sing songs here. It's really a face for my blood. A fishy wind swept the entire Half Moon Valley. Hundreds of figures appeared all around, and a pair of murderous eyes stared at Lin Chen in the valley. I have won awards and awards. My former teacher always said that I was a handsome guy full of surprises. This is just normal operation, calm and calm. Lin Chen wiped his hands, calmly and leisurely, stood up, raised his toes, and started to rotate the 7-star soul, seizing gun. The powerful aura sweeping across the 8 wastelands enveloped the entire Half Moon Valley, making people tremble with fear. The numerous female disciples of Yanxia sect huddled together in an instant, waiting for them. Oops, it's not just the blood sect who came this time, but also the 2 evil sects in Blood Sun City, the Dark Soul sect and the Black Demon sect. Xia Ningyue's pretty face changed slightly, and the 3 evil sects gathered together. Today, even she is in the battle soul realm, and it is very likely that she will fall here. Quack, there are so many young girls, we will divide them together later. I want the smallest one, it looks tender, ha ha ha. I like it, I like it. Then I want that sect master, in his 30s, flying through the clouds. I don't know what it's like to suck blood. Many obscene and evil words, such as the laughter of demons, lingered throughout the Half-Moon Valley, and this place instantly became hell. Xia Ningyue clenched her teeth tightly, she knew very well that if today's Yanxia sect fell into the hands of the three evil sects, life would be worse than death. Today we'll see who dies. Lin Chen flicked his fingernails, a faint dragon roar was shattering in his pupils, and his left arm flickered with blue light. This sect thought you were clamoring to challenge the entire blood sect, and thought you had some ambush here, but I didn't expect it to be a single-handed horse, and a group of little girls, you're really brave. Under the moonlight, the figures of the blood sect and his party jumped into the Half-Moon Valley. The head of the blood sect master, Qin Sha, saw Lin Chen's relaxed and calm appearance. He was not angry, his palms rolled with bloody suffocation, and suddenly approached Lin Chen. Dead hands. The wailing and screaming of countless undead resounded through the Banue Valley, and a huge pitch-black demon hand smashed into Lin Chen. Just the magic sound of mourning is enough to make the general soul realm insane, and Qin Sha's move is a murderous intention. Boom. The withered devil hand ripped apart Lin Chen's afterimage, and crushed the space of 10 feet, but there was no trace. A 6th-level Qi refining realm escaped this sect's attack? Qin Sha was startled, and suddenly looked more than 200 meters away. Lin Chen was looking at himself with a playful expression. Just when Qin Sha was about to make another move, Lin Chen suddenly raised his hand. Wait a moment. Seeing him raise his hand, the evil sect powerhouse at the scene couldn't help but startled. Is this kid about to surrender? It seems to be a tough guy. When I fight, I always pay attention to fairness, or fucking fairness. But what you are doing now is fucking unfair to me. Fairness. Lin Chen pointed to everyone in the blood sect, and said word by word. Huh? Fair? Ha 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 ha. I'm afraid this little brother just came out of the rivers and lakes, right? Do you want us all to be fair and square with you one by one? Don't be like this. They are geniuses. They have grown up in a fair environment since childhood, so they must be fair in fights, ha ha ha. This is such a brain dead, ha ha ha. Are the young people so naive lately? Some evil sect warriors laughed and talked about fairness with evil sect. It's like a girl who has been stripped naked and a thief who hasn't touched a woman for 10 years are sitting on the bed and reasoning, then the mother's brain is flooded, and only these 2 words are mentioned. Xia Ningyue's palm was also sweating quietly. Could it be that Mr. Lin Chen is really that kind of flower in a greenhouse? Didn't he figure out what was going on right now? Qin Cha laughed in anger, and sneered, Benzong wants to see what you want to be fair today. I am a very principled person. As I said earlier, if I want to single out your entire blood clan, it must be all of your blood clan, and none of them can be missing. You still have an elder who has not arrived yet, wait for him. When it's time for me, I'll do it again, so as not to say that I don't believe in my words and bully you. Lin Chen patted his chest confidently, and everyone thought he had accumulated too much earwax and couldn't hear clearly. This Nima has to single out the entire sect in a Qi refining realm, and strongly demand that they wait until everyone is together before fighting, and also said that he is afraid that others will say that he bullies the blood sect. Who the hell is bullying who? I'm afraid this guy has water in his head? I'm so ha ha ha, it's interesting, interesting. I have lived for so many years. And this is the first time I have seen this kind of wonderful flower. You can see that he avoided Qin Shaw's withered devil hand just now, and his skills are not bad. Don't talk about it, movement and combat power are two different things. Didn't you see that the blood sects are all out of the nest today? There is only one elder. This kid can still fly? Many evil sect masters laughed, and some even burst into tears. There are wonderful flowers every year, and this year is a special show. Then, Lin Chen solemnly instructed Yangxiamen behind him. Ladies, when they're all together, don't make a move. Remember, I'm a person who demands fairness to the point where it can't be fairer. I'll turn against anyone who makes a move. I've agreed to a heads up today, just only heads up. Seeing his ignorant and sworn appearance, the girls turned pale even more. Beautifully done. This young master Lin Chen is afraid that there is no brain disorder. It's fair, I want to see if your kid can still play a flower today. Qin Shaw sneered extremely, and asked an elder beside him, has the first elder set off yet? Back to the sect master, the elders are following in our footsteps and should be able to arrive in a short while. The elder looked at Lin Chen with ridicule in his eyes, as if he was watching the dying struggle of the leaping clown. As soon as the voice fell, an afterimage flashed like a ghost in the half-moon valley, and within 10 breaths, it rushed into the blood sect camp. Sect master, what's going on? The person who came had gray hair, slender face and tiger eyes, showing a murderous aura and fierceness. It was the second battle spirit realm of the blood sect, the great elder of the blood sect. The big elder came just right. Qin Sha patted him on the shoulder, and then briefly said Lin Chen's previous performance. The latter shook his head and laughed. All kinds of weird things have appeared these days. This kid's movement is a bit weird, and his mental strength is beyond ordinary people. Later, when we fight, you and I will bow from left to right. I want to live. I will torture him in front of my son until death is better than death, and cultivate him into a blood slave. Qin Sha instructed, and the first elder nodded indifferently. How about it, fair young man, everyone has arrived. It's time for us to see your duel? Ha ha ha. Outside the Banyu Valley, someone laughed. Lin Chen nodded with great satisfaction. Well, the 3 elders of the blood sect have also arrived, which is very good. This is what I asked for. It can't be fairer. Between the electric light and flint, Lin Chen pushed his hands out, and a gray-white talisman fell from the sky, releasing the ancient divine might that suppressed the world, and even the space was stagnant. The host activates the slow rune, consuming 275 energy points. Everyone's expressions suddenly stagnate, and this sudden scene shocked everyone. The dozens of elite killers and elders of the blood clan were even more terrified. They found that their actions, and even the movement of their fighting spirit, had become as slow as a turtle, several times slower than their normal state. The liberation of the Qinglong bloodline, 10% of the power. Lin Chen's eyes were full of fierce light. The Qinglong arm was released, and the rays of the ancient Qinglong's dragon breath shone out from the dragon scales, and the pure power broke through 20,000 tigers. My lord, I'll kill you bastards. Kill me all. The wind, thunder and fire steps unfolded to the extreme, and Lin Chen's figure turned into a fire with the potential of wind and thunder, and lightning stormed over. Lin Chen rushed into the crowd of the blood sect and was smashed violently. The Qinglong arm was like an unparalleled fierce dragon, destroying the world. The power pushes the mountains and stars across the sky, crushing them in all directions. Bang bang bang. Every time the Qinglong arm was waved, several people fell, and everything only happened in 1 or 2 breaths. It connects the 2 elders of the 7th and 8th levels of the spiritual realm, and even Qin Sha and the 1st elder of the 2nd and 1st levels of the battle spirit realm. They reacted a little bit, and they turned their fighting spirit to try to defend, but they were all smashed on the Tianling cover by Lin Chen with a punch, and they were blown into powder on the spot. Get 9,577 points of qi and blood energy, 5,883 points of kung fu essence. Get 16,754 points of fighting spirit essence, 1,969 points of wood type energy, 8,445 points of earth type energy, 5,521 points of gold type energy. The host gets a brass treasure chest and a purple light black iron treasure chest. Open the purple light black iron treasure chest and get the 2nd fragment of the Taisher Bible. The attribute light balls flying all over the sky flew up and all fell to the ground. Qi permeates the 10 directions, sweeping across the 8 wastelands. The strong wind swept through, and in Banyue Valley, only a large pool of blood remained. All the people of the evil sect were stunned and shocked in place. Died? Everyone in the blood sect is dead? Not even a complete corpse capital? Not only a duel, but a complete spike? Qi refining realm kills 10 psychic realms, 2 battle spirit realms, and dozens of elite killers in Qi refining realm? All the female disciples of Yanxia sect, with their white teeth chattering, covered their lips lightly. Xia Ningyue's eyes lit up, and her delicate body trembled as she muttered to herself, "Is that a means of suspected space blockade just now? Is young Master Lin Chen a strong man in the heavenly astral realm? How old is he?" The moonlight shone. Lin Chen was covered in blood, and the corners of his mouth outlined a confident smile that was in control of the situation and looked evil. At this moment, he did not turn around to pick up the remaining large number of attribute light balls, but suddenly looked at all the evil sect powerhouses outside the Half Moon Valley. Those who are swept by his eyes are no better than falling into the ice cellar. The cold light is piercing. Roll. Lin Chen's understated word, like a king who judges life and death, shocked the evil sect powerhouses with fear. It's so terrifying, it killed all the experts of the blood sect in one move. Run. Run separately. If he regrets catching up later, we will all die. This is really a fucking heads up. This kid pretends to be a pig and eats a tiger. Damn, he's much more sinister than when I was young. The people of the 2 evil sects outside Banyugu fled like crazy, and they hated their parents for having 2 less legs. The female disciples of Yanxia sect stared at the back of the young man, their beautiful eyes filled with brilliance. Destroy the entire evil sect with one move, and in one sentence repel the evil sect powerhouse who has dominated Shuiyang City for 100 years. How many people can have such a youthful style? Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. This time, the slow rune was used too much. In one breath. It would take another quarter of an hour or so to use it again. If these evil sects swarmed over, the result would not be so simple. He bent down and picked it up frantically, and there were a dazzling array of attribute light balls all over the floor. Seeing the female disciple of Yangxiamen, he was puzzled again. What is this young Master Lin Chen doing with the air? This young master Lin Chen's behavior is really weird and unpredictable. Hee, don't you all say that masters often have their own uniqueness? I think Lin Chen Xiaoxia is such a person. Little girls, each one of these has moved her heart. Cut senior sister, you didn't even look at it just now. The crisis was lifted, and the frolicking of the femaling Yu Yenyu became 1. The host breaks through the 6th, 7th, and 8th levels of qi refining. Lin Chen killed the blood sect this time, and directly broke through the 3rd level of cultivation, and stepped into the 8th level of qi refining realm. The host has collected all the fragments of the Taisher Bible, stored them in the system, and can practice at any time. Lin Chen had just picked up all the attribute light balls, and the light screen of the system immediately popped up in front of him. Lin Chen Xiaoxia, I didn't expect your origin and strength to be so extraordinary. Today Ningyue is an eye-opener. I don't know where Lin Chen Xiaoxia learned from? Xia Ningyue stepped forward, Ying bent over, this time she used a respectful tone, completely different from before. Lin Chen's previously revealed methods are enough to prove his origin and extraordinariness. Ah? I have no teachers and no door. I drift with the wind and depend on the waves all my life. I just want to be a wanton arsonist. Lin Chen looked up at the sky 45 degrees, melancholy and unrestrained. Huh? Arsonist? It means setting fire. I will arbitrarily ignite my handsome fire among the girls all over the world. You see, it is already burning quite vigorously. There. Lin Chen blinked at the female disciples of Yanxia sect behind Xia Ningyue. And they all blushed with embarrassment, and some of them even threw a wink at him. Xia Ningyue was speechless for a while. This child was showing a master-like demeanor 1 second, and the next second he was an arsonist. Headmaster, why don't we invite brother Lin Chen to join us, anyway, Xiaoxia? Lin Chen doesn't have any sectarian restraints. Yang Xiaomin's youngest junior sister pulled Xia Ningyue's sleeve, she acted coquettishly. No. The original intention of Yang Xiaomin was to unite female warriors, to be independent, not to be subordinate to men. If Lin Chen Xiaoxia joined, what kind of formality would it be? Xia Ningyue's demeanor immediately changed dramatically, she scolded extremely seriously, and the girl in white immediately retracted to her senior sisters side. Little sister, my brother won't join any sect. Besides, I appreciate the volunteer of Clan Master Xia very much. Since ancient times, whoever said that women are inferior to men, women hold up half the sky. Lin Chen smiled casually, and Xia Ningyue's eyes flickered slightly, becoming brighter, and muttered to herself, women hold up half the sky. Speaking of which, the blood sex family should be quite rich. If you, Yang Xiaomin, don't dislike it, I can take you to copy their nest as well. Lin Chen's proposal made the girl's eyes shine. Shuiyang City, the city fell into a panic, and the strongest overlord in this city, the Blood Clan, fell collectively not long ago. This is a disaster that has never happened in hundreds of years, and it was destroyed by a young man. The Blood Sect headquarters, a huge and expansive mansion. Grab it. This is the secret of the green rank. This silver dragon halberd belongs to me, ha ha ha. Many people from the evil sect were fighting here, and the sound of killing was so loud that they robbed the remaining heritage and family property of the Blood Sect in the headquarters. Boom. The walls were smashed into pieces by the handprints of the fighting spirit. And a group of slender shadows and a silver-robed boy suddenly appeared in the mansion. Stay still, robbery. The man on the left, the woman on the right. The woman In the middle, Lin Chen's thunderous shock stunned all the evil sect warriors who were robbing, and many people recognized Lin Chen at first sight. Yes, it's him. The boy who singled out the evil sect. My God, with his net worth, does he still care about such insignificant things as blood sex? Seeing that the situation was not good, some people from the evil sect wanted to apply oil to the soles of their feet, but Lin Chen decisively slapped them and directly slapped the other party to death. Grandma, don't you understand people's words? Robbery. Spit out everything you robbed. Lin Chen clapped his palms, and many people saw that the two masters of the psychic realm were slapped to death by the boy's palm. Bang! The ground shook, and another group of people rushed into the blood sect headquarters base camp, and the two headed by them shouted, "The black demon sect is cleared, and all the rubbish will be thrown away for me. You can touch the things of the blood sect? Those who don't get rid of it will pull out your internal organs on the spot to refine the magic crystal. I want to see which bastard dares to fight with my black demon gate. Is it you?" When the two leading psychic realm 7th level evil sect warriors saw Lin Chen, they seemed to have seen a ghost. Their feet instantly softened, and their teeth trembled. Lin Chen showed a harmless smile, turned around and said with a smile, "Big brother, what did you just say? I didn't hear the wind, so I'll give you a chance to reorganize your language? Damn, how did you meet this god of plague?" The scene of Lin Chen destroying the blood sect with one move is still vivid in my mind. I have seen Lin Chen's methods, and all the warriors of the black demon sect were so frightened that they couldn't walk. The chill in the young man's smile made the two shudder, and one of them immediately knelt down and cried, "This young chivalrous, young man, handsome guy. I was rude just now. You have a lot of people, so let us go like a dog." "Well, I'm very comfortable with this handsome guy, but you're always a jerk. Since you've met me, then stay here." The Qinglong bloodline was liberated. Lin Chen smashed the two with one palm, and the decisive method of killing shocked everyone present. Seeing Lin Chen open the killing ring, many warriors of the Black Demon Gate could no longer contain their fear, and quickly ran away. Lin Chen suddenly grabbed the gun, blood splashed hundreds of paces between the movement, and not a single one was spared. It would be fine if the other party was an ordinary warrior, but these were all warriors of the evil sect, and the mental methods of cultivation were extremely cruel and strange. Killing one person was equivalent to saving 100 or 1,000. Lin Chen had no psychological burden at all, so he started to kill. A large number of attribute light balls fell to the ground, and Lin Chen took them all away in one hurricane, and the rest of the evil sect warriors saw that this seemingly harmless young man was so resolute, and hurriedly handed over their net worth. The many female disciples of Yangxiamen were overjoyed to see the exercises. Natural materials, treasures, weapons, and Yangxiamen handed over by many people from the evil sect. With this batch of resources, their Yangxiamen will develop faster. Even the Dark Soul sect heard that Lin Chen entered Shuiyang City, and thought that he was going to cut grass and root out, and escaped Shuiyang City overnight, leaving only some basic gatekeepers. Most of the blood sect's resources, Lin Chen gave to Yangxiamen. After all, he has already obtained the most important things, that is, the rune energy in Han Yan's pendant and the Taisher Bible. Early in the morning, at the gate of Shuiyang City. "Brother Lin Chen, are you really not going with us?" The little girl in white hugged Lin Chen's thigh, her bright eyes flashing with reluctance. Little rower, brother Lin Chen has a more important task to do. No one can do this except for brother. Lin Chen rubbed rower's long blue silk hair and chuckled. What's the mission? Can you tell rower? Xiaonizi asked simply. Someone Lin looked up to the sky 45 degrees. Pretending to be melancholy. There are still thousands of displaced girls in this world who need my rescue. As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, whoever goes to hell will go to hell. If being handsome is a sin, then I'm already unforgivable. Before Lin Chen finished speaking, a series of bell-like laughter came from beside him, and the women of Yangxiamen burst into laughter. Ruer and Xiaonizi knew a little bit, and she even waved her little pink fist, cheering up. Then brother Lin Chen, you must do your best. Even Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. This little girl is really cute. It's our Yangxiamen's honor to meet Lin Chen Xiaoxia. I hope the mountains and rivers will meet, and we can meet again. Xia Ningyue clenched her fists and said solemnly. Lin Chen stepped on the Jiao Jiao horse that was captured by the blood sect, waved his hand without looking back, and laughed with pride. Born in the world of red dust, the situation changes as soon as you enter the rivers and lakes. There are endless joys in fighting with the sky, and I only sigh that there are a few people throughout the ages. The young man rode his horse galloping, but the back left behind made the girls stop for a long time and did not leave. 2 days later, Shuiyang City. After receiving the news of Lin Chen's departure, the head of the Black Demon sect and the elders and sect masters of the Dark Soul sect dared to return to Shuiyang City for 2 days. The gate of Shuiyang City, the high-level leaders of the two major forces of Dark Soul sect and Black Demon sect have just returned. Grandmas, this god of plague has finally left. Fortunately, we ran fast. In the future, all of you will give me some cleverness. If our Black Demon sect gets into that kind of young man, 10 lives will not be enough. When the heads of the two evil sects were teaching and berating their subordinates, the eyes of their subordinates looking at them were suddenly full of fear and horror. Sect master, behind you. Puff. The sword energy penetrated the bodies of the two evil sect leaders, and the two fell to the ground on their knees. Not even a bit of resistance. You are the 3 evil sects of the Dark Soul sect, the Blood sect, and the Black Demon sect who specialize in pumping people's internal organs, blood sucking training, and training blood slaves. All gathered. 1 purple and 1 green, 2 beautiful figures descended from the gate of Shuiyang City, fluttering like immortals. Jean Soul Realm? A 16-year-old Jean Soul Realm? The heads of the two evil sects said in unison, how sacred are these two ants, 16-year-old Battle Spirit Realm? What kind of genius is this Peerless evildoer? 2 ants, you, who are you? You have no right to know our identity, die. The slender jade fingers of the women in Xingyi turned into sword-like sharpness, and where the green jade fingers pointed, a group of people from the evil sect fell on the spot. Seeing this scene, the evil sect scattered cultivators near the city gate. Couldn't help but feel terrified, and quickly smeared oil on the soles of their feet. What's going on with young people today? How come they are all strong like monsters, and let no one live? A quarter of an hour later, the many evil sects in Shuiyang City were completely cleaned, either abolished or killed, and all fell. The center of Blood Sun City, the ruins of the Blood sect headquarters. The 2 mysterious women looked up at a prominent banner in the ruined headquarters, showing their consternation for the first time. The number 1 handsome man in the sky and the ground, someone Lin is a master of all kinds of dissatisfaction. He doesn't need to paddle when flying. And his life is all about the waves. The two women who were puzzled by the banner grabbed a loose cultivator several miles away and asked, "What's going on?" "Two, don't kill me too, that was left by young Master Lin Chen 2 days ago." The loose cultivator who was caught was so frightened that he hurriedly begged for mercy. "Lin Chen?" The mysterious woman in purple veil frowned slightly. She seemed to have heard of this name. "Why is this blood sect gone? Tell me the whole story, and my aunt will let you go." The girl in Xingyi pretended to be vicious. She was really cute, but in the eyes of the loose cultivator, it was like a threat from the devil. The man recalled with a look of fear. "That was 2 days ago." The loose cultivator revealed everything about Lin Chen, and the two women looked at each other, showing curiosity for the first time. 5-level Qi refining realm cultivation is one move to instantly kill everyone in the blood sect. Interesting. Besides, Lin Chen, who left Xueyang City for 5 days, accompanied by Jiaoma, traveled thousands of miles a day, from the Qingyang Mountains to Wanling City. In the wasteland, the setting sun was like blood, and on an open road, Lin Chen rode his horse. Galloping, closed his eyes, and let the horses gallop. He is opening the system and measuring his various attributes. Host, Lin Chen. Cultivation, Qi refining realm 8th layer. Ultimate strength, 4957 tiger strength. Blood energy, 264,594 points. The essence of fighting spirit, 144,593 points. Mental power, 11,588 points. Cultivation essence, 0 points. Mind magic, chaos 5 spirit art, 14%. The exercises to learn, Wanlei Qianjun swordsmanship, Tianling transformation. Pil Ju, true water returning Yuan Ju, 13%, soul repelling spear manual. For King Seal of Fighting Demons, Taisher Bible, 1%. Possessed item, recipe, 7-star Soul Reaper gun. Possessed bloodline, Qinglong bloodline, 45 points. Trait rune, slow rune level 1, rune power 1175. The energy of each element, fire, 24481 points, earth 25752 points, wood 28215 points, gold 27825 points, water 35248 points. This Taisher Bible is really amazing. I only practiced for 4 days, and my spiritual attributes have skyrocketed by thousands of points. Lin Chen was overjoyed. The spiritual attribute was the most difficult attribute for him to grow, and now he actually has a mysterious technique for cultivating spiritual power. But immediately, Lin Chen was also slightly distressed. The spirit of the exercises needed by the Taisher Bible was too huge. Before he destroyed the blood sect and other evil sects, he obtained more than 40,000 exercises and souls, all of which were used to cultivate the Taisher Bible, only to achieve a proficiency of 1%. But it also shows that the rank of this Taisher Bible is extremely high. It is the most advanced existence among all the exercises on Lin Chen's body today. And even the system cannot detect its rank. Chapter 21, Under the Gods, Lin Chen, known as Shirleji. The boat will naturally straighten when it reaches the bridge. Let's take a step by step. Let's settle down in Wanling City first and have a good rest. Lin Chen put away the system and spread out the map. Wanling City enjoys a high status in the wasteland, because it is a huge city with a population of over 100 million, and there are countless martial arts civilizations and ancient families. When I arrived outside Wanling City, I saw a giant terrifying the world. More than a dozen city gates stood side by side, and the city walls hundreds of Meters high were built, like a dragon lying on the back, majestic and magnificent. TSK, 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 it is said that there are still powerhouses above the earthly evil realm in this Wanling city, and it is true. Lin Chen rode into the city. To enter the city, he had to go through the third-floor inspection and registration of the city's information before entering. Lin Chen took a long time to enter the city. Find a good place to stay first. A low growl came from his stomach. Seeing that it was getting late, Lin Chen was running down the street on horseback. When he was about to look for the restaurant first, he suddenly found that in the west of the city, there was a purple golden beam of light that shot straight into the sky. Condensed but not scattered. No warrior in the city noticed this purple gold beam of light, as if it didn't exist at all. This is the light emitted by the attribute light ball. My darling, what kind of attribute light ball does this have to have such a strong light? Lin Chen's mouth opened wide, and he didn't care that he was already hungry. So he turned his horse and ran in the direction of the purple gold light beam. Arrive at the area where the purple gold beam is located. Following the beam of light, Lin Chen arrived in front of a noble and vast mansion. The beam of light rose from the mansion and did not dissipate for a long time. But the entire mansion is heavily guarded. Don't say Lin Chen to go in, even close to the entrance of the mansion are guarded by experts in the psychic realm. Grandmas, I have to get this treasure attribute light ball. Lin Chen was ruthless in his heart and narrowed his eyes. As long as he could sneak into this mansion, it would not be difficult to get that attribute light ball. He placed the Jiaoma in a nearby restaurant, and even put on a brand new robe. With a few roulette wheels hanging around his waist, and holding a flag in one hand, like a magic stick. Just after he finished dressing up his front feet, a noble white carriage passed by the door of the mansion on his back feet, and Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Immediately. Here's your chance. A gorgeous and feminine woman in a goose yellow dress stepped down from the white carriage. Her skin was as creamy, her beautiful eyes were as bright as stars. She had the temperament of a lady, and she had a kind of elegance in her bones. The most amazing thing is her pair of beautiful eyes. The bright eyes are bright, and the edge of the pupil is swirling with a touch of purple gold, which is very magical. Oh, this girl, there is a dark fog lingering in your yin-tang. This mathematician deduces that you and your family have different misfortunes and dooms. Lin Chen leaned on his flag and walked towards the woman in a spirited way. Boy, don't move. Who are you, dare to approach Miss Shangguan Bihan without authorization? The two tall guards of the 9-level psychic realm immediately stood in front of Lin Chen and shouted sharply. Seeing this, Lin Chen sighed slightly. The powerhouses in Wanling City are like clouds, and the powerhouses at the 9th level of the connected spirit realm are all guards for others. One can imagine how powerful the martial arts here are. Don't be rude. The next one is the mathematician, the God-skilled son Lin Chen. The friends on the road give you face. The person on the road is called Shirleji. Part-time job, female arsonist. Lin Chen smiled and pointed to his flag. Calculator is an extremely special profession in the Kyushu continent, and its rarity is even rarer than that of alchemists. The mathematician can calculate the fate, future, or possibility of a certain character based on his own mental methods and certain means, deduce the fate of reincarnation, and spy on the secrets of heaven. The more powerful the mathematician, the more profound things can be deduced. That daughter, Shangguan Bihan, frowned slightly. She looked at Lin Chen's banner, which had the words Shen Shouzi, Feng Xin, arsonist, single machine Wang Qin Ding, etc., and couldn't help smiling. This might be where the charlatans from the rivers and lakes heard what happened to their Shangguan family. Come here specially. 2. Send him away, remember not to hurt anyone. My friend, I hope you don't pretend to be a mathematician in the future. Bihan has never seen a mathematician as young as you. After speaking, Shangguan Bihan did not look back, and walked gracefully towards the mansion with small steps. Miss Shangguan Bihan's spiritual practice has reached the state of perfection, but recently, have you felt that she has been unable to make progress? At this moment, Lin Chen suddenly opened his mouth, and Shangguan Bihan's step suddenly stopped. The fact that she has reached a bottleneck in her spiritual practice has only happened recently, and she has never mentioned it to anyone. The elders in the family have never known about it. How did he know? How did you know? Are you really a mathematician? Shangguan Bihan's eyes flashed a strange purple-gold light, as if she wanted to see through Lin Chen. Lin Chen let the other party investigate, smiled slightly, seemed unpredictable, and continued. If this master doesn't make a move, you will perish after half a month. If you don't believe it, run your own fighting spirit and try to press your finger against your own acupuncture point. Shangguan Bihan was suspicious, and a wisp of light blue fighting energy flowed from her fingertips, touching the acupoint on the acupuncture point behind her beautiful shoulder. Shangguan Bihan suddenly felt a violent sense of blood attacking his heart, and immediately released his fingers, with lingering fears. If you press it again just now, the frantic qi and blood may even threaten your own life. How could this happen? Even the chief fourth-rank alchemist in Wanling City mentioned that my root bone aptitude is good, and my physique is innately excellent. How can there be a life-threatening hidden danger in my body? Shock and astonishment appeared in Shangguan Bihan's eyes, and she looked at Lin Chen again. I saw this time, someone. Lin shook his head, sometimes sighing, sometimes looking up at the sky 45 degrees, like a master. Hey, it seems that the master should go. I wanted to do a good thing, but I didn't expect to be regarded as a liar. After speaking, someone. Lin pretended to turn around and leave. Master Shirleji, please stay. Shangguan Bihan hurriedly kept someone, and someone. Lin immediately turned around, raised his collar, and coughed lightly. Why, the girl is willing to believe me as a liar. Master is joking, it's Bihan who has eyes, but doesn't know Mount Tai. Shangguan Bihan Ying bowed, and even used a respectful tone. In the entire Wanling City, not many people have this kind of treatment. Goo. Lin Chen was about to say a few unfathomable words to improve his composure, but an unsatisfactory roar of a hungry wolf came from his stomach. Shangguan Bihan covered her mouth and chuckled, her eyes twinkling with autumn water, and said with a smile, it seems that the master has not been spared. Do you want to go to the mansion for a seat? Well, then I will ask Miss Shangguan to lead the way. Lin Chen coughed cheekily and said that he wanted someone to lead the way, but he actually walked in first. Shangguan Mansion, Blue Courtyard. In the living room of the upper room, all kinds of delicious food were served. One by one, and Lin Chen devoured it. It looked like that, how could there be a master's demeanor? Satisfied, Lin Chen patted his belly, picked his teeth, crossed his legs, and slapped his waist comfortably. Shangguan Bihan was very self-disciplined, and waited for Lin Chen to eat and drink before asking for advice. Then, Master Shirleji, how can I solve my problem, and what kind of medicine can I take to relieve it? Lin Chen waved lazily. You stretch out your hand and this master touches it, and you can naturally resolve it directly. Hearing this, Shangguan Bihan's expression changed slightly. She had been taught very strictly since she was a child, and it was hard for a man of the same age to get a chance to meet her, let alone let a teenager touch her. Even this time, when Lin Chen was brought into the mansion, he sneaked in through the secret passage at the gate of the mansion. Master, can you change the method? This method is not convenient for Bihan. Shangguan Bihan asked embarrassedly. Ah? I have no other way. If you don't want to, then find someone else. This is not a problem that can be solved by taking medicine pills. Otherwise, how can the high-level alchemists around you not see it? Lin Chen shrugged and wanted to get up. This? Shangguan Bihan hesitated in embarrassment. If I do anything to you that crosses the line, the old gentleman behind the window who protects you will naturally take action. Besides, it is equivalent to saying hello in my hometown. Taking a casual glance at a certain window, Lin Chen pretended to smile deeply. From the beginning, Lin Chen noticed that there was a vaguely powerful breath protecting Shangguan Bihan, much stronger than the two guards at the ninth level of the psychic realm. If you don't want to, then I'll go first. Although your food here is delicious. Seeing that Shangguan Bihan was hesitant, Lin Chen directly added a fire too. Let her make a decision as soon as possible. Sure enough, Lin Chen got up together, and Shangguan Bihan pursed her red lips. Then, Master can guarantee that today's incident will not be spread. Otherwise it will affect Bihan's reputation. Lin Chen couldn't help rolling his eyes. This touch would affect his reputation. This Shangguan is really big enough. If you look at my handsome appearance, you will know that I must be the kind of tight-lipped person. I won't say much, just get down to business first and stretch out my hand. Lin Chen smiled. Shangguan Bihan's delicate body trembled slightly, and then she rolled up her sleeves, revealing her snow-white arms in front of Lin Chen. Raising his palm, Lin Chen's 5 fingers directly grasped Shangguan Bihan's tender weed, which trembled a few times like an electric shock. TSK, 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 this Miss Shangguan Bihan is really made of water. Lin Chen exclaimed in his heart, but there was a murderous intent locked on him in the dark. If he made any outrageous actions, he would probably annoy the strong man hiding in the dark at the first time. Closing his eyes, Lin Chen activated his mental power, and within Lin Chen's line of sight, a thumb-sized attribute light ball quickly melted into Lin Chen's body. The host obtains 1578 points, 3,498 points, and 9,487 points of water energy. Not having time to care about the light screen popped up by the system, Lin Chen let go of the attribute light ball that flew out of Shangguan Bihan's body, and immediately let go in 2 breaths. Phew, it's done. In the future, as long as you repeat the steps like today several times, and then you will dissipate a part of your mind and fighting spirit, you can avoid the fatal murder in the future. Lin Chen pretended to be very overdrawn and panted. Shangguan Bihan pressed his fingertips lightly on his pulse orifice, and found that the pain was mostly reduced, and asked with confusion and worry at the same time. Why do you want to dissipate? Dissipating the fighting spirit of mind practice, the cultivation base, will go backwards, and this price is very tolerable. If I guessed correctly, Miss Bihan, you should belong to a special bloodline. It's right that your bloodline carries the unique abilities and characteristics of your ancestors. Well, yes, our Shangguan family is an ancestral bloodline pupil. Shangguan Bihan nodded and admitted that this was not a big secret. That's right, the potential and energy in your bloodline will reach a new peak in half a month. The mental method you cultivate happens to be a high-level mental method. Bloodline, the conflict between the two, if you don't meet me, the consequences are unimaginable. Shangguan Bihan was both startled and puzzled by Lin Chen's explanation. She asked anxiously. But Bihan's mental method has been cultivated to a very high level in the ancestors. It doesn't seem to threaten life? Because their bloodline is far inferior to yours, that's not the case. Lin Chen woke up the dreamer with a single word, and even the mysterious powerhouse hidden behind the scenes appeared. Bihan, the old man understands. What this master said should be the second awakening of the bloodline that is unique in my Shangguan family. Our family has not had a second awakening of the bloodline for thousands of years. This time it is finally going to rise, charcoal in the snow, charcoal in the snow. The gray-shirted old servant congratulated Shangguan Bihan, and put away the guard against Lin Chen in his expression, and said seriously. The old man apologized to the master for his previous actions. Lin Chen smiled indifferently. After all, there is only such a baby in your family. I understand a little too much protection. I can actually awaken the bloodline for the second time? Shangguan Bihan became excited. If this was the case, the cost of the mind-blowing method would become insignificant. In the Shangguan family, which is extremely rich in resources, the lost cultivation base will be recovered in a short time. Lin Chen can only see the state of Shangguan Bihan's body when he can see the attribute light ball. If it wasn't for him, after this incident, maybe no one in Wanling City would be able to save her. Only then did Lin Chen realize that there were many high-quality light balls in the hall. He immediately walked over and bent over to pick them up. Seeing that the two of them were confused, how did the master suddenly grab the air in the hall? Master Shirliji, are you? This master is here to help your Shangguan family investigate the feng shui. Fortune for free, your feng shui luck is not good here. Lin Chen was talking nonsense in a serious manner. The two of them immediately lit up. Master, can you see that too? The old servant in gray shirt asked, with rare excitement. I can see it more or less. Lin Chen pretended to be humble and nodded. Just as the two of them looked at each other and were about to speak, there was a rapid sound of footsteps outside the door. Bihan, are you inside? I heard Aunt Lu said you brought someone back. Where are you? The sound of hurried footsteps came to the door, and the person who came directly pushed the door open. There were 3 figures, and the head of the white-cloaked son was holding a white feather fan. He was handsome, but he was only 24 or 5 years old. When the young man in white, who broke into the room, saw Lin Chen for the first time, he immediately scolded. Where did you come from? How could you appear in Bihan's attic? Cousin Qingyu, don't be unreasonable to the master. Shangguan Bihan stood in front of Lin Chen and scolded the young man in white. The face of the young man in white changed slightly. Since he stepped into this family, his cousin has never dared to scold him with such an attitude. What a fucking master, cousin, don't be deceived. Which master have you ever seen that doesn't even grow his fucking hair? Seeing that his cousin was protecting this kid, the young man in white became jealous and cursed angrily. My hair has grown all the way. If you don't believe me, look. Lin Chen deliberately moved closer to Shangguan Bihan's beautiful back, pulled out his hair at the same time, and winked at him with a provocative smile. The two guards accompanied by the white-clothed youth have black lines on their heads. Is this a hairy boy or a master? Cousin Qingyu, Master Shirleji is the Kaching mathematician I invited back. If you don't show respect, Bihan will definitely go to the elder to report. Shangguan Bihan, who has always been elegant and refined, has become extremely resolute this time, questioning the young man in white. Is he still a mathematician? That young master is the king of heaven. The young man's teeth tickled with jealousy, but this kid actually kept the distance between himself and Bihan face to face. TSK, 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 you don't believe it. This gentleman, don't overindulge in the future. I see that your young fire is almost consumed by women. If you don't believe it, let your fighting spirit flow to your shinshu. Give it a try. Lin Chen smiled. The young man in white was about to refute. Master Qingyu, you might as well try as the master said, if he is really the mathematician that Miss Bihan invited back, you can't afford it. The gray-shirted old servant said indifferently, and the white-clothed young man glanced at him with fear, and then sneered. The young master is here to see what kind of master this is. The young man in white closed his eyes slightly, his fighting spirit channeled, and he immediately found the location of Shinshu Point. The moment the fighting spirit rushed into the acupuncture point, the facial muscles of the young man in white were twisted and squeezed into one piece. Rolling on the ground with pain, ugh. It hurts, it hurts. My kidneys. At this scene, even the two guards accompanying him were shocked. What is the situation? You know the strength of the master. Shangguan Bihan said something indifferently. Well, it's getting late, I know you have something to talk to me about, but this master is overworked today, and needs a good rest. Lin Chen coughed a few times, and Shangguan Bihan said quickly. Then I'll go to arrange the master's residence immediately. Don't worry, I will keep the matter between the two of us a secret for you. Tonight. Lin Chen deliberately whistled frivolously in front of the young man in white. Xia burned her cheeks, Shangguan Bihan's pretty face flushed, and she gave a soft then thank you master. What? The two people tonight? When the eyes of the young man in white saw the shy appearance of Shangguan Bihan, jealousy was burning in his heart. When the two guards helped the young man in white, Lin Chen and Shangguan Bihan had already left. When his pain gradually eased, he looked at Lin Chen's back. The woman who dares to touch my Nangong Qingyu, a hairy boy, see how I kill you. Damn, it hurts me. Shangguan Bihan personally arranged Lin Chen's residence during this journey. In the courtyard, Lin Chen also saw a lot of attribute light balls, and he was not in a hurry to pick them up. He knows that he has successfully infiltrated as an calculator, and the attribute light ball here is already in his pocket. The key is how to get close to the direction of the purple gold light beam. In a fine room, the room was lit with rosewood incense. Lin Chen sat cross-legged on the bed, forming a mysterious handprint and entering a state of cultivation. The speed of this Taisher Bible's cultivation is really terrifying. If I continue to practice at this speed, it will only take a month for my spiritual power to transform into the spiritual realm. The spiritual realm in the Kyushu continent is divided into several realms. The virtual realm, the spiritual realm, and the law-like realm. The virtual realm is the spiritual power of the mortal level. Except for the better innate aptitude, most of the mortal spiritual power is generally weak. The spiritual realm means that the spirit can contact the spiritual power of heaven and earth, improve the perception of spiritual power, and form a certain attack distance and attack method. In the spiritual realm, the spiritual power begins to assimilate with the heaven and the earth, and has a wide range of spiritual induction and spiritual attack methods. In the state of the law, the spiritual power is condensed into the spiritual law, which is in line with the laws of heaven and earth. If he can break through the spiritual realm, Lin Chen will have another background and means. All night, Lin Chen fell into the practice of forgetting to eat and sleep. What happened in the Shangguan family last night shocked all the senior members of the family and even the elders who were in seclusion. Shangguan Bihan has the potential to become the second person in the Shangguan family who can awaken the bloodline for the second time since the beginning of the millennium, which has inspired countless elders. Besides, this news was found out from a young mathematician. If it weren't for him, the Shangguan family would even lose hope of a rise. However, there are also many senior officials and elders of the Shangguan family who have a skeptical attitude. If this is a liar, wouldn't he be playing the whole family as a monkey? The next day, the Shangguan family, the hall of the first hall. Many senior officials and elders of the Shangguan family gathered together. All of these people are powerhouses above the battle soul realm, and there are even some individuals whose cultivation is far beyond the battle soul realm level. Master Shirliji, please come here. Shangguan Bihan, dressed in a long snow-white dress, personally led Lin Chen into the hall. Boom! When Lin Chen stepped into the hall, a strong sense of oppression swept towards Lin Chen, and countless sword-like eyes penetrated his body, as if to see through all his secrets. Feeling this sense of oppression, Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. Almost everyone in this hall is above the 9th level of the battle soul realm. Grandma, these old guys are afraid that they want to give me a slap in the face. The more this happens, the more they can't back down. Faced with these gazes, Lin Chen was calm, raised his feet, walked in, sat next to him without saying a word, and placed Erlang's legs directly on the table. What? Everyone, do you see anything in this, master? Lin Chen jokingly smiled, and many elders and senior family members were shocked. Huh? Such a young boy, it feels like he's not even 18 years old. The body can be refined, the cultivation level is acceptable, and the mental strength is tough. The heart is not weak, but that's all. Hey, how does the old man feel that we are being fooled by this kid? The real mathematician, the old man has seen a few, but he is not like him. Last night's Huang Fuqingyu was also there. He held his fan and sneered. Condescendingly despised Lin Chen, as if he had seen through his tricks. He smiled flatteringly at several high-ranking family members. Everyone, I have always suspected that this kid is a liar. Bihan was only fooled by him because of his low experience. Please take action to suppress this kid immediately. Don't let him play tricks on our entire family. A handsome middle-aged man sitting in the first hall glanced at him and said indifferently, we will identify whether he is real or not. After being deflated, Huang Fuqingyu's eyes flashed a vague killing intent. This young mathematician friend, Shangguan Yunfan, is the current owner of the Shangguan family. I wonder if you can prove your ability to everyone on the spot. Shangguan Yunfan smiled very gracefully, and did not put on airs or the tone of his elders to suppress Lin Chen. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen, who was biting a bright red apple, waved his hand. No. What? Fuck, what place are you taking my Shangguan family? A grumpy elder stood up directly and stared at Lin Chen with fierce eyes. Bang! To everyone's surprise, Lin Chen smashed the table in front of him with one foot, and the tea was spilled on the ground. Grass. What kind of person are you, Shirliji, my god operator? The operator calculates fate and spy on heaven's secrets, but it will cost a lot of money. Do you think this is a street juggling? You have to play it if you ask me to. Show it to you? Your grandmother, your brain is flooded, isn't it? This scene made the guards stationed outside the hall tremble. In the history of Wanling Cheng, who would dare to say such cruel words in front of all the senior officials of the Shangguan family? Even Shangguan Yunfan was stunned. What kind of a mortal is this? Even the chief pharmacist of Wanling City didn't dare to speak madly in front of him. Lin Chen's family knows his own affairs. He is a ghost mathematician. If this is really demonstrated, it may show some clues in front of these old monsters, so he must be crazy. Be bluffing. Master, calm down. Father and the elders are definitely not malicious, they are just curious to see the master's skills. Shangguan Bihan immediately appeased Lin Chen's emotions, and the elder was also motioned by another elder's eyes and sat back angrily. Lin Chen then lifted his collar and slowly sat back in his seat. You must have an attitude of asking for help, don't act like I posted it here to find you. Let's talk about what you want to talk to me about. What's the matter? Several older elders immediately frowned and wanted to attack, but Shangguan Yunfan stretched out his hand to stop him. He felt that this young man was absolutely extraordinary, and there was a mystery about him that he could not see through. I offended your excellency just now. Since that's the case, let's go straight to the topic. Our Shangguan family cultivates secret techniques based on the bloodline inherited from our ancestors and possesses special abilities, purple, golden pupils. Shangguan Yunfan showed a slightly painful memory and continued. Purple gold pupil can see through many treasures of heaven and earth or the energy fluctuations hidden between heaven and earth, which is the unique ability of our family, but in the past 100 years, our purple golden pupil practice has gradually declined, because the ancestral altar that supports the whole family's cultivation has begun to gradually losing power. Our family's Zijintong cultivation has stopped, and even the cultivation of the new generation is difficult to support. In the end, he took a deep sigh. Zijintong's ability is not a combat skill or a martial art that can be cultivated. It can only be cultivated in the ancestral altar that has the ancestor's legacy. If the ancestral altar completely loses its effect one day, it will be them the countdown before the family falls apart. At this time, a white-haired old man took over the conversation. He was the second elder of the Shangguan family, and he was very important. He said in a sincere tone. Because of this, we also spent a lot of money to invite a mathematician to deduce our ancestral altar, but it still does not help. If your excellency can solve it, no, even if it is to find out the reason for the decline of our Shangguan family's ancestral altar, our family will definitely reward you with great treasures. Obviously, they must have been pushed to the point of exhaustion. Otherwise, with the arrogance of these old guys, how could they believe such a hairy boy as Lin Chen? Now it's a dead horse being a living horse doctor. Hearing the explanations of Shangguan Yunfan and the second elder, Lin Chen's eyes lit up and his heart was shocked. Could it be that attribute light ball? Okay, I figured it out. Since that's the case, let's get started. Lin Chen was in high spirits. He rolled up his sleeves and stood up. The speed at which he promised made everyone look at him. Well, isn't Master sure going to talk about remuneration first? Shangguan Yunfan was in awe. There is still such a mathematician, and he Started without asking about the remuneration? When I find the cause of the problem, I will naturally bring up the issue of compensation. Otherwise, talking about compensation now is just a waste of time, isn't it? Lin Chen bent down and picked up an attribute light ball, and smiled casually. Lin Chen's confident appearance made Shangguan Yunfan burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Your Excellency Shirliji is really an interesting person. Stop talking nonsense, all of you don't move. Let this master carefully study your feng shui and luck here. Lin Chen didn't say a word, he was madly picking up the attribute light balls. In the first hall. The attribute light balls here are of extremely high quality, and there are many more. Lin Chen has been thinking about it for a long time. With the improvement of Lin Chen's strength, even if he doesn't take the initiative to attack the opponent, some powerhouses in the battle soul realm will drop attribute light balls, which makes him pick up a lot. The host obtains 6,849 points of wood energy, 5,899 points of fire energy, 18,922 points of spirit energy, 531 points of spiritual energy, and 23781 points of blood energy. The attributes skyrocketed, causing the corner of someone Lin's mouth to rise wildly. His actions made everyone even more puzzled. What the hell is this kid doing? Said to help them find the problem of the ancestral altar, just grabbing the surrounding air? What technique is this? Is this the way the mathematician calculates Zhou Tian when he deduces fate? After Lin Chen picked up the attribute light ball in the hall, he continued to pick it up outside the hall. Everyone hurriedly followed, and they also wanted to find out what the name of this god operator, Master Shirliji, was going on. The host obtains 359 points of spirit, 4,195 points of spirit energy, 3,125 points of fire energy, and 10,274 points of blood energy. Lin Chen picked it up all the way, like a gust of wind swept away fallen leaves, and all the dazzling attribute light balls scattered on the ground were taken away by him. In this Shangguan family, even the guards started in the psychic realm, and even the handymen were in the qi refining realm. Lin Chen's mouth is about to crack with laughter. This whole Shangguan mansion is simply a big treasure trove. The Shangguan mansion is so big, even if Lin Chen runs at full speed, it will take half an hour to finish the run. He even picked it up with a trot, and it didn't end until it was dark. What is this person touching? I've touched most of the Shangguan mansion today. Hey, don't you know, he is the mathematician invited by Shangguan Bihan. Ha ha ha. Pfft. I believe in such a beggar. If I touch the ground, I will too. Keep your voice down, people are people that even the second elders value very much. Come on, I think Shirching is a liar. It is estimated that Miss Bihan has too little experience and was deceived by this kid. When many young people in Shangguan's mansion saw Lin Chen groping around, they all sneered and laughed. Even the Huangfu Qingyu was waiting to see Lin Chen's good show. The next day, Shangguan Yunfan's ceremonial living room. Today, the Shangguan family just welcomed a few heavyweight VIPs. They must also be at the level that Shangguan Yunfan personally greeted, a character from the city lord's mansion, and a real mathematician who was invited by the city lord's mansion to deduce Zhou Tian and calculate his destiny at a great cost. In the Shangguan mansion, a certain flexible figure trotted and picked it up from the garden to the courtyard, and then came to a pavilion bathhouse. The group behind Lin Chen and Shangguan Bihan hurriedly said, Master Shirliji, there is the women's bathhouse in our Shangguan mansion. Ah? Women's bathhouse, what I'm looking for is the women's bath. Oh no, I'm looking for your ancestral altar. What? Brother Yunfan, this is the mathematician I specially invited for you. He is from Nanlongqing in the wilderness. He is the Master Yen of the 24-star maths organization. There are countless prospects for the development of the forces saved by his hands. This time I paid a lot of money to invite me here. In the conference hall, the fat man in yellow robe introduced Shangguan Yunfan with a beaming expression. Sitting across from them was an old man with immortal style and an arrogant white-browed old man. Oh? Hello Master Yen, Shangguan Yunfan, from the Shangguan family. Shangguan Yunfan bowed his hands politely, and the white-browed old man nodded arrogantly, not selling his face at all. I already know about your situation. It is related to the rise and fall of the luck of the entire family. To spy on the direction of such a huge fortune, this seat will consume a lot of vitality. When Master Yen mentioned his tone, Shangguan Yunfan clenched his palms slightly. Although there is already a calculator in Shangguan, but since he is a big man who he wants to invite, naturally he cannot treat the other party badly. Besides, Master Shirliji may not be able to solve it. If not, let Master Yen try it. Thinking like this, Shangguan Yunfan immediately smiled and said, of course. If it's not an important matter, we won't find Master Yen. As long as we can solve the problem, we will naturally not treat Master badly in terms of remuneration. Hee, this old man can guarantee this. Mr. Yen, the Shangguan family, still has the background, you can just let it go. The old man who was immortal said with a chuckle, he is the chief pharmacist in Wanling City, Xingwanhe. Since that's the case, in terms of remuneration, Master Yen was about to mention the reward when a hurried sound broke into the ceremony hall. Patriarch Yunfan, happy event, happy event. 2 personal guards broke into the Yishur living room, and they rejoiced. Shangguan Yunfan and the other 3 all cast doubts and strange eyes. Master Shirliji has entered the ancestral altar himself. The 2 guards reported excitedly. What a happy event to enter the ancestral altar, who brought him in? Shangguan Yunfan frowned. No one took him, he found it himself. What? Shangguan Yunfan's demeanor suddenly changed. The location of the ancestral altar of the Shangguan family is extremely secret. Without the leadership of the core members of the family, it is impossible for ordinary people to approach it easily, and it is difficult for even the powerhouses to find their specific location. The master now asks you to discuss the remuneration in the past. He has found the reason for the complete solution to the decrease in the energy of the ancestral altar. The eyes of the 2 guards showed strong admiration, and they could be considered to have truly seen the various methods of opening the calculator. The mathematician is really awesome. This mess even found out the secret passage to the ancestral altar from the women's bathhouse. This passage is not even known to the people in their Shangguan mansion. It was left by the previous ancestors. Oh? Master? Negotiate remuneration? Master Yen caught these words sensitively and narrowed his eyes. Really? Everyone, please move a little bit, and I will lead you to the location of my family's ancestral altar. Let's talk on the way. Shangguan Yunfan was excited, although the location of the ancestral altar cannot be easily known to outsiders, but now he can't take care of so much. And the first thing to do is to repair the ancestral altar. Shangguan Mansion, underground in the back courtyard, in a secret passage. A vast space has been reclaimed underground, and a huge ancient stone platform has been constructed. This is a vast ancient altar of dozens of feet. Standing next to the ancient altar, you can clearly feel that the extraordinary energy fluctuations contained in the ancient altar are affecting those who are close to it. There are many people from the Shangguan family standing behind Lin Chen. There are hundreds of them, including elders, younger generation, and those trusted personal guards in the family. Everyone looked at Lin Chen's back in shock and amazement. This guy groped around and found a secret way that none of their Shangguan family knew about, and entered the ancestral altar. In Lin Chen's eyes, this ancient altar presents a completely different scene. In the center of the ancient altar, there is a purple gold attribute light sphere suspended. This attribute light sphere is larger than the one Lin Chen picked up before, and the volume is sufficient. It's the size of a fist. It turns out that the energy of this ancient altar has been absorbed by this attribute light ball, so the energy revealed is extremely small. Lin Chen turned to look under the ancient altar, and found clues. The ancient altar did not lose its effect, but like a blocked river, this attribute light ball is the gate that controls the switch of the river. Master Shirliji, can you really solve the problem of my Shangguan family's ancestral altar? Several figures appeared in the passage on the other side of the ancient altar. They were Shangguan Yunfan and several of his distinguished guests. Seeing Shangguan Yunfan walking quickly and excitedly, Lin Chen smiled confidently. Yes, I think we can talk about remuneration now. Is your kid also a mathematician? Who would have known that Master Yen was the first to stand in front of Lin Chen, arrogant and contemptuous of Lin Chen. Yunfan, who is this? The second elder of the Shangguan family, who had been following Lin Chen, wondered. Elder, this is the well-known mathematician we entrusted Mr. Xia Hong to find for us earlier, Master Yen of the 24-star calculation in the wasteland. Shangguan Yunfan's introduction made the second elder look condensed and counted 24 stars, which is a mysterious organization of mathematicians in the wasteland. Both black and white, the background is not small, and the organization is full of mathematicians. Master Yen cooperated with a light cough, and everyone was in awe. This is also a real heavyweight. It turned out to be Master Yen of 24 stars, but this old man has a clumsy eye. The reason why I invited Master here is to help me in the Shangguan family to calculate that this ancestral altar has lost its power. But my little girl met a noble the day before yesterday. Now that the problem has been found for us, Master Yen can take a break and ask for the cost of the master, and we will not be small. The second elder said with a very polite smile, and then Master Yen raised his brows and glanced at Lin Chen. Noble man? Could it be this brat? Where did the crooked melon crack date come from? Is he also a mathematician? Boy, who did you teach and what organization did you teach? Master Yen was very disdainful, and he spoke in a tone of questioning. The younger generation. If he Yen Jiwen was robbed of his job by such a hairy boy, how could he still be in this wasteland when it spreads out? Lin Chen, a mathematician, is known as Shirliji. Part-time job hunting, arson, alchemy, and pretending. Being a mathematician is just my hobby, and pretending is my main career in life. As soon as Lin Chen opened his mouth, he was talking nonsense. Although everyone didn't understand it, he felt very powerful. Especially the last sentence of him, the mathematician is still just his hobby? Bullshit. I've never heard of Shirliji, the old man You say you have the ability to solve the problems of the Shangguan family? Then come up with some real skills. Master Yan flicked his sleeves and sneered. Then since this Master Yan doesn't believe it, why don't you show your hand? If you're not happy, we can make a bet that if we solve this ancient altar matter, whoever goes to the place with the most people in Wanling City to belly dance, how about it? Lin Chen blinked his eyes, his relaxed and freehand look simply didn't take Master Yan into his eyes. The fat man in yellow robe and Xing Wanhe looked at each other with great interest, but instead stood aside and watched the changes. Humph. If you want to gamble, you can gamble, but make it clear in advance that if you and I can't completely solve the problem here, then the one with the best result will be given priority, such as finding the problem or the solution. Master Yan laughed in anger. He didn't take action to suppress this kid today. He is really going to turn the world upside down. Okay, then please ask Master Yan to show us a hand. Bench, small sunglasses, small wine and fruit plate. I don't know when. Lin Chen was lying on the bench, he put inside the nailing ring, eating melon seeds and drinking a small wine, with his hands resting on the back of his head, with a face that people who eat melons don't think it's a big deal. Seeing this kid's arrogant appearance, Master Yan's facial muscles twitched fiercely, and he laughed a few times. As expected, the back waves of the Yangtze River pushed the front waves. A generation is more waves than a generation. Lin Chen crossed Erlang's legs and blew a whistle, and took it for Master Yan. Shangguan Bihan, next to him, couldn't help laughing. He lightly covered his hands and snickered. This Master Shirliji was really interesting. See how long you can be arrogant. Master Yan kicked up the soles of his feet, and his figure leaped into the sky above the ancient altar. He swiped the palm of his hand on his waist, and he held the rapidly rotating star jade compass in his hand. This is a fortune teller for a mathematician, and each mathematician has his own fortune teller, which is used to spy on heaven's secrets and deduce destiny. It cannot be used by anyone other than its owner. The sky and the earth are infinite, the stars count the sky. Master Yan dripped a drop of his blood essence and sneaked into the compass. And the suspended pointer turned extremely fast. Dragon Pass is the opposite of yin and yang. The old palm suddenly spilled a large number of ancient talismans, and a large amount of fire was burned in the sky. The fire actually formed a path and pointed in a certain direction. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. The direction the fire was pointing was the position of the attribute light ball. This method of deduction made many people happy at the scene, and even Lin Chen paid a little attention. This is the first time he has seen a real mathematician take action. Spiritual power poured out violently. Master Yan's spiritual power imprinted the flames burning in the sky, injected into the pointer of the star jade compass. The pointer shook extremely quickly, and suddenly stopped in a very short period of time. With a radiant light, Master Yan's eyes were like looking through the stars, observing the stagnant pointer, as if he could see another world from inside. At this moment, everyone's body trembled, goosebumps all over their body, and most people dared not look Master Yan's eyes. They seemed to feel the existence of some kind of energy hidden in this world. And this Master Yan is spying on the traces of this energy. With a sweet throat, Master Yan almost vomited blood. Before his cultivation had arrived, he tried to spy on too many things, and was almost devoured by his own practice and the luck of the Shangguan family's ancestral altar. Master Yan, are you all right? Shangguan Yunfan said with concern. Master Yan on the ancient altar raised his hand. Dragon Pass is stuck, and luck is not released. All kinds of energy are captured by Long Pass and scattered in the sky. Your ancestral altar did not lose its power, but was blocked or absorbed by something, resulting in the current situation. Master Yan shook his head. After he took action, he just realized that the problem of this ancestral altar was more than 10 times more serious than he thought. He has not yet reached his own realm, so he can only vaguely detect the existence of the Dragon Pass, but he can't figure out its specific position at all, because the calculated position is completely empty. Well, how to find or open this dragon gate? The elder and Shangguan Yunfan asked anxiously in unison. This is beyond the scope of my ability. As far as I know, in the 24-star organization, only our leader can calculate the true position of Longguan. You can please move. Master Yan wiped his sweat and walked down from the ancient altar. Hee, it's up to you, young man. The old man is at least the problem with the calculation. If you can't surpass the old man, then the old man has won. After all, you can't explain the result of the old man's deduction. Once Master Yan looked at Lin Chen jokingly. He didn't think this young junior could reach or surpass his realm. What's the use of Master Yan's broken result? In the end, there is no solution. Doesn't it mean that he is busy working in vain? Lin Chen stretched his waist, got up, pouted, and shook his head. Damn, if your kid can't come up with a result later, let's see how the old man concocts you. Master Yan became angry. Huang Fuqingyu sneered with a fan, and quickly agreed. Lin Chen, what the hell are you? You just happened to find a secret passage. Dare to speak to Master Yan like this? If you don't kneel down and apologize to everyone later, I, Huang Fuqingyu, will be the first to forgive you. Lin Chen glanced at this guy and didn't bother to pay attention to this noisy guy. Leaping into the air, Lin Chen fell onto the ancient altar. He walked toward the position where the purple gold attribute light ball was suspended. The dazzling purple gold light was like a small sun, and Lin Chen's eyes were almost blinded. Fortunately, I was wearing self-made sunglasses, otherwise I was afraid that I would not be able to open my eyes. Grabbing it with one hand, the attribute light ball was caught by him. The purple gold light beams surrounding the Shangguan mansion began to dissipate, and a screen of light popped up in front of Lin Chen's eyes. The host obtains 10,000 blood energy points from the secret technique Purple Gold Eye. After taking away the attribute light ball, Lin Chen turned to look at everyone, and bowed his body gracefully. Okay, the matter has been resolved. Let everyone laugh. Huh? All eyes were focused on Lin Chen's body, and they were all confused. So this is the end? Aren't you a mathematician? What about the secret techniques you spy on the heavenly secrets? Where's your fortune teller? Ha. I already knew that this kid is a complete liar, and now it's finally revealed. Wait until this young master catches you, a wicked liar. Huang Fuqingyu was the first to react, laughing wildly, with murderous intent turbulent in his eyes. Just as he was about to take down Lin Chen. Others didn't have time to speak their doubts. Lin Chen took 3 breaths. After taking off the attribute light ball, and the entire underground world began to crumble. Why is there an earthquake? What's going on? Don't panic everyone, the ancestral altar space has been reinforced by the previous patriarchs, and the earthquake will not have any effect. The elders immediately comforted the terrified younger generation. The second elder and Shangguan Yunfan stared at the ancestral altar, and an energy that they were very familiar with, and mist was emerging. I saw, Lin Chen said with a smile. It made everyone laugh. Boom. Thousands of purple golden rays of light were thrown up, forming golden waves, surging from the air. The golden light was brilliant, and a warm and powerful energy was injected into the bodies of all the Shangguan family members at the scene. Some of their pupils turned purple gold, like flawless gems. The energy of the ancestral altar has been restored. Our secret method is working again, ha ha ha. This time we can practice. Zijintong again. All the members of the Shangguan family were instantly silent in ecstasy, but Shangguan Bihan saw the young man on the ancient altar lift his sunglasses slightly when he was excited, and his beautiful eyes flashed a bit. Huang Fuqingyu, who was always staring at Shangguan Bihan, sees the girlish admiration in her eyes, and the veiled murderous intention of financial management flashes past. There are talented people in the country. This little brother is so hidden, I even missed Lao Huang. The fat man in yellow robe gave Lin Chen a deep look, surprised and amazed. This son's mental power is not weak, there is a faint smell of touching the spiritual realm, and the potential is extraordinary. Xing Wanhe also commented and appreciated as a pharmacist. The expression of Master Yan on the other side is unbelievable. How on earth did he do it? He didn't run the exercises, didn't use the life tool, just stood on the stage like this, and he opened the mouth of the dragon. That the old man finally figured out? How can there be such a ridiculous thing in the world? From his point of view, even the top 24-star mathematician, or even the most powerful mathematician in Lingzhou, would not be able to elicit a mathematician's life tool without using it. The lifeblood of the family rises and falls. This kid has a big secret. It seems that I have to report to the organization. Once, while Master Yan looked at Lin Chen again, Lin Chen also looked at him and smiled jokingly. Next, we can enjoy the belly dance of our Master Yan. Master Yan's expression froze, he almost forgot his previous bet. Because from the beginning, I didn't think I would lose to this hairy boy. Master Shirliji, in this matter, please give me some thin noodles. The second elder came up and smiled. Go away and give you face, who will give me face? Why do you think that? Betting with others is a casual fart, and you don't have to take off your pants? Lin Chen ignored the second elder at all, and threatened him viciously, if you dare to say more nonsense, I can restore your ancestral altar to its original, unusable state now. As soon as these words came out, the second elder and Shangguan Yunfan instantly woke up from the ecstasy. Seeing Lin Chen's expression, there was no joke at all. Could this young man really control the lifeline of our ancestral altar? That's all, let's keep the Shangguan family neutral in this matter. I have seen that Lin Chen was out of common sense before, and his magical skills restored the prestige of the ancestral altar for their Shangguan family. If he can restore the ancestral altar to its original state, there may not be such a possibility. You boy. You bastard, is it possible that you still want to go back and regret it? It turns out that a dignified 24-star mathematician, talking and betting is a fart. Lin Chen deliberately raised his tone so that all members of the Shangguan family turned their attention to Master Yan. Even though Master Yan's connections are extremely wide, it is not easy to mess with the representatives of the city lord's mansion in Wanling City, and the Shangguan family, who restored the ancestral altar today. If he forcibly breaks the contract, he is afraid that he will fall behind in the future, and maybe he will be expelled from the organization because of this. That questioning and sneering gaze made Master Yen grit his teeth, isn't it? Belly dancing, when the old man kept his promise, your kid was not born yet. After finishing speaking, he turned and left with a flick of his sleeves. Lin Chen jumped off the ancestral altar, and followed him out with a look of watching a good show. When everyone saw this, they immediately followed, leaving only a group of elders guarding the ancestral altar. Shangguan Bihan followed Lin Chen. She was always as elegant as a lotus, and for the first time she was interested in a man of the same age. Her beautiful eyes were shining brightly, staring at Lin Chen's back. Wanling City, Shangguan Square. This is a square funded by the Shangguan government. It is very lively and can accommodate millions of people. In the crowd of people coming and going in Shangguan Square, an extraordinary team came out. When ordinary people saw it, they were actually the sons of senior officials of the Shangguan family. Isn't this a member of the Shangguan family? Why did so many come out all of a sudden? Hey, look at why the guy in front of them has been scratching at the air on the ground? Even the current patriarch and Miss Shangguan Bihan have come out, as well as Master Huang Yu and Master Xingwanhe of the City Lord's Mansion. Is this an important event to announce? Hey, I heard that the situation of the Shangguan family in the past few decades has not been optimistic. Is it about to announce the truth? The high prestige of the Shangguan family made the masses immediately give way, and some forces were also trying to figure out the intentions of the Shangguan family. I saw that the Shangguan family arrived on the high platform on the west side of the square, and there were 4 figures standing on the high platform. Namely Lin Chen, Master Yen, Fatty Huangpao and Shangguan Yunfan. Master Yen took a deep breath. After all, he is also a high-ranking mathematician. He has seen many big scenes, and this situation still can't scare him. He spoke out loud. This seat is the mathematician in the 24-star calculation organization, Yen Jiwen, lost in the bet with his fellow gods Count Shirliji today, and hereby abides by the bet. When Yen Jiwen revealed his identity, there was an uproar among the 100,000 people who gathered on the high platform in the West Square. The rarity and prestige of a mathematician are comparable to those of a pharmacist. 24-star calculations is the largest mathematician organization in the wasteland. How could it be defeated by a fellow mathematician today? And what is that bet? While everyone was watching, all the curious and suspicious eyes were cast. Yen Jiwen actually unbuttoned his upper body robe, and he was even more shocked. His belly full of flesh began to shake, and his entire waist twisted like a snake. The 100,000 people in the audience were stunned and stuck in place. If this belly dance is performed by a plump beauty, it must be pleasing to the eyes, but if it is performed by a fat man between middle age and old age, this scene is amazing. Some people in the front row of the audience reacted even more radically. I'm so sick. Vomiting. The bet turned out to be this, poof. Did you laugh just now? If you laugh, you'll be offending the mathematician. I didn't, I just remembered happy things. My daughter is away all year round. And is going home these days. Pfft. What are you laughing at? I also think of my daughter, who is also going home. Your daughter, is the same? Yep. You 2 gentlemen, have the same daughter. After a belly dance, 100,000 people were present, and the scene was full of mourning, rolling on the floor with laughter, or vomiting, which was spectacular. Yan Jiwen's old face became extremely pale in an instant, his eyes were like knives, and he locked Lin Chen with the aftermath of a violent war. With his strength at the 9th level of the Battle Soul realm, wouldn't it be easy to crush a kid who doesn't even have the strength of the psychic realm? I saw that Shangguan Yunfan immediately stood in front of Lin Chen, and with a single wave of his hand, the oppression of the fighting chi that almost turned into an aura was dissipated. No matter what, today's Lin Chen is the savior of their Shangguan family. Even if you offend the 24-star mathematician, you have to stand in line immediately. Oh, Master Yan, why bother with a young junior, right? By the way, I invited you over this time, but I haven't invited you to taste our Wanling city's special Kuai Xingling wine. Come, this time I am here, the city lord's mansion will entertain you. The fat man in the yellow robe immediately came out to smooth things out, smiling all over his face, which made Yan Jiwen's face soften a little. Sneered with a flick of his sleeves, put on his robe and left. Hey, brother Yunfan, you have found a treasure for this young man, this time. I'll go to appease the whole old guy first, and I'll chat with you when I have time. Fatty Huangpao secretly sent a voice transmission to Shangguan Yunfan. The two were old friends for many years. They made eye contact and immediately understood. After the two left, Shangguan Yunfan smiled at Lin Chen. Master Shirliji, are you still satisfied with this result? Generally speaking, I can handle him myself. However, if you didn't stand up just now, the ancestral altar of your Shangguan family would immediately return to its original state. There was a dangerous smile on Lin Chen's mouth, and Shangguan Yunfan felt the mystery of this young man's origin. There is no cultivation base connected to the spiritual realm, but you dare to say that you can get the other party's 9th level of Battle Soul realm? If he said that he had no trump cards, he wouldn't believe it. Master Shirliji, don't worry, we will remember your kindness to my Shangguan family. We are by no means ruthless and unrighteous. Shangguan Yunfan's tone is sincere. This scene is different in the eyes of others. The owner of the Shangguan family is so polite to a young man. Could it be that he is the mysterious man who let Master Yan lose the bet just now? Don't talk to me about those fancy things. It was interrupted before. Now, let's talk about the reward. If there is one less, your ancestral altar will be restored on the same day, and it will be closed immediately on the same day. Lin Chen waved his hand. Shangguan Yunfan was sweating. How cunning this kid is, like an old fox. How can he look like a teenager? Master, please, let's go back to the residence to discuss the remuneration in detail. Shangguan Yunfan led the crowd away, and many people cast their curious eyes on Lin Chen. Shangguan Mansion, the first hall of the ceremonial hall. The atmosphere in the hall was solemn, and many elders gathered here. What? His reward requirements are our Shangguan family's Zijintong cultivation secret? Impossible. This is an inheritance passed down by our ancestors. It can only be cultivated by future generations and will never be passed on. But what does he want this training recipe for? Without the blood of our Shangguan family, he can't practice at all. After Lin Chen returned to Shangguan Mansion, he immediately found a secret room to retreat. The remuneration conditions he gave were also very simple. It was their Shangguan family's complete set of purple gold eyes cultivation secrets. In addition, what he wanted was some of the medicinal materials needed for refining medicine, which was neither painful nor itchy for the Shangguan Mansion. If we don't follow the instructions of our ancestors, we are deceiving our teachers and betraying our ancestors. But this sun is mysterious and unpredictable. If he closes our ancestral altar again, then don't do it again and again. Give him some compensation, and if he doesn't know what to do, kill him. No. How can I do this kind of bandit business in Shangguan? Besides, this sun's background has not been revealed at all. If we start, maybe we will pay a heavy price. We must never leave our ancestors behind. Are you abandoning the entire family in order to stick to the rules? When many elders were arguing, Shangguan Yunfan spoke up. The elders, don't argue anymore. We must follow the instructions of our ancestors, but we must also repay the kindness. I will think of a foolproof strategy to protect the best interests of both of us. As soon as these words came out, all the elders looked at Shangguan Yunfan in amazement. Is there a win-win option in this situation? This is the end of this matter. I will talk to Master Shi tonight. After all, Shangguan Yunfan left the ceremony hall. Only the second elder's eyes flashed, and there was a smile in his eyes. It turns out that there is indeed a win-win solution. Shangguan Mansion, back courtyard, a secret room attic. The father and daughter stood here, Shangguan Yunfan and Shangguan Bihan. Father, why did you suddenly call me over to brother Lin Chen? Shangguan Bihan asked, curiously. Shangguan Yunfan smiled. Yo, I'll be called big brother, so soon. Shangguan Bihan's pretty face was slightly red, and she said, Father. Bihan, Dad asked you, what do you think of this young man? For this question, Shangguan Bihan was startled, blushed slightly, and smiled. He is very special. He is more unique than any man Bihan has ever seen, and his actions are unorganized but unique. Since you don't have a bad impression of this kid, Dad has decided to betroth you to him and let him become my official person. How about it? When Shangguan Yunfan was testing his daughter, her expression suddenly changed slightly. Father, how can you do this? What if you cause trouble too? Brother Lin Chen, and you haven't asked Bihan, how can you do this without authorization? Decide. Bihan, Dad, it's hard to ride a tiger. This little guy asked me to cultivate the secrets of Zijintong from the Shangguan family. It's not that you don't know the ancestral teaching. This thing is our lifeline, and even if the family perishes, it must not be passed on. Shangguan Yunfan sighed deeply. Shangguan Bihan blushed pretty and stomped her feet in anger. But you can't use Bihan's lifelong happiness as a bargaining chip. Dad, I'm really angry. Shangguan Bihan turned to leave, but Shangguan Yunfan didn't stop him, only sighed. Closed room. Boom. A 5-5 colored fighting spirit poured out from Lin Chen's body, and it was overwhelming, shaking the secret room, and finally returned to the body. I didn't expect that the attribute light ball I picked up at Shangguan Mansion directly made me step into the psychic realm in one go. Open your eyes are shining. Psychic realm, War Chi psychic, can see the internal organs of a martial artist's body. War Chi transforms into shape, attack and defense are integrated. Lin Chen turned on the system, and a status information bar popped up in front of him. Host, Lin Chen. Cultivation, first layer of psychic realm. Ultimate strength, 10,641 tiger power. Blood energy, 751,734 points. The essence of fighting spirit, 293,592 points. Mental strength, 13,158 points. Cultivation technique essence, 10,458 points. Mind method, Chaos 5 Spirit Art, 16%. Practice exercises, 10,000 Thunders and 1,000 June Swordsmanship. Heavenly Spirit Transformation Pill, True Water, returning to Yuan, 15%, Soul. Repelling Spear Manual, for King's Seal of Fighting Demons, Taisher Bible, 2%. Possess Item, Recipe, 7-star Soul Reaper Gun. Possess Blood Energy, Qinglong Blood, 45 points, Zijintong Blood, 10,000 points. Trait Rune, Slow Rune Level 1, Rune Power 1175. The energy of each element, Fire 41,581 points, Earth 48,212 points, Wood 46715 points, Gold 47,872 points, Water 52,188 points. The more elemental energy attributes I collect, the stronger the increase in. The mind technique brought to me by the 5 spirits of chaos. The pure power has also reached 10,000 tigers. If I encounter the battle spirit, even if I don't use the slow rune, can wrestle with each other. Lin Chen ran his mind for a week, and found that the recovery speed of his fighting spirit was more than 70% faster than before. Just when Lin Chen was satisfied with this promotion, there was a knock on the door outside the secret room. Master Sure, we have already negotiated an answer about the remuneration. Is it convenient now? Oh? Is it Shangguan Yunfan? Lin Chen put away his aura, opened the door of the secret room indifferently, and said with a smile, "It's naturally convenient, please come to Patriarch Yunfan." The two sat in the closed room. Shangguan Yunfan pondered for a while, and finally said, "Master Shi Liji, after our family discussion this time, the elders would rather close the ancestral altar again than hand over the secrets of Zijintong's cultivation." As soon as Shangguan Yunfan opened his mouth, Lin Chen's expression instantly became cold, and he said calmly, "Then what you mean is that it's gone in one shot, right?" "No, there are other solutions to the matter." Shangguan Yunfan's eyes suddenly became much more sincere. He said every word. "Please Master Shi, no, please, little friend Lin Chen, you and I and my daughter have a marriage arrangement, so that you are also half of our Shangguan family. In this case, if I pass on your Zijintong cultivation secrets within the family, no one will object." This sudden request confuses Lin Chen. Huh? Got engaged? What kind of shit is this? Want me to marry that Shangguan Beyond to get the secret of Zijintong's cultivation? Is there such a good thing in this world? Buy one get one free? Shangguan Bihan is no matter in appearance, temperament, figure, self cultivation, temperament, and aptitude. They are all first-class national beauty and heavenly fragrance level beauties, and they are already at the 8th level of the psychic realm before they reach their 20s. If you put it in the outside world, let alone another Zijintong cultivation secret, I don't know how many young Tianjiao will post it upside down. Without the blood of the Shangguan family, it is impossible to cultivate Zijintong, but this cultivation secret still cannot be spread. Because if they are acquired by some strong people, even if they can't cultivate, they can spy on the secrets of some purple gold pupils in the cultivation secrets, which will cause unimaginable threats and losses to the Shangguan family. No, although I, Lin Chen, love beauties, but in this way, I want to be your son-in-law in Shangguan. I'd rather not, my nature likes freedom, and I don't want any restraint. If you insist on not giving it, then only one shot and two scattered. Lin Chen decisively shook his head and stood up. His face gradually became indifferent. Wait a minute. Master Shi, you misunderstood what I meant. The engagement I said was just a pretense. Shangguan Yunfan hurriedly threw out his real purpose. The engagement is just for us to have a legitimate reason to get the Zijintong cultivation secret. On the day of the engagement, I, Shangguan Yunfan, promise to help you prepare the divorce letter that night, and I will wait for you. A few years after I really left my Shangguan family, I will announce the divorce letter, and the secret will be in your hands by then, and the elders will have nothing to say. Shangguan Yunfan's plan really moved Lin Chen a little bit. But will this matter affect Miss Shangguan Bihan's reputation too much? Lin Chen hesitated. Hey, although the influence of reputation is bound to be there, it's the only way out of nowhere. Shangguan Yunfan pretended to be very sad and sighed, but added a sentence in his heart, it won't matter if you are my son-in-law. I agree with this method, but I hope that the Shangguan family can keep their promises, and if something else happens after the marriage, we must end up with both jade and stone. Lin Chen's tone was soft and hard. Sure. Shangguan Yunfan nodded sincerely. Also, I want 2 copies of the divorce letter. What? Who knows if you will go back on it, just take the second copy and put it with me as a guarantee. Shangguan Mansion, the secret room under the ancestral altar. The 2 parties have already agreed on a marriage relationship, and they also signed a divorce letter in advance. With the world seal of the Shangguan family, Lin Chen is not afraid of their repentance this time. This is the cultivation secret of the Shangguan family's Zijintong. You need to use your mental power to read it to get the cultivation method. From the 5 dusty counters, he took out 5 pieces of dark iron, and Shangguan Yunfan solemnly handed them over to Lin Chen. The host has obtained the secret recipe of purple gold eye, which has been recorded in the system. It takes 10,000 points of martial arts essence and 500 points of Zijintong blood power to start the practice of Zijintong, which can reach the entry level. The moment Lin Chen got the 5 pitch-black iron pieces, the system light screen immediately popped up. Little friend Lin Chen, since you are also a member of the Shangguan family, I would like to trouble you to attend a grand event with me in 3 days, the Treasure Appraising Conference in Wanlingcheng. After the exchange of transactions between the 2 parties, Shangguan Yunfan's tone became much more relaxed. Lang said with a smile. Oh? Treasure Appraisal Conference? Lin Chen showed curiosity. The Treasure Appraisal Conference is a grand event held by the treasure appraisers in our field. From ancient times to the present, the history of martial arts is long and unfailing. There are so many strange and mysterious things in this world, and the extraordinary and the ordinary strong can be completely distinguished. This requires people with special means to identify strange objects, and in the future, they will become treasure appraisers. Talking about this, Shangguan Yunfan's brows showed an instinctive arrogance, and said with a smile, and our Shangguan family is the largest and top-level treasure appraiser family in Wanling City, and in the entire wasteland it can be ranked first. Mao. Lin Chen suddenly realized that it is no wonder that the Shangguan family is so wealthy, and the strong are like clouds, so they have this kind of background. It seems that I have to go to this treasure appraising conference. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose faintly. After briefly explaining the rules and origin of the treasure appraising conference with Lin Chen again, the 2 separated in the secret room of the ancestral altar. The next day, Shangguan Yunfan announced the engagement of Lin Chen and Shangguan Bihan, setting off an unprecedented storm in the entire Wanling City. Regarding Lin Chen's engagement, the elders have nothing to say. This son has extraordinary potential. If he can become a member of their Shangguan family, it will be a great event, and it will be a blessing. In this way, it is not a bad thing to hand over Zijintong's cultivation secrets to him. Lin Chen, who is the center of attention, is completely in retreat. What he wants to practice this time is the purple golden eye he just got. Inside the secret room, Lin Chen recovered his mental power and just finished reading all the training tips and records in purple gold eye. Purple gold pupils are divided into 6 realms, insight into the subtle. The pupil is like watching fire, looking at the air to generate dew, living with purple electricity, turning into nothingness, and golden pupil twins. The first time I came into contact with the treasure appraising secret technique, it was still a high-level treasure appraising secret technique. Lin Chen couldn't help but sighed at the many magical properties of this purple gold pupil. I have completed the entry-level training. The system first absorb 1,000 bloodlines for me. The system injects 1,000 points of Zijintong blood into the host. A cool energy poured down from the Tianling Gai and shuttled through Lin Chen's whole body. The infusion of this bloodline energy is to allow Lin Chen to directly absorb the power of the bloodline, not to exchange blood. After the blood of Zijintong was integrated into the whole body, the energy began to condense in Lin Chen's pupils, and the eyes were covered with a layer of lavender brilliance. Through the light purple brilliance of the pupils, the world that Lin Chen saw became completely different. The many tiny dusts in the secret room became extremely clear, and even the stitching marks of every knitting thread on his clothes were as clear as the palm of his hand. This is the first realm, so insightful. System, come again, absorb all the blood power together. Lin Chen stayed behind closed doors and devoted himself to the cultivation of Zijintong. After consuming the spirit of the exercise, the system has directly recorded all the cultivation secrets for him in his mind. He only needs to absorb the blood energy. That afternoon, Lin Chen saw the many thin lines of spiritual energy that permeated the sky and the earth. In the past, he used battle energy to sense the spiritual energy of the world, but now he can intuitively see it. This is the second realm, if the pupil is watching the fire. At noon the next day, the thin lines of aura that could be watched expanded again, turning into rows of squirming dew. The third realm, hope gases dew. On the third day, late at night, the pitch-black void became purple in Lin Chen's eyes, and even faintly saw some spatial patterns in the world. The fourth realm, relying on raw purple electricity. After Lin Chen absorbed 10,000 bloodline energy, he cultivated to the fourth realm. If he activates the fourth realm purple electricity, even Lin Chen, who has a blue-level mentality, can't bear it. In fact, the realm that can be cultivated by relying on blood energy is only the fourth level, the fifth level of nothingness, and the sixth level of golden pupil twins all need to rely on their own perception and cultivation. The morning of the fourth day, the day of the treasure appraising conference. The entire Shangguan mansion is bustling, and the treasure appraising conference is a feast of great significance for any treasure appraiser. It's like a medicine refining conference held between pharmacists. Little friend Lin Chen, you are finally here. In the main hall, seeing Lin Chen coming, Shangguan Yunfan smiled brightly. Lin Chen looked around, and all the people who went to the government office today looked refined and tyrannical. After a lapse of decades, the Shangguan mansion was opened by the ancestral altar, and they were able to recultivate Zijintong, and their realm has improved. After cultivating Zijin Tong, Lin Chen saw Shangguan Yunfan's first glance. And he saw through his general cultivation level, which was at the level of Earth Demon, and the specific level was hidden by himself. Being the fiancé of Shangguan Bihan, many younger generations of the Shangguan family locked on Lin Chen with envy, jealousy, and hatred. After talking politely with Shangguan Yunfan and several elders, Lin Chen saw Shangguan Bihan in the corner of the crowd and the old servant in gray shirt, who was protecting her closely. Lin Chen touched his nose and walked over, saying that he is also engaged to someone now, so in the eyes of outsiders, he still has to pretend. Sitting next to Shangguan Bihan, she smiled peacefully and said in a low voice, "Brother Lin Chen, you don't have to be so restrained, I already knew the whole story." Lin Chen hesitated and nodded apologetically, "I'm sorry, but you made a decision with your father without your consent." "Don't worry, Miss Shangguan Bihan, I won't do anything indecent to you in the name of betrothal. No, I understand my father's decision. He has loved me very much since he was a child, but he is also the head of the entire Shangguan family. He cannot give up the entire family's interests for personal reasons. Shangguan Bihan Bingshui is smarter and more righteous, and doesn't seem to be entangled in this matter anymore." Seeing that Lin Chen and Shangguan Bihan were so harmonious together, the elders who were observing secretly couldn't help but nodded in relief. This time, the Shangguan family has selected hundreds of outstanding young talents to observe, as well as 5 elders and the current head of the family, to attend the event. Everyone set off and went to the appraising venue in Wanling City, the Guangyang venue not far from the city lord's mansion. Lin Chen and his party just arrived, and a large number of people entered the gate of the venue one after another, and there were several forces that came earlier than the Shangguan family. "Brother Yunfan, I haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you so much. I didn't expect your little girl to come back with a gold brick." Among the group of people who did not enter the hall at the door, several leaders led by them came together and clasped their fists at Shangguan Yunfan, smiling but not smiling. "Here, Brother Ning, stay safe." Shangguan Yunfan smiled bitterly, and said with a cup of hands, "It's the Huangfu family." Previously, there was little hope for the family's ancestral altar to recover. "Both families have always wanted to match me to marry Qingyu cousin. It seems that they hated daddy because of the engagement." Shangguan Bihan blushed slightly, and whispered beside Lin Chen, which made Lin Chen suddenly realize, thinking of the previous Huangfu Qingyu. It turned out that it was his betrothed that robbed others of the original beautiful things. When the situation between the two families was delicate, another group of people came. "Ha ha ha. Brother Yunfan, this time your Shangguan family's ancestral altar is restored. I'm afraid you will overwhelm the heroes." The heroic laughter spread all around. It was the people of the city lord's mansion. Xing Wanhe and the previous fatty Huang were also there. The fat man in the yellow robe came up and smiled at Lin Chen. "This master sure is really better than Blue." After this treasure appraising conference, I sincerely invite you to come to the city lord's mansion as a guest. This is our city lord's invitation. Please come. Fatty Huangpao's words even made all the forces on the scene unbelievable and shocked. The city lord who sees the dragon but does not see the end will actually invite others to be a guest? Is he the god operator Shirleji who has been popular recently? Even the city owner of Wanling City was alarmed. Is this kid so important? Everyone kept an eye on Lin Chen. Oh, okay, I'll go. Lin Chen was confused by the shocking gaze projected from the scene. Is it so rare for the city lord to invite the commander? One by one is like discovering a new continent. Hee, I heard that the Nangong family is also here. It seems that today's treasure appraising conference has a good show to watch. Brother Yun Fan, I went first. There are still many old friends in there. Fatty Huang Pao gave Lin Chen a deep look, then greeted Shangguan Yunfan and walked into the venue. Why are they so surprised? Lin Chen tilted his head to ask Shangguan Bihan, and asked, curiously. Young Master Lin Chen, don't you know, the city owner of this Wanling city is a beautiful woman who is a beautiful woman. It is said that people who have seen her beauty are all amazed that her appearance is like a fairy descending to earth. Shangguan Bihan explained patiently, her beautiful eyes flowing, she secretly observed Lin Chen's expression. It turned out to be a beautiful woman. Lin Chen's interest greatly increased, Shangguan Bihan clenched his teeth lightly, and her beautiful eyes flickered. I didn't expect that little friend Lin Chen would be favored by the city owner. TSK, let's go in too. Shangguan Yunfan was amazed, and then filed in with the entire Shangguan family. After Lin Chen and the others entered, several silver-robed figures who were secretly spying on him also entered, and the man headed by the men in black was the Master Yen, who had previously been defeated by Lin Chen. Boy, this time you have the secret of a mathematician, the old man is bound to get it. The venue is divided into 3 levels, the seats are fan-shaped and can accommodate more than 10,000 people. Entering the venue, Shangguan Bihan introduced Lin Chen to the forces at the scene one by one. The Nangong family in the wilderness, Jianbao's heritage and the Shangguan family are only in the middle. Qingyue City's Ranger Treasure Appraiser Organization, and many old-fashioned treasure appraisers from the Lingmen of the Wasteland. All of them are famous figures in the wasteland. Even those who can enter the venue are either rich or expensive. Or those who can enter the treasure appraising conference are all famous people in the wasteland. It was the first time to participate in such a grand event as the treasure appraisal conference. Lin Chen listened with great interest. This kind of feast was not in existence that Lin Chen had been able to touch before. Lin Chen sat in the top VIP seat. He watched with interest as the old man on the stage launched a crystal counter with a height of more than 10 meters. Inside, there were more than a dozen uneven clear crystals. This is the treasure of the first round of treasure appraising, Shanshui. Concentrate. Its sect hoped to get the highest quality part of this batch of Shanshui concentrate to create 10 third-order weapons, only 7 feet in size. The rest of the Shanshui concentrate belongs to the treasure appraiser. Please identify it. Some of the treasures are owned by the treasurer, which is an unspoken rule in the field. Of course, other generous rewards can also be used instead. Each treasure appraiser may involve a force and each other. In order to get the remuneration from the trustee, the best part of the treasure is usually identified. Because none of the appraisers can be 100% sure that only they can identify the highest quality. This is like, one of the 2 treasure appraisers has seen through the best quality of the treasure, but did not point it out to the sustenance party, but gave a suboptimal answer. Then in this case, the competitor may also see the best quality of the treasure and give a better answer than the former, then the reward will go to the latter. This is the true meaning of the treasure meeting. In order to avoid unilaterally letting one of the treasure appraisers see through the quality of the treasure and make a fortune in silence, there will be several treasure appraiser sects or forces at the treasure appraiser conference. As soon as the old man finished speaking, two young people immediately raised their hands. Number 13 Xianshui concentrate is of the highest quality. Number 15 Xianshui concentrate is of the best quality. The two young treasure appraisers gave different answers. The old man smiled slightly, then asked two treasure appraisers to come to the stage to consecrate the two crystals. Please consecrate the appraiser on the premise that the appraisal crystal is not damaged. Every treasure appraiser has an opportunity to consecrate to uncover the mystery of the identified treasure. I saw two treasure appraisers showing their magical powers, one running the water system mental method, and the other using the treasure appraiser formula to draw out the energy of the Xianshui concentrate with mental power. Boom! Two beams of light rose, strong water energy permeated the entire high platform, and two pieces of profound water concentrate were radiated with potential essence. But obviously the energy of the water system emitted by the Xianshui concentrate on the 13th is even better. The method of consecration is also a hard work for treasure appraisers. Because of the special nature of the treasure appraising conference, no one can prove to a treasure appraiser whether his vision is accurate and can distinguish the hidden qualities and opportunities of various strange objects and treasures. The means that can be triggered, this is Jianbao consecration. In this scene, Lin Chen's eyes widened, because after the Xianshui concentrate was consecrated, a series of blue light balls fell, all of which were attribute light balls containing pure water energy. Unfortunately, I can't rush up and pick up these attribute light balls right now, otherwise my true water returning origin art can go a step further. Lin Chen secretly regretted, and continued to wait and watch the treasure appraising conference. Afterwards, several more treasure appraisers came to the stage to consecrate other Xianshui concentrates. Although the glowing energy surpassed that of the previous number 15 Xianshui concentrate, it was slightly inferior to number 13. In the end, the young treasure appraiser, who identified number 13 Xianshui concentrate, won the victory. In this regard, many of the great treasure appraisers on the stage did not move at all, and some were even chatting and laughing, not taking this scene seriously at all. This is just a hot foreplay for young people to try their best swordsmanship. The real highlight of the treasure appraising conference is still to come. These are the 5 broken weapons found in the newly created ruins of destruction. It is suspected that there are individual weapons with a 4th order quality. Please identify the weapons that are most likely to be repaired. Among the broken weapons. Reward, 3 pieces, the 3rd order top medicine pill. Many younger generations began to participate in the fierce competition for treasure appraising. Let the older generation on the scene see the potential of the new force. These are the 7 remnants of the heart method unearthed in ancient times. It is said that only one of them records the spiritual method that can be cultivated. Please taste the training secrets in the remnant of the enlightenment. Reward, 2 can restore spiritual power. The 3rd order top level medicine pill, and a green order top level combat skill. The treasure appraising conference gradually progressed to the back. Lin Chen watched it with relish, and just when he couldn't help but want to try the newly cultivated Zijintong, the girl's cold voice echoed throughout the audience. The heart method of fragment number 2 records the heart method that can be cultivated. Everyone was stagnant, and they looked at the reputation. The position of the VIP seat was actually the Nangong family? Legend has it that the Shangguan family is on the same level as the treasure appraiser family, but this ranking was already 50 years ago, and now the Shangguan family has only restored the ancestral altar. As soon as the voice fell, a ray of spiritual light bounced out of the VIP room, and it was involved in the second of the 7 incomplete ancient books. Placed on the crystal counter. Fighting the dragon art, the low-level mentality of the blue rank, tempering the fighting spirit and nurturing the dragon power. One strike is like a fighting dragon flying in the sky. Hiss. The audience suddenly undulated and sucked in the cold air one after another. With this shot, a low-level mental method of the youth was identified. The Nangong family was indeed terrifying. This mental method is incomplete, and it is still worse than the real blue level mental method, but this move is enough to show that the Nangong family has begun to provoke us. Shangguan Yunfan's eyes narrowed, since the other party has already made a move, they have to take it. Everyone is looking forward to it, and the next is the head-to-head confrontation between the two families after decades. These are the remains of 3 beasts that the trustee desperately found from the most dangerous 10,000 beast mountains in the wasteland a few days ago. The trustee hopes to identify the remains of these beasts, which one is more suitable for refining bones and cultivating vitality. This kind of medicine pill. If a perfect identification result can be obtained, the trustee will present the remains of a vicious beast to the treasure appraiser. On the high platform, there appeared the remains of 3 huge beasts of more than 10 feet. The old man resolutely turned his attention to the VIP floor of the highest order. The remains of these 3 beasts, but the existence of breaking through the 4th order, are comparable to the powerhouses of the Earth Fiend realm. In this level of competition, only the top appraisers are eligible to participate in appraising. Bihan, it's your turn. Shangguan Yunfan gave his daughter a beckoning look. Shangguan Bihan nodded and stood up, her pupils shining like a gem covered with a touch of purple gold. It's the 2nd realm, if the pupil is watching the fire. Lin Chen recognized Shangguan Bihan's realm and was secretly surprised. Shangguan Bihan was only 20 years old. When she was born, her family's ancestral altar was already close to closing. She was able to cultivate to the realm of eye like fire, which basically depended on her own efforts and talents. The body of the number 3 beast has the effect of preserving its own qi and blood, and it has more refining value. Extracting its blood essence during refining can also reach more than 80% of its lifetime. Rank pills can play a vital role in life and death. Shangguan Bihan's elegant and refined voice was like the sound of heaven, which spread throughout the venue. As the voice fell, a hazy purple light lingered and penetrated into the body of the beast number 3. The body of the beast immediately radiated the sound of tidal waves, and the majestic qi and blood energy swept the audience like a stormy wave. The hurricane-like qi and blood fluctuations swept through the entire venue with a brutal aura of prehistoric and famine, which frightened many people. I thought that the brutal beast on the high platform was resurrected. What a majestic fluctuation of qi and blood, who would have thought that this dead beast could still retain such terrifying energy? In the past, with our methods, we could not identify the slightest sign. The Shangguan family is the signature treasure appraiser family of Wanlingcheng. Many forces are amazed, even some older generation treasure appraisers have not discovered the clues of the body of the number 3 beast, and are very surprised and praised by Shangguan Bihan's performance. It seems that the foundation of the Shangguan family has never been shaken. It was rumored a few years ago that the Shangguan family seems to have fallen into a bottleneck in cultivation. It turned out to be all rumors. Miss Shangguan Bihan has such a level at a young age, and maybe she will surpass the modern family owner. Numerous rumors from the outside world have been self-defeating at this moment, and the disciples in the Shangguan family are also very excited. Their generation does not have the assistance of the ancestral altar, and cultivation to the first realm is the limit. The control of the second level is already very fine, and I am afraid that it will enter the third level in a short time. Lin Chen commented in secret, but the situation in the venue suddenly changed. Is this the level of the Shangguan family at the same age as me? I have given you the opportunity to judge first, but that's all. The girl's cold and arrogant attitude attracted the attention of the audience. There were two cold blue light lines intertwined in the void. The girl left the VIP room like a dragonfly and fell into the arena. She has long hair that reaches her waist and is about 20 years old. She has a pair of ice blue eyes that are astonishing. She is cold and solitary. Could this little girl be the peerless genius of the Nangong family, who is known to be born every 1,000 years, Nangong Yuyan? The appearance of the beautiful woman aroused countless curiosity and surprise. She moved her lotus steps lightly, and her slender jade fingers touched the body of number 1 beast, and began to consecrate the body of the beast. This is a python-shaped beast. The preservation and energy of the single round beast's remains are not as good as the one selected by Shangguan Bihan. Embellished with jade fingers, more than a dozen spiritual powers penetrated into the body of the beast like a pervasive spiritual thread, and a majestic vitality began to emerge quietly. Vitality? Some of the young treasure appraisers in the venue were shocked. How could a dead beast have such a vibrant vitality? This is the corpse of the Yinyang mysterious demon python. Its bloodline was extremely domineering. If it is used to refine the medicine pill, the effect after taking it can obtain the amazing recovery effect of the mysterious demon python. It can heal quickly and guarantee the best treatment effect. The fingertips were pulled away, and a small part of the bloodline of the mysterious demon python after the consecration was extracted, turned into dark red blood cells the size of a fist and beat on the beauty's fingertips. Every bead in front of the blood is filled with powerful life fluctuations. Although the energy fluctuations are almost the same as the body of the beast identified by Shangguan Bihan, in the eyes of the strong, the vitality of the mysterious python is even better. Judgment. A soul realm guard came to the stage, whispered a few words from the ear of the white-haired old man, and immediately stepped back. The white-haired old man immediately announced, with a smile. After consultation with our trustees, we unanimously chose the remains of no. One beast. Wow. There was an uproar in the venue. The Shangguan family lost the first battle. The first confrontation with the Nangong family was defeated. Bihan, don't be discouraged, you've done a good job. Shangguan Yunfan comforted his daughter, who clenched his teeth tightly, a little unwilling. In terms of talent, she is by no means inferior to Nangong Yuyan. Interesting. Lin Chen stared at the high platform with excitement. After many strange objects and treasures were consecrated by the appraiser, these treasures themselves also dropped a lot of attribute light balls. If the conference hadn't been going on, Lin Chen couldn't help but want to rush up to pick it up, and his attributes would soar again. Since the other party makes a move, then we can't let others see jokes. Shangguan Yunfan stood up and stood in the front row of the VIP room, a purple light in his pupil flickered and disappeared. Shangguan Yunfan, who personally took action, immediately pulled back a game. in the second round of appraising the treasure. But then, there were other forces at the treasure appraisal conference. For example, the Huangfu family and the old-fashioned forces of Dialingmen have made the two top brand Jianbao families more fiercely confrontation, and both sides have their own winners and losers. After half a day, the treasure appraising conference is coming to an end. The Shangguan family and the Nangong family were extremely popular. In this field, reputation was extremely important. The top treasure appraiser forces will attract more powerhouses, bringing unimaginable accumulation to the forces, so any scene can be humbly, but only the card face of the treasure appraiser conference cannot be allowed. What a terrifying battle, I didn't even see what kind of strange treasure came to power. The two of them have already been identified. The two sides are already 7-7, aren't they? It's really a fight. Without giving an inch. The young treasure appraiser outside the high platform swallowed his saliva and secretly broke into a cold sweat. VIP room. They seem to know the weakness of our Zijintong? Several elders were exhausted and panting, and they were exhausted by excessively running Zijintong. They all looked at each other in shock and surprise. We only managed to keep up with them when a few of us went together. They must have spare capacity, and they are very aware of the drawbacks of our Zijintong. Have you been targeted? It shouldn't be possible for a traitor to appear in my Shangguan family, could it be? Shangguan Yunfan just remembered that Lin Chen, who was next to him, took the conversation while biting the fruit. It should be the ghost of the previous Huangfu Qingyu. Shangguan Yunfan smiled helplessly, but this time he led the wolf into the room. I didn't expect this kid to sneak into their Shangguan family and have such a scheming. At this time, the white-haired old man on the high platform said loudly, "Today's last round of treasure appraising conference, please wait a moment." Boom. The strong hurricane was raging, and more than a dozen figures appeared strangely around the high platform, tightly protecting the four sides of the high platform to prevent anyone from doing bad things. These are all masters of the 9th level of the Battle Soul realm. Then, a crystal counter descended out of nowhere, with 4 strange and mysterious treasures placed inside. The first piece is a broken ancient knife, the blade is curved like a moon. The hilt is light purple, and the blade is inlaid with 9 purple pearls. The second, it is an ancient book that has been covered in dust for a long time, with rust spots on it, dilapidated and impermanent. The third piece is actually the forearm bone of a human arm. It is as crystal, clear as jade, without a trace of dust. It is placed on the counter like a work of art. The fourth item is a fist-sized cyan bead, except that it emits a little blurred light. There is no surprise. The young treasure appraisers in the front row of the venue saw these 4 strange treasures, and could not see through their secrets at all. Even if it fell on the side of the road, they didn't think it was a treasure. However, the appearance of these 4 things made everyone in the VIP room quiet. Even Lin Chen saw a completely different scene from the others when he saw the 4 rare treasures. Please identify which of these 4 treasures is the most precious, and consecrate the 4 treasures for this. As for the reward, it is inconvenient to disclose it. Please come up one by one who are willing to appraise the treasures. The reward will be private. Let me know below. The white-haired old man on the high platform stroked his beard and smiled. He glanced at the VIP rooms. This time it was not as usual, and many treasure appraisers fell into silence. One after another. Since no one is coming, the old man will come first. In less than 10 breaths, an old man in green shirt from Dialingmen left the dip room and stepped onto the high platform, smiling lightly. As soon as the old man appeared, he immediately set off a series of ups and downs. Oh? The chief treasure appraiser of Earth Spirit Sect, Senior Zhao. I didn't expect you to take action too. The white-haired old man gestured to please. The old man, Zhao said with a smile, this old man is just here to try his luck, I'm just laughing. Zhao Lao stepped to the high platform, stepped forward, and his eyes fell on the third of the 4 exotic treasures. The most precious treasure should be this one. Zhao Lao pointed to the human arm bone, and read the magic formula in his mouth. Consultant Zhou Tian, Spirit, leads the quartet. 8 wastes and 4 images. Void and real spirits. Show me to this old man. Putting his hands together, a huge constellation pattern of several meters was entrenched on the top of Zhao Lao's head, absorbing starlight and containing hundreds of rivers. Is this the constellation view of the Earth Spirit Gate? It's so stylish. Many appraisers are looking forward to it, staring at the human arm bone with anticipation. I saw the crystal clear and jade-like forearm bones suspended in the air. After a slight tremor, the starlight under the constellation array map scatters restrained power. An unprecedented fighting spirit was released from the forearm bone, shaking the high platform to the verge of crumbling. This fighting spirit far surpassed any battle spirit realm, and even the earthly evil realm, reaching a whole new level. The arm bone of a strong person in the heavenly astral realm? The powerhouses of many treasure appraisers have been horrified. The strength of the war spirit revealed by this logistics already has the power of the heavenly astral realm. This thing is left by a strong person in the heavenly astral realm. The bone energy is still there, and the marrow retains the essence. If it can be successfully merged into one's own body, the combat aura can soar rapidly. Maybe it will be able to comprehend the secret of the heavenly astral realm. Maybe. Zhao Lao rarely showed a trace of excitement and fanaticism to explain to everyone, as a treasure appraiser, being able to consecrate such strange treasures is a great achievement in his life. In Lin Chen's eyes, after the arm bones of Gang Jing were consecrated that day, a splendid brass treasure chest was suspended in the void. These treasurers consecrate these treasures to stimulate their attributes or hidden treasures. I made a lot of money. Lin Chen was ecstatic in his heart. He kept his troops still and watched the changes. Because next time, there will be a good show. Haha, although the arm bones of the heavenly astral realm are precious, they are not comparable to this. The old voice attracted all eyes again, and another veteran treasure appraiser appeared, the chief treasure appraiser of Qingyue City. He leaned on crutches, like a frail old man, and walked slowly to the stage. I saw his dry palms swirling with mysterious war patterns, and he held the moyu crutches in his hands, one after another. Then he picked up the crutch and tapped the cyan bead, and a faint cyan mist began to fill the entire high platform. Hoo-hoo! The ferocious and violent Long Shao roared from the blue ball, and some of the lower-level treasure appraisers in the venue were stunned by the roar, and their faces were terrified. It's like encountering an ancient beast. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and at the moment when the cyan ball was consecrated, 3 cyan bright attribute light balls rolled out. Besides, Lin Chen is very familiar with this feeling and oppression. Heaven and earth nurture all things, and the dragon family is supreme and surpasses all things. This pearl contains the dragon's breath, and the dragon's energy is introverted. It is a dragon ball derived from the real ancient dragon family, and it has the power of a real dragon. Use it to assist in the Cultivation of unique skills related to the dragon family. Skill, you will get twice the result with half the effort, 1,000 miles in a day. The treasure appraiser of Qinghua City said with a stern smile, and the audience was full of air conditioning sounds. It turned out to be a genuine ancient dragon ball. It just so happens that the old man was fortunate enough to walk with the real power in the early years, and had seen the real dragon, otherwise he might not be able to stimulate the energy in this dragon ball and consecrate it. Luck. Ha ha ha. The old man smiled casually, and many strong men cast their fiery gazes on the blue dragon ball. The ancient dragon ball, this thing is a treasure that can be encountered and cannot be asked for. Compared with the arm bone of that day, it may be even better. That arm bone is only valid under the heavenly astral realm, and it has to pay a huge risk to integrate its value, while the ancient dragon ball is still valid for the heavenly astral realm powerhouse. The level of this precious grade is a high judgment. It seems that our Shangguan family can't fall behind. At this time, Shangguan Yunfan walked on the high platform with a confident smile on his lips. Everyone's breathing suddenly tightened. Today's confrontation between these two big families will usher in the final collision. Is it the Shangguan family that is better, or the Nangong family coming from behind, or whether the two sides continue to maintain their dual status? I feel that this secret book is the most precious treasure. Shangguan Yunfan smiled casually, and his pupils turned purple gold. I saw that he picked up the dilapidated ancient book, and actually spurred his fighting spirit to condense the flames, and burned the ancient book. What is Shangguan Yunfan doing? He's going to destroy the trustee stuff? Many appraisers were horrified. If it wasn't for the old man who was on the high platform with a steady experience and experienced many storms, the scene would have been in chaos at this time. I saw that the burned ancient books actually wafted out a little starlight from the firelight. These starlights fell like dust, and Shangguan Yunfan took them all with a jade plate. These gleaming, star-like dusts became the size of 2 thumbs after the ancient books were burned into nothingness. Shangguan Yunfan blew out a sigh of relief, blowing the dust up, condensing it into a fist-sized spiritual light group, emitting bursts of spiritual fluctuations, and rows of starlight characters were quickly listed in the void. Longevity True Fire Seal, Green Rank Top Alchemy Handprint. The short 2 lines of words made everyone in the audience fall into a state of brain stagnation. It turned out to be the top green level alchemy handprint. I didn't expect that I would be able to witness the birth of this unparalleled treasure in my lifetime. A group of treasure appraisers were amazed, and a small number of people were just about to move. Not many people could maintain absolute calm in front of the top green level alchemy fingerprints. Looking at the many martial arts forces with more than 10 billion people in the entire wasteland, the forces that can hold this level of alchemy fingerprints can be counted with one slap. All the powerhouses at the 9th level of the Battle Soul Realm immediately took a step forward, shocking everyone. The top green rank, I don't need to say more about the precious value of the alchemy handprint of this rank. Everyone, establish a sect and create the necessary foundation for the great cause of the ages. Another treasure chest appears. When Lin Chen saw the birth of the Longevity True Fire Seal, there was also a bronze treasure chest suspended above the starlight characters. Shangguan Yunfan smiled gracefully, and his heart was full of envy. Their Shangguan family spent half their lives, and only then did they get the mid-level green-level alchemy fingerprints to support the family's development. The high-level green level is even more expensive and has no market, and the top-level green level would be easily sold by fools. The top handprint of the green rank. Xing Wanhe sat in the special VIP room of the city lord's mansion, his palms shook violently a few times, and finally he put it down and sighed deeply. As the chief alchemist of Wanling City, no one on the scene knows this value better than him. The mid-level green level alchemy fingerprints made him a fourth-level pharmacist admired by hundreds of millions of people. If he was a top-level green-level pharmacist, his alchemy skills would be even better. It's not good to have this kind of stimulation in front of me at this age. Xing Wanhe seemed to be a few years old, and muttered to himself very regretfully. Hey, Lauhi, don't get too excited. If you mess around here, even Fatty I can't keep you. The fat man in yellow robe took a bite of an apple and smiled. On the high platform, due to the large number of strong people on the scene, the chaos was suppressed in the end, judging from the situation on the scene. The true fire seal of longevity was the most precious. Haha, the Shangguan family is still slightly worse. A group of figures came from the passage of the VIP room. They were from the Nangong family. The blue-robed middle-aged man at the head chuckled, and the Huangfu family followed behind them. I have also uncovered the secrets in this ancient book. Unfortunately, if someone in your family has cultivated to the fourth realm of purple gold pupils, the outcome today is really unpredictable. The blue-robed man gave Shangguan Yunfan a yin and yang smile, and the latter glanced at the people on both sides of the family. Sure enough, someone informed you about the situation in our family. The people of the Huangfu family looked at Shangguan Yunfan sarcastically, as if they had already seen the outcome of the outcome. Yuyan, go up and tell them what is most precious. The blue-robed middle-aged man looked at the high platform. Nangong Yuyan nodded indifferently, and Lianbu moved the high platform lightly. The delicate jade hands were lightly pressed together, and Nangong Yuyan gently stroked the broken ancient knife on the number 1 counter. The 9 precious jade embedded in the blade shone and gradually glowed. Don't this girl know that what's inside this blade is the fourth order vicious beast core? Shangguan Yunfan frowned. He had already urged Zijintong to confirm again and again that the only valuable thing on this ancient blade was the fourth order fierce beast core in the blade. Although this thing was precious, it was not comparable to the real fire seal of Wanzhou. Could it be? Lin Chen mobilized Zijintong, and in the world of Zidian, he observed another spectacle in the ancient knife. The moment the jade finger was adorned on the blade, Nangong Yuyan pierced her fingertip and dripped a drop of blood essence. 9 jewel-like ferocious beast nuclei began to radiate astonishing ferocity. And many powerhouses in the venue deployed battle chi defense to protect everyone. 9 purple beams of light suddenly rose, and 3 of the beams actually disillusioned the terrifying illusion of beasts, roaring continuously. This is? Shangguan Yunfan's face changed suddenly. Father. Shangguan Bihan looked at the high platform worriedly. The last part of treasure appraising was completely turbulent. These are 9 fierce beast cores from the true flame purple phoenix from the ancient times, of which there are 8 fourth order and 1 fifth order. Nangong Yuyan's words caused 1,000 waves. Even the many famous treasure appraisers in the wilderness were discolored. The true flame purple phoenix has the pure ancient phoenix bloodline, and its vicious beast core is more than 10 times worth more than the same level of vicious beast core. Not only that, but there are also ferocious beast cores that are actually fifth order grades. Fifth order, that is to say, it is equivalent to the powerhouse of the heavenly astral level. A powerhouse in the astral realm is enough to dominate the life of the entire Wanling city. There are only a handful of Tiangang realm powerhouses in the entire wasteland, let alone annihilated. To kill a true flame purple phoenix, comparable to the heavenly astral realm. That level of difficulty is unimaginable for anyone on the scene. Although the top green level alchemy fingerprints are precious, compared with the beast cores of the 9 true flame purple phoenixes, the two sides are indeed not on the same level. Did you lose? The Shangguan family still lost to the Nangong family. Under the high platform, some people have begun to mutter, and some people are amazed that this ancient alien beast, comparable to the Tiangang realm, can be killed, and it is also cast in an ancient weapon. Shangguan Yunfan gritted his teeth fiercely. He had discovered the existence of these 9 beast cores before, but because of the age and the inlays on the weapons, he had not noticed the true grades of all its beast cores. The people of the Shangguan family all gritted their teeth, some bowed their heads and sighed, and some were extremely unwilling and did not speak out in anger. It seems that it's time for my Shangguan family to recuperate for a while. The closure of the ancestral altar for decades has still affected the foundation. Shangguan Yunfan sighed in his heart, and all the members of the Nangong family burst into laughter. It seems that the treasure appraiser force in this wasteland is the first. After all, it is still my Nangong family. Well, Qing is better than blue. Now is the age of young people, Yuyan, you've done a good job. Shangguan Yunfan, how does it feel to witness the failure of your family with your own eyes? Ha ha ha. Look at you, you look like a prodigal dog. The people of the Huangfu family mocked with presumptuous contempt. After today, spread from Wanling City, the entire wasteland will know that the Shangguan family is no longer the opponent of the Nangong family, and the Nangong family will go further. In the field of appraising treasures, the powerhouses attracted by the first and second are not of the same grade at all, and the Huangfu family, which has taken advantage of the Nangong family, will also skyrocket. The members of the Shangguan family stood up angrily, and some of the young clansmen with vigor and blood flushed with anger. When the smell of gunpowder was full at the scene, the young man's leisurely and hearty chuckle injected new vitality into everyone in the Shangguan family. The real treasure is indeed in that ancient sword. The outcome of this game has not yet been settled. Everyone looked at the sound, and tens of thousands of treasure appraisers all looked in the direction of the VIP room passage. The graceful beautiful figure walked up slowly. It's Shangguan Bihan. Behind Shangguan Bihan, there is a young man with a straight waist and a slow pace. He put his hands in his pockets, his expression was light and airy, and there was a confident but not conceited smile on his childish face. It's Miss Shangguan Bihan. By the way, who is that person behind Miss Shangguan? It's him. I heard that it was the mathematician who helped the Shangguan family repair the ancestral altar. I know him, he is the young man who asked Master Yen of the 24 Stars organization to belly dance. This is a treasure appraising conference, what does it have to do with him as an arithmetician? Yan Jiwen, who was hiding in the dark, heard the discussions around him. He was so angry that he was exposed and gritted his teeth. Immediately, he narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself in a low voice. Could it be that this kid can also appraise treasures? Impossible. How old is this yellow-haired boy? How can he dabble in so many fields? Hearing the discussions of many people around her, Nangong Yuyan showed a rare trace of emotional fluctuations. Her cold and blue eyes stared at Shangguan Bihan, and her crisp and indifferent voice came slowly. Your previous statement, like my consecration result, is unconvincing. No, although the goals are the same, the results are different. Your cultivation has not yet reached home, Miss Nangong Yuyan. Shangguan Bihan moved lightly and stepped onto the high platform, facing Nangong Yuyan tit for tat. Before Lin Chen stepped onto the high stage, he bent down and picked up more than a dozen attribute light balls. Everyone was confused. Where is this kid touching? You said I haven't reached home from my practice? Nangong Yuyan showed a trace of disdain and asked arrogantly. Then you've opened my eyes. Where is something more precious than this true flame purple phoenix beast core? But don't forget, who was my defeat just now? Shangguan Bihan smiled gracefully, very dignified, and walked to the counter of ancient knives. Ordinary weapons only need to use 1 or 2 kinds of beast cores. Excessive injection and manipulation of the energy of the beast cores will be counterproductive, making it difficult to form a real weapon and unbearable. It can withstand 9 beast cores, so how can it be made of ordinary iron? Shangguan Bihan's words startled the dreamer, and many appraisers nodded in agreement. They have always relied on their own methods of appraising treasures, but there have been huge deviations in some ideas. Many people have re-examined the quality of the ancient knife, but found that, apart from the dilapidated and incomplete, there is no trace of energy fluctuations. Little Neezy, if it is speculated that you can become a treasure appraiser, then there will not be so few people in this field. The head of the Nangong family shook his head and laughed. His tone was full of sarcasm. The implication was that you must show your true skills to convince the public. When I come to the stage, I naturally have my own grasp. Shangguan Bihan's slender jade hand shook the counter, and the dilapidated ancient saber rose into the air, swiping with his fingertips, cutting the junction between the handle and the blade. Then, with a flick of her hand, she threw the handle of the knife in front of the white-haired old man in charge, and Ying bowed. Among the people who practiced fire-type exercises, Senior Mo, your cultivation base is the strongest, so please ask Senior to help Xiaohua burn this knife handle, and the secret will naturally surface. The white-haired old man in charge gave Shangguan Bihan a surprised look. This girl actually saw through her own cultivation base and cultivation mentality at a glance? When did she reach this state? If that's the case, then the old man will show his ugliness. The white-haired old man stretched out his palms, and suddenly urged his own battle aura. The layers of battle aura turned into a violent orange flame, which suddenly wrapped around the hilt of the knife. The old man's cultivation base is the 3rd level of the Earth Fiend realm. Urging his own battle aura, which is enough to burn the entire high platform. So several old seniors each unfolded their own battle aura defense to separate the power of this flame. Even so, the young people in the audience still felt the extraordinary high temperature, and they were sweating profusely for a moment. Lin Chen jumped, smashing all the attribute light balls scattered on the ground or suspended in the void near the high platform surrounding the entire venue. Some people are still confused. What is this young mathematician doing? This is touching and scratching around, and there is nothing but air. If it wasn't for the sake of the Shangguan family, he would have been thrown out long ago. Only the members of the Shangguan family looked at each other with excitement. And excitement. Because this master Shirliji repaired the ancestral altar for their Shangguan family 2 days ago. Lin Chen ignored everyone's astonished gazes, kicked the soles of his feet, rose into the air, and grabbed the treasure chest suspended in the sky, which were the 3 treasure chests that appeared when the 4 great treasures were opened just now. The host opens the blue light brass treasure chest, obtains 100 points of the blood of the blue dragon. The host opens the purple light brass treasure chest, obtains the true flame, purple phoenix wings. The host opens the purple light brass treasure chest, obtains the blue level, low-level alchemy fingerprint 8 desolate profound fire. Lin Chen grabbed all the treasure chests, and the system light screen popped up immediately. The rich harvest made Lin Chen open his mouth on the spot. Qing level alchemy fingerprints, Qing long bloodline, plus the wings of the legendary ancient beasts, the true flame purple phoenix wings? Master, I made a lot of money this time, ha ha ha. Lin Chen was ecstatic in his heart, but the surface was calm. Lin Chen just took a few breaths to open the treasure box, and there was a suspicious sound of surprise around him. What is this? The cast material of this handle is extraordinary. The hilt of the knife was calcined by the white-haired old man's fighting spirit, and a blurred brilliance slowly appeared, absorbing the stars and restraining the universe. As for the white-haired old man, he had already tried his best to urge the aura of war to burn it, but he could only slowly burn off its dust. The quality of the cast material for the hilt was unimaginable. For a quarter of an hour, 2/4 of an hour, everyone in the audience focused on the ancient hilt. When the white-haired old man's fighting spirit was almost exhausted, the hilt finally fell off all the historical dust that covered it, and once again bloomed the divine light from the ancient times. The handle of the knife is dark purple and cross-shaped, and the handle is open like a fish tail, intertwined with gray and white runes, like a carefully carved artwork. What kind of material is this rare mineral? Everyone was curiously staring at this brand new hilt, and no treasure appraiser could see through its grade. Shangguan Bihan took the hilt, lifted it, and declared, "This item is Joyang Ziguang Jing, a genuine 6th-order rare mineral. Indestructible, and can withstand the destruction of the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. When casting weapons, you only need to add a little bit to turn the whole treasure into a magical weapon, of course, provided that there is enough strength to cast it. 6th-order strange mine?" When Shangguan Yunfan heard about this rank, the corners of his mouth trembled a few times. That rank is beyond the existence of the barren realm. That is a heaven and earth wonders that are difficult to find even in the heavenly astral realm. The rarer and rarer the ore is, the more it is born in a harsh and terrifying environment, the realm that the heavenly astral realm might not be qualified to set foot in. There is no doubt that the real 6th-order exotic ore is much more valuable than the 9 true flame purple phoenix beast cores. Is this really a 6th-order strange mine? Senior M.O., who was in charge, was trembling with excitement. Shangguan Bihan nodded with a smile. Senior can ask the trustee to find a more powerful treasure appraiser to appraise it. If this item is not of the 6th-order grade, I personally and even the Shangguan family will take full responsibility. Many veteran treasure appraisers at the scene were amazed. They were already 80% sure that this object was above the 5th order, and they were not surprised if it was said to be 6th order. This venue brings together the most outstanding treasure appraisers forces and organizations in the entire wasteland. There may be differences if 1 or 2 veteran treasure appraisers cannot identify them. But everyone can't identify it, so there is only one possibility: this thing is no longer a level they can touch. It seems that your Nangong family's cultivation is still not in place. Shangguan Bihan returned the same words to the Nangong family and the Huangfu family. Both of them gritted their teeth. The elders of the Shangguan family and the people of the city lord's mansion looked at each other, and they all burst into shock and ecstasy. At the last critical moment, the Shangguan family pulled back around again. Overtake the Nangong family. After finishing speaking, when everyone was shocked, Shangguan Bihan cast a grateful and admiring look at Lin Chen. Because the result of the treasure appraising this time was told by Lin Chen in advance. Impossible, it's impossible for their Shangguan family to reach this level of treasure appraising. Everyone in the Huangfu family was shocked and stunned. Huangfu Qingyu had been undercover in the Shangguan family for many years, and he had already figured out the approximate level of the Shangguan family. Their treasure appraising level obviously did not reach the level far beyond that of the Nangong family. A gleam of light flashed in Nangong Patriarch's eyes. The eyes of the Shangguan family also revealed different levels of surprises. And surprises. None of their own clansmen knew that this would happen. In this case, there are experts to help. From the beginning of the contest, it can be seen that Shangguan Bihan's treasure appraising level is not as good as Nangong Yuyan's. A senior help? The two families looked at the scene vigilantly, but the Shangguan families people were familiar faces, and Zijintong's realm was not high at all. At this time only Nangong Yuyan's cold eyes stared at Lin Chen on the stage. Could it be this kid? Isn't he a mathematician? Seeing his daughter's eyes, Nangong Patriarch stared at Lin Chen, his eyes narrowed. At this time, Shangguan Yunfan laughed arrogantly, pretending to be modesty. Ha ha ha, I'd still like to thank the Nangong family for their acceptance. Afterwards, Shangguan Yunfan happily patted Lin Chen's shoulder and whispered meaningfully, "Little friend Lin Chen, I owe you another favor." Seeing Shangguan Yunfan's grateful eyes communicating with Lin Chen, Patriarch Nangong understood instantly. We won, we won. All the people in the Shangguan family cheered wildly. Recently, the morale of their Shangguan family has soared, and good things keep coming. Fuck, we were miserable. This kid is also a treasure appraiser. He hides so deeply? The Nangong Patriarch is gloomy and uncertain. This time, their Nangong family was completely miserable by Lin Chen. He lost his wife and lost his army, and gave up the title of number one in the wasteland to the Shangguan family. The people of the Nangong family left the stage angrily. The outcome was already divided, and it was only shameful to stay there. Only Nangong Yuyan, after staring at Lin Chen for a while, moved her steps slightly, her always cold voice showing a hint of curiosity and interest. Shangguan Bihan is not my opponent, but yours, right? What's your name? Lin Chen glanced at her, then turned his head and walked away. No bird would ignore her. For the first time, Nangong Yuyan was stunned in place. With her talent and appearance, she is surrounded by many outstanding young talents wherever she goes. This is the first time she has seen someone of the same age and the opposite sex who ignores her. And are you still talking to yourself? Engage in high and cold style? You don't even look at who you are facing. Brother Chen, I won't eat your way. When dealing with people who are colder than the so-called arrogance, Lin Chen's consistent practice is to treat others with their own way. Humph. Shame on your face. Nangong Yuyan's cheeks turned red for the first time, because of her shame, she said angrily, her blue and cold eyes slashed at Lin Chen fiercely, as if to cut off his skin, and turned to leave. Little friend Lin Chen, I really thank you this time. Shangguan Yunfan thanked Lin Chen in a low voice. His own family knew his own affairs, and there was only Lin Chen who could turn the tide for their Shangguan family. Lin Chen's action this time not only guarded the reputation of the Shangguan family but also improved it by a level, and his credit is no less than when he helped them restore the ancestral altar before. Haha, it's alright, it's a little effort. Lin Chen waved his hand, full of indifference, and didn't even mention the reward. This light-hearted attitude makes Shangguan Yunfan even more admired. How can this sun be a thing in the pool, and he will turn into a dragon when he meets the wind and clouds? A few people saw Shangguan Yunfan's attitude towards Lin Chen, and instantly understood what was going on. Through the first round of competition, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Shangguan Bihan's treasure appraising skills were inferior to Nangong Yuyan's. But now she can identify treasures that even Nangong Yuyan didn't notice at all. Obviously, it is impossible to make such rapid progress in a short period of time. The members of the Shangguan family present today are all familiar faces, and no one can surpass Shangguan Yunfan, let alone Nangong Yuyan. In this way, there will be experts to help. And this person is most likely the young man next to Shangguan Yunfan. The potential and impression of many older generation powerhouses on Lin Chen has increased to an unprecedented level. If it is said that he is an outstanding mathematician, surpassing Yan Jiwen at a young age, then he can be called a genius. But if he is both a mathematician and has the ability to appraise treasures at the same time, and if he still beats all the treasure appraisers on the scene, he can be called the number one in the wilderness. The potential he contains is beyond description. What a terrible young man. Many of the older generation of powerhouses sincerely sighed. If the Shangguan family got this son, both the mathematician and the treasure appraiser genius can have both, this is simply a dragon entering the sea, invincible. Next, the conclusion of the appreciation conference has nothing to do with Lin Chen. The matters of collecting remuneration are all handled by the senior officials of the Shangguan family. However, many forces wanted to have a relationship with the Shangguan family and Lin Chen, but he refused all of them and let Shangguan Yunfan do it. Although the sixth-order Jiuyang purple light essence is extremely precious, it is not of much use to the current Lin Chen. Even if he got this thing in his hand, he wouldn't be able to forge any magical weapon, but he would cause trouble. Without the cultivation of the astral realm or the support of a major force, touching that thing is simply courting death. Moreover, Lin Chen has become the biggest winner of this treasure appraising conference. The true flame purple phoenix wings and the blue rank alchemy handprints he obtained, any of which are worth as much as the 6th rank strange ore. Now he just wants to find a place to retreat and absorb all the attribute light balls picked up at the treasure appraising conference. Only his own strength is the real life-saving foundation. Seeing Lin Chen leave the scene, Yan Jiwen, who was hiding in the dark, had his eyes lit up, and a murderous aura flashed across. This son must be eliminated. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles. Lin Chen left the venue in diameter, and just after arriving outside, 5 figures stopped Lin Chen. Hee, I've been waiting for your little friend for a long time. I didn't expect that in addition to being a mathematician, my little friend also has a lot of research on treasure appraising. It opened my eyes to Fatty. I wonder if I'm free now? Take you to see her quickly. Those who stopped people were the Fatty Huangpao from the city lord's mansion, and the pharmacist, Xing Wanhe, and 3 followers. In that case, let's go. Lin Chen pondered for a moment, nodded, and smiled. The city lord's mansion is located in the center of Wanling City. Usually many affairs are represented by Huang Yuntian, that is, the middle-aged fat man, who took over Lin Chen. When the city lord is away, he basically exercises the rights of the city lord, and any force must give him 3 points of face. Night, city lord's mansion. In a pavilion with hundreds of flowers in full bloom, Lin Chen was arranged. Here, there was no one in the surrounding area for several miles, only Lin Chen was left alone. According to Huang Yuntian, the city owner of Wanlingcheng doesn't seem to like to let others see her true face, and there are others in the conversation. Lin Chen was also very happy, and urged Zijin to glance around, seeing no one around, and finally couldn't help standing up. The gardens around the pavilion were all yellow, blue, purple and green light balls of various attributes, and the quality was very high. The host gains 19,000 points of qi and blood energy, 13,000 points of battle qi essence, 1,589 points of mental power, and 31,000 points of martial arts essence. Lin Chen picked it up frantically, and within 5 minutes, he picked up all the attribute light balls in the garden. Huang Yuntian is right, you really are an unpredictable young man. The light and graceful voice was like the sound of heaven, and it came from the air without any warning. Lin Chen was startled, and when he turned around, a figure in white clothes quietly appeared in the pavilion. At this startling glance, even Lin Chen was stunned in place. The hair tips are decorated with bright pearls, the clouds are high, the eyebrows are like Qiushan Qingyun, the beautiful eyes are glittering with blue waves, the red lips are as red as cherry blossoms, and the white teeth are fresh in the jade. The woman's long skirt is like snow, and her body is tender and affectionate. When her face is smiling, it seems that all the scenery in the world is eclipsed. There is only one sentence in Lin Chen's heart that can express his intuitive feelings about this woman: she is peerless. Seeing the young man staring blankly, the white-skirted woman smiled brightly. Her white teeth lightly opened. Are you the god operator who has been in the limelight recently in Wanling City? There was a hint of warning in his smile. Lin Chen was immediately awakened. And he was fascinated by the beauty. Cough, yes. Dare you ask the girl? Lin Chen coughed lightly and asked seriously. Poochie girl, little guy, do you know how much older I am than you? The woman in the white dress covered her mouth and chuckled, smiling like a flower. Every woman has a young girl in her heart. Whether she is a girl or not depends on her mentality rather than her age. If her heart is old, she will not be old. If she accepts her own aging by default, how can she be a girl? Lin Chen's words caused the woman in the white skirt to fall into a rare moment of contemplation, and nodded in agreement. What you said is very reasonable, and I will remember your words. I invited you to come here this time to help me see my problem. What the lord of the city said, but the poison in the body. Lin Chen is naturally not stupid, who can appear here, except for the city lord of Wanling City, who is called the fairy descended to the earth. Oh? You actually saw it? The city owner glanced at Lin Chen in surprise, and he nodded. Well, I can see a little bit, it's just that the problem is more difficult. From the moment he saw her, Lin Chen urged Zijin Tong to see the black mist lingering between her brows, and it penetrated into her body like maggots on her tarsus. Moreover, Lin Chen was still in her body, and he sensed a kind of fluctuation similar to the attribute light ball, but he didn't know what it was. Looks like I'm not looking for the wrong person. Master Shenxuanzi, come into the room and talk. The female city owner invited Lin Chen into the house. The boudoir was elegant and fragrant, and the fragrance was lingering, which made people feel relaxed and happy. This poison was left behind by an enemy of mine. It has haunted me for decades. It gradually tortured and eroded my cultivation every day. It made me very painful. If you can get rid of it, the reward is. The female city owner carefully told Lin Chen the reason for the toxin in her body. Lin Chen was a little moved. This poison is not an ordinary toxin, and it is not a poison that can be cured. In the end, it is better to die than to die. This kind of strange poison is purely condensed by the opponent's fighting spirit cultivation base, and there is no cure at all. Therefore, it is not the scope that the alchemist can solve. It is more like a curse than a poison. At this time, this toxin has penetrated into the body of the female city lord. If it is not removed within a year, I am afraid that even the fighting spirit will not be able to function, and within 2 years there will be fear of life. City lord, this poison. My name is Wang. You can call me whatever you want except the city lord. Then, Miss Wang, the poison of your enemy is no small matter. I can only say that I tried my best, but it may not be able to heal well. Lin Chen said seriously. Wang shook her head. No, if you are not cured, I can only kill you. Wang's words were astonishing, which startled someone. Lin. You ask me to do things. If I can't do it, I have to be slaughtered by you? What is this? This poison infiltrates my whole body bloodline and even my fighting spirit. If I need to expel the poison, it must be without any obstruction. Wang's words made Lin Chen understand instantly. If you want to expel the poison, the two sides must not have any obstacles, not even clothes. Female mathematicians are few and far between in the wasteland. All male mathematicians want to do something wrong, or they want to slap their faces and pretend to be fat people, because of their lack of ability. They have all been killed by me. Wang shook her head and sighed, then looked at Lin Chen. You are the first to recognize my poisoned mathematician at a glance. Then I'll quit, City Lord Wang. I'm a person who is afraid of death. You'd better find someone else, that's all, farewell. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen stood up and clasped his fists, turned around and left. Just kidding, if you can't cure it, you will die. What kind of errand it is? Even if the City Lord Wang was an immortal, Lin Chen would not dare to touch it if he had the opportunity to take advantage of it. It's no problem to take your life to pick up girls, but if you take your life to wipe the oil, then it's sure leggy. Although Wang's body has a property light ball that is similar to the characteristic rune, Lin Chen dare not take his life to knock it. Wait a moment. Wang didn't expect that he would turn his face directly, and immediately stopped Lin Chen. City Lord Wang, this is nothing to talk about. I am a small psychic realm, so I can be sure that I can help you drive away the toxins in your body. If you fail, I have to take my life. I am not eating people who are full and have nothing to do. Lin Chen's resolute attitude made Wang grit his teeth. Then, tell me about your conditions. My conditions are very simple. I will do my best to help you get rid of the poison. But all the consequences are borne by you. Even if you fail, it is not my responsibility. In addition, if you succeed, I ask for double the reward. Lin Chen did not give in an inch, causing Wang to fall into thought. The young man in front of him may be the only chance. The poison has penetrated into the body, and if it is delayed, it is time for his life to hang. Okay, I agree to your request, but when I ask you to detoxify, don't worry, I cover my eyes. Lin Chen spent a day recuperating in the city lord's mansion. At the same time, for the first time, he asked the system for a solution to this incident. He tried many times on the spot until the next night. In a certain secret room, under the dim light, on the bed, by Ruoyan's jade. Fingers pulled and untied the waistband of her long skirt. The beauty's cherry lips were slightly parted, her white teeth clenched her hairpin, her hands were lightly twisted, and 3,000 green silk threads were twisted up, revealing only her skin-like jade back and her flawless, slender waist. Lin Chen sat cross-legged behind her, with a black cloth covering his eyes, a faint fragrance like the scent of lavender, lingering around the tip of his nose. Even the looming exquisite figure made Lin Chen breathe quickly. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen forced himself to calm down. Miss Bai Ruoyan, I'm going to start. If you dare to peek, I will not spare you. Bai Ruoyangxia flew her cheeks and said warningly, but she was in a weak state. At the moment, more like she was acting like a spoiled child. Hearing that, someone Lin's bones were flaky. The fingertips gently covered the delicate and fair shoulders, and the woman's trembling panting made Lin Chen almost lose his mind. Just the shoulders are so silky. Lin Chen was secretly startled, and his throat rolled. Not daring to think too much, Lin Chen began to simply stimulate his rune energy. The system informed Lin Chen that if there were characteristic runes in Bai Ruoyan's body, the host could use pure rune energy to attract the characteristic runes. Sure enough, at the moment when the rune energy was activated, a burst of smoke rose up in Bai Ruoyan's body, and the toxin that had been hidden for a long time began to show signs of wriggling. Useful. You can slowly pull it out. Lin Chen's palm pressed hard, pressed the beautiful woman's fair shoulders, and then swiped under the white jade back. The toxins in the body were slowly pulled like a poisonous snake. For Bai Ruoyan, this feeling of being freed from toxins was both painful and indescribable pleasure, coupled with the extremely shameful atmosphere. It was difficult for her to completely suppress herself. Bai Ruoyan couldn't help but murmured a few times. She was not comparable to an ordinary woman. These few times made Lin Chen's mood a little bit broken, and the rune energy was almost interrupted. My good sister, don't make a sound. Lin Chen bit the tip of his tongue and smiled bitterly. If he didn't respond at this time, he really wasn't a man. Hearing Lin Chen's tone of reproach, Bai Ruoyan was so ashamed that she was almost ashamed. Concentrating, Lin Chen once again controlled the rune energy to condense in the palm of his hand. The toxin in the body seemed to be attracted by Lin Chen's rune energy, and it kept moving slowly with the position of Lin Chen's palm. For a moment, Lin Chen was sweating like rain, but he was fully focused, as if he had caught some opportunity. Get me out. Lin Chen pressed the palm of his hand, and then suddenly raised his hand and pulled it away. Strands of faint cyan aerosol twisted the tadpole-shaped talisman, and was deprived of his body by Lin Chen, and then twisted into a faint cyan attribute light ball, which was captured by Lin Chen. Inhale into the palm of your hand. The host gets the characteristic rune, corrosive rune, level 1. Corrosive rune, it has the effect of corroding the target's vitality, cultivation, and spirit. Used alone, its power is weak. If it is attached to the host's attack, it can make the host's attack have a corrosive effect and be more powerful. The moment the tadpole-shaped faint cyan talisman was drawn out, the system screen popped up in front of Lin Chen's eyes. He waved his fists ecstatically and laughed loudly. Successful, successful. It turned out to be true. It is a New characteristic talisman. Arts. A new characteristic rune, the corruption rune. With 2 characteristic runes in hand, Lin Chen is confident that even if he is facing the powerhouses in the early stage of the Earth Fiend realm, he does not need to be afraid. At the moment when the toxin was deprived of her body, by rune, who was lying on the bed, was numb and her delicate body trembled slightly. Although her cultivation is unfathomable, the toxin spreads all over her body. And she can't use a trace of it, otherwise it will only condense the toxin even more intensely. After the weakness, what followed was a warm flow of qi and blood, by rune clearly felt that his toxins were indeed reduced. It really worked. By rune turned to look at Lin Chen excitedly, and just when someone Lin was also ecstatic about getting the new characteristic rune, the black cloth covering his eyes was thrown onto the bed. In the dim space, the 2 of them looked at each other. Through the dim light, Lin Chen's beautiful white collarbone showed a perfect curve, and the snow white mountains were perfectly presented in front of his eyes. In an instant, the atmosphere became extremely ambiguous and charming. Ah! By rune immediately covered it. Xia Fei glared at Lin Chen fiercely. It's none of my business. You turned around yourself. My black cloth just wasn't tied right now. Lin Chen was cheeky, shrugged, picked up the black cloth and took a peek at it, and whispered in admiration, "What a good figure. You prodigal son." By rune was ashamed and annoyed, she raised her hands, and the vast battle aura revolved. Lin Chen quickly backed away when she wanted to take it with a palm. Hey, what do you want? If you kill me, you'll be in breach of contract. And besides me, no one will cure you. If you feel that you're at a disadvantage, I'll show you the big deal and come back to the head office. Bar. Even Lin Chen couldn't spy on by rune's cultivation level, so let her slap her, and she had to become a muddy flesh. By rune spat lightly, "Who wants to see you? Just close your eyes." Afterwards, By rune turned around and threatened again with a pretense of viciousness. "If you still dare to make fun of you, or act like you just did, I'll hold you back even if you die." Lin Chen secretly laughed in his heart. Just now I have seen everything using purple gold pupils, and I am afraid that you will not succeed. You may make a profit, but I, Lin, will never lose. Hey, don't worry, City Lord Rune, a decent gentleman like me is hard to find with a lantern, and I will never do anything indecent. Lin Chen sat back again, he smiled. Next, Lin Chen imitated the method just now, only relying on his own rune energy to extract the toxins from By rune's body little by little, turning it into his own corrosion rune. It can improve strength and take advantage of it. Where can I find this kind of thing? In the subsequent process of smoking the corrosive runes, Lin Chen deliberately exerted a little more force, and felt that By rune's body was soft, and Lin Chen justly said that he needed treatment. Finally, the night passed. Lin Chen finally reached the limit where he could draw. He removed a quarter of By rune's total toxins in total, and if he extracted more, it would exceed his tolerance limit. At that time, the toxin will no longer be stored in Lin Chen's system as an attribute light ball, but will be transferred to Lin Chen himself. With his current cultivation base and small physique, I am afraid that just a little bit of it will be enough to make him live. Better to die. But for at least a few decades, By rune can run a part of his cultivation. And he doesn't need to worry about the pain caused by toxins. With his cultivation, he can suppress a large part. I'm exhausted. Lin Chen fell directly on the bed, panting, taking advantage of the night, but he was exhausted. Bai Ruoyan bundled up her long hair and rose up in the air, a terrifying power exuded from her body, causing the space to distort. This momentum has far surpassed any powerhouse in the Earth Fiend realm that Lin Chen has ever sensed. This was proved by the absence of any attribute light balls from Bai Ruoyan's side. With Lin Chen's current cultivation level, even if he is a master of the Earth Fiend realm, he can find one or two missing attribute light balls around the opponent, but Bai Ruoyan doesn't have them. There is only one possibility, and that is the opponent's cultivation level. Too powerful. Hehe, congratulations to Miss Bai Ruoyan. Just as Lin Chen was about to sit up, the beauty's fair and delicate jade feet immediately stepped on his chest, pressed him on the bed, and said with a smile, "Little guy, you had a great time touching it last night, didn't you?" With the feeling of having a cultivation base again, it seems that Bai Ruoyan has changed back to the high fairy in the past and immediately attacked Lin Chen. Lin Chen, who was suppressed to the point of immobility, simply didn't bother to resist and scrupulously admired the round and slender white jade legs, and even whistled, smiling indifferently. Only a quarter of the poison has been removed. If you kill me, no one will expel the poison for you in the future. Miss Bai Ruoyan, the gain outweighs the loss. But these decades are enough time for me to find someone else to detoxify me. Isn't it, and I may not necessarily die. Then others may not be as serious as me to detoxify you, right? If they add some seasoning to you or smack you at a critical moment, then you will lose a lot of money, right? The two faced each other head to head, but Lin Chen didn't lose the slightest. And even Bai Ruoyan looked at him with his calm spirit. Hehe, it's just to scare you, sister, how could I really kill you? How can I be the treacherous person? Bai Ruoyan floated up like a fairy in a cloud. What Lin Chen didn't notice was that there was still a faint crimson on her smiling cheek, like the afterglow of the sunset. Hey, my sister's acting skills need to be improved, but I didn't have any murderous intent in my eyes just now. Lin Chen kicked a carp, got up from the bed, and smiled. Thank you very much this time. As promised, I owe you 2 favors. If it wasn't for treachery, I could help you. Bai Ruoyan's answer made Lin Chen pretend to look at her figure frivolously and smiled wickedly. Can you really help me with anything? Okay, maybe it includes those things your men think. Bai Ruoyan seemed to be smiling, but not smiling, with a dangerous light in her beautiful eyes. She, who had regained some of her cultivation, was no longer the object of Lin Chen's teasing. When my cultivation level improves, I should be able to remove more toxins. Maybe my sister will need to find me in the future. Bai Ruoyan was overjoyed by Lin Chen's answer. Can you get rid of my toxins in the future? If the cultivation base is further improved, there should be no problem. In this case, you hold this star jade. If you encounter any danger in the wasteland, you can crush it, and I will rush to you as quickly as possible. Of course, help is also counted as a debt. In the love of Bai Ruoyan gave Lin Chen a thumb-sized star jade, and he took it with a smile. No problem. Although the time spent with Lin Chen was not long, Bai Ruoyan deeply felt the extraordinariness of this young man. No wonder he caused turmoil in this Wanling City. Brother Lin Chen, you passed through Wanling City this time, is it because of the invitation letter from Tiangai Academy? Invitation letter from Tiangai Academy? What is that? Bai Ruoyan was very surprised by Lin Chen's dazed look. There are still people In this wasteland who don't know about Tiange Academy? You don't even know about Tiange Academy? It is the oldest and highest quality institution in Lingzhou. There are independent academies in each of the 24 regions. In Tiange Academy, there are peerless geniuses in the entire wasteland. Only with an invitation letter can you take the admission test of Tiange Academy. Bai Ruoyan flicked her jade hand, and an invitation letter in a jade envelope appeared in her hand. I thought you came for it, but I didn't expect you to even know about Tiange Academy? Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and he asked in surprise, isn't that the master of the academy? It's not just masters like clouds. Among the population of more than 10 billion people in the wasteland, one of the top martial arts geniuses out of 10 are gathered in Tiange Academy. If they can stand out in it, they will stand above hundreds of millions of people. Bai Ruoyan chuckled. Lin Chen seemed to have thought of his goal. Miss Bai Ruoyan, I don't know if you can give me this invitation letter. Hearing Lin Chen's request, Bai Ruoyan raised her eyebrows like the moon, and said with a smile, I can give you the invitation letter, but I have to give you back my favor. That's fine. Lin Chen took the invitation letter as soon as possible. The more powerhouses there are, the more attribute light balls he can find. Tiange Academy is the best choice for me now. Seeing that she had repaid a favor so quickly, Bai Ruoyan was in a good mood. And Lin Chen took the opportunity to ask her questions about Tiange Academy. After chatting with Bai Ruoyan for a while, Lin Chen stayed in the city lord's mansion again, refining all the attribute light balls and many trump cards he had obtained before. 3 days later, in the secret room of the city lord's mansion, Lin Chen sat cross-legged, opened the system, and listed his many attributes. Host, Lin Chen. Cultivation, Psychic Realm Second Layer. Ultimate Strength, 39,200 Tiger Strength. Chi and Blood Energy, 1.372 million points. The Essence of Fighting Spirit, 554,000 points. Mental Strength, 16,228 points. Cultivation Technique Essence, 52,428 points. Mind Method, Chaos 5 Spirit Art, 19%. Practice Exercises, Sword of 10,000 Thunders and 1,000 Tons, Heavenly Spirit Transformation Pill, 8 Desolate Mysterious Fire, True Water. Returning to Yuan, 19%, Soul Reaper Spear Manual, for King's Seal of Fighting. Demons, Taisher Bible, 3%. Possessed Items, Recipe, 7-star Soul Reaper Gun, True Flame Purple. Phoenix Wings, 5%. Possessed Blood Energy, Qinglong Blood, 145 points, Zijintong Blood, 10,000 points. Characteristic Rune, Slow Rune Level 1, Corruption Rune Level 1, 8,520 Rune. Power. The energy of each element, Fire 72,281 points, Earth 67,312 points, Wood 76725 points, Gold 67,511 points, Water 82,448 points. Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and behind him a pair of wings burning with billowing purple flames grew, as wide as 3 feet and more than 10 feet long. Ziyan's wings fluttered slightly, setting off a terrifying momentum of howling storms, raising the temperature of the entire secret room more than 10 times. After having this true flame purple phoenix wing, my escapability has more than doubled than before. With the power of the true flame purple phoenix wing, Lin Chen is only now able to exert less than 6% of its power, with Lin Chen's current level of body refinement. If he is fully motivated, the true flame purple phoenix wing will Instantly vacate Lin Chen. Blood. Putting away the true flame purple phoenix wing, Lin Chen left the secret room. The things to do in Wanlingcheng have been completed. This time he is going to Tianga Academy. Pushing open the door of the secret room, Lin Chen saw that a group of people had been waiting for a long time in the corridor outside the secret room. Little friend Lin Chen. You can figure it out. The people who were waiting outside were Shangguan Yunfan and others. They were afraid that the city lord's mansion would be bad for Lin Chen, so they came here to wait for Lin Chen in person. Everyone, I'm just going to retreat here for a few days. The city lord treats me very well, so don't worry. Lin Chen shrugged, and then said to Shangguan Yunfan, Senior Yunfan, please say goodbye to Miss Shangguan Bihan for me. You are leaving? Shangguan Yunfan was taken aback. Lin Chen's kindness to their Shangguan family was as heavy as Mount Tai, and he was leaving before he could repay him. Well? Yes, I got an invitation letter from Tianga Academy, from the city lord, and I plan to participate in the registration. Lin Chen smiled. Shangguan Yunfan was thoughtful. After pondering for a moment, he nodded and said, since that's the case, I won't leave you, my friend. The admission test of the Tianga Academy will be held in the near future, so it's not good to delay. This is a little thought from the Shangguan family. Please don't refuse. Shangguan Yunfan gave Lin Chen a high-quality nailing ring, and the storage space was several times larger than what Lin Chen is using now. Then many thanks to Senior Yunfan. Lin Chen took it at once, bid farewell to everyone in the Shangguan family, and left the city lord's mansion. Because of his reputation and influence in Wanling City, Lin Chen had to put on a cloak to cover up his true face when he went out. Returning to the inn, Lin Chen took the jiaoma and set foot on the road to leave Wanling City. Night, outside Wanling City. A deadwood forest 100 miles away, Lin Chen galloped past with a flooded horse. Suddenly, a purple-gold brilliance flashed in Lin Chen's pupils, and as he was about to step into the deadwood forest, he immediately reined in his horse and stopped. Everyone, since you've been with me for so long, it's time to show up. Leaping off the horse, Lin Chen smiled lightly in the face of the silent surroundings. He slapped the horses but with his palm, causing the horse to squeak in pain, and sprint straight into the deadwood forest. The night wind was slightly cool. Lin Chen stood alone outside the deadwood forest. After a while, a group of black figures slowly wriggled in the darkness, and then many figures began to appear one after another. Boy, isn't it good to stay with the Shangguan family? You have to come out and find death. You're the first person I've seen who dares to walk at night after offending a fortune teller. I have to say, your courage is commendable. Why do you talk so much nonsense with this kid? You dare to cause my Nangong family to suffer such heavy losses. If you don't abolish him today, it's hard to vent the hatred in the heart of this old man. In the face of these people who suddenly appeared, Lin Chen's demeanor appeared solemn. Earth Demon Realm, Battle Soul Realm. All are first class masters. The person leading the charge is Yan Jiwen, from the 24-star calculation organization. Then came the elders of the Nangong family, people from the Huangfu family, and 2 experts from the Earth Fiend realm invited by Yan Jiwen. Just the number of people, there are more than 20 people at the scene. The powerhouses of the Earth Shattered realm occupy almost half of them. Lin Chen quickly put away his solemnity and smiled playfully. You all really look down on me. 14 Earth Demon Realm and 11 Battle Soul Realm. 9th layer, come to ambush me in a psychic realm? What are you doing? Are you fighting or starting a war? On the wall of Wanling City, Dongqing, a beautiful figure in a white dress flutters like a cloud, like a fairy in the cloud. This little guy was ambushed by the Huangfu family and the Nangong family. Let's take a look. It seems that he has not planned to use the piece of star jade I left him. With a hint of curiosity, the ethereal voice of Qianing in the white skirt disappeared under the breeze in the night sky. Being surrounded, Lin Chen is not afraid, but there is a kind of excitement in his bones. Only by fighting in the extreme battle can you grow faster. You kid has many tricks, and you are in the two fields of mathematician and treasure appraiser. Naturally, this old man will not underestimate you. Yan Jiwen said with a sneer, nodding to the few people next to him. The 7 Battle Spirit Realm 9th level figures flashed and surrounded Lin Chen. The other experts in the Shattering Realm are completely watching the excitement. No matter how strong a psychic realm is, can they still turn the sky over? There are 14 earth demons on their side, even if there are 1,000 spiritualists, it is a dead word. Start lightly, we have to live. It doesn't matter if you lack arms and legs. Yan Jiwen instructed the 7 people. 7 people have a good heart, and they shoot at the same time. 7 snakes wrapped around their hands. The fighting spirit is vertical and horizontal, and a heavy wave-like aura runs through the void, turning into a winding 5-zhong giant python, blocking all of Lin Chen's retreats. What about the 9th level of the Battle Soul Realm? Break it for me. Lin Chen let out a loud drink, his whole body was full of energy, and the tiger was full of wind. He suddenly took out his palm, and the majestic fighting spirit was rolling in, like a meteor falling, burning the wilderness. Demon Fire King Seal. The scorching handprint of War Qi disillusioned in Lin Chen's palm, blasted out together with unparalleled power, and slapped angrily on the attacking giant python. The pure power of nearly 40,000 tigers shook the surrounding wind. Bang bang. Lin Chen smashed 2 giant pythons of war in a series, and the remaining 7 giant pythons directly entangled him and locked him tightly, unable to move. It seems that without using my many trump cards, relying on my battle spirit, cultivation base and pure strength, I can compete with 2, at most the 9th level of the Battle Spirit Realm, which is the limit. Measuring his own strength secretly in his heart, Lin Chen began to operate. The suffocating energy hidden in his body, and the phantoms of Qinglong wanted to burst out of the air. Hey, this kid is not as mysterious as you said, just brute force. The brute force is abnormal enough. With the strength of the psychic realm, he has cultivated the pure power and combat skills to shatter the 9th level attack of the Battle Soul Realm. It is simply a human-shaped beast. No matter how evil it is, after tonight, he will be a cripple. The elders of the Nangong family and the Huangfu family sneered and laughed. That Huangfu Qingyu came out first, grinning frantically. Let your boy dare to engage with the woman I like, and this young master will abolish you today. Chi. At this moment, a peerless divine power that ripped apart the sky came from the 7-headed giant python, shattered all directions, and swept thousands of troops. Bang! The power that terrified the world shattered the 7 giant pythons with fighting spirit, and a 5-meter-long azure dragon claws were born. Pure power is close to 100,000 tiger power. Not good. Qingyu, come back soon. Huangfu's family's Battle Soul Realm 9th layer and the 2 Earth Demon Realm exclaimed in unison. The 2 earthly evil spirits unfolded their movements, trying to save Huangfu Qingyu. The liberation of Qinglong bloodline, 50% power. Give me death. Lin Chen's imposing manner was soaring to the sky, fierce as a dragon, his eyes shattered the monstrous rage, and he raised his Qinglong arm and photographed it angrily. The pure power of 100,000 tigers is enough to cut off rivers and blow up mountains. When photographed from the front, the hurricane formed by the tearing air flow was like two violent guillotine knives pressing out on both sides, forming an obstacle to the movement of the two earth demon realms, sauce. Even Huang Fuqingyu's many life-saving cards could not stop Lin Chen's instant kill. When Huang Fuqingyu died and a tribute light ball exploded in one place, Lin Chen ignored it completely and turned his attention to the system. No. Qingyu. The two elders of the earth demon realm burst out with screams like a concubine. This is downright monster. There is something wrong with this kid, everyone be careful. Just as several elders of the Nangong family cried out in horror. Everything happened between lightning and flint. The moment the other party reacted, Lin Chen's right hand was ready to go, and instantly hit a gray-white talisman. Slow rune seal. The host activates the slow rune, consuming 1500 rune energy. The slow talisman that fell from the sky sealed everyone on the scene. Their fighting spirit, meat shells, and reactions have all become quite slow at this moment. The Qinglong bloodline liberates 70% of its power. The strength of the Qinglong arm rose sharply again, breaking 150,000 tiger strength in an instant. Lin Chen was decisive in killing, and the Qinglong arm swept across the 8 wastelands, swept up like a windmill, and crushed the 7 battle spirits around him to the point of smashing into powder on the spot. After crushing the 7 battle spirit realms, Lin Chen turned the Qinglong arm to rise, and took pictures of the 2 earth demon realms closest to him. Break. At the critical moment, almost all the earth evil realms on the scene broke through Lin Chen's slow rune seal. Lin Chen Zhao hit it right, and the blue dragon's arm penetrated the sky and beat down violently. The 2 earth fiends didn't have time to deploy their defensive combat skills, and they deployed a physical barrier to protect themselves from thin air. Bang! The earth shook and the mountains shook, and the earthquake was clearly audible for dozens of miles around. Lin Chen pierced through the ley lines with one palm, leaving 2 cracks several hundred meters long. Yan Juan bloomed his life tool, broke the seal, saw the shocking crack, and his pupils shrank. What was this trick just now? Space blockade? No, it's not a space blockade, he just used a strange secret technique that ignores our defenses and makes our whole body's fighting spirit stiff and slow. The 2 families are well informed and knowledgeable, and the 9 evil sects in the Nanchuiyang city are comparable, and they can see through Lin Chen's trump card at a glance. Earthfiend realm is still strong. I took 1,500 points of rune energy and can only seal them one breath. With the wind, thunder, and fire steps, Lin Chen's figure retreated. Don't let this kid escape, let's block his escape together. The 12 earth fiends, who still had the strength to fight, instantly launched their battles. They were not the blood sect and would be easily stunned by Lin Chen. 4-star hexagram formation. The 4 members of the Nangong family moved their fingers, and 4-star beams shot up into the sky. Consecutive weeks, locked to Lin Chen like lightning. This move, combined with the cultivation of 4 earth demon realm second layers, is powerful enough to suppress a mid-tier 4th order beast. The Qinglong bloodline liberates 90% of its power. Resisting the tear-like pain that came from his arm, Lin Chen's Qinglong arm rose sharply by 200,000 tigers, and the suffocating aura penetrated the night sky, just like the ancient Qinglong came into the world, and hit the wind to destroy the star. The Qinglong arm shook the Xingxia beam forcibly and forcibly exploded too. Rays of light, which collapsed until the sky was full of dim light. The 4 elders of the Nangong family and Lin Chen vomited blood and retreated at the same time. Even with the power of ancient Qinglong's blood, this little guy is indeed a genius of the sky, but it seems that this is the end. The white-dressed Qianying standing on the top of Wanling City's city wall was about to move, but the graceful Qianying suddenly froze in midair. This is. The mental touch was raised to the highest level. Lin Chen, who was vomiting blood and retreating, faintly sensed the approaching crisis. The purple gold brilliance covered his pupils, and a faint murderous intent swept across the void. Burning fire and soul-breaking palm. Fingju F14 swords. The sword wind whistled, and hundreds of sword lights flashed into the void, covering the space of more than 10 meters around Lin Chen. There is also a huge palm of fire that burns Qianye down from the sky. It is the joint attack of the Huangfu family and Yan Jiwen. The faint purple flames fought against the sky, and the blue dragon arm penetrated into the sky, blasting the giant palm of fire that was suppressed from the sky, and turned into a stream of burning purple flames. The sound of sonic booms came one after another, and hundreds of sword lights were beheaded in the void, not even wiping the corner of Lin Chen's clothes. So fast. How is this possible? How did he break through our swordsmanship? The people of the Huangfu family were horrified and said in unison, their combined sword skills are by no means able to break through only by speed. Their swordsmanship is as complicated as a net. If they want to find a few flaws and loopholes, they need to make judgments in a very short period of time. At this moment, the screams of pain resounded outside the deadwood forest. My fighting spirit. What is this? How can it corrode my fighting spirit? My arm is about to break, it hurts me. What the hell are these things? The people who were previously hit by Lin Chen's dragon arm all wailed and screamed. Their bodies were surrounded by a strange dark mist, constantly eroding the qi and blood leaking from the wound and the fighting spirit in the meridians. Seeing the Earth Fiend realm who were writhing and wailing in pain, the warriors in the Battle Soul realm who were finally breaking free from the slow rune were all chilled. If they were replaced with this, even if they didn't die, they would be disabled for life. Above the heads of everyone, a pair of majestic and domineering purple flame wings slowly fluttered. Lin Chen walked in the air, and a pair of pupils shone with purple gold light overlooking the audience. He was filled with pure water-based fighting spirit, constantly repairing his wounds. His complexion gradually turned rosy, and returned to normal. Wings? What secret treasure is this? And those eyes are the purple gold pupils of the Shangguan family. He heals injuries very fast. This is a high-level healing secret technique. Where is this kid so holy? How come there are so many cards? The expressions of the two powerhouses in the Earth Fiend realm changed, and the background revealed by Lin Chen today was far beyond their imagination. The duration of the corrosive runes will not be too long. I must hurry up. If I let them regroup, I will definitely not have a chance to break all the earth. Lin Chen's eyes showed murderous intent, and he locked onto the two earth demon realms who had been seriously injured by him from the very beginning. The effect of the strong team siege is excellent. If it is not on the premise of the disparity in combat power between the two sides, the effect of 1+1 is far greater than 2. What's more, 14 people from the Earth Demon realm were besieging him. If he hadn't made a surprise attack and succeeded in a sneak attack, after they adjusted, he probably wouldn't even have a chance to escape. The wind, thunder, and fire are fierce as fierce tigers. The true flame purple phoenix wings flapped slightly, and rolled up a purple flame and light to attack the two powerhouses. The Qinglong arm penetrated the sky, and beat down the sky, 200,000 tigers galloping like 10,000 horses, and even the collapse of the airflow formed a hurricane to suppress the actions of the two, and one person was shot to death between the lightning and flint. With the flip of Qinglong's arm, many falling attribute light balls quickly merged into Lin Chen's dragon claws and were absorbed by him. The direction of the purple phoenix wings changed, and Lin Chen stretched out his dragon claws towards another earth demon realm who was trying to escape, tearing his body into 4 or 5 pieces. If 200,000 tigers fight in close combat, they are enough to fight against the powerhouses of the 4th and 5th levels of the Earth Fiend realm. These two are only in the 2nd and 1st level, under the premise of being interfered by the corrosive runes. In front of Lin Chen's Qinglong arm there is no fighting back. This kid wants to break us one by one, don't give him a chance to chase. Numerous fiends resisted the pain caused by the corrupted runes. The fighting spirit was running, and the momentum was terrifying. These guys are going to fight with me. It is impossible for me to parry the full-strength attacks of 12 earth demons at the same time, at least one more. The killing intent was revealed. Lin Chen turned to look at Yan Jiwen, who was protected by the remaining battle spirits in the middle of the 1st level Earth Fiend realm. It seems that you are the mastermind behind this operation, Master Yan. There was a chill on the corner of Lin Chen's mouth, and the purple phoenix wings swept across, turning into a fire that cut through the sky. Not good. His target is Master Yan. Priority to protect Master Yan. The people from the Huangfu family and the Nangong family give priority to protecting Master Yan, and want to befriend him as a 24-star mathematician. Get out of here. Qinglong's arm swept in all directions, breaking through 1,000 ounces, and bounced off the 2 earth demon realms of the Nangong family, and Lin Chen's right hand was pushed horizontally in the void. A gray-white talisman suppressed the group, releasing the mighty divine might. And everyone's movements froze abruptly. The host activates the level 1 slow rune, which consumes 1500 rune energy points. Another slow rune, to suppress the audience. But this time it didn't have the same miraculous effect as last time. Under the watchful eye of the strong men, it only sealed them for less than half a breath. But that's enough. During this pause, Lin Chen's azure dragon arm was born like a mad dragon, and ran away through the sky, aiming at the head of the group of Battle Soul Realm and Yan Jiwen. No. You can't kill me. If you kill me, you will be hunted by the organization endlessly. Go to Nima. Lin Chen slapped it with a palm, and even his fortune teller was shattered on the spot. All the battle spirits were buried with him in front of 200,000 tigers. Although Yan Jiwen is a 1st-level Earth Fiend realm, but as a mathematician, he has been pampered for many years, and his combat experience is completely incomparable to the previous Earth Fiend realm powerhouses, and he died on the spot. He actually killed Master Yan. Damn, don't let him run away. Otherwise, the 24 stars will come to you, and we will have to bear the guilt together. With the sound of breaking wind all around, Lin Chen immediately knew that the remaining Earth Demon realm had surrounded him. He mobilized the Qinglong arm and absorbed all the falling attribute light, balls, without caring about what he got. The true flame purple phoenix wings became bigger again, and the speed surged. Lin Chen's whole body began to burn with purple flames, and he flew into the air. He wants to fly straight away. Don't give him a chance, beat him down. The ground flickered with several rays of war energy, illuminating the entire night sky, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth became violent. Thousands of slaughter swords. Soul chasing. True martial afterimage fist. An inch of flashpoint star finger. The fighting spirit spread over hundreds of feet of space attacked the heavens and the earth, and the momentum was soaring. It attacked Lin Chen like a giant beast. The coverage is so wide that even if the true flame purple phoenix wing is activated to the maximum it can be activated at this stage, the speed still does not escape the attack range of the evil realm. Lin Chen can only grit his teeth sharply and turn around to face it. The Qinglong arm was blocking in front of him, the true flame purple phoenix wings were flapping continuously, and many battle gas attacks were like torrential rain. Pear blossoms slammed on the Qinglong arm. Bang bang bang. The violent attack of war energy exploded the blue dragon scales all over Lin Chen's blue dragon arm, and he clenched his teeth tightly. The blood was raging, and the flesh and blood were flying. Lin Chen's Qinglong arm was devastated by many fighting attacks and was about to be broken. At this critical moment, the true flame purple phoenix wing has gradually reached an altitude of more than 2,000 meters, and the momentum of the attack has weakened a lot. Lin Chen resisted this large wave of concentrated fire attacks. With a flash of blue light, the blood-drenched and incomplete Qinglong arm was retracted into the body, and Lin Chen's left arm split open with shocking cracks. Enduring the huge pain, Lin Chen sucked in the air, and while spreading his true flame purple phoenix wings to fly to a higher and farther void, he ran. The true water returning yuan art to heal the injury on his left arm. The injury to the azure dragon arm is too serious this time. If I can't find a way to recover, I can't use the azure dragon arm for a short time. Otherwise, not only will it not be my trump card, but it will drag me down. Lin Chen's injury gradually stabilized, but the blue dragon rune was bleak. The true water returning Yuan Ju can completely heal Lin Chen's injury, but it can only heal part of the Qinglong arm. This time the injury is too serious. If you want to completely heal it, it will take a very long time. Lin Chen's fighting spirit was full, and he directly ran the true flame purple phoenix wings and disappeared into the sky. The many powerhouses who cannot fly in the air can only regret in place. While the two were still discussing countermeasures, there were faint fluctuations in the void. A snow-white shadow descended on the heaven and earth. The woman's body was extremely beautiful, she was astonishing, the white dress was like a cloud in the sky, pure and flawless, her beautiful eyes flashed with autumn waves, staring at the direction Lin Chen left. With the strength of the psychic realm, in the face of 14 earth evil realms, you can kill 3 people and all the battle soul realms, and retreat from the whole body. It is indeed a little guy who can cure that strange toxin. Even if you enter the Tianga Academy, you can be the one at the top. The woman in white had a crescent-like smile on her mouth. After watching Lin Chen leave, she immediately overlooked everyone in the audience with a faint chill. Treading, walking in the air, is it a powerhouse in the heavenly astral realm? Dare to ask your excellency. Everyone in the shattered realm was frightened by this ghostly appearance, and asked with fear and respect. My name, the dead don't need to know. The ethereal voice of the white-robed beauty carried a sense of killing intent, and the surrounding space began to tremble. Lin Chen didn't use the true flame purple phoenix wings to rush the road before, but instead used Jiao Ma, just in case he encountered a battle, and his fighting spirit was not enough to support his retreat. Now he is in full swing, traveling tens of thousands of miles a day, like a meteor streaking across the sky. Fortunately, the nailing ring left to me by the Shangguan family contains a large number of recovery and healing medicine pills, which saves me the time of refining medicine. Lin Chen was flying while chewing the medicine pill, and running the true water returning Yuan Ju to adjust the injury. Just fly to the destination like this. The true flame purple phoenix wings flapped, and the speed increased by another point. It was originally expected to arrive at Sunset City in 10 days, but Lin Chen arrived in 3 days. Sunset City is located at the junction of Desolate Domain and Xuanyu Domain. In terms of the scale of a single round, it is no less than Wanling City. However, due to the frequent traffic of caravans here, the popularity is even more lively than Wanling City. And passing through Sunset City is the Tianga Academy opened in the wasteland. After going through the formalities for entering the city, a wave of sleepiness and fatigue emerged. Have to find a place to rest. Lin Chen moved Zhijintong a little, and he could observe the restaurant with the most prosperous weather, and he arrived on foot in half a quarter of an hour. Lin Chen, who entered the restaurant, was about to find a good room to rest, when the sound of broken pots and pans came from the restaurant, and a smashing noise came into Lin Chen's ears. A waste from the Bai family. You also want to come to Zuixinlu to eat? Ha ha ha. Maybe he thought that his grandfather, who was the head of the house, was not dead. Waste dog, get out. In 10 days, there will be a good show in your family. Trash, ha ha ha. I don't allow you to insult my grandpa. More than a dozen young people lifted a young man in linen and threw it out of the restaurant, like throwing garbage. Lin Chen happened to be standing outside, and was thrown at Lin Chen by the thrown boy. He grabbed it with one hand and caught the linen-clothed boy. Thank you for this, big brother. After being caught, the boy in linen let it go to the ground, thanked Lin Chen very politely, and then stared angrily at the dozen or so young people in the restaurant. You're welcome. Lin Chen smiled casually, and when he was about to enter the restaurant, he suddenly found a throbbing in his left arm. The blue dragon tattoo on his left arm was pulled by some kind of energy and chi, and it was slightly flickering with a dim light. The source of this throbbing is the young man in front of Lin Chen. This is? Lin Chen took a breath of air, and looked at the boy in linen with a solemn look in his eyes. Immediately motivated Zhijintong. Through the purple-gold pupils, the atmosphere of heaven and earth suddenly changed. Lin Chen could see through the bones, internal organs, and blood of the young man. His physique is all normal, but in the depths of his blood, there is a bloodline factor that is hidden very deeply. Lin Chen exerted his strength again, and decisively used the highest realm of Zhijintong, purple electricity. This time, the bloodline factors hidden in the blood were completely exposed. And all the bloodline factors were connected to form a domineering and ferocious blue dragon. Qing Long was entrenched in the blood in his body, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. If Lin Chen didn't urge Zhijintong to observe carefully, he would never have seen such an adventure in this young man. A born ancient Qing Long bloodline person? Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. This bloodline was much purer than his own. However, due to the young age of the bloodline person himself, this power has not even shown signs of awakening. Besides, he doesn't seem to know that until Now, it's just a small qi refining realm. When Lin Chen was observing the boy in Mai, he immediately rushed up and scuffled with more than a dozen young people. The people around seemed to take it easy, and didn't even look at it. The mic-lad boy was not an opponent at all, and instantly became the target of group beatings. Bang! With a loud bang, more than a dozen young people were blasted out at the same time, attracting the attention of the people around. Who dares to touch this young master? Ah! My leg is broken. Who the hell dares to break Lao Tzu's leg? The boy in linen looked at Lin Chen with a horrified expression on his face. Only to see Lin Chen patted his shoulder, smiling like a big bad wolf, discovering Little Red Riding Hood. But at this time, in the eyes of the young man, this brother, who was about the same age as him, seemed so tall and holy. What's your name? My name is Bai Juanhao. Thank you, eldest brother, for your help. The boy in linen was so grateful that tears flashed, and he was about to kneel, when Lin Chen's toes pressed against his knee that was about to fall. Don't kneel. There is gold under the man's knees. In the future, no one can make you kneel except your parents and those you hold dear. Lin Chen's voice was thunderous, and he stunned the young man to stay in place. Those words were deeply imprinted in his heart. Bai Juanhao, right, my name is Lin Chen. I'm asking you now, do you want to have power? Lin Chen's question went straight into Bai Juanhao's soul. He almost didn't even think about it. He said decisively, I want to dream. Okay, take me to where you live, we'll start special training right away. Hearing the word special training, Bai Juanhao was refreshed. Brother Lin Chen, this way please. Seeing that Lin Chen left with a righteousness after the fight, many slutty disciples from major families on the scene were stunned. Where did the neuropathy come from? You even fooled that fool, Bai Juanhao, around? After the two left, there were a few surprises from the restaurant. Lin Chen? I seem to have heard this name before. It seems that the young man who recently destroyed the many evil sect forces in Shuiyang City, with one person's power, seems to be called Lin Chen. Bai's backyard, Lin Chen followed Bai Juanhao to enter from the back door. Bai Juanhao's grandfather was the head of the Bai family, but his parents died first, and then his grandfather died of illness, leaving Bai Juanhao alone. Bai Juanhao, who had no talent or strength, became an alien rejected by the Bai family. In the room, Lin Chen and Bai Juanhao sat opposite each other. Junhao, all your future cultivation methods must be changed. You have to change from qi refining to body refining, and then the body refining will drive qi refining. Lin Chen's words made Bai Juanhao's face bewildered. Here, brother Lin Chen. What does this mean? I managed to break through the qi refining realm after refining my qi, and you asked me to train my body like a body tempering realm? Yes, I am a treasure appraiser. I have a keen insight into one thing, and the same is true for people. You have the bloodline of a blue dragon that is hard to see in the ages. Lin Chen's serious demeanor surprised Bai Juanhao. Qinglong bloodline? Yes, Qinglong bloodline. But your Qinglong bloodline is still in a state of deep sleep, and it may never wake up. To stimulate it, you must use some extreme body refining methods. If you believe me, now go and find all the superficial body training techniques and combat skills of your family. Lin Chen's words changed. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't believe me, I'll leave right now. However, since the two of us met because of fate, there are 2 bottles of qi breaking pill here that are enough for you to break through the 9th level of qi refining realm in 2 years. How you choose is up to you. The nailing ring flashed, and Lin Chen left 2 bottles of medicinal pills behind and stood up. Looking at the 2 bottles of medicinal herbs, Bai Juanhao gritted his teeth. Fiercely, he was already helpless in this world. Lin Chen's help today was the only last trace of warmth he felt in this world. Brother Lin Chen, I believe in you. I'm going to find a body training method. Now. Seeing Bai Juanhao trotting out of the room quickly, Lin Chen's eyelids were a little sleepy, and he simply fell into the living room and fell asleep. He, who was planning to rest, suddenly encountered this kind of incident, but after calming down, he found that the incident had just begun. The Qinglong bloodline is sleeping in Bai Juanhao's body. It is not an easy thing to wake it up. It is even more impossible for Lin Chen to kill Bai Juanhao directly and seize the Qinglong bloodline. Because this is like, the Qinglong bloodline in Bai Juanhao's body at this time is like a pile of fuel for making a fire. Lin Chen can't make a fire if he takes this pile of fuel himself. Only by helping Bai Juanhao ignite this pile of fuel can he get the flame you want. Night, everything is silent. The sound of rapid steps woke Lin Chen. Bai Juanhao rushed into the room with a pile of body training exercises and combat skills, placed them on the table, and said excitedly, Brother Lin Chen, these body refining exercises and combat skills are all taken by me in the Kung Fu Pavilion at home, but they are too low level. All of them are below the senior level of the yellow rank, and those above the top of the yellow rank, I have no right to encounter them yet. Bai Juanhao said to Lin Chen apologetically. Lin Chen stretched and yawned. Just right, you can't practice advanced body exercises. Junhao, go and bring a big tank, remember, put it on half the hot water. Bai Juanhao has fully trusted Lin Chen, and Bai Juanhao has done everything he said. After a while, a large vat that was about to be filled with half of the hot water was placed in Bai Juanhao's room, and the heat was rising. Lin Chen took out several medicinal materials from the nailing ring, and the handprint changed, urging his mental power to extract the most essential parts of the medicinal materials. Bai Juanhao was obsessed with his flowing movements, and he asked excitedly, Brother Lin Chen, you are an alchemist. Stop talking nonsense, take off your clothes and go in. After pouring the essence energy of several medicinal herbs into the water tank, the hot water turned pale red. Lin Chen glared at him. Bai Juanhao immediately stripped off his clothes in a hurry, and entered the water tank. Brother Lin Chen, this water is so hot. It hurts. After only 10 breaths, Bai Juanhao let out a painful howl, and Lin Chen pressed his head directly. Be patient with me. Now is just the beginning. There will be 10 times the pain in the future. If you still want strength and dignity, just bear with me. On the night when Lin Chen was training Bai Juanhao, on the other side, in the distant city of Wanling, the lights are dim, and the night view is extremely beautiful. 2 extremely beautiful women covered their true faces, just entered Wanling city and walked down the street. Shocking news, shocking news. Master Lin Chen and the Shangguan family divorced their wives within 7 days of their engagement, and Miss Shangguan Bihan has become a cold girl in her boudoir. According to the gossip, this move is only to win the Shangguan family. The secret of treasure appraising practice. Several hawkers were shouting on the street, attracting many people, including the 2 mysterious women with fairy-like figures. After a while, one of the women spoke first. Sister, it's that Lin Chen again. As an operator, he is also suspected of being a treasure appraiser, and he is Indeed a strange person to let the operator in the 24-star calculation belly dance in public. It seems that if we want to meet him, we can't continue to waste time here. But you can choose to ask the owner of the city of 10,000 spirits to see if it will be faster. Another woman smiled lightly, and her beautiful eyes turned to the direction of the city lord's mansion. Late at night, Bai's backyard. This is the third day that Lin Chen arrived at Bai's house. A teenager wearing old-fashioned armor, sweating like rain, panting like a cow, and doing push-ups constantly. With every push-up, his arms burst out with bone-crunching sounds, and his whole body was on the verge of being twisted. Just like the candle in the wind, it will be extinguished at any time. There was a cross-knee boy sitting on his back, counting for him. 2158, 2159, 2160. While Lin Chen shouted for Bai Juanhao, he urged Zi Jintong to observe the vitality of his flesh. The Qinglong bloodline factor lurking in his body began to show signs of slight activity, but it has not fully awakened. Originally, at Bai Juanhao's age, he should not enter the awakening period of his bloodline until he is 18 years old, but Lin Chen is now acting as external pressure to speed up this process in advance. It seems that the limit is not enough. It may only be possible to stimulate the power of the blood to protect him when the host is close to death. Lin Chen is always observing the limit that his body can withstand, while tempering his body. During these 3 days and 3 nights, Lin Chen asked Bai Juanhao to take supplements with medicines and supplements. The stipulated rest time was only 1 hour, and the rest of the time was either soaking in medicinal baths or tempering his body, and he let Bai Juanhao draw out the Qinglong bloodline at the fastest speed. In the early morning of the next day, just when Lin Chen was planning to exercise Bai Juanhao next, the 2 people in the backyard of Bai's house heard a loud and rapid pace. Bai Juanhao, get out of here. You dare to find someone to break my young master's leg, I'll see who can protect you today. My third young master is bedridden, so you bastard, get out of here. A group of people poured into the backyard, and it was the people behind the clan power behind those playboys that Lin Chen had destroyed earlier. There are battle spirit realms, psychic realms ranging, and some dandy disciples from those days are also present. My Bai family is so big that these people can break in. It seems that the deacons and housekeepers don't think it is necessary to offend them because of me. Power, if I had power, how could I be insulted like this? I can't even keep my grandfather's reputation. Bai Juanhao gasped with difficulty and growled indignantly. Then go up and fight those who oppressed and repented you in those days, you. Go up and fight to the death now, and leave the other battle realm and psychic realm to me. Remember, only you can grasp the power and opportunity, your big brother, I'll bear it for you. Lin Chen waved his palm and strode forward. Bai Juanhao looked at Lin Chen's back, and his extremely tired body gave birth to some strength for some reason, and followed behind Lin Chen. Second uncle, it was this kid who shot us and injured us a few days ago. A playboy disciple recognized Lin Chen and said excitedly to a middle-aged man who was in the battle soul realm beside him. It turns out that it's you, little devil. You are a psychic at a young age. And you are arrogant if you have a little talent. The warriors from the battle soul realm and a few psychic realm warriors stood up, and Lin Chen stepped on the soles of his feet and turned into a raging fire. Good boy, eat leopard guts, come up and do it. Kill him. At the scene, 3 people from the battle soul realm and 10 from the psychic realm joined forces to surround Lin Chen. The afterimages flashed, and Lin Chen's speed suddenly increased by a few points, and in a few flashes, he saw all the psychic realms blasted out. Why is this kid so strong? The 3 warriors in the spirit realm were terrified, and the 10 in the psychic realm were repelled by him in a blink of an eye. Lin Chen was not in a hurry to solve his opponent, he was observing Bai Juanhao. At this moment, Bai Juanhao rushed up to fight with the 3 playboy disciples. As Lin Chen said. But he had been trained all night, and he was already at the end of the fight. He didn't have much energy left, because of his aura, and was beaten in turn by 3 slutty disciples, who were also in the qi refining realm. Lin Chen flicked his fingers, and a strand of pure water energy dripped into Bai Juanhao's head, and his fleshy shell regained a lot of vitality. Brother Lin Chen is helping me. He wants me to defeat these people myself. As if motivated, Bai Juanhao jumped up again and fought with the 3 of them. Tell you to insult my grandfather, and I will kill you bastards. Bai Juanhao was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, and at the same time he was beaten, he punched out with his right fist. The blood in his whole body seemed to be on fire, and he faintly roared the violent dragon hell. Roar. The violent and fierce Long Shao roared in Bai Juanhao's body. It actually scared the slutty disciple back again and again. Even if I die today, I will pull you back. Bai Juanhao seems to have played his blood, and the second punch condensed all his strength. The blood in his whole body seemed to be on fire, and he faintly roared the violent dragon hell. The style of this punch is boundless, and it actually hits the pure power of thousands of tigers. One punch made the sternum of the dude disciple dent. Click. Lin Chen clearly saw that an egg-sized light cyan light ball fell out of his right arm. Success? His azure dragon bloodline was awakened. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and his heart was ecstatic. For so many days, he has been blending medicinal pills and refining methods. Bai Juanhao's body and flesh, keeping his body at the limit of physical endurance. This battle has completely drawn out Bai Juanhao's Qinglong bloodline. Bai Juanhao's punch severely injured the scoundrel disciple, and he was so shocked that he turned his head to look at the fighting spirit realm. Lin Chen followed closely, releasing 80% of his pure power, stubbornly suppressing these 3 middle-aged men at the 6th level of the battle soul realm. What kind of medicine did this kid take? Why is he so strong all of a sudden? The other 2 playboy disciples were so frightened that they retreated, and Bai Juanhao was chasing after him. Kill you bastards, to death. His pupils were covered with a layer of faint cyan, and he had a fierce aura. His fists were smashed out again and again, and every punch produced a small tornado. One by one, the light cyan attribute light balls kept rolling down, dazzling. 5,000 tiger power, 5,500 tiger power, 6,000 tiger power. Bai Juanhao's momentum is rising steadily, and the skin on his body is covered with a faint pattern of the scales of the blue dragon, like a giant dragon that has been sleeping for thousands of years revived. A large number of medicinal pills and treasures from heaven and earth have been used by Lin Chen these days. At this time, the residual energy has become the best energy for tempering Bai Juanhao's flesh shell body, which can be better combined with the awakened Qinglong bloodline. Those 2 dude disciples were only at the 9th level of qi refining realm, and were not his opponents at all. Relying on the treasures left to them by the family, they barely survived under Bai Juanhao's hands. It has reached 11,500 tiger strength, and there is no sign of stopping, then give him a try at the battle soul realm. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, pure power exploded, and he shattered the defenses of the 2 soul realm with one punch, and picked up the attribute light balls they dropped. He deliberately let go of a guard at the third level of the battle soul realm to let him fight against Bai Juanhao. These two boys are too weird. First protect the young master and retreat. The battle soul realm rushed over to cover the two playful disciples. Bai Jun was as mighty as a demon, and he punched him out, and even the third Zhan soul realm felt the oppression of the threat of life and death. Bagua palm. Roar. Bai Juanhao slapped a palm with his backhand, and the two sides shook head-on. The aftermath of the shock caused the ground to crack inch by inch, like cracking countless cracks. The third level of the battle soul realm took a few steps back one after another, and his eyes were full of disbelief. He was actually repelled by this waste of the Bai family's first level of qi refining realm. Flee. These two little devils are so weird. The other two soul realm gathered around him and fled with each other's masters in embarrassment. The mad Bai Juanhao was about to catch up, when Lin Chen patted him on the shoulder. A spiritual force poured into his mind, recalling his consciousness. Brother Lin Chen, I. Bai Juanhao looked at Lin Chen in confusion. Lin Chen smiled. Congratulations, your Qinglong bloodline has initially awakened. Next is your transformation. Brother Lin Chen, I seem to have won. I won. Bai Juanhao was about to be ecstatic, but before he had time to cheer, his eyelid sank and he was unconscious. Lin Chen hugged him, shook his head and laughed. Then pick up the light cyan attribute light ball that fell around, and the system light screen pops up. The host gains 10 points of Qinglong bloodline. Absorbing this attribute light ball, the injury of Qinglong's arm was healed immediately, and the strength increased a little. A very high-quality Qinglong bloodline. It seems that there is a chance to help him fully stimulate his bloodline before going to Tianga Academy. My Qinglong arm can also be improved to a higher level. Lin Chen was overjoyed and picked it up wildly in the backyard. This time, Bai Juanhao dropped 20 attribute light balls from his body. The host gains 12 points of Qinglong blood, 9 points of Qinglong blood, 16 points of Qinglong blood, 15 points of Qinglong blood, and 20 points of Qinglong blood. These are all attribute light balls of the Qinglong bloodline. Lin Chen's Azure Dragon arm began to transform rapidly, and the Azure Dragon's evil spirit crouching in his left arm became stronger and stronger. Lin Chen had a hunch that the next time he really released the Azure Dragon arm, he would definitely be invincible below the 5th level of the Earth Fiend realm. Late at night, Bai Juanhao's room. His eyelids moved, and when he woke up, he found himself in the medicated bath. Lin Chen was sitting on the bed in front of him practicing. What am I today? Bai Juanhao seemed to notice the changes in his body and looked at himself in amazement. Bai Juanhao found that there was a cyan dragon scale in his mind. As long as his consciousness was connected to this cyan dragon scale, a steady stream of power would emerge. Are you awake? You should know what happened today. Lin Chen, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, opened his eyes and smiled at Bai Juanhao. Brother Lin Chen, am I really from the Qinglong bloodline? Bai Juanhao burst into tears, wept with joy, and still asked in disbelief. You won't know if you try it yourself. Lin Chen smiled casually, and Bai Juanhao shook the blue scales in his mind. Boom! The powerful air wave swept out with Bai Juanhao as the center. His pupils turned blue, and there was a vertical eye-like blue pattern in the center, covered with dragon scales, and his palm was like a dragon claw. A light blue attribute light ball fell out again. Lin Chen got up and picked it up, and smiled at Bai Juanhao. How does it feel? So powerful, so powerful. 10,000 tiger power? More than that, far more than that. Ha ha ha. Bai Juanhao looked up to the sky and laughed happily. Junhao, you probably think that you may already be very powerful, right? Suddenly, Lin Chen said something indifferently. Bai Juanhao immediately put away the complacency and ecstasy that had just risen, and said ashamedly. Brother Lin Chen, the younger brother did have a momentary complacency jest. Now, but the younger brother will never be conceited easily, because there are people outside people, and there are heavens outside the sky. Bai Juanhao clenched his fist firmly and earnestly. It's best if you can think of it this way. Your Qinglong bloodline is in the awakening period, and now is a good time to let you fully control it, and your attack mode is too simple, it can only be used as a whole card, and cannot be used in front of masters. It is easy to expose, otherwise it will be easy for the enemy to find flaws and target them. Now you have to practice more body refining combat skills and use your own various attack methods to introduce refining energy through body refining. Lin Chen's warning made Bai Juanhao remember it in his heart. The two got up late at night and practiced in the backyard again. Thanks to Bai Juanhao, who has long been spurned by the Bai family, no one in this courtyard disturbed their cultivation. For the next 6 days, Lin Chen only needs to be responsible for training Bai Juanhao. Whenever he is more familiar with controlling his own Qinglong bloodline, he will drop the attribute light ball of the Qinglong bloodline, which is a great supplement to Lin Chen's Qinglong arm thing. Those playful disciples never bothered Bai Juanhao and Lin Chen again. It seemed that there was tranquility before the storm. Until noon on the 10th day, when Lin Chen arrived at Bai's house, a servant in white pushed open the courtyard gate. Huh? Young Master Junhao is still alive and well. Didn't it mean that the Mo family and the Chao family came to make trouble a few days ago? The boy in white murmured, and then shouted. Master Bai Juanhao, the elders have something to ask you to go to the lobby. After speaking, the little servant didn't care whether the people inside heard or not, he turned his head and left. Such an attitude is enough to see how low Bai Juanhao's position in the family is. The two who were in the courtyard stopped their training steps and looked at each other. Brother Lin Chen, there seems to be something in the family that wants to call me over. Maybe the guys who came to make trouble a few days ago are looking for trouble. I'll go with you. The lobby of Baijia, the red carpet is paved and the lights are decorated. In today's Bai family, the wedding banquet was huge, with hundreds of tables. And the atmosphere was full of joy. Today is the big day for me and Meng Fei to get married. You must have fun. You won't go home if you don't get drunk. In the lobby of Bai's house, a young man in brocade clothes with a straight figure toasted and laughed, many guests toasted and drank, and in the arms of the young man, there was a charming woman who was a little bird, smiling wildly. In the first hall of the lobby, there were several white-haired old men with high morals and respect, and no one dared to sit beside them. Everyone. Today is the day of my son Bai Xiaohui's engagement. Thank you for your support. The friends who came here today and the friends who gave gifts have given me a little bit of noodles for the Bai family. In the first hall, an imposing middle-aged man with sword brows spoke up, and everyone at the scene fell silent for a while. This is the current head of the Bai family, Bai Xiong. While everyone was listening, the boy's astonishment and angry roars echoed throughout the lobby. Second uncle, cousin, what's going on? Sister Meng Fei, you. Everyone looked at them in response, and Bai Juanhao's figure suddenly appeared at the door of the lobby. Oh. So it's Junhao's nephew. I thought you were sick for the past 2 days. I was planning to send someone over to call you. Seeing Bai Junhao appear, Bai Xiong smiled contemptuously. Junhao, today is the wedding day of your cousin and Meng Fei. I believe you. We'll bless them too, right? Many people present caste ridicule at Bai Junhao. If Bai Junhao didn't show up today, it would be fine, but if he did, it would just make him lose face in this sunset city. Isn't Sister Meng Fei my fiancé? How can today be my cousin's engagement day? Bai Junhao gritted his teeth and stared at Lu Mingfei, who was a little bird in Bai Xiaohui's arms, with red eyes. Bai Junhao, would you like to have some face? With your current appearance, you still want toads and swan meat? You don't follow your own appearance, so what's worthy of Miss Ben now? Only like your cousin, Xiao, a talented man like Hui is Miss Ben's real son, and the most important thing to be a human being is to have self-knowledge. Lu Mingfei glanced at Bai Junhao and pouted in disdain. Many guests roared with laughter. Today, Bai Junhao was not only divorced, but also was robbed by his cousin. In the future, in this sunset city, I am afraid that even people will not be able to do it. Cousin, if you are acquainted, get out of here. Grandpa has been dead for so many years, and the family has given up on you this waste for more than 10 years. Don't be embarrassed here. That Bai Xiaohui smiled but did not smile. If in normal times, Bai Junhao dared to talk back, he would have beaten him to the ground with a punch. Today, in the face of many guests and elders, he did not have a seizure. Could it be that the elders agreed to this matter? Even if I, Bai Junhao, have no status in the Bai family, you should respect my dead grandfather. Bai Junhao was hoarse and loudly questioned the elders in the first hall. Junhao, we also plan to inform you today about this matter. Forget it, Junhao, for your grandfather's sake, we will give you a certain amount of compensation. You can step down today, it's nothing to do with you. The two elders shook their heads and sighed. Hearing such an answer, Bai Junhao's eyes were bloodshot, his 5 fingers clenched into fists, like an angry beast about to go mad. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, he looked up to the sky and laughed. Good sentence of compensation. For so many years, you have put forward the so-called compensation step by step to force me to make concessions. Am I compensating you? Bai Junhao scolded him in the hall, his emotions were out of control, and he was about to run wild. Thousands of guests were surprised. What kind of leopard guts did this kid eat today, and he dared to contradict the elders and smash his cousin's place? It seems that I am too modest to let this little beast. Bai Xiong smiled coldly, just as he was about to suppress Bai Junhao himself. The boy's scolding came, and everyone's eyes were focused on it again. Junhao. What are you talking about, can you speak? The sudden scolding made Bai Junhao, who was about to run away, regain his senses. Lin Chen swaggered in, patted Bai Junhao with a deep tone, and he immediately nodded cautiously and apologized. Sorry, Brother Lin, I didn't control myself just now, and it won't be like this next time. Exactly. How can you talk to the elders like this in front of your cousins? Big day? Unexpectedly, Lin Chen's answer surprised everyone. You little mouth, can you talk? Ah. If you can talk, talk more. Just now, your mouth was like smearing honey. Big brother strongly requests you to do the same next time. If anyone bullies you in the future, you will. If someone is more ruthless than you, you are 10 times more ruthless than him. Bai Xiong was uncertain, looking at Lin Chen. Boy, who are you? It's none of your business who I am, you just need to know that today, Bai Juanhao is under my cover, let him solve the things that belong to him, it's not your turn to intervene. Lin Chen's domineering side leaked, giving Bai Juanhao great confidence. Turning to Lu Mingfei, Lin Chen smiled indifferently, you said just now that Juanhao is not worthy of you, right? In my opinion, you are not qualified to be his maid. If you don't agree, then use your strength to prove it. Go, tell everyone, you don't need this kind of stuff, and let her apologize. Let's see who is not worthy of who. With a pat on Bai Juanhao's back, Lin Chen gave him courage. Bai Juanhao straightened his waist and waved his palm. Sister Mingfei, no, Miss Lu Mingfei. Today, I, Bai Juanhao, officially cancel the engagement between you and me. You and I have nothing to do with each other. I ask you to apologize for the rudeness just now. Bai Juanhao changed his previous style and became very tough. Lu Mingfei gritted her silver teeth lightly, and was about to speak when Bai Xiaohui stood in front of her and said with a smile. Cousin is very talented, I don't know where I found a savage to support you. Since you think you are not a waste, then cousin will give you a chance to prove it. As long as you insist on 10 moves in my hands, I will replace Meng Fei apologizes for you, how? Bai Xiaohui's words made the audience laugh or sigh. Bai Xiaohui, the son of the current patriarch, Bai Xiongba, was already at the 8th level of the psychic realm when he was less than 24 years old. He is rich in the heritage of the Bai family and inherited his unique skills. His strength is so powerful that he may not be able to get through dozens of rounds even if he is connected to the 9th level of the spiritual realm. This kind of talent and strength is also the most core true disciple level in the ancient sect. Even if Bai Juanhao had some adventures and suddenly gained confidence, he would never become a fat man in one bite, and he would never fight against Bai Xiaohui with his chi refining realm. Not to mention 10 moves, as long as Bai Xiaohui thinks about it, one thought. One move, Bai Juanhao will surely die. How about it, 10 tricks, dare to take it. Lin Chen retreated to Bai Juanhao's side and laughed jokingly. Thinking of the hellish training he had experienced during this period of time, a rock-solid smile appeared on Bai Juanhao's face. 10 tricks are 10 tricks. As soon as this statement came out, the audience was full of laughter and ridicule. It seems that Bai Juanhao's brain is flooded. I really don't know how high the sky is. If the elder hadn't thought about his old love these years, no one would have collected his body when he died. How dare you challenge Cousin Xiaohui? Cousin Xiaohui only needs one move to kill him. I saw him pick up a lot of yellow-level low-level body training exercises in the combat skills pavilion a few days ago. Maybe he got some Peerless combat skills, he's not good at it, ha ha ha. The many children of the Bai family kept sneering, and Bai Juanhao faced it indifferently. He had experienced these ridicules and doubts countless times over the years. Old guys, you've seen it too. This kid agreed. I can't blame us for dying under my family's Xiaohui. He's the one who courted death himself. Bai Xiong shrugged at the elders sitting in the main hall, and said with a sneer. He was still thinking about how to concoct these two people, but he didn't expect Bai Juanhao to find his own way. Forget it, since it is the path chosen by this kid, then life and death are up to destiny. The bald old man among the 3 elders shook his head and sighed, seemingly giving up on Bai Juanhao. Everyone, please wait a moment, we will continue drinking after this little Episode is over. With a big wave of Bai Xiaohui's hand, many servants began to move away part of the banquet, freeing up a wide space of dozens of meters. I have to say, cousin, you are very lucky. Today is your cousin's big day. It's not appropriate to kill, so you saved a life. Bai Xiaohui walked towards the middle of the open space, raised his brows slightly, shook his head, and sneered. Who saved a life, I don't know yet. After possessing the power, Bai Juanhao has become fierce and domineering, and has a bit of Lin Chen's momentum. It makes Lin Xia happy, my little brother is finally a bit forced. A clan's waist, but his mouth has become very hard. I hope you can still play your tongue after the fight. Bai Xiaohui's face turned gloomy in an instant. Today, Bai Juanhao has done bad things to him again and again, but his temper is not that good. Even if he couldn't kill him right away, Bai Xiaohui had 10 ways to make his life worse than death. Everyone at the scene held the attitude of watching the play, some even poured their own drinks, and watched with great interest how Bai Xiaohui concocted this kid. Wait a moment. Just when Bai Xiaohui approached Bai Juanhao with a brutal smile, Lin Chen suddenly spoke up. This fight is not fair, very unfair. Lin Chen said seriously, his expression was very serious. Many people in the audience were made to laugh out loud by Lin Chen. Some even burst into tears with laughter. These two deaf boys were more arrogant than anyone else just now, but now they are actually shouting unfair? Where did you invite this wonderful creature? Isn't this a slap in the face? It's not fair? Ha ha ha. It's really a bit unfair. Otherwise, we can change the rules. He only needs to take my 2 moves. How about I apologize for him on behalf of Ming Fei? Bai Xiaohui sneered and gave Lin Chen a disdainful look. No. Lin Chen shook his head seriously. Ha ha ha. Cousin Xiaohui, Cousin Juanhao, and the others are cowardly. You can let them go, just 1 move. The young people of the Bai family laughed and laughed. Bai Juanhao looked at Lin Chen suspiciously. Well, then I'll step back again. If he can pick me up, even if I lose. Bai Xiaohui flicked his nails and said impatiently. In his opinion, there is no difference between 1 move and 10 moves. No, everyone misunderstood what I meant. I mean, this battle is too unfair for Mr. Bai Xiaohui. Very unfair. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen's answer left everyone at a loss. The 8th level of the psychic realm is not fair to the psychic realm when compared to the 1st level of the qi refining realm. Let's change the rules. If you can stick to 10 moves in Junhao's hands, then we will lose. Lin Chen crossed Erlang's legs, and all the guests at the scene were stunned by his smiling appearance. I heard it right, he wants to say that if cousin Bai Xiaohui insists on 10 moves under Bai Juanhao's rubbish, then cousin Xiaohui will win. I thought I heard it wrong too. Is this Nima upside down? Could it be that he thought that Bai Juanhao was in the psychic realm and Bai Xiaohui was in the qi refining realm? Some of the older generation powerhouses who were going to see it as a joke were also looking at Lin Chen in astonishment at the moment. How ignorant of the courage to make such a request. Could it be that he wanted to play some conspiracy? I think you're fucking crazy. Bai Xiaohui was burning with anger. He only felt that he was severely humiliated by Lin Chen. Don't be angry, Mr. Xiaohui, I'm thinking of you. My younger brother Junhao is a peerless genius. I'm worried that something will happen to you. Lin Chen's serious appearance made everyone fall. Brother Lin Chen? Bai Juanhao looked at Lin Chen suspiciously. He didn't understand the purpose of Lin Chen's move. Why, you're not confident? Aren't you going to take back everything you've lost? Lin Chen jokingly smiled, and then said, there can only be one Bai Xiaohui or Bai Juanhao in this Bai family, right? Have confidence. Bai Juanhao's fighting spirit was boiling, and he nodded fiercely. Cousin Junhao, I have to say, you were killed by a lunatic. Bai Xiaohui turned his neck, revealing a cruel grin. Just when Bai Xiaohui was about to take another shot, Lin Chen said again. Wait a moment. His grandma's. You are still finished. Lin Chen showed a thoughtful look, then slowly shook his head, and said. Seriously again. When I do things, I emphasize fairness, or fucking fairness. I still feel that the 10 tricks are still unfair to Mr. Bai Xiaohui. Lin Chen's words simply drove many people crazy. How can this be considered fair? That's why I decided to let Miss Lu Mingfei join me. As the saying goes, if you want to get a thief, you want to get dirty. If you want to get a rape, you want to fight with 2 people. If you want to fight, just 2 people fight together. Junhao, do you have any confidence? Yes. Bai Juanhao shouted excitedly. The question and answer between Lin Chen and Bai Juanhao completely made everyone in the audience fall into silence. Deathly silence. All the guests looked at Lin Chen and Bai Juanhao dully. Today, everyone present redefines and doubts what the concept of fairness is. Suddenly, a young man asked the old man beside him. Senior, is this fair? How the hell do I know what's fair? This old man is a goddamn eye-opener. Today. Then what is fair? Ask him to go. Ask me to hang. What is so fair? All the men, women, and children in the audience asked Lin Chen madly in unison. Fairness, that's why we let this pair of dogs and girls go together. Fairness, that's when the fucking pair of dogs and girls can stick to 10 moves under Bai Juanhao's hands, even if Bai Juanhao loses. Lin Chen's voice was like a bell, shaking everyone's ears. Damn, I'll kill you first. Bai Xiaohui couldn't bear it any longer. He burst into anger, locked on Lin Chen, and wanted to shoot violently. Enough. Xiaohui, don't mess around. Bai Xiong thundered angrily and stunned Bai Xiaohui. Meng fine easy, you go up too, as he said, it doesn't matter who and whose 10 tricks. Today, as a father, you are allowed to see blood, and my Bai family's face is not something that some people can easily smear. Today, if there is no satisfactory result in this matter, neither of them will want to walk out of this hall alive. Bai Xiong was completely angered by Lin Chen. Lin Chen's words were provoking the entire Bai family. With murderous intent revealed, Bai Xiong said to Lin Chen sensually. If he dies in Xiao Hui's hands, don't even try to escape. If Bai Juanhao can't do it, I will die with him. Lin Chen's domineering side leaked, and he went tit for tat with Bai Xiong. Lu Mingfei looked at each other, coldly, and walked beside Bai Xiaohui. Her talent is second only to Bai Xiaohui, and at the age of 22, she is already at the 6th level of the psychic realm. Together, with Bai Xiaohui, even the powerhouses in the middle stage of the battle soul realm can't be good in their hands. Meng Fei, you don't have to shoot, leave it to me. Lu Mingfei just came to Bai Xiaohui's side. He said something casually, and couldn't wait to grab Bai Juanhao. Painful soul tear wind hand. The fighting spirit is all over the place, and the wind is blowing. The 5-fingered palm wind wraps around the Yuqing wind blade, directly taking Bai Juanhao's heart. Bai Xiaohui showed his murderous intention, and when he shot it, it was a vicious trick that made people want to die. Everyone is looking forward to it, whether this is fearless arrogance or a conspiracy plan. See you in the next breath. Bang! The explosion resounded throughout the scene, and the hurricane was devastated. Everyone did not dare to miss this moment, and they all watched intently. What? All the elders of the Bai family, and even the powerhouses above the battle spirit realm, all stood up. The look is full of disbelief. In the dust, Bai Xiaohui stood in front of Bai Juanhao, his palm rested on Bai Juanhao's chest, and there were faint blue scales on the chest. I saw Bai Juanhao standing proudly in the field, let alone killing him. Bai Xiaohui's attack didn't even make him take a step back. Bai Juanhao patted the dust on his shoulders, and a domineering and arrogant smile was drawn from the corner of his mouth. Cousin, you are useless. Lin Chen sat on the seat and poured himself a drink. After taking a sip of the fine wine, Lin Chen put on his self-made sunglasses and said in amazement, "Who is pretending? It's so dazzling." At this moment, no one is not surprised. Bai Xiaohui's condensed murderous blow was enough to shake and even seriously injure the warriors of the Soul Realm, and even Bai Juanhao didn't beat back. Even a small step. 100 Beast Fist. Bai Juanhao raised his hand into a fist and performed the most basic body training boxing technique. The aura of the blue dragons roared like a hurricane, and the moment Bai Juanhao threw his fist at Bai Xiaohui's head, the latter stood upside down, like falling into an ice cellar. The power of this punch has already made him feel the approach of death. Swish! Bai Xiaohui instinctively displayed the highest speed of his own movement, and he was able to escape Bai Juanhao's boxing style. Everyone could clearly hear that the moment Bai Juanhao threw his fist, there was an extremely harsh sonic boom in the air, like a knife's edge, a meteor falling into the world. Bang! Boom! The anger fist swung down, and the terrifying fist wind shook the sky with dust and gravel. Just the fist wind smashed the entire ground into cracks, and there were shocking cracks in all directions. The wild and unparalleled fist wind shook in all directions, overturning the banquet tables that had moved hundreds of meters away. Countless delicacies are scattered on the ground, and many guests' oil and water leftovers are sprinkled. What made many people's mouths twitch wildly was that Lin Chen, who was sitting at the front, seemed to have predicted the result in advance. He was holding an oil paper umbrella in his hand, wearing a pair of black sunglasses, a wine glass in his hand, and a coquettish smile as always on the corner of his mouth. The guests were all splashed with oil and water, but he was the only one holding an umbrella. But everyone realized that the more important thing is Bai Juanhao. Just the style of boxing is already sweeping all directions. If the attack just now was real, Bai Xiaohui would definitely die. Bai Xiaohui, who was blown to one side by the fist wind, was lying on the ground, sweating coldly, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Physical refiner? Junhao is the Xeon's body refiner. Among the three elders, one elder growled ecstatically. 15,000 tiger strength? More than that. Almost 20,000 tiger strength. How is it possible? Where did this kid get his strength? Bai Xiong's eyes were fixed on Bai Juanhao, and he was going to see through all his secrets. But no matter how he spied, all he could feel was the aura of a tyrant like a blue dragon. Other than that, he can't see through Bai Juanhao's power limit at all. Stand up. Bai Xiaohui. Aren't you a genius? Bai Juanhao's imposing manner is high, his suffocation is rolling, and he Shouts like a dragon's roar. Shocked Lu Mingfei and Bai Xiaohui to retreat. This sudden change made Bai Xiaohui unable to adapt at all. Prey and hunter. Instantly reversed. How could he be so strong? Isn't Bai Juanhao a piece of shit? Xiaohui, I'm so scared. Lu Mingfei's face paled, trembling, and she shrank behind Bai Xiaohui. Terrible. The current Bai Juanhao seems to be possessed by a real blue dragon. And the gods descended to earth. Just the suffocation between the eyebrows and the weak, long way stunned the 2. Since you don't dare to shoot, let me come. Clap. Bai Juanhao's 10 fingers were inserted into the ground, and the vast and brutal pure power surged out, his palms turned upwards, and suddenly lifted. A huge black shadow suddenly appeared in front of Lu Mingfei and Bai Xiaohui. Everyone took a deep breath. Eyeballs are popping out. Bai Juanhao actually lifted the floor more than 10 feet wide. Then he smashed the stone with a fist, and the pure force pushed the stone and attacked the 2 of them. Damn bitch, don't hurry up and activate the defensive combat skills. Seeing such momentum, Bai Xiaohui cursed. Qinggu Shuangguang shield. Skywater blue curtain. 2 layers of battle air barriers, one soft and one rigid, tightly protect the 2. The boulders on the floor were blown away like a gust of wind and collided head-on, shattering the barrier of the 2 of them. Its boulders also turned into rubble scattered in the sky, like hail, which fell continuously. Everyone was in a hurry to deploy each other's fighting spirit defense, but Lin Chen sat calmly and praised. The quality of the oil paper umbrellas this year is really good. I will buy a few more next time. Tear. The sound of breaking the wind came like a gust of wind. Bai Juanhao burst out with pure strength with a speed no less than top-level movement, and came to Bai Xiaohui in a blink of an eye. Bai Xiaohui turned pale with fright, wandered with fighting spirit, merged into a red palm print, and hurriedly slapped it. Shining Jing. Bai Juanhao's palm is like a falcon, the green scale pattern is prominent, and the fingers are hooked out, attacking and defending together. Torn apart his fighting handprint like lightning. Quickly clamped Bai Xiaohui's wrist. Deaf to me. Holding Bai Xiaohui's wrist in his palm, he instantly exerted force, twisting in a spiral, directly smashing his arm bones. At the same time, Bai Juanhao angrily smashed the barb like a whip, and slammed Bai Xiaohui's whole body to the ground like a whip. Boom. The floor shattered, Bai Xiaohui slammed heavily on the ground, his bones were broken, his eyes burst out, and he vomited blood. No. Xiaohui. Lu Mingfei screamed miserably. Bitch who stabbed in the back, get out. Bai Juanhao was murderous, turned his head indifferently, and slapped Lu Mingfei with a slap. 5 fingers swept through the void to tear the layers of airflow. Snapped. The force of the slap slapped the strong wind decisively on Lu Mingfei's pretty face, showing no sign of pity for Xiangxiang Xiyu. A few bloody silver teeth fell out from the bloody red lips, and Lu Mingfei fainted. Mingfei. The members of the Lu family roared like a concubine, and stood up abruptly. Bai Juanhao didn't care, his fighting spirit was soaring, he lifted his leg and stepped on Bai Xiaohui's back. The strength of this foot, stepping down at close range, is enough to step on Bai Xiaohui into meat sauce. This moment. Murderous all over the place. An afterimage is coming to the extreme. Before the sound comes, people have moved. Quickly attack Bai Juanhao. Little bastard, you plan to kill my son, give me death. It's the patriarch of the Bai family, and Bai Xiong has taken action. Realizing that his son's life is in danger, he has no intention of caring about his face. Bai Xiong volleyed and grabbed Bai Juanhao, the earth-shattering breath of ghosts and gods swept into the void, and the airflow collapsed instantly. None of the guests expected that Bai Xiong, a powerhouse at the 5th level of the Earth Fiend realm, would violently attack on the spot, killing a younger generation regardless of his seniority. Can only watch Bai Xiong pounce on Bai Juanhao. A generation of Tianjiao has just been born. Is it about to fall at the speed of a meteor? When this thought crossed the minds of everyone, the wind blew up, the silver robes rolled over, the purple flames burned, and the wings spread high. The silver-robed boy was wearing purple flame-burning wings, standing in front of Bai Xiong. His sleeves were torn, and his arms rolled with the ferocious dragon scales. It's Lin Chen. What? Bai Xiong was shocked. Lin Chen could keep up with his movement speed? I knew for a long time that people like you would not sit still easily. Lin Chen sneered, raised Qinglong's left arm and shook it suddenly. Every dragon scale, turning the invincible force that pushes mountains and rivers horizontally, collided with Bai Xiong head-on. Bang! The airflow collapses, and the situation changes. A huge mushroom cloud of dozens of meters rose in the sky of Bai's house, and the shockwave of the collision destroyed all the wedding banquets at the scene. The two in the center of the mushroom cloud stood still. Bai Xiong showed a hint of solemnity. He had previously felt the same breath as Bai Juanhao in Lin Chen, and he was many times stronger than Bai Juanhao. Could it be that this kid passed on this kind of power to that little beast? Not good. Xiao Hui's situation. Before Bai Xiong could pay attention to Lin Chen, his expression changed drastically. Ah! My legs, my legs! Bai Xiaohui's screams resounded throughout the audience, and the aftermath of the previous encounter between Lin Chen and Bai Xiong shook his position, causing Bai Juanhao's footing to step on his knee, smashing his bones and flesh. Directly, Bai Xiaohui, who was screaming and screaming in pain, completely lost his previous rebelliousness and arrogance, and some only cried in pain. Bai Xiong hurried over to check the injury. His expression changed suddenly. Bai Xiaohui's arm bones are broken, and his right leg is directly scrapped. Even if he is cured, he is still a half-crippled person. Moreover, this battle will leave a permanent mental wound in his heart, and his future martial arts will basically be abolished. Seeing Bai Xiaohui's wreckage, everyone was full of sighs. Just a few dozen breaths ago, almost no one would have expected this result. Bai Juanhao is the real pride of heaven. He really defeated Lu Mingfei and Bai Xiaohui only by virtue of his cultivation in the qi refining realm. In front of him, the talents of the two are like the difference between Yinghua and Haoyue. There is absolutely no comparison. Bai Juanhao is only 16 years old, and his future is full of infinite possibilities. However, when everyone came back to their senses, the eyes they looked at Lin Chen were even more frightening. Did I read it right? That Bai Juanhao's eldest brother can actually fight against the patriarch of the Bai family? He hides so deeply. Even the old man has not realized when he acted. He seemed to have a pair of wings when he shot just now. I saw it too. It seems to be purple. He is about the same age as Bai Juanhao, and his origins are extremely mysterious, but he personally drew out Bai Juanhao's potential and created such a peerless genius. Even many of the older generation of the Bai family and the powerhouses of the Earth Fiend realm have personally identified that Bai Juanhao is a mortal's cultivation qualification, and it is a complete waste in the Bai family with a big family. But it didn't escape Lin Chen's eyes. He was even more unscathed after a fight with Bai Xiong, who was at the 5th level of the Earth Fiend realm. What is this concept? If Bai Juanhao is said to be the son of Tianjiao, then this Lin Chen is a real monster-like existence. You two little beasts, if you dare to abolish Xiaohui, I will let you die in the Bai family today. Bai Xiong rushed to the crown with anger, his eyes were red, staring at Lin Chen and Bai Juanhao. He was about to go berserk. No, Bai Xiong, you can't move Juanhao now. The two Bai family elders immediately protected Bai Juanhao and said indifferently, Juanhao has used his own strength to prove himself. He is better than Bai Xiao. Besides, he has no eyes on his fists and feet in battle. It's just that Xiaohui lost, that's all. You should step back. These two elders are elders of the Bai family, they are very senior, and their strength is stronger than Bai Xiong. The current Bai Juanhao, in their eyes, is a new star that is even brighter than Bai Xiaohui, and may lead their Bai family to an unprecedented height. And it is too late to be the guardian. Fart. This kid just has a little brute force. Martial arts are all the way. And it's normal to practice fighting spirit. Body training is just a side thing, maybe it's the little beast who passed on the power of overdrafting life to that kid. Where did he come from? The name of genius. Bai Xiong gritted his teeth and said unwillingly. This statement obviously shook the two elders. They also noticed a similar breath to Bai Juanhao in Lin Chen. Ha ha ha. Patriarch Bai's hair is not long, and his knowledge is quite short. Let me ask you, look at Juanhao's vitality, what kind of looks like? Overdrawing his life. Lin Chen was neither salty nor bland, and he dismissed the doubts in one sentence. Everyone observed that Bai Juanhao's whole body was full of vitality, and he was not the kind of person who used the secret method of overdrafting life. Juanhao is in your Bai family, but the jewel is dusted, because he is the real one, the blood of the Qinglong. Lin Chen's words caused 1,000 waves, and all the martial artists, with a little experience on the scene, looked at Bai Juanhao in stunned eyes. Turned out to be a special bloodline? From ancient times to the present, some descendants of the human race and the orcs were born from the intersection of the strong men, or under some special adventures, they obtained the inheritance of ancient strange beasts and obtained special bloodlines. The Bai family is an aristocratic human family, and there is no sign of intersecting with the high-level orcs. Obviously, Bai Juanhao belongs to the latter. And this special bloodline is the most precious dragon bloodline. Qinglong blood. Juanhao turned out to be Qinglong blood. An elder shook his palm and grabbed Bai Juanhao's arm. They are not fools. When Bai Juanhao made his move just now, the aura on his side was the same as that of the noble dragon family. Pfft. This elder knelt down to Bai Juanhao on the spot. Juanhao, this old man apologizes to you on behalf of all the people in the Bai family who have offended you. If you have any requests, the Bai family will try to satisfy you from now on, and I hope you can disregard the past. This elder actually apologized to Bai Juanhao in public, with an extremely sincere attitude. All Bai family members know that a bright new star is rising. And it will reach an unprecedented height in the history of the Bai family. All the forces at the scene have mixed feelings. Starting today, the history of Sunset City will be rewritten. Elder Yu, get up quickly, these things don't matter to me anymore. Bai Juanhao was neither salty nor bland, and helped the elder up. The latter smiled bitterly in his heart. It seems that it is not so easy to eliminate the grudge in his heart. It turns out to be the blood of the azure dragon. This little beast has such an adventure. Damn it, my Xiaohui. Bai Xiong's heart was turbulent, and even if he was unwilling, he knew very well that it was impossible to kill Bai Juanhao today. Those with special bloodline, or the bloodline of the dragon race, show such terrifying potential at a young age, and the lowest growth limit in the future is also the heavenly astral realm. Taking Bai Xiaohui away, Bai Xiong gritted his teeth and left, and the people of the Lu family felt like they had a 5-flavor bottle in their hearts. Damn, Qinglong bloodline. Their Lu family actually missed a Qinglong bloodline. Even offended him, this future prospect is simply unimaginable. In the hearts of hundreds of schools, each has an intersection. However, after Lin Chen bent down and picked up the attribute light ball on the ground, he suddenly turned around with an extremely serious expression. Junhao, Big Brother is very angry. Lin Chen's simple sentence made everyone hold their breath. My God, why is this man so angry? Even the 3 elders of the Bai family were trembling and sweating like rain. A peerless evildoer who discovered the blood of the Qinglong, who shook the earth and the realm. They couldn't imagine the energy and history behind Lin Chen. If he was angry, brother, what else can I do well enough? Bai Juanhao looked at the head of Lin Chen's horse, lowered his head, and admitted his mistake, and asked submissively. I told you 2 tricks to take care of this couple, but you used 7 tricks? You're a scumbag, you've lost all my face. Why did I teach you how to be a muggle? You want to piss off Big Brother, don't you? Lin Chen yelled, and everyone in the audience almost vomited blood in shock. Bai Juanhao's performance in battle was decisive, completely beyond the fighting mentality he should have at his age. In the eyes of the older generation of powerhouses, this is already very perfect. In the mouth of this master, he even scolded the favored man as a muggle. This also makes it impossible for people to live. Yes, Junhao has lived up to brother Lin Chen's expectations, and he will definitely work harder in the future to do better. Bai Juanhao's attitude also made many people's mouth twitch slightly. Night, Bai Jia Househan. The Bai family ordered the mountain to be closed, leaving only Lin Chen and Bai Juanhao to stay on the back mountain. Attack Big Brother with all his strength? Big Brother, what does this mean? Bai Juanhao and Lin Chen stood opposite each other. Bai Juanhao asked in surprise when he heard Lin Chen's request. Don't worry, with your strength, you can't hurt me. Besides, I'm ready to leave here. Lin Chen waved his hand at will. In fact, the blue dragon bloodline attribute light ball dropped by Bai Juanhao has barely improved himself. During this time, the Qinglong bloodline attribute that Lin Chen obtained by Bai Juanhao's side has exceeded 500 points. Going up, there is already a huge bottleneck, and the improvement is minimal. Because there was not much improvement for Lin Chen himself, Bai Juanhao dropped fewer and fewer bloodline attribute light balls. If Bai Juanhao's blood energy is raised by 2 more grades, he may be able to help Lin Chen improve again. But that is by no means achievable in a short period of time. Perhaps in a few years or even 10 years, Lin Chen will not have so much time by Bai Juanhao's side. So, it's time for Lin Chen to leave Bai's house. Brother, are you leaving? Bai Juanhao was startled, his eyes filled with reluctance. Yes, I have something to do. It was an accident to meet you, and now there is not much time left for me. Lin Chen smiled casually, and then said seriously. Junhao, you still have this innocence in your eyes. You are not cruel enough. Haven't you thought about what purpose I am approaching you for? If I were to kill you, what would you do? Bai Juanhao was startled, his eyes firm. Brother Lin Chen has a love for me, and the kindness of recreation. If it wasn't for the big brother's action, I might have died and no one would collect the body. It is even less possible to have the strength and dignity. If the big brother wants my life, I can give it back to the big brother at any time. Bai Juanhao's answer made Lin Chen shake his head and sigh. This is your innocence. The Qinglong bloodline is your own. It's only a matter of time before the bloodline wakes up, not what I gave you. I hope to hear your answer if you can resist me. You have to walk the next road, it's up to you whether you can transform or not. Remember my words, you must be ruthless, and don't trust anyone except yourself. Attack with all your strength, and let me see your ultimate strength. Under Lin Chen's disapproving tone, Bai Juanhao took a deep breath. Then please enlighten me, big brother. Boom. The domineering power stuns the mountains and forests, and Bai Juanhao's Qinglong momentum makes the entire back mountain roar and crawl under the dragon's prestige. Gathering strength, Bai Juanhao punched out like a dragon, pure power penetrated the airflow, destroying the dry and rotten, forming countless tornadoes, and wherever they passed, countless towering trees were uprooted. Lin Chen's demeanor showed a trace of seriousness, he stepped on with a tiger's footsteps, his palms reached together, and he blocked Bai Juanhao's full-strength punch from the front. He took 3 steps back in a row, and the trace of each step was 1 foot deep. Your ultimate strength is around 31,000 tiger strength. When the Qinglong bloodline is activated, the defense will also be increased. As long as you don't encounter the 9th level of the battle soul, you can basically be invincible, but you still need to hone more body training. Combat skills, let the bloodline grow faster. Bai Juanhao kept Lin Chen's evaluation in his heart. When he reacted, Lin Chen was already walking down the mountain on the other side. Big brother, don't catch up. If we have fate, we will meet again. Lin Chen scolded. Bai Juanhao stood there in a daze, and then knelt down. Suddenly in the direction Lin Chen left, with tears flashing, he kowtowed heavily. Thanks to brother Lin Chen for his recreation, Juanhao will never forget it. Leaving the back mountain of Bai's house, Lin Chen put on a cloak, bought a good horse, and left Sunset City late at night. 5 days later, at noon, the sun is high. Lin Chen rode a fierce Jiao horse that he bought with a lot of money, galloping on a broad avenue, comparable to a plain. Boom! The earth shook, and all kinds of strange beasts and mounts appeared on the plain road. There are the sturdy earth demon rhinoceros, the jeweled 5-colored deer, the 2-headed sneaking green python, the freezing ice lizard, the 100 feathered cranes flying across the sky, and the majestic celestial elephant. The masters of these mounts are all from the forces of the shocking party, which makes Lin Chen dazzled. Among these forces, there is more than one young Tianjiao in it. Some stood with swords in their arms, arrogant and arrogant. Some have a knife in hand, domineering side leakage. Some play the piano and paint, leisurely and elegantly. Some fish and geese fall, they are not ordinary. Some are chatting and laughing, with Jiju in the hand, and between the eyebrows, they are all confident to point the country. These are the top batch of geniuses, ghosts, and prodigies who have been screened out from the middle of the barren land of more than 10 billion people. They are young, and the lowest is the 9th level of psychic realm. Some of them have reached the realm of battle spirit. All of them are dragons and phoenixes, standing proudly above millions and millions of people. They all went to Tianga Academy to sign up. Just this ostentation made Lin Chen full of amazement. Grandmas, this is called card noodles. Lin Chen looked at his Lai Jiao horse and couldn't help but feel ashamed. The mounts of many forces took their own arrogant sons to an ancient city at the end of Pingyuan Avenue, which is Shantian City under the jurisdiction of Tianga Academy. These are the top geniuses, and some of the lesser ones are at the 7th and 8th levels of the psychic realm, at least on the same level as the Bai families, by Xiaohui. It's really a meeting of wind and clouds. Lin Chen sighed, and was about to hurry up and enter the ancient city earlier, but found that there were scattered light balls with attributes not far ahead. Colorful and shining. Fuck. Lin Chen took a look and saw that the entire Plains Avenue, where the powerful beasts and mounts passed, all that was left were a dazzling array of attribute light balls. I made a lot of money, ha ha ha. Lin Chen rode his horse to gallop, and plundered all kinds of attribute light balls on Pingyuan Avenue. At this time, there are less than 2 days before the entrance examination of Tianga Academy. For the past 2 days, Lin Chen has been waiting day and night on Pingyuan Avenue, waiting for the arrival of many forces. Every group of forces that pass by will basically leave behind a batch of attribute light balls. Just relying on this wave of attribute light balls, Lin Chen's body refinement level and battle aura cultivation level have risen to a new level again. In the early morning, Lin Chen sat cross-legged on a corner of Pingyuan Avenue, and he turned on the system. Host, Lin Chen. Cultivation, Psychic Realm Triple. Ultimate Strength, 49,800 Tiger Forces. Qi and Blood Energy, 2.341 million points. The Essence of Fighting Spirit, 614,000 points. Mental Strength, 18,011 points. Cultivation Technique Essence, 62,428 points. Mind Method, Chaos 5 Spirit Art, 20%. Practice Exercises, Tianling Huadan Ju, 8 Desolate Xianhua, True Water. Returning Yuan Ju, 24%, for King's Seal of Fighting Demons, Taisher Bible. 4%. Possessed Items, 7-star Soul Reaper Gun, True Flame Purple Phoenix Wings. 7%. Possessed Blood Energy, Qinglong Blood, 761 points, Zijintong Blood, 10,000 points. Characteristic Rune, Slow Rune Level 1, Corruption Rune Level 1, Rune Power. 6,500 points. The energy of each element, Fire 142,281 points, Earth 128,871 points, Wood 131125 points, Gold 135,331 points, Water 124,148 points. The attribute light ball that Lin Chen picked up within 2 days made his blood energy skyrocket, and his pure power also increased by 10,000. Tigers. My pure strength has grown more difficult. Lin Chen found a problem. He had previously picked up about 50 points of qi and blood energy to increase his power by 1 tiger, but now it must be 90 points or more than 100 points. The body refinement realm is the same as the battle qi realm. The further you go, the more difficult it will be to improve. Most of the forces in the wilderness have entered Shantian City, and I should go in too. Lin Chen stepped on the horse and rode into the city. Shantian City, a giant city within the jurisdiction of Tianga Academy, the city is so wide that it is comparable to a small mountain range. Entrance of Xuantianqing Square, registration site for admission examination of Tianga Academy. After Lin Chen submitted his invitation letter all the way, after confirming his identity, he entered Shantian Square. There are many arenas and large cages in the square, and violent beasts are imprisoned in the cages. Many candidates take exam questions here. Due to the randomness and variety of exam questions, passing the exam itself also has a part of luck. Lin Chen squeezed into one of the 5 lottery channels and began to line up. The instructor announces the exam content drawn by each candidate in a special channel. Xia Feiyu, take the test content, defeat the third-order beast Xuanyu. Leopard. Test room, number 176. Li Ji, take the test content, participate in the 10-person brawl test, pass. Quota, 5, exam room, number 100. Yu Guanqing, take the test content, under the siege of 2 third order. Silver wolves, get their feathers. Exam room, number 51. All the exam content extracted along the way is of extremely high quality. When Lin Chen was lining up, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. Almost 99% of the people who can participate in the assessment are above the 6th level of the psychic realm. How can this kid only be in the 3rd stage of the psychic realm? I said, this guy won't buy the invitation letter from where? The 3rd level of the psychic realm. It is estimated that even a guard who protects the young master can't compare with ha ha ha. It seems that there are always some cats and dogs who want to fish in troubled waters. This hall is actually in the same test area as this kind of 9th class people. It's really an insult. If it wasn't for the academy tutor here, I would be able to beat him and get away with one move. Many young talents looked at Lin Chen with contempt. Someone Lin's eyelids trembled. How come there is such a good second-hand guy everywhere? When they were about to give them some color, the instructor called Lin Chen's name. Examinee Lin Chen, please come up and extract the test content. When it was Lin Chen's turn, he easily let go of the lottery box and pulled out a scroll of jade files. The bald-headed instructor next to him immediately took it, spread it out, and his expression changed slightly. The bald-headed instructor squinted at Lin Chen with a trace of disdain in his eyes, and immediately announced, Examinee Lin Chen, take the test content, under Li Ruoyan's mentor, he will remain undefeated for 10 rounds, and the test-taking mentor is not allowed to use any combat skills. Exam room, number 233. As soon as the bald tutor's words came out, many people's faces changed slightly, and they took a breath of air. Battle instructor? This is almost the hardest exam question. Any instructor of Tiange Academy is above the Earth Demon realm. Even if you don't use combat skills, you have to hold on to the opponent's hands for 10 rounds. Among the hundreds of thousands of candidates present, those who can reach the 9th level of the Battle Soul realm can be counted with a single slap. Just stick to 10 rounds? That's too easy. Lin Chen chuckled lightly, took the jade scroll, and left under everyone's astonished eyes. There are quite a few people who can brag these days. Let's go, and see this lord, ha ha ha. The psychic realm is simple too. The earth evil realm, but I want to see what this kid is. Exam 233, I remember it. As people came and went, Lin Chen found the test arena number 233 according to the mark on the jade scroll. I saw that the beauty in the ring had long legs and fair skin, wearing a whip on the waist, and if she was in her 30s, the long azure skirt showed her graceful and exquisite figure to the fullest, and the face of Qin Yuluyan always had a quiet and elegant smile on her face. Because of the temperament and appearance of this female tutor, it also attracted many candidates to stop, admire, and sigh. This is exam room 233. Lin Chen walked all the way and stepped onto the ring. The onlookers looked at the candidates and couldn't help but be surprised. Where did this strange flower come from, the third level of psychic realm? Oh? Are you the candidate who picked my exam questions this time? The beautiful woman standing on the stage looked at Lin Chen with great interest. You're Li Ruolian's tutor, right? I'm candidate Lin. Before Lin Chen finished speaking, his eyes lit up. There are several blue attribute light balls scattered on the ground beside the beautiful woman. They are the attribute light balls of water energy. The high quality is the first time Lin Chen has seen it. The attribute light ball of water energy is an important energy source for Lin Chen to practice true water returning Yuan Ju, and it is the most scarce attribute for Lin Chen. Seeing the attribute light ball, Lin Chen subconsciously walked to Li Ruolian and bent over to pick it up. You. Li Ruolian was ashamed and angry, clutching her long skirt and taking a few steps back, staring at Lin Chen angrily. Wow. Seeing this scene, many candidates outside the field set off an uproar. Scumbag. Dirty. As soon as we meet, I want to see the scenery under the skirt of my mentor. What a pervert. Can such a person come to take the exam at Tiange Academy? My God. It's bright and bright. How can there be such a person? I've turned off the lights. The scene of Lin Chen picking up the attribute light ball was accidentally judged by everyone to see the scenery under the skirt of his mentor. The host gains 18,000 points of water energy. Seeing the light screen that popped up from the system, he immediately gained nearly 20,000 points of water energy attributes, and Lin Chen even laughed like a rose. He actually laughed. Still smiling so happily? It's too much. This kind of person should directly abandon the examination. Qualification. Why is he wearing fine clothes? He's so hot. When they saw Lin Chen grinning, the onlookers aroused public anger and condemned Lin Chen. Those who lined up to laugh at Lin Chen's low performance followed to watch the show, and saw Lin Chen's scene, also joined the denunciation army. When Lin Chen came back to his senses, he couldn't help but be stunned when he heard the condemnation around him. Shit, when did someone Lin become a big pervert? This candidate, I don't know if your behavior just now is to interfere with my next assessment of you, but you have successfully angered me. Li Ruolian still had a faint blush on her cheeks, but her eyes were more angry and cold. Teacher, misunderstanding. Lin Chen yelled at the misunderstanding. Li Ruolian's pretty face was flushed, and her teeth were biting lightly. It's not like a misunderstanding that you laughed so happily just now. Examinee, show your invitation letter. If there is no problem, we will start the assessment immediately. I don't want to look at you for a second. Li Ruolian said coldly, that someone in Lin's heart was bitter. This is so special that I have been used to picking up attribute light balls in the past 2 days, and I reacted subconsciously. I actually made such a big oolong. Just when Lin Chen submitted the invitation letter to Li Ruolian to confirm his identity, because of the noise, more and more people around him were attracted. The 4 white-clothed youths were armed with swords, and they were candidates who had ridiculed Lin Chen before. While they were condemning Lin Chen, they found a few familiar and admired figures in the crowd. Yes, it is the Shangguan family of the chief treasure appraiser family. Even the legendary Miss Shangguan Bihan is here. This is a great opportunity. Cousin, haven't you always been interested in Miss Shangguan Bihan? I didn't expect that Miss Shangguan Bihan would also come to take the registration test of Tiange Academy. The handsome young man at the head was refreshed, walked away from the crowd. and smiled politely at the Shangguan family who approached. I've seen everyone from the Shangguan family, Ling Feng from the Ling family. In Nanhua City, Xiawanjiu. Oh, okay, young Master Ling Feng is polite. However, Shangguan Bihan just nodded politely to him, and Shangguan Yunfan and several of the senior family members didn't even look at him. What is this? Seeing that others didn't even look at him, this young Master Ling Feng seemed to be greatly stimulated and insulted. His face was flushed and he was stunned. In place. Isn't this the Shangguan family of the #1 treasure appraiser family in the wasteland? My God, how could they come to this exam room? It's Miss Bihan from the Shangguan family. I didn't expect that one day I would meet the goddess. Many candidates looked at everyone in the Shangguan family with admiration. Even the female candidates couldn't bear the disgust for Shangguan Bihan, and they were full of admiration. The Shangguan family's weight in the entire wasteland was still relatively light, surpassing most of the forces. Shangguan Bihan walked near the test arena. She has always been quiet and elegant, but this time she mustered up her courage. Her pretty face was blushing, and her slender hands were waving lightly, cheering for the teenagers in the arena. Young Master Lin Chen, come on. When the male candidates outside the arena in the examination room saw this scene, they were struck by lightning in an instant. The goddess they have admired for a long time. You actually cheered on this pervert on stage who wanted to indecently insult his mentor as soon as they met? What kind of immortal is this pervert in the psychic realm? There are already quite a few young people who are full of vigor and vitality, starting to go crazy. Just when everyone was in disbelief and their expressions were dull. More than a dozen people squeezed out of the crowd, and when the young man in the lead saw Lin Chen on the test arena, his expression was ecstatic. Sure enough, it's Brother Lin Chen. Brother Lin Chen, come on. Everyone looked sideways when they saw the person who came. Some young talents who kept pace with the times all took a breath. It's Bai Juanhao from Sunset City, and the Azure Dragon bloodline who was born in the last few days. Even the legendary Qinglong bloodline person has such a close relationship with him. Who is this pervert? Look, the director of the Dark Horse Club is here too. God, how big of a face. Does he have to invite the single king? Everyone is going crazy. What the hell is this guy? Hearing the support from outside the ring, Lin Chen smiled and waved at Bai Juanhao and Shangguan Bihan. Little guy, if you can support my 10 moves, then you will pass. The first round of assessment is now officially starting. Li Ruolian glanced at Lin Chen coldly, and pulled the long whip around his waist, which was crystal clear and blue as crystal. This kid is finished, and Instructor Ruolian is going to be serious. The assessment stipulates that combat skills cannot be used, but it does not stipulate that weapons cannot be used. Lin Chen touched his nose, shook his head and laughed. Since he was regarded as a pervert, he could only take the plan and carry out the perversion to the end. In front of thousands of onlookers, he smiled astonishingly. Teacher Ruolian, your legs are so beautiful. Li Ruolian was stunned, but before she could react, the sound of breaking wind suddenly sounded. Lin Chen's figure is like a pole star breaking through the clouds. His footsteps are like fire, his speed is like wind and thunder, and he goes straight towards Li Ruolian. Destroyed with one palm, pure power exploded. Lin Chen actually poked over Li Ruolian's plump chest. Seeing Lin Chen's move, it was obviously aimed at wiping oil, and all the candidates who saw Lin Chen's actions outside the field all despised him with cold eyes. He actually used such an obscene move to deal with instructor Lin. Too cruel. I should have come. All the candidates denounced Lin Chen one after another, causing some female candidates to roll their eyes. Shameless. Seeing Lin Chen's actions, Lin scolded angrily and once again confirmed that his character was very bad. She flipped her hand and patted it, and her slender hand was surrounded by dark blue fighting spirit, and she collided with Lin Chen head-on. Bang! The airwave exploded, and the fighting energy of the second level of the Earth Demon realm shook Lin Chen back more than 10 steps. His pure strength is nearly 50,000 tigers, and in a head-to-head confrontation, he can only fight against the powerhouses of the first layer of the Earth Demon realm at most. But Lin has outstanding talent and is a tutor at Tiange Academy. His background and aptitude are not comparable to the Earth Fiend realm that Lin Chen had fought before. Lin Chen was repelled by the majesty of his fighting spirit alone. Lin took out her palm and whipped her whip at the same time, sweeping away abruptly. The beautiful arc left by the azure war swept across the air, tearing. The long whip tore apart Lin Chen's figure, and it turned out to be an afterimage. The demeanor of the candidates outside the examination room changed dramatically. How could this perverted movement speed be so fast? The airflow changed rapidly. Lin caught the abnormality, and a strange figure of a young man appeared behind him. The whip was about to turn and sweep back, but Lin Chen blocked Lin's snow-white wrist with one hand, but the whip didn't come out. Blocking the blue whip, Lin Chen patted her plump mountains. Lin was shocked and angry. Not only was this kid a big kid, but he wanted to take advantage of him everywhere, and everyone was watching. How could he let him succeed? Water blue thousand curtains. The crystal blue whip swirled in the air, and the 4 warchi water curtains swirled around Lin, bursting into the air, slamming into Lin Chen's chest, and bouncing him more than 10 meters away. At the moment when Lin Chen bounced off, Lin secretly screamed bad. Lin, the tutor who took the exam, used combat skills in violation of regulations. Candidate Lin Chen wins. The elder referee outside the examination room announced loudly, and the audience was in an uproar. The candidates of the 3rd level of the psychic realm actually forced Lin of the 2nd level of the earthly evil realm to use combat skills. Thank you, Teacher Lin, for accepting it. Lin Chen smiled and cupped his fists. Why did you use that kind of indiscriminate attack just now? Lin frowned slightly and snorted coldly. What's wrong? If I don't do something, how can I survive 10 rounds in the hands of my mentor if I am a 3rd level psychic? It is the so-called soldier who never tires of deceit, and what I said just now is the truth. The teacher's legs are very beautiful. Lin Chen smiled, and saw that some vigorous youths secretly admired them. Lin was embarrassed and angry. When he was about to debate, a white-haired old man appeared outside the examination room like a ghost, stroked his beard and smiled lightly. If Lin Nizi, this kid has a good understanding. He uses psychological tactics to make you shake, and then uses his body technique to sneak attack on you, and uses his body refining advantage to start melee combat against you, so that your whip technique cannot be deployed immediately, forcing you to use defensive combat skills. You are not wronged. The white-haired old man walked out of the arena leisurely, and Lin bowed and said respectfully, Vice President, since you have already spoken, Lin doesn't need to say more. Associate Dean? Hearing this title, the young people at the scene all looked at the white-haired old man in awe. This is the peak powerhouse at the top of the barren realm. Countless people have lived in poverty all their lives, and they don't even have the chance to meet them. Boy, you seem to be doing it well. I look forward to your performance in the second round of the assessment. The vice president smiled meaningfully at Lin Chen. Senior, it's really gone. I'm nothing but handsome and a little brute force. Lin Chen shrugged and spread his hands. The vice president shook his head and laughed, turned to look at the two forces outside the ring. There are many familiar faces today. The vice president smiled at the Shangguan family and the Bai family, and everyone from the two families treated him as a junior. And all the young guys, please work hard, talented and hardworking young people. The door of my Tianga Academy will always be open for you, and I look forward to seeing you in the second round of assessment. The vice principal came and went without a trace, leaving only a light-hearted laugh when Ta Kong left. Examinee Lin Chen, you have advanced to the second round of assessment. Take your invitation letter. The referee elder returned the invitation letter to Lin Chen. Li Ruolian glared at him fiercely and walked away. Little friend Lin Chen, congratulations. Shangguan Yunfan brought the two elders of the family and Shangguan Bihan to congratulate him. Bihan is also applying for the admission exam this year. I hope the Lin N people can take care of her. A kind-hearted elder in yellow robe nodded and smiled. Shangguan Bihan, next to him, said lightly, second elder, Bihan has to rely on his own ability to pass. So how can you trouble young master Lin Chen? The elders that Shangguan Yunfan brought this time are all relatively enlightened types. They can understand Lin Chen's original position, so not only did they have no resentment, but they were still grateful. Miss Bihan is already at the 8th level of psychic realm, so it's uncertain who will help who. Lin Chen said half-jokingly. It turns out that the Shangguan family also knows brother Lin Chen. Bai Juanhao also trotted over with a group of elders and happily congratulated Lin Chen. Oh? Is the little brother the newly born Qinglong bloodline person from the Bai family? Shangguan Yunfan's superb purple-gold pupils saw through Bai Juanhao at a glance, and asked with a dignified and friendly smile. Don't dare to be, boy Juanhao, I have seen all the seniors and sister Shangguan Bihan. Bai Juanhao won Lin Chen's teachings and clasped his fists, neither humble nor arrogant. I didn't expect Your Excellency Lin Chen to also take the exam of Tianga Academy. It's really fate. While congratulating Lin Chen, the elders of the Bai family wanted to befriend the Shangguan family. Both see each other's potential and weight, so the atmosphere has always been warm. Seeing Sunset City, the Changu family, and the Chief Treasure Appraiser family in the wasteland were so polite and even respectful to Lin Chen. Those candidates who ridiculed Lin Chen before clamped their tails and left silently. The exam content of Shangguan Bihan and Bai Juanhao was much easier and easier than Lin Chen. Lin Chen passed the exam and is waiting for the second round of exams. However, Summon Lin couldn't stand the loneliness, so he circled around the entire examination room for most of the time, picked up all the attribute light balls scattered in the examination room, and collected a large number of 5-element attribute light balls. The pure power broke through to 53,000 tiger power. In the afternoon, all the candidates' exams were completed. There are 155,000 young talents from all over the wasteland, and after just one day's screening, there are only less than 80,000 people left. Directly brushed down half the number of people. Everyone, next is the second round of the Academy's assessment, which will also be the final assessment. The vice president personally appeared at a height of 100 feet in Shantian Square. Fusho smiled. Well, there are still many good young people this year, a little better than the previous years. Everyone listened carefully. The second round of assessment content. After half an hour, enter the Tianlong Mountains from Shantian Square. In the mountains, you need to collect the unique dragon tendon grass of Tianga Academy within 7 days. Candidates who have more than 5 dragon tendon grass and finally reach the Valley of the End, the extra dragon tendon grass will be exchanged for college credits. After the second round of assessment, he will officially become a disciple of the outer court. On the way forward, candidates are allowed to attack each other and snatch each other's dragon tendon grass, but they must not maliciously hurt people's lives. The assessment will be followed by 100 tutors and elders throughout the whole process. If anyone is found to intentionally hurt people's lives, the assessment will be cancelled. Qualification. There may also be powerful beasts in the mountain range. If you encounter an unsolvable danger, you can give up the qualification in advance, and you will be sent away under the protection of the elders or mentors. In order to stagger the conflict of too many people before the assessment, Shantian Square has a total of 8 passages, which are divided into 4 test areas: east, west, north, south and south entering the Tianlong Mountains. The number of candidates in each test area is evenly distributed. Everyone please confirm your invitation letter, the location of the test area where you are located. The vice president announced that he was done and left with the wind. Xian Yun. Yeha, Xianfeng Daogu. Hearing that the content of the assessment was completely different from the previous ones, everyone in the square had a lot of discussion. Some young talents had already started to form alliances with each other and agreed to help each other during the assessment. Young Master Lin Chen, Bihan, is in the west area of the examination room. I don't know if I'm going with you. Shangguan Bihan talked to Lin Chen. He flipped through his invitation letter and waved it casually. I'm from the East District. It seems that fate has not arrived yet. Lin Chen said that his fate had not yet arrived, which made Shangguan Bihan blushed and hurriedly explained. I'm from the Southern District, and it seems that I can't be with Brother Lin Chen anymore. Bai Juanhao, who was next to him, shook his head helplessly. The people of the Bai family felt a little pity, because they had witnessed Lin Chen's bottomless terrifying power with their own eyes. Boom! The giant gates opened, and at the end of Shantian Square, 800 zhang giant gates opened at the same time, sweeping up filled with the atmosphere of the primordial prehistoric desolation. All candidates are requested to set off within half an hour. After the time limit expires, those who do not set off will be regarded as abstaining. The vice president's voice reverberated outside the square again. As soon as the voice fell, a sword light flashed through the giant gate, and the top geniuses had already set off first. Not to be outdone, many young talents immediately followed, and the 8 giant gates instantly began to flood into a large number of candidates. Let's see you in the Valley of the End. Lin Chen waved at Shangguan Bihan, and Bai Juanhao jumped up and entered the entrance of the eastern district of the Tianlong Mountains first. 10,000 people came together, and many young talents unfolded their own movements, and the scene was mighty. Lin Chen mobilized Zijing Tong, and the aura between heaven and earth changed, allowing him to instantly pinpoint the location where there might be treasures of heaven and earth under the vast mountain terrain. Leaving the mainstream crowd, Lin Chen urged his movements all the way After the candidates who passed the first round of assessment left, many accompanying servants and family members left the square with emotional anticipation. The vice president was lying in a pavilion on the south side, and suddenly, his always calm expression showed a dignified look for the first time. The two silhouettes lightly tapped like blue waves, floated into the sky, and quietly fell into the vice principal's pavilion. I didn't expect that my Tianga branch in this wasteland would receive such a rare visitor, two of you. If you miss it, I don't know what it means to come to my Tianga Academy this time? The vice president stood up and clasped his fists solemnly. We're here for one person. In the two shadows, the man and Singy spoke indifferently. Hearing this, the vice president's eyes flashed with a gleam. Late at night, eastern district of Tianlong Mountains. A whole body shimmering with silver light, a finger-sized medicinal herb resembling a root mushroom grew under a towering tree, and was uprooted in less than a moment. Lin Chen pulled up the dragon tendon grass and narrowed his eyes. It's too inefficient to go on like this. I've only found 2 dragon tendon plants now, and I need to find a high position where I can use my purple golden eyes to the fullest. Suddenly, Lin Chen put the dragon tendon grass on the tip of his nose and sniffed, his face intoxicated. It's really fragrant. If this dragon tendon grass is used for cooking by the little prince, it will definitely be a first-class ingredient. The Tianlong Mountains are said to have been transformed by the remains of a giant dragon in ancient times. Here, it is baptized by dragon blood to nourish and produce many unique medicinal materials. Dragon tendon grass is one kind, which has the effect of calming the nerves and meditating. If it is used in large quantities to refine medicinal herbs, it can also be used to nourish spiritual power, and it is a top-quality medicinal material. Although this thing is fragrant, Lin Chen can't bear to eat it now. It is related to his test results. Putting away the dragon tendon grass, Lin Chen continued to move forward. He mainly looked for hills and cliffs with higher terrain, in order to facilitate the use of his purple gold eyes. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Chen arrived at a hill that was several 100 meters high. He looked around and tried his best to urge Zijintong. The scene of the whole world became completely different in his eyes, purple. Electricity was surging, the spiritual energy was foggy, and Lin Chen faintly caught the momentum of the avenue. Straws of silver mist rose in the void, and the location of those silver mists was where the dragon tendon grass existed. I saw that in the northwest direction, there was a strong silver cyclone standing in the air. Its size is a full 10 feet, and Lin Chen's eyes quickly locked the specific location of the silver cyclone. So much? Is it all dragon tendon grass? With the wind, thunder, and fire steps, Lin Chen hurried to the position of the silver cyclone. After half an hour, Lin Chen came to the location of the silver cyclone, which was a dilapidated valley. Lin Chen was lying on top of a dilapidated old tree, the valley filled with suffocation, withered grass growing. Apparently a terrifying beast crouched there. Just using his mental power to sense, Lin Chen found that there was a giant python lying on the ground in the large amount of dry grass, and the rank had reached the 4th rank. In the nest, made of a lot of withered grass, Lin Chen saw hundreds of dragon tendon grass piled together. The most important thing is that there is a silver treasure chest suspended above the piled dragon tendon grass. It really is dragon tendon grass. Lin Chen, who was hiding in the tree, lit up. He sprinkled a lot of sanitizing powder on his whole body, eliminated his breath, and cautiously approached the nest. 1 step, 10 steps, 100 steps. Lin Chen's purple gold eyes are always Observing the giant python under the withered grass, it seems to be still in a state of deep sleep and cultivation. The energy in the body is galloping away. And it has not woken up. Walking into the lair, Lin Chen opened the nailing ring and put all the dragon tendon grass into the nailing ring. At the same time, he grabbed with one hand and caught the silver treasure chest suspended in the void. The host opens the bronze treasure chest, obtains roar. The light screen of the system just popped up, and before Lin Chen could look at it, a roar ripped apart the sky of the night sky. Oops, that big guy woke up. Lin Chen's scalp was numb. No matter what, the true flame purple phoenix wings unfolded at an extreme speed, turning into a purple flame meteor under the night sky, flying toward the sky. Boom! The ground shook, and a huge behemoth of dozens of feet was born. It stood on 3 legs, with horns on its head, and its giant tail swept away, smashing the nest. If Lin Chen took one step further, he would be directly photographed by this big guy into meat sauce. It's a horned devil python that is about to evolve into a horned dragon. Lin Chen took a deep breath. This big guy seems to be in the early stage of the 4th order, but his fighting ability is not much better than that of the 5th layer Earth Fiend realm. The bloodthirsty and furious eyes of the horned devil python stared at Lin Chen in the sky. The huge python body rose into the air, shattering the ground in all directions. I wipe Tianlong Mountains, Tongshan River. There are several teams of candidates camping here in Anjai. There are more than 200 people. Night is a frequent period for beasts' activities, and they all plan to act during the day. Bang! Suddenly, a meteor shot from the horizon and fell in the Tongshan River, setting off a splash of water in the sky, so shocked that the candidates who were closing their eyes and resting immediately woke up. What's the matter? What happened? Are there any beasts attacking? Or did the opposing team attack us? Many candidates immediately alerted, only to see a wet figure standing by the river, panting like a cow. Hundreds of candidates stared at him blankly. Damn, this big guy is crazy. Lin Chen wiped the blood on the corner of his mouth, but he didn't expect that. The horned devil python didn't even give him a chance to lift off, so he just pounced on it. Roar! The horned devil python that came all the way smashed the mountain and cracked the rocks, crashed the mountain of the Tongshan River, cut off the river, and was born in front of all the candidates. The appearance of this unparalleled beast made all the candidates' faces turn as pale as paper with fright. 4. 4th order, vicious beasts? 3-legged horned python. This is a horned devil python that is about to transform into a horned dragon. It is comparable to a powerhouse at the 5th level of the Earth Fiend realm. Some well-informed candidates exclaimed in amazement and looked at Lin Chen in a stunned manner. What the hell did this person come from to provoke such a domineering beast? In a dense forest, dozens of miles away, the figures of several mentors were revealed, and they looked at the direction of Tongshan River in shock. What's the matter with this young man who suddenly appeared? How did he provoke this big guy? What should we do? Should we take action now? With the strength of these little guys, the upper horned devil python might be wiped out. Go ahead, eh? Wait a minute. Take a good look. Inside the Tongshan River, the horned devil python let out a long roar, waved its claws, and charged towards Lin Chen aggressively. Since you can't escape for a while, you can only fight. Lin Chen took a deep breath and urged the blue dragon tattoo on his left arm. Blue dragon bloodline liberation. The baleful azure light enveloped Lin Chen's left arm, and a 10-meter long Azure Dragon arm was instantly formed, and the pervading momentum stirred the wind and clouds into a chaotic wind. Lin Chen stepped up and rushed forward, the Qinglong arm suddenly beat out. Violently, the airflow collapsed, breaking 10 directions, with one force. The horned devil python was caught off guard by Lin Chen's brazen counterattack, raised its claws and slammed with Lin Chen in front of it. Bang! The wind is blowing, the waves are raging. The momentum of the collision between one person and one python was like a meteor falling into the world. And a violent hurricane destroyed everything, overturned more than 200 candidates at the scene, and was sent hundreds of meters away. Gee! The horned devil python burst out with a sharp scream, and was knocked over by the Qinglong arm in the Tongxian River. One move overturned the horned devil python, several attribute light balls were dropped, and after Lin Chen picked it up, he quickly unfolded his movement and escaped. Seeing this scene, many candidates spit and stared blankly at the direction where Lin Chen left. Who the hell is he so holy that he knocked down the fourth-order horned devil python with one move? Several tutors who were dozens of miles away from the many candidates were also stunned. 200,000? No. More than 230,000 tigers. This kid actually exploded with pure power of 230,000 tigers in a very short period of time. I sensed the domineering dragon aura on him. This son is really a monster. Several mentors and elders sighed, and then their faces changed slightly. No, that horned devil python became even more violent after being knocked over. Go ahead, or those little guys will die. I didn't expect such a dark horse to appear on the first day of the assessment. Not long after Tongxuan left, Lin Chen heard violent vibrations coming from behind him, and several powerful battle auras filled the sky, suppressing the horned devil python. It should be those mentors and elders who shot, Lin Chen secretly said in his heart. He ran all the way, and after driving hundreds of miles away, he found a clear grass and sat on the ground. Lin Chen turned on the system, and the silver treasure chest he had obtained in the horned devil python's lair had not had time to open. The host opens the pale silver treasure chest and obtains 2,000 copies of fine dragon tendon grass. What the hell? Lin Chen was so frightened that he jumped up. He tried so hard to snatch the hundreds of dragon tendon grass, and when he opened this treasure box, there were 2,000 copies? Ha ha ha. This assessment is completely completed. It seems that I can fully look for opportunities to become stronger in the Tianlong Mountains. Lin Chen laughed happily, and suddenly, there were bursts of hideous growls from his stomach. Lin Chen was startled, his body felt sleepy, and he said that he had been picking up attribute light balls before entering Xiantian City, and he had never had a good meal. The fighting spirit can be inedible, but it can't fill my appetite. Lin Chen licked his lips, and was about to look around for prey, and wanted to kill some beasts to fill his stomach. Suddenly, Lin Chen suddenly looked at the dragon tendon grass in his hand, showing a wicked smile. Late at night, now and then a low roar roars in the mountains. The three mentors stood on a griffin and monitored the situation for hundreds of miles. At this time, a crisp and spicy aroma floated over, which made the index finger move, and there was a refreshing fragrance of purification. It smells so good. What does it taste like? TSK, 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 old man, I have tasted the delicacies of hundreds of cities in this wasteland, but I haven't smelled such a fragrant baby. In that direction, go and see. The three mentors couldn't help being curious, and flew towards the source of the fragrance. I saw, as they approached the source, the low and magnetic voice of the youth came. Fragrant taste, have you tasted it? The spicy feeling, have you tasted it? Have you heard the handsome Lin Chen's singing voice? Real roasted gluten, can be energetic. On the vast grass, a young man in silver robe was holding a wire mesh of the grill, holding more than a dozen strings of roasted gluten in his hand. Skillfully sprinkled with various seasonings, rinsed with oil, and turned it over in one go. My mother, what kind of food is this? Young people today still have this kind of craftsmanship. How about we go down and ask him to get some to relieve his cravings? Hey, that's not right. How does the thing on his skewer make me feel? Familiar? While the three tutors were surprised, they looked at the skewers and Lin Chen's hands even more puzzled. Upon closer inspection, I almost scare the souls of the three mentors away. The skewer in this kid's hands is the rare treasure of heaven and earth, which is a specialty of the Tianlong Mountains, dragon tendon grass. This young man is actually roasting dragon tendon grass? My mother said why this thing is so fragrant, it turns out to be dragon tendon grass. This assessment has just started a day, how did he get so many dragon tendons? That's not the problem. So many dragon tendon herbs, this is enough to refine. How many spiritual pills? The three instructors were terrified, and the corners of their mouths twitched. Where did this weirdness come from? He even brought the customs clearance. Medicinal materials needed for the assessment to bake. When the three mentors were in pain, Lin Chen had already finished baking. He picked up a bunch of roasted dragon tendons and stuffed it into his mouth. Between chewing and biting, the aroma was overflowing, and the spicy fragrance flowed. Coupled with the medicinal properties of the unique spiritual power of the dragon tendon grass, the soft and spicy aroma wafts out for dozens of miles. Which is no less than any delicious food. The three mentors are drooling, this Nima is too tempting. The crispy and numb sauce flavor wraps the tender, chewy dragon tendons on the outside. At the time of entry, it penetrates into the sense of taste and smell. Together with the impact of the increasing spiritual power, people can experience the delicious taste of the tip of the tongue and the brain flying into the sky. Cool. Lin Chen exclaimed, 2 mouths and 3 mouths wiped out a bunch of them. Seeing the mentors feel distressed and envious. This is too reckless. Shall we go down and stop him? But the assessment stipulates that we can't interfere with the dragon tendon grass in the hands of the candidates. When the three mentors hesitated, Lin Chen had already wiped out more than a dozen roasted dragon tendons. Just when the mentors shook their heads helplessly, thinking that Lin Chen's farce would end here. Suddenly, Lin Chen took out nearly 100 pieces of dragon tendon grass from the nailing ring, and the three mentors were so frightened that they froze. On the back of the lion hippogriff. If the previous dozen copies of the dragon tendon grass were just a farce, then the nearly 100 copies of the dragon tendon grass are no joke. He has started to string dragon tendons again, and he has to roast them. What kind of candidate is this mother? Hurry up and tell the bald old man. These 100 pieces of dragon tendon grass are not a joke. Just after the three mentors left, a group of figures appeared in the jungle, 10 miles away from Lin Chen. There is a smell of dragon tendon in this aroma, and the quantity is very large. A young man in purple, who appeared in the team of candidates in the jungle, nodded affirmatively. Hey, big brother Tang Feng. Is that kid holding dragon tendon grass? Among the dozens of candidates, someone immediately discovered Lin Chen's location and situation. Hey! So many dragon tendons. This is at least close to 100%, right? No. Brother Tang Feng, that kid is the freak who fought off the horned devil Python in Tongshan River just now. Some sharp-eyed candidates immediately recognized Lin Chen's identity and exclaimed again and again. It turned out to be him. No wonder he found so many dragon tendon grasses. Let's just hold on, Li Zheng, you go and notify the other two candidate teams. And then call in Xiaoqiu and Sunflower, who are nearby. Let's go together and put all his dragon tendons were taken away. In the eastern area of Tianlong Mountains, in a dead wood forest, an indifferent young man stands with a gun. Two young talents appeared in front of him like a glimpse of light, clasping their fists respectfully. Mr. Yin Xiaoqiu, our big brother Tang Feng has a cooperation agreement to discuss with you urgently. Cooperation? In the east area of the mountain range, on the edge of the lake, an enchanting young man in a sunflower robe with pink makeup and jade daisies, with his orchid fingers up, looked at himself in the lake carefully, intoxicated by it. Beside him, there were two other candidates standing, fidgeting. After a while, the enchanting son-in-law showed a smile and giggled. Hundreds of dragon tendons? Repel the fourth-order beasts? Interesting. Brush. With a flick of Orchid's finger, the enchanting sun disappeared like a ghost. Besides Lin Chen, he already knew that there were already 3 teams of candidates lying in ambush around him, wrapping himself heavily. There were 100 people, and everyone's cultivation was not lower than the 7th level of the psychic realm. Since you want to wait, then I'll wait with you and play slowly. Lin Chen picked up 10 skewers of spicy roasted dragon tendons and feasted on them. From the moment the monitoring of Lin Chen started, all the candidate teams were shocked. This guy is actually roasting such an important medicinal material, and it is the key medicinal material that passed the assessment, dragon tendon grass. If it wasn't for the fear of Lin Chen's strength, they would have rushed up to grab it. He's actually roasting dragon tendon grass, my god. Where is this lunatic? This is a precious medicinal material that can be exchanged for credits. Damn it, he has eaten more than 20 skewers. He has eaten all the 4 that passed the assessment. Let's just go straight to it. The trick he used to repel the horned devil might be a life-saving trump card, and he might not be able to use it now. Every time Lin Chen ate a bunch, the team that ambushed him felt heartbroken. When he ate more than 60 skewers, he was just about to be unbearable. With a flash of light from the nailing ring, Lin Chen took out another 100 pieces of dragon tendon grass, which completely stunned all the examinee teams. This Nima, where on earth did he get so much dragon tendon grass? Are we taking the same exam? His dragon tendon grass is afraid that he can pick up a lot of it anywhere? They didn't lie to this son, you really have a lot of dragon tendon grass. The leaves are falling, and the night wind is bleak. 100 paces away from Lin Chen, an enchanting young man stood with his sword in his arms, looked at Lin Chen with interest, and when he looked at the dragon tendon grass placed next to the grill, there was a trace of greed in his eyes. It's the top 10 swordsman of the rookie in the wasteland, Sunflower Boy. The morale of many candidates was boosted and they began to show themselves. I want 30 copies of this kid's dragon tendon grass. The hurricane is coming. The young man stands tall, walks with a gun. His cultivation is similar to that of Sunflower, and he is a master of the 5th level of the Battle Soul realm. Yin Xiaoqiu, I didn't expect you to come too. The Sunflower Boy giggled, and there was a look of fear in his eyes. Thank you for your presence. Today, I hope everyone will sell my face and share it with my friends. Tang Feng took the final team of candidates and walked out slowly, clasping his fists and smiling. Tang Feng, who has 3 hands with blood dripping, "It's okay, I'll sell you." A face, "Let's capture this kid first." The two looked at each other. Among the young talents at the scene, only Tang Feng was qualified to be on an equal footing with them. These 3 geniuses are considered top-notch in the entire wasteland, the so called by Xiaohui and his like are not even qualified to carry shoes in front of them. I said, "Have you all been allocated?" "I just finished eating and wanted to warm up." "I thought you were going to squat until dawn." Lin Chen slowly put away all the dragon tendon grass, hooked his fingers at the 3 of them, and chuckled playfully. "You know we are ambushing you, but you dare to be so calm. Courting death." Tang Feng sneered, preemptively attacked, and his palms stick out like claws. Attacking Lin Chen by surprise. Battle Spirit Realm, the battle chi in the body is transformed into the crystallization of battle spirit. The battle chi is materialized for the first time and the power of the battle chi skyrockets. Force him to use his whole cards. Tang Feng gave a cold drink, and hundreds of young talents mobilized their combat skills. Condensation sword art. Soul destroyer gun. Yin Xiaoqiu and young master Sunflower even performed 2 stunts. The sword, light and spear pointed straight at Lin Chen like a coiled dragon. The ground cracked, and the mountains and forests were destroyed in just one breath. Such a complicated torrent of attacks is not inferior to the power of the 4th-order fierce beasts, and even more than that. What you're waiting for is your shot. Today you're in trouble. The blue dragon tattoo on Lin Chen's left arm flickered, and the blue dragon's arm that was born like a horned dragon slammed out angrily, swept across the 8 wastes, and crushed all the combat attacks that were close to him. The strength of the Qinglong arm reaches 200,000 tigers, crushing all attacks. Qinglong flipped his arms and slapped down angrily, blasting Tang Feng, Sunflower, and Yin Xiaoqiu all standing in the front row. Isn't this his sure-kill trump card? How can he still use it with ease? Tang Feng, who vomited blood and retreated, was horrified. At this time, Lin Chen had already put away his Qinglong arm, and he had the 7-star soul reaver gun in his hand. Rain of souls. The needle-like edge was like a pear blossom in a rainstorm, and with one move, dozens of people were sent flying. Several people were pierced by Lin Chen's spear and were seriously injured. Longing broken sky sword. More than a dozen young talents came out with swords and joined forces to form a siege sword formation, and the sword lights flashing with snow-white silver light strangled to block all Lin Chen's retreat. Demon Fire King Seal. The palm of the hand was full of war, and the handprint of war with 50,000. Tiger power slammed out head-on, smashing the might of the sword array with one palm, and even more shocked the dozen or so young talents, vomiting blood and retreating. With a single round of Lin Chen's own pure power, he is enough to wrestle his wrists with the first level of the Earth Fiend realm, and with the top green level combat skills, he is almost invincible in the crowd, and no one can stop him. Although these candidates are highly talented, at most they are not at the 2nd level of the Battle Soul realm, and most of them can't even make a move in Lin Chen's hands. Hundreds of candidates were beaten all over the sky by Lin Chen alone. A large number of attribute light balls fell madly, piled up on the ground, colorful and dazzling. Crazy demon gun. A bleak bloodline was torn out of the air, and the bloodline was extremely fast, like a thunderbolt. Along the way, a 1,000-year-old towering tree will be split in an instant. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, he turned his 5 fingers, and the Soul Reaper gun turned and stabbed in the air. Block. The two spears clashed, Yin Xiaochou's spear tip and the soul-snatching spear collided with each other. Lin Chen's fighting spirit was far inferior to Yin Xiaochou's, but with the blessing of powerful pure power, he was shocked back. Sunflower Three Swords. Just after repelling Yin Xiaochou, Tang Feng and Sunflower were one to the left, and they flanked and killed Lin Chen. The sunflower shadows were blooming in the sky, and each shadow concealed 100 kinds of murderous intentions, and there was a lot of sword energy strangling and disillusioning. Deadly Reaper. Lin Chen angrily threw the 7-star soul-snatching gun with one hand, transformed into a meteor and flew away, penetrating the sunflower sword. Energy in the sky, bursting into starlight. 10 bloody hands. Tang Feng made a surprise attack on Lin Chen from the left. His 5-fingered palm was like a blade, and the vast demonic murderous aura was rolling, directly probing the position of Lin Chen's heart. Am I punching you in the head? The left fist was like a giant hammer that smashed mountains, and it smashed out horizontally. Lin Chen slightly stimulated the blood of Qinglong, and the strength of his left arm soared to 90,000 tigers. He was suddenly beaten in front of Tang Feng's hand knife. Bang! Click! The sound of the bones bursting was horrifying, and Tang Feng fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Ah! My hand! Tang Feng clutched his bent and deformed arm and rolled in pain. Lin Chen fell to the ground. The audience was full of wailing, and many young talents were lying on the ground. They lost their ability to move. After being repelled by Lin Chen, Yin Xiaochou and young Master Sunflower instantly fled and disappeared without a trace. The 3 top talents in the wilderness, Sunflower, Yin Xiaochou, and Tang Feng. One injured, one escape, one disabled. In addition, he fought against hundreds of candidates by himself. This kind of record fell into the eyes of many candidates, and they all panicked. This Lin Chen is simply as powerful as a monster. Lin Chen glared at the audience. No one dared to look directly at him. Many candidates were frightened. Wouldn't this devil kill them? Although the assessment stipulates that no murder is allowed, who would use common sense to speculate on this guy's actions? He is a monster who even eats dragon tendon grass as a barbecue. I saw. Lin Chen began to bend down to pick up many attribute light balls, and he didn't bother to pay attention to the candidates lying on the ground. The host gains 185 mental power. The host obtains 7,985 points of martial art essence. The host gains 12,576 points of fighting spirit essence. The host has obtained the top green level combat skill, Heavenly Seal Sword Art. A large number of attribute light balls were incorporated into Lin Chen's body, as well as a series of dropped treasure chests. These attribute light balls were dropped from the candidates, and most of them contained the essence of fighting spirit and the essence of martial arts. This was one of the important reasons why Lin Chen wanted to fight them. Most of the attribute light balls dropped by killing beasts are based on the elements of the 5 elements or blood energy. While Lin Chen practiced the mysterious spiritual power method, the Tai Shi Bible requires a lot of spiritual power to cultivate higher. In addition, his cultivation realm also requires a lot of fighting spirit essence, and the appearance of these candidates just fills the vacancy in his cultivation. The cultivation realm of these candidates is all higher than Lin Chen, and their spiritual practice is not bad. The light balls that drop the essence of battle energy are different from ordinary people, and the value is very high. The host has obtained a total of 116,000 Kung Fu essence, 240,000 battle spirit essence, 25,400 gold energy, 29,800 wood energy, 34,100 water energy. 2.77, 10,000 fire energy, 23,100 earth energy. The host absorbs all the essence of battle chi and advances to the fourth level of the psychic realm and the fifth level of the psychic realm. The many candidates lying on the ground stared at Lin Chen in a stunned manner. He bent down and touched the air. He actually broke through to the fifth level of the psychic realm in one breath. Absorb all the attribute light spheres, the realm of true water returning yuan. Ju is even higher. The cultivation level even broke 2 levels in a row. Lin Chen patted the dust on his body with satisfaction. When he was about to leave, he saw Tang Feng's vicious and resentful eyes. It seems that you are very dissatisfied. Although I broke through the cultivation base, because of your blessing, your previous claw was aimed at my life. Lin Chen walked up to him and said with a smile. Tang Feng laughed madly. Boy, don't be complacent, this test can't kill people. My cousin and cousin are both in the inner courtyard of Tianga Academy, and they are all famous people. If you present the dragon tendon in grass, maybe I can still forget it. If not, when you enter the academy, I have 100 ways to kill you. Oh? 100 ways to kill me? Lin Chen pretended to be frightened, and then a stern smile appeared. I'm afraid you don't know, I can now have 100 ways to destroy you. Click. The sound of bones breaking sounded again, and Tang Feng's screams echoed in a radius of 10 kilometers. Until Lin Chen left, all the candidates were cold all over their bodies and their teeth were chattering. In the early morning, a dozen tutors and elders arrived from the sky on the Lion Hippocampus, and they all looked at each other in shock when they saw a large number of candidates falling to the ground and the shocking battle marks. The bald old man headed by stepped into the air, and when he landed on the ground, his old eyes narrowed slightly, as if he could see the fierce scene of the previous battle here. After a while, the bald old man clicked his tongue in amazement. Slaying hundreds of candidates with one person's strength, and even fighting against 3 top-notch young talents alone, still achieved an overwhelming victory. It's not easy, it's not easy. On the second day of the assessment, Lin Chen began to rush to the central area of the Tianlong Mountains. He had already collected the dragon tendon. Grass needed to complete the assessment. The Tianlong Mountains' many treasures were his goal for later use in alchemy. With such secret techniques as Zijintong, Lin Chen's search for treasures from heaven and earth was as simple as taking something out of a bag. In just 2 days, he had collected many high-level medicinal herbs from the eastern and southern districts into the nailing ring, while everyone was looking for dragon tendon grass. He had already made a lot of money. In the early morning of the 4th day, just when Lin Chen was planning to go to the western area of the mountain to plunder the medicinal materials, he observed that in the center of the Tianlong Mountains, a majestic dragon aura rose up, entrenched for 9 days, condensing and not dispersing. This is? Lin Chen was startled, and when he activated Zijintong, he found that he could not see through the things hidden in the dragon energy. Could it be that some wonders of heaven and earth were born? Go and see. Lin Chen turned to the central area of the Tianlong Mountains. At noon, in the central area of the Tianlong Mountains, a mountain peaked straight into the sky like a tiger and a dragon, standing between heaven and earth. It is extremely steep, the mountain is vertical, and there are only a few steps to stand on. In addition, beside this mountain, there is a small and majestic volcano, and the volcano exudes hot fire energy. Under the steep mountain peak, many figures gathered, most of whom only retreated beyond the bottom of the mountain, watching in amazement. And there are dozens of figures standing in front of the bottom of the mountain. There are men and women, all of them are candidates for this assessment. They are imposing, the weather is accompanied by dragons and phoenixes, the arrogance is high, and the eyebrows are full of arrogant conceit and disdain. These dozens of people basically gathered the top batch of martial Dao Tianjiao in the 4 test areas of the Tianlong Mountains, east, west, north, and south. Among the group of people at the bottom of the mountain, except for the more heterogeneous Bai Juanhao, the one with the lowest cultivation base is also at the 5th level of the Battle Soul realm. The oldest is no more than 25 years old, and only one of the tens of millions of people can breed a genius. At this time, this group of heaven's favored people all looked at the extraordinary mountain in front of them with cautious eyes. This is the true Dragon Mountain. It is said to be as high as 88,000 kilometers, with more than 9,600 steps. The higher the mountain, the higher the recognition of the true dragon. A young man in white slapped with a fan, his eyes flashing with a strong fighting intent. Lindsay Heo, what, can't hold back anymore? The young girl in green gauze behind the white-clothed son covered her mouth and chuckled. There was an air of arrogance between her brows. Hee, I'm waiting to give it a try. It is said that no one can reach the top of this mountain, and the highest record is 3,781 steps. There is still nearly 2/3 of the distance from the 9,600-odd steps. The higher the height, the stronger the dragon's power passed on by Long Shan. Those who can withstand the dragon's power can be baptized by the real dragon. And only then are the real geniuses. Many Tianjiao looked at each other, ready to move. The people who can stand here are the top martial arts geniuses in the wilderness. None of them will accept the other, but they can't fight one by one, so the contest in this true Dragon Mountain is the ranking of the top talents in this session. Whoever climbs the more steps will be the number 1 freshman of the Tianga Academy. Brush. The sword light was vertical and horizontal, and a young man in red standing with his sword jumped up and landed firmly on the 10th order stone platform. It's the first kendo genius in Nanhua City, Tianqi swordsman, Xiaoyu. Many onlookers outside of Tianjiao exclaimed. That Xiaoyu walked like flying, jumping up from the 10th order stone platform in a series of jumps. In one breath, he climbed to more than 100 steps. Let's go too. Several Tianjiao are gearing up and eager to try. Jumped on the stone platform of Zhenlong Mountain together, followed by Xiaoyu. All the arrogance of the wilderness leaped onto the stone platform, the dragon and the phoenix followed, and rushed to the true Dragon Mountain together. This scene attracted more and more candidates to stop nearby to witness this contest that only belongs to the pride of the wilderness. 30 miles outside Zhenlong Mountain, on a cliff, 2 beauties, one blue and one purple, wore veils to hide their true appearance. Seeing that Tianjiao had begun to attack Zhenlong Mountain, the woman in Sing He smiled quirkily and playfully. Hee, sister, do you think the two of us will go straight to the top in the past? The purple-robed woman smiled gracefully. Qing'er, don't be rude, all things have spirituality, we must look at any long-term things with an equal eye, because everything has its heritage that has been passed down to this day, and should not be underestimated. Che, how can those crooked melons and cracked dates compare to my sister and me? Oops, just let Qing'er play, okay. The girl in Sing-Yi held the jade arm of the woman in purple clothes and acted like a spoiled child, and the latter pointed at the snow-white tender forehead with a slightly serious tone. Qing'er, don't make trouble, we must not reveal our identities when we go out. This time, it is a very good result to be able to let the deputy dean open the door and let us enter here for a visit. The purple-clothed woman's exhortation made the blue-clothed girl spit out her lilac tongue and dare not mention it again. I don't know if the one named Lin Chen will show up. My sister and I came here specially for this. If he doesn't show up, I'll call him until he comes to see my sister. To the playfulness of the girl in green clothes, the girl in purple clothes can only shake her head helplessly. Zhenlong Mountain, 2 hours have passed, and the top climbers have gradually fallen into a bottleneck. Some have stopped at the 1,000-step stone platform, panting and sweating profusely. Some have reached the 2,000th order, and although they have not yet reached the limit, they have also begun to show fatigue and powerlessness. The dragon might wash down like a tidal wave, and every time the stone platform is raised, a shocking dragon will emerge, pervasive, invading people's flesh, spirit, and even fighting spirit. Under the suppression of this kind of dragon power, it is extremely difficult to maintain a clear reason, let alone actions. Many Tianjiao who have reached the limit can only sit cross-legged on the spot and use the scouring of dragon energy to help them temper their battle aura. Making it more condensed, and breaking through the existing bottleneck is no longer difficult. There is only one chance of this kind, and the second time after the event. When you climb the true Dragon Mountain, the effect of the dragon chi quenching the battle chi will be minimal. Xiaoyu of Nanyue City has reached the 3,500th order. The Zhenglong Prince of Longyang Empire is only 10 steps away from Xiaoyu. Miss Ling from the Ice Palace is also in the 3,400th order. The candidates outside Zhenlong Mountain were enthusiastic. The highest record in history was 3781. This time, there are 3 top talents who have stepped on the 3,000-step stone platform. Maybe this will result in a new historical record. Attention was drawn to the 3 figures on the top of the mountain, and an after-image sword light was like lightning. After several consecutive turns, it surpassed the highly anticipated 3 people in one breath. Who is it? All the candidates exclaimed, and even the tutors who were watching couldn't help but be surprised. Long Wei, who was on the 3,500th order, was already very terrifying. How could anyone still be able to move a movement at such a fast speed? I saw that man in a green robe, with a green front 3 feet above his waist, his eyes like stars. He looked down at everyone from a high position, exuding a peerless murderous aura from head to toe, which was dazzling and terrifying. This person's sword has not been sheathed, but he has a peerless edge. If he draws his sword and rises, won't the situation change? I remember it. It's Lu Jianqing, from the drunken immortal sword village, a peerless genius who was born half a year ago, and is known as the proud son of heaven with the bloodline of the Sword King. The 2 young candidates seemed to recall something, and said in unison in horror, Sword King bloodline? Hearing this name, all the candidates could only look up to the sky. Lu Jianqing, without even a single irrational thought in their hearts. Lu Jianqing's whole body is like 10,000 swords, and even a single hair is as sharp as a sword's edge. World sword art. A swarm of ants. I am the real pinnacle of this wasteland. Lu Jianqing extremely despised Xiaoyu and Prince Songlong next to him, then jumped into the air and jumped to the stone platform at a higher position. Again. Dare to speak to this prince so rudely, and wait for this real dragon mountain. This prince must make you look good. Prince Songlong was extremely unwilling to shout angrily, and Xiaoyu had a solemn look on his face. After they reached the 3570th order, it was already very difficult. I didn't expect this Lin Chen to be able to handle it with ease. In the end, Xiaoyu stopped at level 3605 and failed to break the record. The Sunlong Prince was even 15 steps behind, so he could only sit cross-legged on the stone platform and seize the time to concentrate and recuperate. Lin Chen ran all the way, like a broken bamboo. Under the witness of all the candidates and tutors, he reached the 3951st stage, which was more than 100 steps higher than the original record. It seems that in recent years, another supreme warrior will be born in this wasteland. Hey, the old man thinks that this little guy is no longer necessary to stay in the outer courtyard, so let's bring it directly into the inner courtyard. Only the old students in the inner courtyard can hold him down. Many mentors and elders nodded in approval. They were very optimistic about Lin Chen. This son's talent can only occupy a place in the wasteland. The so-called supreme power in your mouth is just a slightly stronger ant in the eyes of some people. At this moment, the vice president who was sitting on the cloud rarely spoke. And many tutors looked at the vice president in amazement. I saw that the deputy dean looked at the cliff not far away with deep eyes and whispered, "The person who truly stands at the peak of heaven and earth and becomes the most powerful person has already come to our academy." As soon as the vice president said this, all the tutors were silent and terrified. Lin Chen was born out of nowhere and overwhelmed the heroes without any suspense. When all the onlookers thought that the confrontation between the freshmen of this session was over, a ghostly young man appeared at the bottom of the mountain. It turned out to be a mountain. I thought it was a baby born. The silver-robed boy shook his head in disappointment and sighed. All the candidates were surprised. Who is this guy? When was it near there? Isn't this the pervert who wanted to insult Li Ruolian's mentor? Damn it, it really is. Pervert, get out. Don't insult the sacred place of Zhenlong Mountain. Get out, get out. Lin Chen hadn't figured out what the situation was yet. The candidates outside Zhenlong Mountain all despised and shouted Lin Chen to get out of the way, making him confused. In this day and age, you are so envious of being so handsome? The girl in green on the cliff outside Zhenlong Mountain exclaimed. Sister, it's him, he's really here. The purple-clothed woman smiled gracefully and nodded. There is a hidden azure dragon bloodline in the left arm, the body refining foundation is strong, and the cultivation base of the psychic realm is exactly the same as the information provided by the city lord of the Wanling city. It seems that it can't be wrong. Those candidates who were killed by Lin Chen looked at Lin Chen in horror. How did this devil find here? The bald elder who was in charge of the entire assessment was full of eyes. It turned out to be this kid, the evildoer of the three major geniuses alone. Oh? It turns out that they didn't want me to be near here, they wanted me to get out of the way. You don't let me go, I'm on the top. Lin Chen smiled, his toes vacated, turned several times in the air, and landed firmly on the 30th order stone platform. When he stepped on the stone platform of Zhenlong Mountain, Longwei was like a pervasive hurricane, and Lin Chen felt an invisible sense of oppression suppressed above his head. Roar. This sense of oppression just emerged, and there was a low roar from the blue dragon tattoo on Lin Chen's left arm, forming a vortex, which actually absorbed these dragon powers into the blue dragon's arm. Lin Chen's pressure immediately diminished, and with the absorption of Longwei's breath, Lin Chen found that his Qinglong arm began to awaken a vague Memory. Hey, this dragon might actually make my Qinglong arm feel sublimated. Licking his lips, Lin Chen was overjoyed. He didn't expect such a fortuitous encounter on this precipitous mountain. Boom. Lin Chen exerted his strength seriously this time, and a terrifying power suddenly erupted from the soles of his feet. With the flexibility of his movement, he instantly rushed to the 500th order stone platform, and the lightning-like turning and changing direction all the way. The speed was so fast, many teachers were surprised. The Qinglong arm released a vortex-like suction force, swallowing all the dragon power and dragon energy. Lin Chen was like a broken bamboo. In just 10 breaths, he rushed to the 1000th order, and came to the position of the first batch of wilderness talents. The 5th level of the psychic realm? What's the matter with this kid? The 5 Tianjiao, who were on the 1000-step stone platform, were stunned. Lin Chen speed past the stone platform beside them like lightning, and set off to a higher place. Old Bald, what kind of monster is this kid? Some of the instructors sat on the griffins in shock, and the bald elders who stood in the air laughed weirdly. This is nothing unusual. This kid is able to single out hundreds of candidates and defeat 3 top talents in the wilderness. If he doesn't even have this kind of speed, it will actually kill him. Hearing the old man's answer, some mentors who met Lin Chen for the first time showed unbelievable expressions. How could they be able to single out hundreds of candidates with just one psychic realm 5th layer? Lin Chen was like a broken bamboo, and he rushed to the 2000th step stone platform all the way, and Bai Juanhao was at the 2405th step. He was the youngest of the Tianjiao who climbed the Zhenlong mountain. Bai Juanhao was sitting cross-legged at this moment, concentrating on his mind. Obviously, as a person of Qinglong blood, he also had an adventure here. Lin Chen smiled at this, and then speeded up again. Even when he reached the 3000th step stone platform, his speed was still unabated. It's 3200 steps, his potential is so terrifying. Instructor Li Ruolian, who was participating in the invigilation exam, trembled slightly, and covered her lips with her jade hand. The potential and combat power of Tianjiao, who can climb to the 3000th order, are unimaginable, and even Li Ruolian himself is not competent enough to win against them. Doesn't this mean that Lin Chen could easily pass his own assessment even if he didn't use those nasty tricks? This is a big guy, and he hides it so deeply. In a blink of an eye, Lin Chen had already surpassed the Songlong prince of the Longyang Empire and Xiaoyu, who was in 2nd place. At the 3700 step stone platform, the speed began to slow down. At this time, Longwei has begun to reach the limit that the Azure Dragon arm can resolve faintly. Lin Chen has to rely on his flesh shell, combat aura, and even mental strength to resist the excess dragon might that the Azure Dragon arm cannot resolve. He has surpassed Xiaoyu. Is he going to break Lu Jianqing's record? The candidates held their breath and stared at the number of stone steps that Lin Chen jumped over, even counting silently in their hearts. What are you kidding me? This seat has already planned to start in this true Dragon Mountain, overlooking all the geniuses in the wasteland. How can I be ruined by a hairy boy? Lu Jianqing, who is located on the stone platform of the 3951st step, opened his eyes, fierce and domineering, with awe-inspiring sword energy, and his sword power was glowing. When Lin Chen approached the 3942 step stone platform, Lu Jianqing used his fingers to make a sword. He was one of the few who could use his fighting spirit when he was running. His 2 fingers moved together, and a light cyan Sword mark flashed across the void, pointing directly at Lin Chen. Did a sneak attack? This Lu Jianqing is too arrogant, with a narrow scope. When Lu Jianqing made his move, both the candidates and the instructor had the same thought in their minds. Although there was no express rule that they could not fight on the true Dragon Mountain, the fact of the sneak attack was a despicable act. Dare to attack your brother Chen? I won't provoke you, you will kill yourself. Lin Chen mobilized Zijin Tong, his toes flew from the cliff and stone platform. Like a dragonfly on the water, flew over the eaves and walked on the wall. Clicked 3 or 4 times in a row, turned around in the air, and easily avoided the blue light sword mark. Hey, I can't fight, I'm not angry. Lin Chen even gave him a middle finger when passing by Lu Jianqing. He finally settled on a stone platform that was 1 step higher than Lu Jianqing, and even showed off a spacewalk with ease, just above Lu Jianqing's 6-step stone platform. Lin Chen was above Lu Jianqing's head, and the distance between the two sides was only about 3 meters. Damn, this kid has a lot of cards, and he can still do that kind of action under such a powerful long way. The dissatisfied Lu Jianqing could only sit back and gnash his teeth. However, Lin Chen never played cards according to the routine. He stood on top of Lu Jianqing's head, showing a childlike innocent smile. Your Excellency has just attacked this handsome guy, but you can still sit back and practice calmly. Such a shameless face is really admirable. Admirable. Smiling, Lin Chen took out a pair of masks and special gloves from his nailing ring. After putting on gloves and a mask, Lin Chen took out a cyan brown bottle from his low-level nailing ring under the eyes of many doubts. The low-level nailing ring obtained from Shen Wuzong is Lin Chen's treasure library, which specially stores some extreme products that terrify the world. Seeing the thing in his hand, Lu Jianqing had a bad premonition in his heart. When the green-brown bottle was opened, a terrifying stench swept through the sky like a storm, frightening the griffins that were used by the mentors and elders to retreat. Even the Lingyi, who was entrenched in the sky at an altitude of several 1,000 meters, was so frightened that it turned around and flew away. It stinks. This kid is holding the excrement of a high-ranking blue mad bear. He actually carried a bottle of shit with him? Lin Chen looked at the bottled items in his hand with great satisfaction, and introduced them carefully. Qing Quan Xiong Xiong in 1982, the essence pulled out by omnivorous beasts. Look at this color, look at this humidity, look at this softness, it's really a good baby. There was a chill in Lu Jianqing's heart. Could this kid be? After the introduction, Lin Chen took the bottle of baby in his hand and smashed it directly at Lu Jianqing. Shit you. I am grass. A whole bottle of Qingquan bear feces was smashed down, and Lu Jianqing scolded instantly. He is at the 3951st level, which is already his extreme position. It is extremely difficult to operate the fighting spirit and move. When Lin Chen smashed the shit down, he had no chance to escape. Bang! A whole bottle of green mad bear feces bloomed directly on top of Lu Jianqing's head, pouring him all over. The terrifying stench swept through the entire sky, and the candidates and their tutors burst into laughter after seeing the above situation clearly. Ha ha ha. This Lu Jianqing has been poured all over, talent. Devil. Anyone can be provoked in the future, don't mess with this Lin Chen. This taste is simple. Lu Jianqing is afraid that he is in a dilemma. If he retreats from above, he will miss the baptism of Longwei in Jinlong Mountain. In this life, deserving it, who let him sneak attack on others, the bastard. On the cliff outside the True Dragon Mountain, the girl and Xingyi laughed wildly. Sister, this Lin Chen is really good or bad, ha ha ha. From the forces and people he has helped along the way, he shouldn't be the kind of person with great evil, but he should be a young man who will take revenge. If you want to blame him, blame this person for provoking him first. The purple-clothed woman pursed her lips and chuckled. This person is not high in cultivation, but her behavior is completely unique. When the crowd cheered, Lu Jianqing's eyes were splitting, and he was staring at Lin Chen with a look as though he was looking at his father's enemy. However, before his hatred and anger broke out, someone Lin held another torch in his hand. It is said that the feces of beasts that have been left for a long time are easy to ignite and even explode. Please be careful when playing with fire. Also, explosions are art. The moment Lin Chen threw the torch, he quickly turned around and swept towards the higher stone platform. Damn, this bastard. Lu Jianqing immediately turned around and jumped down the mountain, but he was still a step slower. When the torch touched his hair, it burned violently. Bang! The green mad bear feces poured on Lu Jianqing, burst into flames, and exploded in an instant. Quick, run! It's blown up, Lu Jianqing has been blown up. At the moment when Lu Jianqing exploded, the candidates under the True Dragon Mountain fled in panic and launched each other's defenses. This explosion almost hit Qiyu, and also killed some of the geniuses on Zhenlong Mountain. Fortunately, they just caught up with their defense. Otherwise they would end up like Lu Jianqing. Even the instructors retreated one after another, almost being sputtered by the fireworks that exploded in the sky. This kid really dares to do it, he's not afraid to offend that Lu Jianqing. Talent, what a talent, ha 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 ha. Lin Chen stepped on the 4,100-step stone platform all the way, and Long Wei began to further obstruct Lin Chen. Seeing this scene, the bald elder and the deputy dean who were far away looked at each other, full of doubts about each other. No, according to common sense, the dragon might deterrence formed by stone platforms above 4,000th order is already very powerful, even if these little guys have the realm of the 9th level of the battle soul, it is difficult for them to travel, but the influence of the dragon might seem to be on this kid. It's a little weird to be small. Seeing that Lin Chen rushed over the 4,200-step stone platform, even the vice president and the old man didn't understand the situation. By the time he reached the 4,270-step stone platform, Lin Chen was already close to the limit, and the dragon's might at this height was enough to suppress all his flesh shell strength and mental strength, and even Qinglong's arms couldn't share it. If you use true flame purple phoenix wings, you may be able to advance a little further. At this time, the mighty dragon that has been advancing bravely was absorbed by the Qinglong arm, and the consciousness hidden in the Qinglong bloodline began to gradually awaken a new power. Boom! In less than a quarter of an hour, there was a throbbing from the blue dragon tattoo on Lin Chen's left arm. The blue dragon blood hidden in Lin Chen's body awakened a new memory, and the empowerment was transmitted to Lin Chen's spiritual consciousness. Supernatural power, Qinglong soul-splitting claw, condensing the breath of the dragon to burst out a powerful attack of large-scale dragon breath. After using it, it will fall into a weak state. When it is in a weak state, its strength will decrease by 4 to 50%. When Lin Chen accepted and merged this memory, ecstasy appeared on his face. The system congratulates the host Qinglong bloodline has been tempered with the help of the ancient dragon power, awakening the new dragon. Supernatural power. A light screen popped up in the system, and Lin Chen suppressed his excitement. This trick is not a combat technique, and Lin Chen still needs to practice it himself before using it. Lin Chen mobilized Zijintong and found that there seemed to be a faint and powerful mental fluctuation hidden on this true dragon mountain. Huh? Why is this dragon might a bit similar to the aura I've sensed before? What is it? Suddenly, after Lin Chen calmed down, he found that the dragon's might that tempered the blue dragon's arm was a bit like the fluctuation of some spiritual power. This kind of mental fluctuation, it seems that I have felt a similar breath before? I remembered, it's dragon tendon grass. Lin Chen patted his thigh, and there was a hint of enlightenment in his eyes. This Tianlong mountain range was originally transformed by the ancient giant dragon, and the dragon tendon grass and the true dragon mountain are all linked together. The relationship between the two can be said to be inseparable. But because of the preciousness of the dragon tendon grass, no one will use it indiscriminately. It will only be regarded as a precious medicinal material. Naturally, no one has discovered this secret. But this range does not include Lin Chen as an outlier. Rank 4270, this sun is much better than Lu Jianqing. The pose of the evildoer, it has refreshed the record of the academy for thousands of years. If you enter the academy, it is estimated that it will be directly introduced into the inner courtyard, right? The tutors and elders were amazed, and the candidates gritted their teeth with envy and hatred. If a person at the 5th level of the spiritual realm can enter the inner court by exception, doesn't that mean that the rest of them are inferior to the 5th level of the spiritual realm? For the geniuses who have been recognized by everyone since childhood, this is not a big blow. Let's go, we don't have that fate if we look at it further, and there is still one dragon's tendon grass left. Hurry up and pass the assessment first. Some disheartened sighs left, and when they were about to leave, another examinee exclaimed, "Look! What is that Lin Chen doing?" Everyone looked at the sound, and Lin Chen, who was above the clouds, was sitting on the stone platform, setting up charcoal and wire mesh. A fire started to start. On the other 2 stone platforms near him, there are seasonings and a lot of dragon tendon grass. I saw that he skillfully strung all the dragon tendons with bamboo skewers, lit the fire, oiled them, and sprinkled them. The fighting spirit drove the flames, and the fire intensified, and the dragon tendon grass was roasted in a blink of an eye. Baked gluten, I like to eat. Lin Chen hummed a little tune and stuffed 2 skewers of roasted dragon tendons into his mouth. What is he doing? I actually roasted dragon tendon grass on Jinlong Mountain? I think he's an immortal. He did it on purpose. A lot of dragon tendon grass. My God, he even put the dragon tendon grass on the fire and roasted it. Bastard. Ruin things. I'm still 1 dragon's tendon grass short of passing the test. He roasted the dragon tendon grass? This is so crazy. Those candidates who haven't collected enough dragon tendon grass saw this scene. They were gnashing their teeth, and they were so angry that they almost vomited blood from Lin Chen's anger. Some elders and mentors of the alchemy department were even more mad at the scene. Quick! Stop this guy. This kid is crazy, he must be a madman. That's dragon tendon grass, and the annual output of Tianlong Mountains is only a few thousand. This kid disappears after more than a dozen mouths. We can't interfere with the candidate's use of the dragon tendon grass. Calm down, Elder Xing. Am I calming you, Gobi? when the elders and tutors of the alchemy department were about to rush up in a frenzy, the deputy dean spoke in a deep voice. According to the assessment rules, no one can interfere with the candidates' use or acquisition of dragon tendon grass. Or you don't want to mix in the academy? As soon as these words came out, the elders and tutors of the alchemy department gritted their teeth and sighed deeply. Lin Chen was lying on the stone platform to eat, sitting, eating sideways, and eating roasted dragon tendons in different ways. He was enjoying the comfort. The students were angry and the elders were bleeding. Nima, more than 100 dragon tendon plants were eaten by this kid as a snack. A loser, a waste. One dragon tendon grass can become the main medicinal material of the third order spiritual medicine pill, and 5 plants are the necessary medicinal materials for the fourth order spiritual medicine. If these more than 100 plants go down, it is to eat more than 100 main medicinal materials of the third order spiritual power pill. This is the most important loss for any top power in the wasteland. The 3 mentors who saw that Lin Chen had roasted more than 100 dragon tendon grass a few days ago, saw that the elders of the medicine refining department were constantly distressed, and secretly laughed in their hearts. Let you old guys put on a high shelf on weekdays if you know that this kid also grilled more than 100 skewers a few days ago. You will not be angry? Sister, what is he doing? The girl in green on the edge of the cliff outside Jinlong Mountain asked curiously. It seems that they are eating a relatively rare treasure of heaven and earth. It seems that it is the medicinal material needed for this assessment, so they are so nervous. The purple-clothed woman smiled with great interest. This person is really unique, and her behavior is completely unpredictable. On Jinlong Mountain, Lin Chen, who ate hundreds of roasted dragon tendons in one go, found that long way on the true dragon mountain felt less oppressive to him. Sure enough, this dragon tendon grass and true dragon mountain are in the same vein, and I guessed it right. When everyone was still distressed and angry, Lin Chen rose into the air and started to attack the higher position of Jinlong Mountain. 4270, 4350, 4495, 4761. This forward speed made everyone stunned. He actually rushed to the 4,800-step stone platform. The old bald man who was walking in the air said tremblingly, 4,800-step stone platform, isn't this child's potential unique in the wasteland? The candidates who were still angry and mad just now looked at Lin Chen, who was above the clouds, in a daze. I understand. It's the dragon tendon grass. The dragon tendon grass can resist the dragon power of the true dragon mountain, so that this child can walk like a fly on the stone platform of the true dragon mountain. The well-informed vice president immediately clapped his hands and applauded. Suddenly realized. Thinking of Lin Chen's behavior a few days ago, the old man slapped his forehead. No wonder this kid was able to rush up to the 4,800-step stone platform. It turned out that he ate a lot of dragon tendon grass. Lin Chen, who was on the stone platform on the 4,801st step, stood firm and wiped his sweat. It's the limit again, and another batch of dragon tendon grass has to be roasted. It's really troublesome, just eat it all at once and then rush up. Lin Chen was about to set up the grill again when a violent vibration suddenly came from the ground. Boom! The earth roared, and a force that reversed the terrain came from the mountain next to Jinlong Mountain. No, the volcano is about to erupt. The bald old man narrowed his eyes, and flashed and moved to the side of the void mentors. Old Bald, do you want to suppress the volcanic eruption? There are so many candidates around here. A mentor suggested that the old bald shook his head. While suppressing volcanic eruptions, it is also necessary to prevent volcanic rebounds from endangering candidates. This requires too much manpower, and it is not appropriate to act now. You can join forces to defend against volcanic spirits, evacuate candidates, and stay away from a certain distance. Then the candidates on True Dragon Mountain? True Dragon Mountain is sheltered by Long Way, and these little guys are not simple people. The power of the volcanic eruption will not affect them too much, so don't worry. The old bald waved his hand and began to order people. Standing on the stone platform of Zhenlong Mountain, Lin Chen overlooked the crater several miles away from Zhenlong Mountain. The intense and violent fire energy was brewing and about to erupt. It turned out to be a volcanic eruption, eh? Wait, a volcanic eruption. I have a bold idea. Lin Chen suddenly had a plan and clapped his hands. On the other side, the tutors and elders fell into the ground in an orderly manner, standing in front of the many candidates, unfolding a bowl-shaped barrier of war to cover everyone. After hearing the announcement of the instructor, the candidates began to gradually evacuate and retreat to a farther position after learning that the volcano next to Zhenlong Mountain was about to erupt. Young Master Lin Chen. Shangguan Bihan stared worriedly at Lin Chen on Zhenlong Mountain in the group of candidates. The power of the volcanic eruption was concentrated at a high place, which would inevitably affect Lin Chen. The situation changed abruptly, the temperature of the hot air rose straight. The smoke billowed, and the fiery wave swept across 100 miles. Suddenly, a student exclaimed in shock. Look, what is that Lin Chen doing? Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then when they looked in Lin Chen's direction again, they all gasped. I saw Lin Chen holding a silver steel stick with a length of tens of meters. Strung together all the countless dragon tendon grass, put it directly above the crater. Not to mention the candidates, seeing that there are no less than 1,000 copies of the dragon tendon grass, even the elders and the bald old slapped their lips. Seeing the position where he left the dragon tendon in the air, the hearts of all the mentors and elders were shocked. They all came up with a terrifying and crazy guess. Thousands of dragon tendon grass. That is equivalent to the share of 200 candidates who passed the assessment. Lin Chen didn't care at all. He held a 100-meter silver steel stick, and after stringing more than 1,000 pieces of dragon tendon grass, he covered the surface of the silver steel stick and the dragon tendon grass with wood-based fighting spirit and water-based fighting spirit, respectively. Avoid overheating and scorching. Seeing this scene, the candidates have a tingling thought in their hearts. He put thousands of dragon tendon grass on the top of the crater. No. Many candidates even burst into tears on the spot, as if their hearts had been cut by countless blades. Even if these dragon tendon grasses are sold to them. That is the golden key to pass the Tiange Academy exam and reach the peak of martial arts. How many days have you lost this first step, without even having the chance to spread your wings and take off? Damn, more than 1,000 copies of dragon tendon grass. The old man can't control so much, and let this boy ruin it. The old man must be crazy. Several elders of the medicine refining department couldn't hold it in any longer. They wanted to fly into the air on a lion hippogriff, and wanted to snatch Lin Chen's dragon tendon grass. Bang! Boom! The earth-shattering sound of the explosion shook the earth and the mountains, causing a large number of griffins to retreat in fright. A firestorm that swirled through the sky erupted from the crater, like a hot sun. Countless streams of lava fire scattered and fell. At the moment when the crater erupted, all the dragon tendon grass burned in an instant. Everyone will never forget this moment. At the moment when the volcano erupted, Lin Chen held 4 or 5 seasoning bottles in one hand and dropped them into the air. After being hit by the first wave of high temperature, the jade bottle suddenly exploded. The seasoning scattered all over the sky on the string of giant grilled dragon tendons, making a sizzling sound. Then, the volcanic storm blew, and the spicy aroma of roasted dragon tendons swept across the entire Zhenlong mountain. Time seems to freeze at this moment. The teenager grabbed the stone platform with one hand, stood sideways above the height of thousands of meters, held a silver steel sign, flipped the steel sign over the crater, and grilled the dragon tendon grass. Volcanic lava flow bakes gluten, done. Among the candidates, someone couldn't help applauding. In front, there is Ling's electric wire, blowing the east wind, and then there is Lin's volcano roasting gluten. It's very showy, very showy. It smells so good. On the edge of the cliff outside Zhenlong Mountain, the girl in Xing gently sniffed the spicy fragrance wafting over with her pink and tender nose. Her eyes lit up, full of splendor. This fragrance combines the purity of the spiritual power, so it seems to make people move. The purple-clothed woman smiled gracefully, and the delicate and soft weeds waved off the lavender fighting spirit out of thin air, protecting the girl beside her and herself. After turning it around a few times, Lin Chen pulled back the steel stick. When he smelled the unusual fragrance, he couldn't help it any longer and ate it. Looking at Lin Chen, who was gobbling down, everyone at the scene was dumbfounded. Guru. The mentors at the bottom of True Dragon Mountain had their teeth chattering and swallowed a few saliva with difficulty. Use dragon tendon grass as a barbecue, and use a crater as a grill. Throughout the ages, there is a second person. In this world, apart from this Lin Chen, I am afraid that there is really no other person who can do such a thing that subverts the ages. The instructors and elders of the alchemy department were lost and their faces were pale. The value of these thousands of dragon tendon grass is no less than a roll of green-level alchemy handprints. There are such strange men in the world. Shangguan Bihan covered her red lips with both hands, and her beautiful eyes flashed brightly. He is still moving forward. Some candidates found that Lin Chen actually continued to sprint upwards, and they couldn't help being horrified. 5,000, 5,200, 5,500 orders. Lin Chen carried his super-long roasted gluten, and climbed the mountain while eating. In the end, he disappeared from everyone's field of vision. It was difficult to find him even with his fighting spirit covering the naked eye. He climbed the 6,000th step and went up. Even the vice principal had a solemn expression on his face, gasping for air. Every word. Zhenlong Mountain is 20,000 meters high in the sky. A young figure flashed across and landed firmly on the stone platform. Lin Chen carried thousands of roasted dragon tendons, sang all the way unstoppable, and rushed all the way to the 8,000th stone platform. There must be some treasure on this mountain. Could it be another characteristic rune? Excited, Lin Chen opened his mouth to bite down a few strings of roasted dragon tendons, and Long Wei collapsed again, and he swept to the top of the mountain at full speed. When sprinting to the 9,500 step stone platform, Lin Chen's roasted dragon tendons had all been eaten, and someone Lin burped with satisfaction, and then his eyes narrowed. True flame purple phoenix wing, come out. Sigh. A pair of wings with billowing purple flames appeared in the sky. Lin Chen leaped into the sky like a meteor, and rushed to the stone platform with more than 9,600 steps in one breath, reaching the top. The top of Zhenlong Mountain is a steep slope. The dragon's might is vast here, filled with a strong spiritual pull, conveying the great will of the dragon, supreme, and the remaining power is still there. Long Wei is arrogant here, and even the vice president and the old man did not dare to take the grade test easily, but Lin Chen set foot here without any pressure. Lin Chen was waiting for him, but when he urged Zijintong, he found that there was an energy similar to life fluctuations on the top of the mountain, but this energy was so weak and subtle that it could be ignored. Walking to the other side of the slope of the mountain, a white light group suspended in the void caught Lin Chen's eyes, and a banner was opened next to the white light group. The subtle and undetectable life fluctuations are emitted from the white light group. What the hell is this thing? Lin Chen frowned, and after confirming again and again that the light group did not seem to be a living creature and would not pose a threat to himself, he slowly approached and put his hand on top of the white light group. Wow wow. A burst of energy flowed into the ear, and the white light group actually merged into Lin Chen's body, through Lin Chen's left arm. Boom. Kaka. A stream of pure spiritual energy merged into Lin Chen's body like a dragon, returning to the sea, and his spiritual power burst out with an eggshell-like sound of shattering. The host has obtained 20,000 points of spiritual energy, and the spiritual realm has broken through the spirit realm. My spiritual power has broken through to the spiritual realm. Lin Chen was overjoyed. This white light group turned out to be pure spiritual energy. When he picked up a large number of spiritual attribute light balls from the treasure appraising conference in Wanling City, Lin Chen's spiritual power was very close to the spiritual realm. This time, with the help of the spiritual power in this white light group, he stepped into the spiritual realm in one fell swoop. Suddenly, a huge pain that ripped through his body spread from Lin Chen's dantian to his whole body, and Lin Chen fell to the ground instantly. Hey! It hurts. What is this? Lin Chen hurriedly mobilized the war spirit to look inside, and in his dantian, in addition to the endless sea of energy, a pale white ring began to gradually form. After the ring was formed, Lin Chen's pain gradually disappeared, causing him to break into a cold sweat. After looking at the white ring carefully, Lin Chen found that when he stimulated the Qinglong bloodline, the bloodline would gather in the white ring. The Qinglong bloodline only filled 1/10 of the white circle, and there was no response. This ring forms some kind of connection with my Qinglong bloodline. Apart from that, Lin Chen found no other problems. Lin Chen asked the system, and even the system didn't know anything about the white ring in his dantian. This made him very puzzled. The white circle in the dantian can't be chased away, and it can't be destroyed. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Or wait until your own Azure Dragon bloodline is strong enough to a certain extent, and when you fill it completely, you may be able to know what this thing is. Damn, it's really uncomfortable to be possessed by such an obscure thing in the body. Lin Chen got up and released his mental power a little, and the field of perception was several times wider than before. Breaking through the spiritual power to the spiritual realm is not a small gain. Withdrawing his mental perception, Lin Chen stepped forward, and when he unveiled the banner, a shock appeared in his eyes. It turns out to be a hot man. At the bottom of Zhenlong Mountain, after controlling the candidates Positions and safety, the old man and the vice president looked at each other. This kid has been up for so long and hasn't come down yet, shouldn't there be an accident? Don't worry, this little guy has a lot of cards. If something happens on it, there will be a lot of movement. Let's wait and see. The history of the Tianlong Mountains is too long, and this kid may not. While the two were still discussing, an afterimage sprinted from the top of Zhenlong Mountain, and everyone fixed their eyes on it. It was Lin Chen. Good boy, let you run to the top of Zhenlong Mountain, are you all right? The deputy dean looked at Lin Chen for the first time, and found that this boy was full of energy and high spirits, and he didn't look like someone who had something to do. Lin Chen, the candidate, has seen the vice president and the old bald senior. Lin Chen is neither humble nor arrogant, holding the banner and clasping his fists. Many tutors and elders also gathered around, and the candidates looked forward to it, staring at Lin Chen expectantly. Little guy, since you're fine, can you tell the old man what's on the top of Zhenlong Mountain? The old bald stared straight at Lin Chen, touched his chin, and asked. Kid Lin Chen, don't worry, anything you get from it is your chance, and we won't snatch it. If you think that telling us will cause unnecessary trouble, you have the right to refuse. The vice president smiled gently. He gave Lin Chen a step. Lin Chen shook his head, smiled indifferently, then handed over the banner, and shrugged. There is only this banner on it, and nothing else. When the vice president took the banner and opened it, everyone looked at it. The banner is engraved with 4 handsome sentences and a small string of instructions. The vice dean, the tutors, the elders, and the candidates who saw the banner for the first time read it out in unison. Handsome to the limitless sky, and I am the peak when I climb the mountain. Millions of handsomeness have been passed down through the ages, and I am a single-handed man who wants to be defeated. Signature, millions of single machine kings. If you want to get the inheritance of my handsomeness, please add 479511424. Everyone's expressions changed from surprise to shock. He is so handsome that the sky is boundless, and I am the peak when I climb the mountain. I am the sky, I am the peak, and I am the highest. This senior is so domineering. But the millions of handsome men in the back have been passed down through the ages. What does it mean to be a standalone, handsome, and beg for a defeat? Could it be that the owner of this banner is so handsome that no one can match him? Fart. What do you know? The existence of being able to climb the top of the real dragon will not emphasize the word handsome. There must be a hidden mystery in this banner. The candidates and tutors were all shocked and amazed. The secrets of Zhenlong Mountain were not fully solved by Tianga Academy, yet they took down such a miraculous banner on it today. At this time, there are students who have doubts in their hearts. This senior said that he still has inheritance? What does the following 479511424 mean? Don't think too much. This kind of existence is unpredictable, and it is no longer for me and other mortals to speculate and scrutinize. Suddenly, Lin Chen coughed seriously, and everyone looked at him. At this time, someone Lin looked up at the sky 45 degrees, and said, seriously and melancholy, I heard that there are such a small group of people in this world. They are so handsome that they are rare in the world. Only this group of people can find an ancient beast penguin and unlock this secret. The candidates were anxious with anticipation, and asked in unison, how can we find that ancient beast penguin? I do not know either. Lin Chen suddenly shook his head very lonely, and everyone was startled. Only to hear someone from Lin sighed deeply, Because I'm not handsome enough. Lin Chen just finished sighing, but suddenly felt a familiar and unfamiliar energy fluctuation. He was stunned for a moment, then turned to look, urging Zijing Tong, looking 100 miles into the distance. In the mountain range after the volcanic lava was ravaged, it was located on a cliff dozens of miles away from Zhenlong Mountain, and two beautiful shadows appeared in Lin Chen's eyes. Among them, the beauty in purple. Among these two beautiful figures, there is a huge energy hidden in her delicate body. This energy, which Lin Chen is very familiar with, is the characteristic rune. At this moment, the two girls had already started to turn around and leave. Their movements were superb, unpredictable, and in a blink of an eye, Lin Chen had already reached a kilometer away. If it weren't for the high level of his purple gold pupils, even their shadows would be impossible to capture. Beauty stay. It is extremely important that it is related to the characteristic rune, and Lin Chen can't care that he is in the eyes of the public at this time. He jumped up one step at a time, and the true flame purple phoenix wings spread into the air, streaking across the horizon, turning into an extremely fast purple light meteor chasing towards the two girls. My God, that Lin Chen flew away? He can actually fly. What kind of cultivation is he? Phoenix wing? How can this kid have such a thing? No, that direction is. The candidates and the tutors all exclaimed, but the demeanor of the deputy dean changed drastically. Everyone obeys the order and is not allowed to approach the direction and area where Lin Chen is, and disbands on the spot. The vice principal shouted abruptly, so frightened that the candidates were full of panic. Old Joe, what's going on? The old man saw that the vice president's move was in a fog and questioned. This kid doesn't know where the ability came from. He seems to be aware of the existence of those two. The deputy dean said with a solemn expression. The old man seemed to think of the certain forces he mentioned earlier, and his demeanor suddenly changed. You mean, two girls from there? The old bald kept his voice extremely low, for fear that a third person would hear it. The vice president nodded solemnly, and he was also quite frightened by Lin Chen's actions. At this point, the old man already knew what to do. He evacuated all the candidates and even the tutors and elders on the spot and could no longer stay. The vice president, on the other hand, was observing Lin Chen's situation motionlessly. Lin Chen caught up with the mysterious two girls who had been watching on the cliff before. Although the opponent's movement speed was fast, it seemed that, due to the limitation of his cultivation, he did not leave the field of vision that Lin Chen's purple golden pupil could perceive. The speed of the true flame purple phoenix wings unfolded to the extreme, and Lin Chen approached them in just a dozen breaths. Huh? Sister, that Lin Chen actually found us and caught up. The girl in green clothes turned her head in surprise. The girl in purple clothes stopped for a while, and the two women stopped by a small stream. Boom! Junyan's purple phoenix wings flapped. Lin Chen stopped, and landed in front of the two women. He looked at the purple-clothed woman excitedly, and the first sentence he opened his mouth was astonishing. Girl, can I touch you? The second daughter was thinking that there was something important about him chasing after him, but she didn't expect such a flirtatious and indecent remark to come out unexpectedly. Ding to prodigal son. Just because you want to molest my sister? I thought you were a strange person, but I didn't expect you to be a badass. The veiled girl in Xingyi glared at Lin Chen angrily, and scolded her with a frosty face. Oh, little girl, misunderstanding. I have received strict professional training, and generally do not insult girls easily. Lin Chen hurriedly waved his hand and glanced at the purple-clothed woman. Secretly, with her exquisite and perfect figure, she had an ethereal and refined temperament, like a fairy in the sky descending into the world. It really surprised someone Lin, so he subconsciously added a sentence. Unless you can't help it. The girl in Xingyi held her forehead, and the fighting spirit was running. Just as she was about to teach Lin Chen a lesson, the girl in purple waved her hand to stop her and took a slow step forward. In just 2 months, you entered the psychic realm from the chi-refining realm, and wounded the sect master in the battle soul realm, destroyed the entire blood sect with one person's power, saved the treasure appraiser family in the deserted realm. You turned the tide at the treasure appraising conference and created a Qinglong bloodline person. Your behavior is different and unique. Along the way, there should be not a few women who have intersected with you or are attracted to you. Why are you joking, Mr. Lin Chen? I hope you can give me a reasonable explanation, and I can pretend you didn't say what you just said. The woman in purple lightly listed all kinds of Lin Chen's deeds, and he was so frightened that he stepped back several steps in a row with a look of horror on his face. Wow, this fairy, although the world knows that I'm handsome, you don't have to do it if you like me. The hobby of stalker is not good at all. You make me turn back 3 times when I go to the toilet at night. What? Bah. You are shameless. My sister will like a common man like you? You must have a degree of shamelessness. The girl in green clothes stomped her feet in anger. By Lin Chen, the girl in purple clothes, on the contrary, was calm and unaffected, and smiled gracefully. You're really interesting, but you haven't answered my question just now. Lin Chen was startled, shrugged, and smiled shamelessly. I am such a hobby. When I see a beautiful beauty, I just want to touch it. Miss Fairy, why don't you think about it? Any position is fine, even if it's hair. I promise to touch it with my personality. You can pay whatever you want, because someone from Lin is still an alchemist. Lin Chen revealed his identity, and the purple-clothed woman's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Are you still an alchemist? Well, I want a 7th order medicinal pill. If you can come up with it, I will consider your conditions. What the hell? Lin's eyelids twitched wildly. A 7th order medicinal pill? This is not enough to sell him to a duck's nest. How holy are these 2 ants? The 7th order medicinal pill, is a bit difficult. If you can make an IOU, it will be no problem. Lin Chen rubbed his hands together, and the woman in purple gave a rare, playful smile. That's why we don't have to talk. It's the fairy's request. That's a bit too much, no matter whether it's up to you or not. I've decided today. Lin Chen's demeanor showed a seriousness. Since the other party has no intention of negotiating, he can be hard if he can't be soft. Pure man, it should be soft and hard. This woman has fluctuations of characteristic runes, and it is stronger than the previous 2 times. It must be a powerful characteristic rune. Lin Chen only needs to run the rune energy the moment he touches the opponent's body. Chance to get the characteristic rune. I see that you are the 5 elements. The girl in Xingyi became colder and geared up. Wrong. This handsome man is ignorant of the 5 elements. And he only touches beautiful women. Lin Chen patted his chest and said righteously. You. Seeing that the girl in green clothes was rarely shriveled, the girl in purple clothes covered her mouth and chuckled, and then she said again. Okay, I will give you 100 rounds. With your strength, if you can touch me, then let you touch me. In the elegant and ethereal laughter, there is more self-confidence and calm. Control of the situation. Lin Chen stared at the purple-clothed woman's pupils, and suddenly shrank.